The apocalypse arrived and Lin Feng was reborn just before it began. He discovered that his storage space could amplify everything 10,000 times. 1 crate of canned food became 10,000 crates. 1 ton of pork became 10,000 tons. Whether daily necessities, weapons, or even cutting-edge tech products, everything was amplified 10,000 times. Am I reborn? Lin Feng opened his eyes, shocked to see his surroundings. Isn't this the rental room I lived in 5 years ago before the apocalypse? The site before him was exactly where he had lived 5 years ago before the apocalypse began. After the apocalypse struck, he had long since left this place. Scratching his head, Lin Feng recalled. He had been attacked by a 5th-level mutated centipede, unable to fight back, life hanging by a thread in that critical moment. But at the crucial moment his vision went dark, and when he woke up he was here. The only explanation was that he had been reborn. Now it was before the apocalypse. He checked the time, 7 days left until the end. Realizing this, a light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Could it be that heaven truly granted me another chance? Recalling the harsh life over the past 5 years in the apocalypse, Lin Feng sighed deeply. 5 years ago a reign of apocalypse fell upon the world. Immediately more than half of the global population turned into zombies like those in the movies. Not only humans but most animals also mutated. Thus the apocalypse began. Hunger, poverty, slaughter, bloodshed, countless scenes flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Countless times he had fantasized if only he could live once more. Never did he expect it would come true now. Ding. System bound to host successfully, granting infinite storage space. Storage space skill activated, effect, 10,000 times amplification. Under certain conditions the host can activate passive rewards. Just as Lin Feng was thrilled by his rebirth, a voice sounded in his mind. A system. There was actually a system. Following the system prompt, Lin Feng sensed the existence of a virtual space. Is this the storage space? Perceiving the space, Lin Feng was amazed. Moreover, the system said it seemed infinite, meaning he could load as much as he wanted. System, what does 10,000-fold amplification mean? After feeling the space, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the system's earlier prompt. 10,000-fold amplification means that when the host places items from the real world into the storage space, their quantity will be increased by 10,000 times. Only non-living objects are affected. Items taken out and put back in will not trigger amplification. The system replied promptly. A 10,000-fold increase. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Feng's heart jumped. That would mean. To verify the system's claim, he decided to test it. Turning his head, he saw a bottle of water on the table. Lin Feng concentrated his will. The next moment the water bottle vanished. 1 bottle of water collected, amplification successful. Obtained 10000 bottles of water. With the system prompt, Lin Feng saw neatly stacked 10,000 identical bottles in his storage space. Holy crap! I'm rich! Feeling the amplification effect, Lin Feng was overjoyed. 1 bottle of water is a gene, 10,000 times, that is 5 tons. Lin Feng felt his brain about to short-circuit. 5 tons of water. If a person drinks 5 bottles a day, that's enough for 3 years. Yet in the real world it was just 1 bottle of water, wholesale price 20 cents. What if he put in 100, 1,000, even 10,000 bottles? 10,000 bottles of water amplified by the storage space, would that become 100 million? If the system hadn't told him the space was infinite, Lin Feng wouldn't dare think about 10,000 bottles. What is most lacking in the apocalypse? Food, equipment, and abilities. These are the 3 essentials for survival, indispensable. In the previous apocalypse, people would fight to the death for a single can of food. Sometimes they would even pay with their lives. But now Lin Feng's storage space fundamentally solved this problem. Anything placed inside would be amplified 10,000 times. That meant he would never lack food again. Before the apocalypse, Lin Feng was just an ordinary wage earner living in the most basic rental room. Therefore there wasn't much in the room. But there were some sausages and instant noodles. Without hesitation, Lin Feng put a box of noodles and 10 sausages into his storage space. Ding. Collected 1 box of instant noodles, amplified 10000 times. Ding. Collected 10 sausages, amplified 10000 times. With the system prompts, Lin Feng's storage space was piled with a small mountain, 150,000 boxes of instant noodles and 100,000 sausages. In the real world these things wouldn't arouse appetite. But Lin Feng knew that in the apocalypse every box of noodles and every sausage was a rare delicacy. Sometimes even a single sausage could be traded for a beautiful woman. He wasn't joking, over the 5 years of apocalypse he had seen too many such things. In the apocalypse, what was morality? Being able to avoid starvation was already a blessing. When people are starving, they are capable of anything. Seeing the vast stockpile in his storage space, Lin Feng took out his phone. Without hesitation he opened the food delivery app. Opening the food page, he started placing orders. Braised pork, sauced beef, salt-baked chicken, roast duck, roast pork knuckle. At this moment he ordered almost anything he saw, not caring about his bank balance. This time Lin Feng wouldn't pick the cheapest options as usual. Instead he chose whatever looked tasty. After all, each item would soon become 10,000 times more. After ordering some food, Lin Feng didn't stop and ordered quite a bit of fruit. Bananas, apples, watermelons, mangoes. Fruits were not necessities in the apocalypse but luxuries. In the apocalypse most people couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone fruit. Only the high-ranking elites could occasionally enjoy some fruit. But now an apple or banana that would be extremely expensive in the apocalypse would appear in 10,000-fold quantities for Lin Feng. As the saying goes, buy and be happy. On the delivery app, Lin Feng wanted to buy everything he saw. Unknowingly he had placed dozens of orders. The next moment Lin Feng frowned. The money in his bank card was gone. He was just an ordinary wage earner, and the tens of thousands he had painstakingly saved were all spent on takeout just now. Looking at the delivery app with so many more things he wanted to buy, Lin Feng felt a bit troubled. How could he make money quickly in a short time? Got it. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng walked over to a wooden table nearby and opened the drawer. The next moment he took out a jewelry box. Opening it, a gold ring appeared before him. Seeing the gold ring, a trace of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. According to his past life, this gold ring was a birthday gift he had given to his girlfriend, no, his ex-girlfriend, just a few days ago. This was a ring Lin Feng had painstakingly chosen to give to his girlfriend Zhang Jing a few days ago. But just as he was preparing the restaurant to surprise her, the scene took a sudden turn. His girlfriend Zhang Jing said she had found a wealthy playboy. And someone like Lin Feng, merely a wage earner, was simply unworthy of her. Breaking up was only natural. And this ring lay forgotten in Lin Feng's drawer. In truth, Lin Feng had always known Zhang Jing was a woman who craved vanity and material wealth. But at this time he was just an ordinary worker. Being in a relationship was already a stroke of luck. Therefore on many occasions Lin Feng had to accommodate her. He even endured her unreasonable tantrums time and again. Yet he never expected she would be so resolute. However, none of that mattered anymore. Having survived 5 years of the apocalypse, Lin Feng's character had undergone a great transformation. In the apocalypse there was no room for sympathy, pity, or easily giving in to emotion. Such things were fatal for those surviving in the apocalypse. After 5 years of that life, recalling this episode, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. The gold ring he had kept as a souvenir was now less valuable than a full meal in the apocalypse. The ring weighed 3 grams, neither big nor small but enough. The next moment Lin Feng decisively placed the ring into his storage space. Ding! Gold ring received 10,000-fold amplification successful. Then with the system's notification sound, 10,000 rings of the same size and weight appeared in the storage space. 10,000 gold rings, this is going to make me rich. Looking at the glittering pile of rings in the storage space, Lin Feng's eyebrows lifted. 10,000 rings, each 3 grams, that's 3,000 grams. At the current market price of over 500 yuan per gram, that's 15 million yuan. In an instant, with just a small ring, Lin Feng went from being a wage earner to a wealthy man. If he sold this gold he would have money to buy more things. But selling so many rings all at once like a wholesaler would surely attract attention. After a brief thought, Lin Feng picked up his phone. Uncle Zhou. Are you at the factory? I'd like to borrow your stamping press for something personal. Okay, it'll be right there. After a few brief words, Lin Feng hung up. The next moment he left the house, got on his bike and rode toward the factory where he worked. A few minutes later Lin Feng arrived at the workshop where Zhou Tao worked. The Uncle Zhou he referred to was Zhou Tao, a middle-aged man of modest stature. At that moment Zhou Tao was operating a machine in the workshop. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Zhou Tao smiled and said, "Kid, you finally get a day off and instead of gaming at home you come back to the factory. What's up?" Lin Feng looked around, saw only Zhou Tao in the workshop and said, "Uncle Zhou, I'd like to use the stamping press to make something small." Zhou Tao pointed to a machine in the corner of the workshop. "It's over there. No one's using it now. Be careful." Since he still had work to do, he didn't have time to ask what Lin Feng was up to. Leaving Zhou Tao, Lin Feng walked to the stamping press in the corner of the workshop. A stamping press, as the name implies, is used to stamp and shape items. Lin Feng found a rectangular mold and installed it on the machine. Then, after checking his surroundings, he placed a handful of gold rings into the machine. The stamping press was simple to operate. Under Lin Feng's control, a palm-sized gold brick was soon stamped out. If selling a large batch of gold rings would draw attention, gold bricks were relatively safer. Even though they weren't the smelted type, they were still better than selling a pile of jewelry. Although the stamping press didn't have precise weight control, Lin Feng could calculate. Since each ring was 3 grams, he tried to keep each stamped gold brick at 500 grams. This made counting easier. With 3,000 grams of gold, each brick being 500 grams, he needed to make 60 bricks in total. Thankfully, the quantity wasn't too large. After about an hour, Lin Feng finished making the gold bricks. "Uncle Zhou, I'm leaving. Thanks for today. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Before leaving, Lin Feng happily greeted Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao was a good person who had looked out for Lin Feng in many ways. Moreover, he was a quick and capable worker, a backbone of the factory. Zhou Tao looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, you're too polite. The machine wasn't being used anyway. Next time just come straight over." Leaving the factory, Lin Feng crossed 2 streets and found a gold shop. It was a small store privately owned. He didn't choose a larger store because he knew his gold bricks weren't standard investment gold bars. Selling such items at a big store might be problematic. However, a small shop was easier. People would do anything for profit and might not even ask about the origin of the gold. "Boss, do you buy gold?" Entering the shop, Lin Feng directly placed a 500-gram gold brick before the middle-aged owner. The middle-aged owner was originally scrolling on his phone, but his eyes lit up when he saw the gold brick. However, noticing it appeared to be stamped, he looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. "Young man, this gold doesn't seem to have a legitimate origin, does it?" Taking the gold brick, the shop owner examined the fine gaps left by the stamping. "What does the origin matter? The gold is here, I can even register my ID. Just tell me if you'll take it or not. If not, I'll go elsewhere." The apocalypse was only 7 days away. Lin Feng had no time to waste with a gold shop owner. The goods were there. If this guy didn't buy, he'd just find another shop. Lin Feng didn't believe anyone could resist the allure of shining gold. "Of course I'll buy. But the price?" The middle-aged owner quickly replied. It seemed he was thinking how to fleece this lamb. "I don't want to hear nonsense. I'll state my terms, and if you think we can do business, well, cooperate." Seeing the middle-aged owner reveal a profiteer's face, Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Feng pretended to reach into the bag he brought with him and pulled out 2 gold bars. "Here are 3 gold bars in total, weighing 1,500 grams. Of these I intend to sell 2, and I hope you can buy them back at a price of 500 yuan per gram. The other one is also a 500-gram gold bar, and I hope to exchange it for some jewelry of the same weight. Don't even mention the labor cost difference to me. This is my final offer. Are you in or not?" After saying this, Lin Feng raised his head to look at the middle-aged boss. Having come out to sell this gold, Lin Feng had naturally made plans beforehand. Currently, the purchase price for gold was approximately 520 yuan per gram, and jewelry tends to be more expensive. Thus Lin Feng stated his price outright. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged boss rapidly calculated in his mind. At 500 yuan per gram, he wouldn't be losing on the deal. Exchanging for jewelry, to put it plainly, meant that the jewelry was also acquired at a recycling price. The labor costs could not compare to those in large shopping malls. All things considered, it was a deal that wouldn't incur losses. Deal. Driven by profit, the middle-aged boss didn't bother to investigate the source of the gold. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng walked out of the gold store. His bank account had swelled by 500,000 yuan. That was the result of exchanging for 1,000 grams of gold. However, this transaction was far from over. After exiting the gold store, Lin Feng promptly placed the 500 grams of jewelry he had exchanged into his storage space. Ding! Received 500 grams of gold with a multiplier of 10,000 times. With the system's prompt, his storage space instantly gained 500,000 grams of gold. That amounted to 5 tons. This was the reason Lin Feng wanted to exchange gold bars for jewelry. His own storage space couldn't amplify again, but what he acquired in the jewelry store could. 5 tons of gold, that's worth 2.5 billion yuan. Seeing the pile of gold in his storage space, Lin Feng was astonished. With just one round trip, he earned wealth that would take others a lifetime or even 10 lifetimes to accumulate. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, with just the gold in Lin Feng's storage space, he could probably open the largest gold store in Binhai City. However, what he needed most right now wasn't gold but supplies that could be used in the apocalypse. Although gold could still be used in the apocalypse, it would only apply to some specialized wires, cables and electronic mechanical devices. Moreover, that would only be a matter of years after the apocalypse. For now, Lin Feng's top priority was basic living supplies. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng kept going in and out of various gold shops in Binhai City. All these shops had one characteristic: they were individually owned and relatively large. After all, small shops might not be able to handle 1,000 grams of gold at once. By noon, Lin Feng had already divided the 3,000 grams of gold bars he pressed into 20 batches for sale. The amount in his account had reached 1,000,000 yuan. With his half-buying and half-exchanging method, the gold reserves in his storage space had astonishingly reached a total of 100 tons. In normal times, that would equate to 50 billion yuan in cash reserves. And all of this was just Lin Feng's workload for one morning. Now that he had money, he could naturally set his plans into motion. After a simple lunch at a fast food place, Lin Feng ordered 2 stir-fried dishes. The taste of food before the apocalypse is still so delicious. After the dishes arrived, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had eaten fresh food. At that moment he started eating heartily. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng headed to a nearby Walmart supermarket. The apocalypse was just 7 days away and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Entering the supermarket, Lin Feng pushed a cart and began his shopping. However, calling it shopping was more like half buying and half stealing. After all, he had a storage space. When buying things, Lin Feng often reached into the shelves. In the next moment, some items on the shelves would vanish into thin air collected into his storage space. Thus, shopping was merely an illusion. In reality, Lin Feng was engaging in selective zero-cost purchasing. Ding! Received 10 pounds of rice with a multiplier of 10,000 times. Ding! Received 20 bags of salt with a multiplier of 10,000 times. Ding! Received 5 barrels of golden dragon fish oil with a multiplier of 10,000 times. Ding! Received. Everything has its pros and cons. In this first round, Lin Feng focused on acquiring the most essential supplies. Rice flour, cooking oil, these are the fundamental items that ensure basic human survival. Lin Feng looked left and right, seemingly buying a few items. But in reality, dozens of times the quantity on the shelves was completely cleared out. Supermarkets don't conduct inventory every day, so what Lin Feng seemed to take was merely a drop in the bucket for the supermarket. Lin Feng even contemplated whether he should find a job as a stock clerk in the supermarket so that at night, when no one was around, he could collect the entire supermarket into his storage space. Yet even so, the supplies in his storage space increased by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. This was still not enough, far from it. Having experienced the apocalypse, Lin Feng's obsession with supplies far exceeded that of ordinary people. Once he had enough from one supermarket, he would move on to another. After all, there were many supermarkets in the entire Binhai City. One wasn't sufficient to meet the quantity needed. Those items would eventually become someone else's supplies after the 7 days. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng no longer held back. At that moment, he controlled his actions in every supermarket as much as possible to avoid being detected by surveillance, maximizing his haul. Rice, flour, bread, canned goods, fish, seafood, utensils, whatever was available in the supermarket was basically swept clean by Lin Feng. By the time the major supermarkets were about to close in the afternoon, tens of thousands of supplies had been collected into Lin Feng's storage space. With the amplification from the storage space, these supplies had now multiplied by 10,000 times. That amounted to hundreds of millions of items, all basic living supplies. After completing a whole day's work, Lin Feng returned to his rented apartment. Afterward, he picked up his phone and ordered a large number of clothes and some daily necessities online. Whether it was clothing, blankets, or shampoo and shower gel. He also ordered various weapons for sale, ranging from daggers and tang swords to bows and arrows. Even some items that appeared to be flashlights but were actually electric batons. Anything Lin Feng could think of was ordered. While others might shop online one item at a time, Lin Feng was ordering page by page. The thrill of this shopping experience was simply unmatched. Feeling a bit thirsty while shopping on his phone, Lin Feng casually took a bottle of mineral water from his storage space to drink. Ding! Successfully retrieved items from storage space 30 times, triggering system rewards. At that moment, the system in Lin Feng's mind provided a prompt. Is there a reward? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of it. When he first received the system, it seemed to have mentioned passive rewards. Previously he had taken out gold from the storage space, and with various other items it had been around 30 times. After calculating, it seemed he had met the conditions for the reward stated by the system. However, none of that mattered. What was important was the nature of the system's reward. Ding! Reward successful, obtained a junior gene enhancement potion. As the system's voice fell, an object appeared on the table in front of Lin Feng. It was a small transparent bottle about the size of an oral solution. Inside the bottle was a transparent liquid. Gene enhancement potion. As the name implies, without needing an explanation from the system, Lin Feng knew it was a potion that could enhance one's body. Lin Feng did not consider the effects of the potion for the moment, but without saying a word he threw the enhancement potion into the storage space. Ding! Acquired junior enhancement potion Amplification 10000. In the next moment 10,000 identical enhancement potions appeared in the storage space. Taking out one junior enhancement potion, Lin Feng took a deep breath. After inquiring about the system, he learned it was to be taken orally. However, the system did not provide an explanation of the actual effects. What the system provides shouldn't be wrong, right? Opening the bottle cap, Lin Feng comforted himself. Since the system had chosen him and it even had an amplification function, it should not harm him. What the heck, I've already died once, what else is there to fear? Unable to hold back, Lin Feng threw his head back and drank the potion. A warm flow surged as the enhancement potion entered Lin Feng's mouth, and in the next moment he felt all the muscles in his body begin to ache. That feeling was akin to being gnawed by thousands of ants. Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Feng's face, and at that moment his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a dozen seconds before the ache vanished. In the next moment Lin Feng felt the changes in his body. His strength had increased 3 to 5 times, his speed at least doubled, and his sensory abilities had also improved. I have actually reached the first level of mutation. Lin Feng did not expect such a change in his body. After the apocalypse began, it was said that some people would mutate after consuming certain substances that enhanced their abilities. However, the number of those who could become mutated beings was very few, with each of them being extraordinary. In his previous life, Lin Feng barely became a first-level mutated being 6 months after the apocalypse began. Yet now he had merely consumed a junior enhancement potion and was able to achieve a state that ordinary people could only look up to. Feeling his own condition, Lin Feng knew he had reached the level of a first-level mutated being, a being that a dozen or 20 ordinary people could not even approach. This was also why mutated beings were so respected and feared in the apocalypse. Now, with over 10,000 bottles of junior enhancement potions in hand, they were indeed a rare resource. Unfortunately, according to the system, a person could only use 1 bottle of this junior enhancement potion. However, even so, it was still considered a rare reward. Throughout the night, Lin Feng was busy ordering online. Despite having a fortune of 10 million, he still needed to be selective about his purchases. Due to the amplification problem with the storage space, many items would not necessarily be better in greater quantities. For example, salt. This essential item in daily life remained expensive even after the apocalypse. However, the quantity required by each person was limited. For Lin Feng's storage space, if he were to put in 10,000 pounds of salt after the 10,000-fold amplification, it would become over 1 billion pounds. What would Lin Feng do with so much salt? To benefit humanity in the apocalypse. Therefore, he currently focused his attention on items urgently needed in the apocalypse. Moreover, it was merely for convenient transportation of deliveries. As for items like chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, or even coal and fuel, they were not what he needed to deal with today. That day, Lin Feng did not sleep until late. After 3 hours of online shopping, he had already spent 5 million. These items seemed few, but once amplified by the storage space, the situation would be different. It would instantly turn into 5 billion worth of supplies, and that was just basic living supplies. 5 billion worth of living supplies was a terrifying concept that most ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Early the next morning, Lin Feng left the house. He hailed a cab and arrived at his destination. It was an outdoor equipment store specializing in various outdoor goods. There he customized various necessary products. 1,000 high-quality civilian tents at 1,000 each, 1,000 outdoor military knives, 1,000 military blades, 1,000 high-powered flashlights, 1,000 lighters, and 100 sets of camping equipment. It wasn't until he spent 3 million that Lin Feng finally stopped. According to the agreement with the seller, these supplies needed to be delivered within 3 days. After that, he left the outdoor store and went to a wholesale market where he spent 5,000 to rent a small warehouse. This place would be used for temporary storage of supplies. At the very least, Lin Feng's possession of a storage space was something that should not be known to others. Having his own small warehouse made things much more convenient. Afterward, Lin Feng went to a nearby fresh wholesale store, purchasing over 1,000 chickens and a total of over 100 tons of pork, beef and lamb. These supplies, after processing, would all be placed into his warehouse. After finishing his orders, Lin Feng employed the same method once more, using the gold in his storage space to liquidate. By the end of the day, he had once again liquidated 10 million in cash. The gold he obtained increased by another 100 tons in the storage space. Currently, the gold reserves in Lin Feng's storage space alone had reached over 100 billion. Even if the apocalypse did not come in this life, just with this gold it would be enough for Lin Feng to live a splendid life. In addition, Lin Feng visited a premium equipment company, purchasing 20 sets of alloy armor at a price of 100,000 each. These armors were high-tech creations of the company, far surpassing ordinary metal armor in strength. Additionally, there were alloy combat knives, long-range night vision devices, high-power drones and robotic dogs. These items, which could only be considered toys for the wealthy in the real world, were now all purchased by Lin Feng, and in large quantities too. Upon realizing they had a big customer, the company offered Lin Feng a discount of 20% across the board. Even so, these items still cost Lin Feng over 5 million. Returning to the warehouse, he placed all the fresh meat into the storage space, where the over 100 tons of various meats multiplied by 100, turning into over 1,000,000 tons. By this time the sky had darkened, but Lin Feng was not prepared to go home. At this moment he still had an important task to accomplish. By the time Lin Feng arrived at his destination by taxi, it was already evening. As he looked at a two-story building in the distance, his eyebrows raised slightly. The exterior of the two-story building was luxuriously decorated with large glass windows on both sides. The glass door on the first floor bore the striking words "Luxury Car Feast" engraved prominently. This place was where luxury cars were sold. In the apocalypse, vehicles were essential. Often having an extra car equated to an additional layer of security. At this moment, Lin Feng intended to rob this luxury car feast. He felt no guilt about robbing this establishment. The reason being, the owner of this luxury car feast was not a good person. If he remembered correctly, the owner was called Sun Hao. He was certainly not a good person in this area. To put it bluntly, he was a big thug. This shop was also an important source of his income. Besides selling cars, the luxury car feast primarily operated luxury car rentals. However, whether locals or outsiders, he cheated them all. Clearly the problems lay with the cars themselves, yet when people rented and returned the cars, his subordinates would find various issues to make them pay compensation. As everyone knows, the damage value of luxury cars is extremely high. Through this means, Sun Hao made a considerable amount of ill-gotten money. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Feng headed towards the luxury car feast. There were 2 surveillance cameras along the way, but just before Lin Feng entered their field of vision, he swiftly stored them away into his spatial storage. This way no one would know that someone had come here, even having tampered with the cameras. At this moment, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxury car feast, Lin Feng saw that the lights in the hall were on. In one corner of the hall was a security room. It was unclear whether Sun Hao was trying to save on labor costs or simply relied on the fact that no one dared to lay a hand on him in this area. Inside the security room, only a security guard was engrossed in playing on his phone. Lin Feng did not enter through the front door, but instead circled to the back. After storing away the 2 surveillance cameras, he lit a fire with some garbage near the back door. Soon the fire alarm inside the luxury car feast began to ring. At this moment, Lin Feng had already circled around to the front door. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he calmly observed the situation inside. Sure enough, upon hearing the alarm, the security guard rushed out of the security room. Seeing that nothing was wrong in the hall, he hurriedly ran to the back. At this moment it was time for Lin Feng to take action. He took out a hydraulic cutter he had bought from the hardware store and swiftly cut through the iron chain of the door lock. Then with a gentle push he opened the glass door and slipped into the hall. Ferrari 458, Porsche 911, Lamborghini Aventador. There was even a limited edition Koenigsegg. Without hesitation, Lin Feng quickly made his way toward the vehicles. In the next moment all those cars were stored into his spatial storage. Ding! Stored Ferrari 458, Amplification 10000 times. Ding! Stored Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Version Amplification 10000 times. Ding! Stored Lamborghini Aventador Amplification 10000 times. Ding! Stored. As Lin Feng continued his operations, the system's notification sounds rang out continuously. Oh! There's even an F650 pickup and a Warrior off-road vehicle. After collecting a series of luxury cars into his spatial storage, Lin Feng spotted these 2 behemoths. The F650 pickup is an oversized truck measuring over 6 5 meters in length with an astonishing displacement of 6.7 L. Similarly, the Warrior as a military vehicle from Huagua boasts impressive performance. In his previous life, Lin Feng had seen survivors driving such vehicles crashing through hordes of zombies in the wild, feeling quite envious. Without a second thought, Lin Feng stored all these vehicles into his spatial storage. With the amplification effect, each vehicle was calculated at 10000 times within the spatial storage. He had collected so many cars in just a minute. Looking at the empty first-floor hall, Lin Feng wasted no time and turned to leave. After departing from the car dealership, he didn't head home directly but instead walked toward a nearby Putian hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Feng noticed that there weren't many people here. Being nighttime, there was no one on duty at the pharmacy. As before, starting from the entrance of the hospital's first floor, Lin Feng collected all surveillance cameras that posed a threat to him into his spatial storage. Then he strode to the pharmacy's door. The sparse family members of patients around didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. Upon reaching the door, Lin Feng found that the pharmacy door was unlocked. He gently pushed it open and slipped inside. This place could be considered a small warehouse. The shelves around were filled with a dense array of medicines and medical tools. While hospitals like this are generally for treatment, the variety of medicines was quite comprehensive. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't care what the medicines were and swept them all into his spatial storage. Anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, painkillers, injection equipment, surgical supplies, small devices. Anything Lin Feng laid eyes on was stored away. These items might not seem to be worth much now, but in the apocalypse even a single cold medicine could save a life at times. Especially after a few years into the apocalypse, the scarcity of medicines became severe. At times even mutants couldn't find useful medicines. After cleaning out one hospital's pharmacy, Lin Feng didn't rest and, taking advantage of the momentum, went directly to the second and third. Tens of thousands of boxes of medicines were thus stored into his spatial storage, and with amplification the quantity of medicines reached into the billions. In addition to the medicines, all kinds of essential medical supplies were also present. One could say that Lin Feng had become a super-mobile pharmacy. Returning home, it was already deep into the night. After a simple wash, Lin Feng went to bed. The next morning he got up early, left and took a taxi toward his warehouse. At this time the items he ordered online had not yet arrived. Taking advantage of the several million in cash he still had, Lin Feng felt he could purchase some previously overlooked goods. Due to yesterday's extensive purchases, the fresh produce wholesale market even experienced a slight price surge. However, Lin Feng didn't mind and went to the poultry area to start selecting chicken legs and wings. After ordering several tons of goods, Lin Feng found something unusual while waiting for the delivery at his warehouse. 5 young men were standing at the door of his warehouse. Leading them was a young man with yellow hair, appearing to be in his 20s. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, he directly approached him. The moment Lin Feng laid eyes on the approaching group, he knew trouble had arrived. 5 years of survival in the apocalypse had honed his instincts. He could read intent from a glance, discern motive from a flicker of expression. Leading them was a young man in his 20s with dyed blonde hair. 4 others followed closely behind. Their swaggering gait and disheveled appearance bore the unmistakable stamp of street thugs, idle, unscrupulous, and accustomed to intimidation. "Hey kid, new around here? Know the rules?" A youth in a flamboyant shirt and faded jeans barked from behind the blonde leader. His tone reeked of petty arrogance. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "What rules? Speak plainly, but make it quick. I'm pressed for time." He didn't need them to spell it out. He already knew why they'd come. They'd seen him rent a storefront in this wholesale market and assumed he was a fresh merchant, naive, vulnerable, ripe for exploitation. And these 5 were clearly the local enforcers, the self-appointed protectors of this district. Lin Feng almost smirked. In this age, such crude protection rackets felt absurdly anachronistic. This was after all just an ordinary wholesale market, not some luxury hotel where such thugs would be tossed out before their first demand left their lips, flung 8 meters by security guards who'd mistake them for overfed pigeons. "No need for chatter, we'll cut straight to it. This is Brother Huangmao," the youth declared, gesturing toward the blonde. "From now on you pay 2,000 yuan monthly. For that we guarantee your safety." Just as Lin Feng had anticipated, no surprises, no nuance. He'd witnessed countless variations of this scene before, not only in the present but deep within the ruins of the apocalypse where banditry flourished like weeds in cracked concrete. Surviving 5 years in that hellscape had taught him one truth: familiarity breeds neither comfort nor compassion, it breeds indifference. With men like these, words were wasted breath. The more he spoke, the more they'd misread caution as fear. So Lin Feng prepared to act, effortlessly, decisively. A mutant confronting 5 ordinary humans was less a confrontation than a demonstration. Yet at the last instant he paused, and shifted his focus inward, directing his will toward his spatial storage realm. There, nestled among his possessions, he located a fruit knife. With precise mental command he summoned it, not into his hand but directly into reality, its trajectory aimed unerringly at Huang Mao's backside. Huang Mao shrieked, a raw, undignified cry, as the blade, palm-length and gleaming, embedded itself squarely in his buttock. What is this? It hurts. He clutched his wound, howling in shock and agony. Success. Lin Feng's pulse quickened, not with adrenaline but revelation. His consciousness could not only retrieve objects from storage but place them, precisely, instantly and without warning. In that instant the humble fruit knife transformed no longer a tool but a projectile, a silent surgical weapon. And if this worked, why not others? A longer blade. A cleaver. Arrows. Or, scaling upward, if available, grenades, artillery shells, even mountains should his storage permit it. Was anything then beyond use as a weapon? This discovery unlocked not just utility, but a new art of combat. Brother, what's wrong? Huangmage, there's a knife in your ass. What are you waiting for? Get him to the hospital, now. Panic erupted. The youths abandoned all pretense, scrambling to support their writhing leader and flee, leaving Lin Feng utterly unchallenged. Self-inflicted folly, Lin Feng murmured, voice cool and detached, watching them vanish down the alley. They should count themselves lucky. This was mercy, not weakness. Had this occurred in the apocalypse, they wouldn't have lasted a minute. Just then the first deliveries of Lin Feng's ordered supplies began arriving at his warehouse. This time his procurement was disciplined and focused: chicken thighs, wings and eggs, nothing superfluous. Across 300 vendors in the fresh produce wholesale market, assembling tens of thousands of chicken parts posed no difficulty. Within moments, amplified by spatial enhancement, over 100 million gene of fresh meat and 500 million eggs vanished into his storage realm. Such reserves could sustain a man for lifetimes, even in the apocalypse. Ding! Storage inventory exceeds 10 billion items, system reward condition fulfilled. The chime echoed just as Lin Feng deposited another crate of eggs. Another reward. His spirits lifted instantly. Last night's gift, the basic enhancement serum, had elevated him to level 1 mutant status, a transformation unimaginable to ordinary humans. Now another boon awaited. He leaned in, expectant. Reward granted: 100 loyalty chips. Upon implantation, target will never betray the user. The system's announcement concluded and the chips materialized before him, compact, silent, absolute. Loyalty chips. Lin Feng tilted his head, turning the small packet in his palm. Absolute fidelity, powerful yes, but seemingly narrow in scope. Yet in the apocalypse, trust was rarer than clean water. Betrayal bloomed like mold in desperation. Loyalty, when genuine, was worth more than gold. These chips offered certainty, not strength, not speed, not immunity, but the rarest armor of all: unwavering allegiance. In any era, that was the bedrock upon which empires rose, or fell. Each chip was scarcely larger than a grain of rice, yet housed a microspring ejection mechanism. A gentle pinch with the thumbnail would launch it, deep, precise, irreversible. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sealed the entire packet into his spatial storage. Ding! Loyalty chip packet stored, amplification factor 10000. 100 chips became 1 million, enough for now to secure a small kingdom of loyalty. With staple provisions secured, food, medicine, vehicles, Lin Feng's thoughts turned outward. A new idea took root. Certain goods remained strictly prohibited within China, unobtainable through legal channels no matter how resourceful one might be. Abroad, however, restrictions loosened. If he sought greater advantage, the world beyond borders beckoned, starting with firearms and ammunition invaluable during the apocalypse's fragile early phase. Later, zombies and mutated beasts would shrug off bullets like raindrops, but in the first chaotic weeks conventional arms still held lethal authority. Moreover, humanity hadn't vanished. Billions remained ordinary, unmutated, vulnerable. In their presence, firepower wasn't just tactical, it was psychological sovereignty. Decision crystallized into action. Lin Feng picked up his phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang several times before the other party picked up. "Brother Feng, what are your orders?" It came Zhang Chong's voice over the line. Zhang Chong was Lin Feng's childhood friend and his closest brother. They had been classmates from primary school through high school. After that, Lin Feng went off to work while Zhang Chong chose to attend university. In the previous life, Zhang Chong had even saved him during the apocalypse. It was about a year into the apocalypse when they finally reunited. At that time Lin Feng had only been a first-tier mutant and Zhang Chang the same. During a hunting expedition the two of them stumbled tragically into a tide of the undead. If it had been an ordinary horde of zombies perhaps it would not have been so terrifying. What made it dreadful was that amid the mass of corpses there appeared a second-tier mutated zombie. To cover Lin Feng's escape Zhang Chang hurled himself at that creature, buying Lin Feng a sliver of life. All of that was something Lin Feng preferred not to recall. Yet the bond between them as brothers was undeniable. In this life Lin Feng had been reborn. He now possessed far greater resources and capabilities than before. He would not forget a brother like Zhang Chang. Lin Feng, no orders, just wanted to take you out to eat, are you free? They had not seen each other for 4 years in the last life. Truthfully Lin Feng missed his brother. Brother Feng, when you say it, even if I truly have no time I will make it, same old place. Zhang Chang's voice on the other end was still as buoyant as ever. In a few words they agreed. An hour later Lin Feng walked into a small restaurant near Binhai University called Weipoju. The restaurant was modest but it was where the two of them often gathered. Zhang Chang was already waiting. The dishes on the table had been ordered, exactly the meals they usually shared. Good brothers were like that, there was no need to ask what to eat, one simply ordered. In addition Zhang Chang had brought a dozen bottles of beer. You're off today. Why so free in the middle of the day? After Lin Feng sat, Zhang Chang popped open a bottle and asked. Lin Feng, some matters are too complicated, I'll tell you later. Gathering his words Lin Feng continued, you must bring your parents here within 3 days. When the time comes I will tell you the specifics. Zhang Chang hesitated, my parents live out in the suburbs, unless something urgent happens they won't come easily. You know how they are, getting older, careful with spending. Although Zhang Chang studied in Binhai City and boarded at school, his home remained in the rural outskirts of Binhai. If you call me brother then trust me, have them come and stay for a few days within 3 days. When the time is right I'll explain. Lifting his glass Lin Feng spoke with a grave expression. He had pondered before whether the countryside or the city would be safer in an apocalypse. At first glance the countryside seemed safer, the population was scattered and there was food. But the reality was not so simple. Almost every household in the countryside raised livestock and the fields harbored abundant wild creatures. If mutations occurred the people there would be in far greater danger. The reason was that mutated beasts in the apocalypse were far more formidable than ordinary zombies. If an ordinary person could barely deal with a zombie they would stand no chance against a mutated creature. Coupled with the openness of the outdoors and the post-apocalyptic breakdown of water and power the countryside would in many respects be more perilous. Alright, I trust you. Seeing Lin Feng so resolute Zhang Chang nodded. Lin Feng could not tell him too much, not out of mistrust but to avoid needless panic. Zhang Chang had only his parents as family here, unlike Lin Feng who had lost his parents at a young age. Perhaps only those who have lost can truly know how to cherish, that was why Lin Feng insisted Zhang Chang bring his parents over immediately. Zhang Chang was a man of action, if he promised he would surely bring them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill Lin Feng used his phone to book a first-class ticket to Renyao country. Now that he had money he wanted to experience what first class was like. Huagua enjoyed visa-free access to Renyao country so he could go whenever he wished. The flight from Binhai City took only 3 or 4 hours. Most importantly Renyao country held something Lin Feng desired. The plane departed in an hour. Leaving the restaurant without delay Lin Feng went home to fetch his passport and then took a cab straight to the airport. With little luggage and a first-class ticket he passed through immigration quickly. Sitting in the VIP lounge with a cup of coffee Lin Feng watched the aircraft lined up on the tarmac. If there were no people around he almost wanted to run out and load every plane into his storage space. The apocalypse would never be short of talent, many people could fly planes. Although it was impossible to claim those aircraft now it would be feasible after the apocalypse. Even though many planes would likely be damaged if even a single one remained intact. Once amplified by storage space it could become 10,000. Soon boarding began. As a first-class passenger Lin Feng strolled calmly through the VIP lane and under envious gazes stepped onto the jet bridge. This flight featured a reverse fishbone first-class layout. No sooner had Lin Feng settled than a flight attendant approached. Sir, what would you like to drink? Here is the beverage menu. The attendant was in her 20s and strikingly attractive. She half-crouched to hand him the menu. Just mineral water please. Seeing such a beauty attend to him Lin Feng finally understood why first class commanded such a price. Beyond the superior services the attendants themselves were exceptionally presentable. He was the only first-class passenger on this flight. As people in economy brushed past his seat they looked at him as if at a curiosity. To avoid awkwardness he kept drinking water. Thankfully the plane closed its doors and taxied before lifting off. Once the flight settled, Lin Feng enjoyed a far more sumptuous meal than any economy offering. Over the next 2 hours he dozed lightly. When he awoke the plane was already beginning its descent. Through the window he could make out the city below. In less than half an hour the plane touched down and taxied along the runway. At last it stopped at a jet bridge. Renyao country, here I come, do not disappoint me. Standing, Lin Feng made his way to the cabin door. He stared at the jet bridge before him and murmured that thought to himself. Although he had never been to the kingdom of humans and demons, Lin Feng quickly found the border inspection exit thanks to the signs in Chinese scattered throughout the airport. Taking out his phone, Lin Feng booked a villa hotel through a mobile application. When he stepped out to take a taxi he was surprised to find that the driver spoke basic Chinese. It is easy to imagine that the kingdom of humans and demons is an important tourist destination for the Hua country. More than half an hour later Lin Feng arrived at the villa he had booked. The villa is about 300 square meters in size and the price of 3,000 soft sister coins per day is neither cheap nor expensive. To be honest, Lin Feng is not someone who seeks pleasure. The reason for choosing this place was simply because it is close to the shopping area. After a simple dinner delivered by the butler, Lin Feng left the villa as he noticed it was almost time. His target was a street located about a kilometer from the hotel. According to the map there were 3 gun shops on this street. Without taking a taxi Lin Feng walked to that street. His first target was one of the gun shops, but it was already closed, leaving only the nearby beverage store lit up. After circling around the entrance of the gun shop Lin Feng realized there was a back door. Similar to Hua country, the shops here have storefronts on the first floor. Behind the storefront there is the back door. Perhaps due to local customs, regularized shops do not employ security at night, including gun shops. Or perhaps the owner of this shop has considerable influence in the area. In any case, Lin Feng did not see any security after his inspection. Arriving at the back door, which is located after passing through the unit door, Lin Feng did not need to pry open the door. With a simple gesture he stored the heavy security door into his storage space. The storage space not only allows for the storage of items but is also an essential tool for robbery. Striding boldly into the gun shop, Lin Feng took out a powerful flashlight and began to search. The walls of the gun shop were lined with various long guns. Faced with the array of rifles, Lin Feng couldn't name them at all. However, he did not waste time and casually picked up a few rifles to examine. In his previous life Lin Feng had also handled firearms, but due to the scarcity of ammunition at that time they were not his preferred weapons. Upon observation Lin Feng found that all the rifles sold in this shop used a unified caliber of ammunition. This made things much easier. Otherwise he would have needed to use different calibers of bullets. The gun shop not only had rifles but also various handguns, grenades and even a few rocket launchers. In addition there was a large quantity of ammunition, military daggers, tactical backpacks and bulletproof vests. Without hesitation Lin Feng decided to store all these supplies in his storage space. Ding! Collected 67 various rifles, amplification 10,000 times. Ding! Collected 88 handguns, 12,590 bullets, 6 sets of rocket launchers, amplification 10,000 times. Ding! Collected 7 sniper rifles, 770 bullets, amplification 10,000 times. Collecting. As Lin Feng continuously stored items, a neat array of enhanced firearms was arranged in a corner of the storage space. Looking at over 1,000,000 firearms and hundreds of millions of bullets, Lin Feng felt very satisfied. With these items he could easily establish a legion in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse it is difficult for individuals to survive. Even for mutants this holds true. Just imagine if a mutant is hunting in the wild. When faced with danger, is it better to confront it alone or to have many companions around? At the very least, when encountering danger, having someone shout danger can sometimes be crucial. Thus having a certain level of personal strength in the apocalypse is very important. This strength does not need to be large, but the loyalty of subordinates is extremely important. In such a cruel reality of the apocalypse, betrayal is common. When faced with interests, no one remains clear-minded. This is also why Lin Feng was so pleased to see the loyalty chip provided by the system. Returning to the present after collecting all the supplies from the gun shop, the place felt empty. Although it was a small gun shop, it had provided Lin Feng with over 1,000,000 firearms and other supplies. While Lin Feng is not insatiable, it is always better to have more than enough. After clearing out this gun shop, Lin Feng headed to the next one. Like the previous one, this gun shop also had no security. It is said that the kingdom of humans and demons can sometimes be unsafe, yet gun shops do not have security. However, this was not important to Lin Feng. Having the ability to knock out someone was sufficient. After all, this is not Hua country and he could sometimes act more freely. The second shop was larger than the first with 2 full floors. In terms of the number of firearms, it had significantly more than the first shop, even 3 times as many. Moreover, the variety was also more comprehensive than the first shop. For instance, in terms of grenades, this shop not only had regular high-explosive grenades but also smoke grenades and flashbangs. There were also several heavy machine guns available here. All tactical weapons including bulletproof vests and helmets as well as first aid kits and military rations were also in ample supply. Discovering these items felt like opening a small treasure trove. Without hesitation, Lin Feng naturally looted all the supplies into his storage space. This time the haul was 3 times that of the first gun shop. Next he headed to the third shop. There were only 3 gun shops on this street. This was also the only place nearby to purchase weapons, as other locations were at least 8 to 9 kilometers away. The third shop was clearly smaller than the second, but it had more items than the first. Ding. Collected 112 rifles, amplification 10,000 times. Ding. Collected 156 handguns, 21,460 bullets, 14 shotguns, 165 grenades, amplification 10,000 times. Ding. Collected 43 daggers, 23 bayonets, 52 tactical vests, 28 level 3 protective helmets, amplification 10,000 times. Lin Feng suddenly froze. In the dim corner of the rear stairwell sat a lone figure. By the faint glow of the corridor light, Lin Feng saw a young man in his 20s with East Asian features. "You, don't come closer, I saw nothing." The moment the young man realized Lin Feng had spotted him, he stammered urgently. "You speak Huagua language, you're from Huagua." Hearing those words, Lin Feng's voice turned icy as he coldly demanded, "Are you from Huagua?" If the youth hailed from Renyao Nation, Lin Feng would instantly unleash lethal intent. After all, the youth had just witnessed the scene. Even if he did not yet grasp what Lin Feng had done, the truth would surface the next day, when the police arrived at his door. Only the dead keep silent. In the apocalypse, Lin Feng had slain countless souls. Such ruthlessness had long since become second nature. He harbored no sympathy for enemies, yet it was precisely the youth's fluent, unmistakable Huagua speech that spared him from immediate death. I saw nothing. Yes, I'm from Huagua." Upon hearing Lin Feng speak Huagua language, the youth hastened to declare. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he questioned, while simultaneously calculating how best to handle this unexpected witness. "To kill. Or something else." "I'm an artist, I sell thankas, I paint nearby," the youth replied, eyes flickering with fear under Lin Feng's gaze. As if fearing disbelief, he hastily pulled a small card from his pocket. "This is one of my thankas, I'm just a wandering painter." With that he waved the thanka before Lin Feng's eyes. Thanka. Lin Feng had never held one, but he knew well enough what it was. Thankas were traditional artworks native to the Tibetan region, sacred scroll paintings depicting specific bodhisattvas meant to bestow blessings and protection. They belonged to Tibetan Buddhism, a tradition also widely embraced in Renyao Nation, having spread there via the Elephant Kingdom. Ding. Thanka detected, upgrade available granting unique effects. At that instant a system chime resonated within Lin Feng's mind. The system could detect this thanka, and even upgrade it. What did that mean? Lin Feng frowned, perplexed. How much for this thanka? His earlier deliberations over the youth's fate vanished, his sole focus now fixed on the thanka before him. Its surface bore the image of a bodhisattva whose name escaped Lin Feng entirely. The youth instinctively recoiled. "No price, take it if you wish." Clearly he trembled before Lin Feng. "Do I truly look that menacing?" Lin Feng mused inwardly, though his purpose remained singular, securing that thanka. Without another word, Lin Feng took the thanka from the youth's trembling hand. It was printed on ordinary cardboard, yet the image itself was unmistakably hand-painted. Indeed, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Ding. Thanka detected, upgrade available granting unique effects. The system's prompt chimed once more. Upgrade thanka. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the command. Ding. Upgrade successful. This thanka has been elevated to a basic comprehensive variant. When torn open, it enhances the user's strength and speed by 30%, for 1 minute. Damn, this is incredible. And it's only the basic tier. Lin Feng had never imagined his thanka could be transformed by the system into a functional artifact card. A 30% surge in strength and speed, for 60 seconds, was nothing short of life-saving. In the apocalypse, even a 10% edge could mean survival. This was undeniably extraordinary, so extraordinary that Lin Feng's gaze toward the youth shifted entirely, now alight with newfound reverence. Come, rise up. What's your name? Lin Feng hurried forward, helping the youth to his feet, while discreetly storing the thanka within his spatial storage. Ding! One basic comprehensive thanka acquired, amplification factor 10,000-fold. Instantly the single thanka multiplied into 10,000 copies. Lin Feng then quietly retrieved the original thanka. My name is Lu Tianxi, the youth murmured, visibly tense before Lin Feng. Well, let me put it plainly, I'm no villain. I simply took a wrong turn just now. Do you believe me? Lin Feng offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Whoever could craft a thanka imbued with such potent enhancement was Lin Feng's personal patron saint, or at the very least an irreplaceable logistical asset. Such a person deserved reverence, not suspicion. Wrong turn. But that door. Lu Tianxi swallowed hard, his eyes darting toward the gaping doorless entrance of the firearms shop behind Lin Feng, the security door already stowed away in Lin Feng's spatial storage. Door. There's no door, surely you misremembered. Lin Feng laughed heartily as he guided Lu Tianxi toward the exit. In moments they emerged onto the street. You have no place to stay, do you? Come, my hotel awaits. Consider it payment for your thanka. By the lamplight Lin Feng noticed the youth's threadbare clothes. But, Lu Tianxi blinked, stunned by Lin Feng's sudden shift in demeanor. Lin Feng quickly added, no buts, we're both from Huagua. I'm traveling here, got lost looking for food. Truly. The explanation was casual, but Lin Feng could not afford to let Lu Tianxi slip away. To his eyes the youth wasn't merely a man, he was a walking reservoir of buff-bearing thankas. Back to your hotel. You wouldn't possibly. Lu Tianxi instinctively stepped back, disbelief flooding his expression. What on earth are you imagining? Lin Feng instantly read his thoughts. I'm fascinated by your thankas, not by you. Judging by your circumstances in Renyao Nation, things haven't gone well for you, have they? If you wish to change your fate, join me. At the very least I'll ensure you never hunger or thirst, and grant you whatever you seek. I'm returning to my hotel now. Follow me, if you choose to. Otherwise continue selling thankas on these streets. That was all. Lin Feng turned and strode toward the hotel. After 3 paces a subtle smile curved his lips, because through his mutant senses he felt Lu Tianxi already trailing behind him. Sir, is this the hotel where you're staying? Lu Tianxi asked in astonishment as Lin Feng led him to the villa hotel, clearly unprepared for such opulent accommodations. Would I lie to you? Heh. With that Lin Feng swiped his keycard and unlocked the villa's grand entrance. Moments later both stepped into the lavish living room on the ground floor. Lu Tianxi instinctively clicked his tongue, eyes wide as he took in the sumptuous interior, calculating perhaps how much a single night here might cost. Stop gawking, tell me instead, how did you end up adrift in this land of human and Yao? Lin Feng retrieved 2 chilled bottles of water from the minibar and settled onto the sofa. Thank you. Lu Tianxi accepted the bottle, unscrewed the cap and drank deeply before recounting his journey to this foreign shore. I was originally a country boy from Jiangnan province. My family consisted only of my younger sister, who's now in university. No one else remained. I'd seen countless vloggers overseas earning fortunes through live streaming, so I decided to try my luck abroad. But within 2 days of arriving all my hard-earned savings, spent on professional gear, were stolen. With no choice left I began selling thankas here while scraping together enough for my return fare. Seated on the sofa Lu Tianxi gave a concise account of his origins. Lin Feng nodded slowly, understanding now a provincial youth lured by distant dreams had ventured alone into an alien world. He'd soon learned the moon abroad wasn't rounder, only colder. His equipment vanished upon arrival. Fortunately Lu Tianxi possessed innate artistic talent, though locals showed little interest in paintings they recognized thankas, and valued them. Thus he sold each thanka to foreigners for 200 yuan. How long does it take you to complete one? Lin Feng's primary concern wasn't aesthetics, it was efficiency. Each effective thanka could become for him a unique augmentation card worth tens of thousands. Well, pigments are expensive, I manage about 1 thanka every 3 days, Lu Tianxi replied, scratching his head. 1 every 3 days, no wonder he looked so worn down. That pace yielded barely 2,000 yuan per month. Even with lower living costs in this land of human and Yao, saving enough for a return flight, after food and lodging, would still take at least 2 months. Where does your sister study? Lin Feng asked after a pause. With no parents or family left, she was clearly his sole kin. Lu Tianxi, in Modu, she's in her second year. Lin Feng nodded. From now on work for me 2,000 yuan per thanka. And I'll cover all her tuition and fees. What do you say? Lin Feng offered the promise lightly, though it was for now little more than an empty pledge. The apocalypse would arrive in 4 days. His proposal was designed solely to secure Lu Tianxi's loyalty and immediate cooperation. Yet Lin Feng was no deceiver. Whatever promises he'd made would be honored, not in their original form but adapted meaningfully once the cataclysm unfolded. As for his sister, that depended entirely on fate. If she survived the apocalypse's brutal opening hours, reunion might yet be possible. That however assumed Lin Feng succeeded in bringing Lu Tianxi home first. Otherwise the young man stood a grim chance of dying far from home, perhaps even before the fourth dawn. Sir, you truly mean to pay my sister's tuition? But, 200 yuan per thanka is already generous. Lu Tianxi had no inkling of his thanka's true purpose, nor of their latent power. To him 200 yuan was already a princely sum. If I provided all materials, and ideal conditions, how many could you produce in a month? Lin Feng didn't answer directly, instead he posed a counter-question. Lu Tianxi answered honestly, 1 to 3 per day, maybe faster once I've mastered the rhythm. Lin Feng nodded, acceptable. For an ordinary man 1 to 3 thankas daily was no small feat. Once transformed into a variant his speed would multiply dramatically. But transformation required time, and adaptation. First however there was something Lin Feng needed to do now. In the next instant he drew a loyalty chip from his spatial storage. This is a high-tech implant. Press it against your temple, once activated your loyalty to me becomes absolute. In turn I swear to uphold my word, to protect you and your sister without exception. No matter what unfolds I will safeguard your life to the best of my ability. Refuse, and consider this conversation never happened. With that Lin Feng placed the chip upon the sofa before him. Then he withdrew to his room to book an early morning flight. Ding! Loyalty chip successfully deployed. A system chime sounded just as he searched for flights. Evidently Lu Tianxi had chosen. Lin Feng's brows lifted slightly. At dawn the next day after breakfast delivered by the hotel they departed for the airport. In just one night Lin Feng had acquired millions of firearms, and secured Lu Tianxi a rare artisan capable of producing potent thankas. This expedition to the land of human and Yao had borne rich fruit. Had his pre-ordered shipments not been due shortly he might have raided local supermarkets as well. Time however was scarce, and Lin Feng intended to maximize every moment. This was Lu Tianxi's first time flying first class. Staying in villas. Flying first class. Such luxuries were utterly alien to this country boy, yet now he knew beyond doubt following Lin Feng was the wisest choice he'd ever make. 3 hours later Lin Feng touched down once more in Huagua. Upon exiting the terminal he didn't head straight home, but hailed a taxi bound for Swan Bay Hotel nestled along the coast. There Lin Feng reserved a standalone villa. Its seaside location made it pricier even than the villa abroad, 8,000 yuan per night. To Lin Feng the cost was negligible. He'd chosen it deliberately. Swan Bay would serve as his stronghold when the apocalypse broke. The villa sat between sea and mountain, a strategic advantage in the coming chaos. 3 stories tall, 5 bedrooms, ample space for his current needs. After settling Lu Tianxi, Lin Feng returned to his rented apartment. First he descended to the neighborhood courier station, eager to see how many of his packages had arrived. When he saw the towering pile of parcels outside the station his mouth fell open in disbelief. When Lin Feng arrived at the delivery station he was utterly astonished. He saw several enormous canopies erected in front of the station. Beneath those canopies were piles of packages resembling small mountains. Surely all these can't be my parcels. Lin Feng grimaced at the sight of the numerous deliveries. Moments later he learned from the station owner that indeed these were all his packages. The owner was smiling as he spoke. It was evident that he had earned a considerable commission from the shipping of these packages. Lin Feng wanted to gather all these deliveries into his storage space at once. However, there were the station owner and several delivery workers unloading the goods on site. With no other choice Lin Feng had to go to a nearby intersection to find 4 laborers. After the laborers arrived Lin Feng instructed them on what needed to be done. He then returned to his rented room. Soon after he was at the door directing the laborers to place the packages inside. As the laborers continuously brought in packages Lin Feng unwrapped them one by one, storing the items into his storage space. After all, with 4 laborers they took turns, and even if there were fewer packages they wouldn't ask too many questions. Ding! Acquired 10 barbecue grills increase by 10000 times. Ding. Acquired 10 generators increase by 10000 times. Ding. Acquired 20 pounds of Longjing tea leaves increase by 10000 times. Ding. Acquired. As Lin Feng kept unwrapping packages, various items were stored into his storage space. It could be said that all these items would be useful in the future. Perhaps some were bought in excess, but who could predict what might happen in the apocalypse? Rather than risking danger to search later, it was better to buy more now. Thus Lin Feng spent the entire morning collecting deliveries. Ding. Storage space has exceeded 1000 items, reward granted. Just as Lin Feng was deeply focused on unwrapping packages, a notification sounded in his mind. Another reward. Fantastic. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng felt a rush of joy. After all, the previous 2 rewards were tremendously important to him. Now that he received another reward, how could Lin Feng not be happy? Reward granted: Divine Level Cultivation Technique, 9 turns Golden Body Art. In the next moment Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head and a flood of information rushed into his mind. 9 turns Golden Body Art. Lin Feng discovered that a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Besides the internal cultivation method, there were also weapon and alchemy sections. Looking at the opening of the technique, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This seems a bit challenging. Fortunately, the technique included illustrations alongside the text. At that moment Lin Feng disregarded unwrapping packages and directly began his cultivation. The technique was somewhat complicated, and as he started he was soon drenched in sweat, lamenting the difficulty. This was merely the first chapter and there were still 8 chapters to go. Fortunately, Lin Feng's innate talent was decent, and after a short while of cultivation the pain became less unbearable. While cultivating he sensed a warm current within his body. Moreover, this warm current was very obedient, allowing Lin Feng to manipulate it freely. The first chapter of the 9 turns Golden Body Art required that warm current to connect all 108 acupoints in his body. Each time an acupoint was connected, Lin Feng felt his body relax a bit and his strength increased. After connecting more than 20 acupoints, his strength doubled. With this conclusion, Lin Feng became even more diligent. Although connecting acupoints wasn't an easy task and required repeated collisions, each impact was quite painful, sometimes causing Lin Feng to break out in a sweat. However, the enhancements after connecting the acupoints were evident. 30, 40, 50. The main acupoints in Lin Feng's body were being connected one by one, and at the same time the warm current grew stronger. 106, 107, 108. Success. When the last acupoint was connected, Lin Feng shouted with excitement. In the next moment his body trembled violently. The warm current, which was once thin, suddenly thickened, transforming from a small stream into a mighty river. Lin Feng's entire body was enveloped in the warm current and he felt incredibly comfortable. Moreover, he discovered that his strength and speed had increased several times compared to before. Second-tier mutant. Lin Feng could clearly perceive that he had now transformed into a second-tier mutant. This feeling was all too familiar from his previous life. Having only cultivated for a short while, he had become a second-tier mutant, a miraculous transformation indeed. After all, in the apocalypse second-tier mutants were highly respected. After all, second-tier mutants were considered masters among masters. At this time all packages had been delivered and Lin Feng settled the payment for the 4 laborers. In the next moment he placed all the items into his storage space. Thus Lin Feng turned his attention to the weapons section of the 9 turns Golden Body Art. Compared to the technique, the weapons section was more varied, detailing the usage techniques of different weapons. What weapons were the most convenient in the apocalypse? Besides bows and crossbows, the knife was of course the universally acknowledged choice in the apocalypse. After all, knives have thick blades providing great attack power upon striking. Moreover, knives are not easily damaged and are easy to maintain. It seems I should get a good knife. With this thought, Lin Feng stepped out of his rented room. After searching on his phone, he pinpointed a fine sword shop. He promptly hailed a cab and headed toward his destination. 20 minutes later Lin Feng arrived at Yongquan Boutique. Upon entering the door he was captivated by the decor inside. It featured an ancient style with antique furniture and display stands, making it evident that the shop had great taste. A middle-aged man attended to Lin Feng. According to Lin Feng's thoughts, custom orders were certainly not possible now, he could only buy what's available. Thus the middle-aged man brought Lin Feng several knives. Lin Feng had already purchased ordinary knives from a hardware store and now he was looking for quality. In the end Lin Feng settled on 3 knives said to be passed down from the owner's previous generation. The 3 tang knives varied in length but all were made of good materials. Lin Feng spent 500,000 to buy these 3 knives. Although the price tags were steep, there was a reason for their cost. Having experienced 5 years of the apocalypse, Lin Feng certainly knew what constituted a good knife. Quality mattered more than quantity, and he placed the 3 knives into his storage space. Ding! Acquired 3 battle knives increased by 10000 times. As the knives entered the storage space, they instantly transformed into 10,000 times. After leaving the boutique, Lin Feng took out his phone to call a cab. However, the next moment he noticed a news alert. Upon opening the news, Lin Feng's heart jolted at the contents. Lin Feng, who originally planned to hail a taxi, felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing a news alert pop up on his phone. Special report: a mysterious bird has appeared in Binhai City and has attacked 3 households. Citizens are advised to be cautious when going out. The headline wasn't particularly captivating, it merely reported the appearance of a bird that had attacked humans. Although it was a minor news piece, what shocked Lin Feng was the close-up photo of the bird. It was an orange bird approximately 50 centimeters in size, and its species was difficult to determine. However, what truly amazed Lin Feng was that there were 2 golden feathers on the bird's wings. Crimson Flame Phoenix. Lin Feng instantly recognized the bird, almost gasping in surprise. Its body was orange-yellow with only 2 golden stripes on its wings. This was undoubtedly the Crimson Flame Phoenix. He had seen it once in his past life during the apocalypse. Such a creature was a rare beast. According to the nickname given by people, it could be considered a divine beast. If he remembered correctly, the owner of this Crimson Flame Phoenix in his past life was a level 7 mutated individual. With the help of this mutated phoenix, its owner even dared to confront level 9 mutated beings. One can only imagine how powerful the Crimson Flame Phoenix is. However, he never expected that the Crimson Flame Phoenix would be discovered in Binhai City. If that's the case, it must be fate for us to meet. I didn't find you in my last life, so let me be your master in this life. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he looked at the image of the Crimson Flame Phoenix on his phone. He hailed a taxi but didn't return directly to his rental apartment. Instead, he had the driver take him to a market for flowers, birds and fish. At a fish stall, Lin Feng purchased 10 pounds of crystals to line the bottom of a fish tank. After that, he took a taxi back to his rental apartment. In the next moment, he stored the crystals in his storage space. Ding! Stored 10 pounds of crystals increased by 10000 times. Soon 100,000 pounds of crystals appeared in his storage space. Then Lin Feng went to the top floor and climbed up to the rooftop. Gradually taking out the crystals from his storage space, Lin Feng spread them across the rooftop. 50 tons of crystals could easily cover the entire rooftop of the building. The reason for doing this was to attract the Crimson Flame Phoenix. From his limited understanding in his last life, mutated beasts like the Crimson Flame Phoenix were very curious about shiny objects. Lin Feng had no idea where it was now, so he could only wait patiently. With nothing else to do, he hid in a corner of the rooftop, familiarizing himself with the warm current within him, which the system referred to as spiritual energy. Nowadays, Lin Feng could summon his spiritual energy at any time if this powerful energy was as obedient as a child, following his commands wherever he directed it. Half an hour passed and there was no sign of movement. An hour went by and it was still the same. Lin Feng began to feel a bit discouraged. Just as Lin Feng was considering whether to wait longer, he heard a series of calls from the sky. It was coming. Lin Feng's heart stirred and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, an orange bird was rapidly flying over, and the next moment it landed on the rooftop. Subsequently, the bird picked up a crystal and began to examine it carefully. The bird was over 50 centimeters in size, and it indeed had 2 golden feathers on its wings. It was truly the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Lin Feng's spirits soared and he stood up at once. The Crimson Flame Phoenix was attracted to the crystals on the rooftop but remained vigilant. When Lin Feng stepped out, it quickly turned to look at him. At this moment, a loyalty chip appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Aiming at the Crimson Flame Phoenix, he pressed the launch button. Sorry, usage failed. The host cannot use it on a creature that has no affection for you. Quickly, the system's message came through. Damn it. At that moment, Lin Feng almost wanted to curse. He originally thought to take the opportunity to give the Crimson Flame Phoenix a loyalty chip to make it submit to him. However, he never expected that the system had such a rule. The Crimson Flame Phoenix did not flee but let out a roar towards Lin Feng, seemingly trying to drive him away. So bold at such a young age, how strong will it become after mutation? Seeing the Crimson Flame Phoenix roar at him, Lin Feng was not angry, instead he felt excited. But ultimately it was still just a bird. The next moment Lin Feng took out a roast chicken from his storage space. The roast chicken was bought from the supermarket and time within the storage space was frozen, so the chicken he took out was still warm. Without a second thought, Lin Feng directly threw the roast chicken in front of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Instinctively the Crimson Flame Phoenix tried to dodge. However, it had already caught a whiff of the roast chicken's aroma. It was unclear what the Crimson Flame Phoenix had eaten before, but it was evident that it was very interested in the roast chicken. Ultimately it could not resist the temptation of the delicious aroma and started eating the roast chicken. Although its size was not very large, the Crimson Flame Phoenix's appetite was indeed astonishing. In just a few bites it devoured the roast chicken, leaving no bones behind. After finishing the roast chicken, the Crimson Flame Phoenix looked at Lin Feng. The coldness in its gaze had dissipated somewhat, and it even held a hint of anticipation. What is one roast chicken? Lin Feng was not worried it would turn its nose up at him. In an instant he produced another roast chicken and tossed it towards the Crimson Flame Phoenix. At that moment the Crimson Flame Phoenix did not hesitate and began to eat it directly. Thus Lin Feng fed the Crimson Flame Phoenix 5 roast chickens in a row. It seemed that it could eat no more. Lin Feng then took out the loyalty chip again and pressed the button towards the Crimson Flame Phoenix. A chip the size of a peanut shot out and directly entered the body of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Ding! Loyalty chip used successfully. With the system's prompt, Lin Feng knew this time it had succeeded. The chip struck the Crimson Flame Phoenix and it seemed to feel no pain. However, the next moment its gaze towards Lin Feng had transformed into a submissive one. Lin Feng had thus tamed a divine beast, a powerful beast in the apocalypse. You are my bird now, so I shall call you Little Huang, Lin Feng said with a smile as he approached the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Crimson Flame Phoenix was left speechless. It seemed that it was not fond of this name. Don't be reluctant, Little Huang is a simple name that's easy to take care of. Come on, let's go home together, Lin Feng said with a smile, having patted the head of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. The Crimson Flame Phoenix, understanding its master's wishes, complied despite its reluctance. From now on shall I call you Xiaofeng? It's just right since my name is Lin Feng too, Lin Feng asked with a smile, looking at the blazing phoenix in front of him. The blazing phoenix shook its head and let out a soft cry. Lin Feng said, not willing. Then I'll just call you Chen Ergo. The blazing phoenix responded with silence. Alright Xiaofeng, drink this. Saying this, Lin Feng took out a bottle of basic enhancement potion from his storage space. He wanted to see what Xiaofeng would be like after taking the enhancement potion. He casually opened the bottle cap. Xiaofeng looked at the bottle in Lin Feng's hand, then gently picked it up with its beak. With a quick tilt of its head, the potion entered its body. In the next moment something surprising happened to Lin Feng. After consuming the enhancement potion, Xiaofeng's body began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Moreover, it appeared to be in some discomfort. Just like that, Xiaofeng's length increased from the original 50 centimeters to gradually reach 1 meter, after which it stopped growing. Whoa! At that moment Xiaofeng let out a loud cry, causing Lin Feng to feel the ground shake beneath his feet. It had become a first-level mutated beast. Lin Feng could clearly see that Xiaofeng had transformed into a first-level mutated beast. Having survived in the apocalypse for 5 years, he would not mistake it. This is amazing, Lin Feng thought to himself. Can you spit fireballs? Attack that wooden board, Lin Feng commanded Xiaofeng while picking up a piece of wood from the side. In his previous life the blazing phoenix could spit fire. Now Lin Feng wanted to see. The phoenix tilted its head back slightly, and with that a fireball the size of a fist flew out from its mouth. The fireball struck the wooden board beside Lin Feng, igniting a flame. Indeed, it could breathe fire. Excellent. At that moment Lin Feng took out a fire extinguisher from his storage space and sprayed it at the fireball. However, the next moment brought him shock. Even after spraying the wooden board several times with the fire extinguisher, the fire on it did not extinguish. What the heck, it's so powerful. Lin Feng looked at the fire extinguisher in his hand. It was a water-based extinguisher capable of putting out normal fires. Yet the current situation proved that the fire extinguisher was ineffective. Could it be 3 genuine articles? A thought popped into Lin Feng's mind. Ultimately he had no choice but to wait for the wooden board to burn itself out. Can you shrink? Lin Feng turned to Xiaofeng and asked. It was certainly a good thing that Xiaofeng could transform into a first-level mutated beast. However, if it appeared in such a form outside, it would surely cause panic among people. Xiaofeng understood Lin Feng's meaning, and in the next moment its body slowly shrank. Eventually it became just over 10 centimeters in size and then flew onto Lin Feng's shoulder. This is quite nice. With this it would be much more convenient to carry Xiaofeng. Lin Feng brought Xiaofeng down from the upper floor and instructed it to hide in his jacket pocket. Afterward he hailed a taxi and told the driver an address. Half an hour later Lin Feng arrived in the outskirts. Before him lay a desolate area overgrown with weeds and nearly devoid of people. Walking in one direction Lin Feng reached his destination after 3 minutes. Before him stood a tall city wall. This section of the wall was approximately 50 meters long and over 5 meters thick. If anyone else were present they would surely recognize it as part of the Great Wall. In the next moment Lin Feng stored this section of the wall into his storage space. This was indeed a segment of the Great Wall, though much of it had been destroyed over the years. Currently only this 50-meter section of the wall remained in Binhai City. Being in the outskirts it rarely attracted visitors, so even if this wall disappeared it would not draw attention. Ding! Collecting the 50 meters of the wall will result in a 100,000-fold increase. With the system's notification sound Lin Feng also noted the wall within his storage space. 50 meters with a 100,000-fold increase meant a length of 500 kilometers. If he wanted to create a base it could easily be made into a size of over 100 kilometers square. That would be 10,000 square kilometers if perhaps the entire Binhai city wasn't even that large. However, for now Lin Feng did not plan to build such a large base, but keeping the wall for future use gave him peace of mind. With Xiaofeng Lin Feng found the rental car he had used to arrive. Instead of heading directly back to Swan Bay Hotel he instructed the driver to head towards Binhai University. Half an hour later Lin Feng appeared on a street at the entrance of Binhai University. Various shops lined the street, all catering to students. He entered an art supply store selecting a large number of pens, paints and a considerable amount of paper. All these items were for Lu Tianxi. After purchasing the items Lin Feng took advantage of the lack of attention around him and stored everything into his storage space. He had now grown accustomed to the system's 10,000-fold increase. He truly felt it was a pity not to store any items inside. Returning to the hotel Lin Feng arrived at the villa he had rented. At this moment Lu Tianxi was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching a TV drama on his phone. "Brother Feng, you're back." Seeing Lin Feng return Lu Tianxi put down his phone and said, "Drink this." Lin Feng walked up to Lu Tianxi and placed a bottle of basic enhancement potion on the coffee table. Lu Tianxi looked at the potion in front of him, didn't ask anything and directly opened the bottle to drink it. Seeing Lu Tianxi's actions Lin Feng nodded secretly. It seemed that Lu Tianxi was wholeheartedly following him. After drinking the enhancement potion Lu Tianxi's face showed a hint of pain. However, after more than 10 seconds he returned to normal. Feeling the changes in his body Lu Tianxi was astonished. He could clearly sense the changes within himself, and not only had his strength increased several times, but if he were to run 100 meters now he could probably do it in just 3 or 4 seconds. Thud. Lu Tianxi knelt down before Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, I swear to be loyal to you for life." At that moment tears of gratitude streamed down Lu Tianxi's face. Knowing his body could change so dramatically he understood the preciousness of that potion. Though he was somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Feng possessed such a potion. But Lu Tianxi knew that there were questions that should not be asked. However, being a grateful person he had already fully submitted to the young man before him. "Get up, get up." Lin Feng helped Lu Tianxi to his feet. It was quite gratifying for him to see Lu Tianxi take such actions. Even though there was a loyalty chip, Lin Feng still hoped for genuine loyalty from others. "By the way, I prepared some materials for you, take a look and see if it's enough." "This is telekinesis." Lu Tianxi's mouth gaped wide as he stared at the bag that had suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It seemed utterly miraculous. Just moments earlier Lin Feng's hands had been completely empty, yet now a bag materialized out of thin air. Even someone like Huan Nuo would surely be stunned. "There will be far more astonishing things to come, no need to gape so wildly," Lin Feng said with a gentle smile, observing Lu Tianxi's astonishment. He had performed the feat deliberately, to help Lu Tianxi acclimate. After all, the apocalypse was imminent, even greater marvels lay ahead. Knowing precisely what to ask, and what to leave unspoken, Lu Tianxi accepted the bag and withdrew paper, brushes and pigments from within. "Excellent. With these I can complete a sketch in a day, or perhaps even less." As he pulled each item out he spoke aloud. "Then it's in your hands. I'll step out for a while." Having entrusted Lu Tianxi, Lin Feng turned and departed. "Xiao Feng, stay and guard the house, I'll be back shortly." Lin Feng lifted the tiny creature from his pocket and instructed it. Squeak. 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 The 10-centimeter Xiao Feng flapped its wings in protest, eager to accompany Lin Feng. Be good, I'll bring you something delicious when I return. Lin Feng murmured, stroking Xiao Feng's head with a fingertip. The creature clearly understood, its expression softened into a pitiful obedient nod. After leaving Swan Bay, Lin Feng hailed a taxi bound directly for the city's wholesale medicinal herb market. While cultivating the ninefold golden body art, he had already noted its alchemical section. The first layer alone elevated Lin Feng to the strength of a level 2 mutant. Moreover, its weapon cultivation chapter had refined his swordsmanship to extraordinary precision. It far surpassed the crude self-taught blade techniques he'd struggled to master in his previous life. If his swordsmanship had improved so dramatically, the alchemical chapter was undoubtedly profound. Upon entering the herb market, Lin Feng began selecting ingredients. Claims of millennium-old ginseng or tenthasandierlingji were pure fantasy. Such things simply did not exist in reality. Still, certain herbs demanded exceptional quality century-old ginseng, fodi root and others, each costing several 100,000 yuan. Though expensive, the sum posed no obstacle for Lin Feng. He completed an extensive procurement, spending nearly 3 million yuan, until every required herb was secured. Once all herbs were placed inside his spatial storage, each underwent a 10,000-fold amplification. Additionally, Lin Feng purchased an antique bronze alchemical cauldron for 50,000 yuan. The cauldron, forged entirely of copper, bore the quiet dignity of age. Like everything else placed within his spatial storage, it too multiplied into 10,000 identical replicas. Back at the villa, Lin Feng selected a room on the second floor, then retrieved both the alchemical cauldron and the prepared ingredients. Following the instructions in the ninefold golden body art's alchemical chapter, he commenced his first pill refinement. He carefully arranged the herbs within the cauldron, sealed the lid and pressed his palm against its side. Then with deliberate slowness he channeled spiritual energy from his body into the vessel, ceasing only when the cauldron could absorb no more. Xiao Feng, add some flame. Glancing sideways, Lin Feng instructed the small creature hovering beside him. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng launched a blazing fireball straight into the furnace. Success. Lin Feng rose and brushed his palms together. Essentially, the process hinged upon two vital elements: his own spiritual energy, and Xiao Feng's innate fire. According to the alchemical chapter, this batch required precisely 2 hours of refinement, a modest duration considering that brewing even a simple herbal decoction often took just as long, or longer. While awaiting completion, Lin Feng switched on the television and tuned to the Binhai City Broadcasting Station. According to our sources, the suspect in the luxury auto gala theft remains at large. All surveillance footage vanished under inexplicable circumstances, leaving no trace of the perpetrator. Sun Hao, owner of the luxury auto gala, has announced a reward of 100,000 yuan for information leading to the suspect's capture. A poised female reporter delivered the news on screen. Behind her stood the very showroom Lin Feng had emptied clean. Lin Feng scoffed at the report. Sun Hao had suffered a staggering loss. Hundreds of millions of yuan worth of vehicles now resided safely within Lin Feng's spatial storage. Sun Hao himself could hardly imagine that, even had his showroom remained untouched, the apocalypse would arrive in precisely 3 days' time, rendering those luxury vehicles mere relics of a bygone world. He flipped to another channel and watched a film. 2 hours passed, and then came the sharp crackling sound echoing from within the cauldron. Time's up. Lin Feng rose from the bed and stepped instantly to the cauldron's side. He fetched a cup and inverted it over the flame. Xiao Feng's fireballs were notoriously difficult to extinguish, yet fire, however potent, still required oxygen. By sealing off its air supply, Lin Feng succeeded in snuffing it out completely. Next, Lin Feng draped a towel over his hand and cautiously lifted the cauldron's lid. At its center rested 12 dark brown pills. Failure. Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment as he gazed at the unassuming pills. Legends always described elixirs as radiant golden orbs, so why this dull hue? Why this color? Ding. Solidifying chi pill successfully refined, rank mortal tier lower grade. Effect fully restores the cultivator's spiritual energy. The system's notification arrived swiftly. Success, and a mortal tier lower grade pill. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Per the alchemical chapter, pills were ranked across 3 great tiers: heavenly, earthly and mortal, with each tier further divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Thus the solidifying chi pill occupied the lowest possible rank. Yet its effect was extraordinary: full restoration of spiritual energy, truly a supreme healing elixir. Imagine Lin Feng battling zombies or mutated beasts in the wild. When his spiritual energy ran dry, a single pill would mean the difference between life and death. If unrestricted, wouldn't this render his reserves effectively inexhaustible? Lin Feng placed all 12 solidifying chi pills into his spatial storage, where they instantly multiplied into 120,000. With such a stockpile he could sustain his vitality indefinitely. Ding! The host has successfully refined his first batch of pills, reward granted. The system's chime sounded the moment the pills entered spatial storage. A reward, unexpected and welcome. Lin Feng froze for a breath, then broke into a radiant smile. Clearly the system was about to bestow yet another extraordinary boon. A chime resounded in his mind: divine-level driving proficiency acquired, mastery over automobiles, vessels, aircraft and any vehicle operable via manual control. Almost instantly the system responded. Divine-level driving proficiency. Lin Feng felt a torrent of inexplicable knowledge flood his consciousness. Beyond automotive expertise, he now possessed flawless command of forklifts, bulldozers, tower cranes and other specialized heavy machinery. Moreover, his mastery extended to ocean-going ships, fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters. How splendid, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Does this not render me utterly versatile? Though it conferred no direct enhancement to his physical capabilities, such comprehensive driving expertise would prove invaluable in countless situations, especially in the coming apocalypse where Lin Feng's automotive skill had already ascended to divine mastery. With it he could effortlessly evade peril. Even piloting aircraft had been imparted to him by the system. A pang of regret flickered within him, regret for not seizing several aircraft during his time in the human beast nation. Yet now that he had returned, little could be done, but aircraft were far from impossible. Once the apocalypse unfolded, acquiring one might well become feasible. He found this reward deeply satisfying. Noting that dawn still lingered, Lin Feng decided to venture out once more. Only 3 days remained before the apocalypse's onset. Within this narrow window he intended to gather as many resources as possible. Though he had already amassed billions of units of essential supplies, no one could predict when the apocalypse might end. Precisely because his storage space amplified capacity 10,000-fold, he needed to stockpile exponentially more. Descending to the first floor, he saw Lu Tianxi intently painting a thanka. Lin Feng did not disturb him, stepping silently out of the villa instead, and following the main road toward the entrance of Swan Bay Hotel. Halfway there he noticed a BMW parked near the gate of a nearby villa. The car itself held little significance, yet the figure standing beside it made Lin Feng's brow tighten imperceptibly. 2 people stood at the villa's entrance, a man and a woman. The woman was Zhang Jing, his former girlfriend. At that very moment she spotted him too. "What are you doing here? Do you even belong in a place like this?" she shouted from afar, her voice sharp with disdain. "Are you stalking me? Let me make this clear, I'm here with my boyfriend Yang Kai on vacation. This is Swan Bay, not some place a mere blue-collar worker like you should dare set foot in." Zhang Jing immediately looped her arm through Yang Kai's, launching into a scathing tirade. "I believe you've mistaken something, I'm staying here. As for stalking you, I haven't the time or inclination." Taking a few measured steps forward, Lin Feng spoke calmly. His heart had long since steeled itself against Zhang Jing. The moment he'd offered her a ring, only to hear her declare she was already committed to another, he had severed all hope. He ought to have understood her nature then, yet he clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. 5 years of apocalyptic survival taught him how gravely he had erred. Women like her were never meant to be approached, not from the outset. Fortunately it was over. Not a trace of longing remained within him. "Did I mishear you? You're staying here. Do you know how much these villas cost per day? 2 months' salary wouldn't cover it. Are you working security here? Let me warn you, everyone who comes to Swan Bay is either immensely wealthy or profoundly influential. Even as a guard, tread carefully." Her tone dripped with contempt, a calculated performance designed to impress Yang Kai with her dismissive superiority. "My occupation is none of your concern. Still, brother, you do well to remember, should he ever cross paths with someone wealthier than you, proceed with caution." Lin Feng's words hung cool and quiet. "What do you mean, Lin Feng? You're just a lowly security guard, daring to meddle in our affairs. Don't think I won't report you." His remark struck a nerve, provoking Zhang Jing's shrill outcry. Beside her, Yang Kai interjected, "Listen kid, if you're broke, admit it. No need to waste breath on empty posturing." He gestured dismissively toward the nearby BMW 5 Series. "See that? That's my ride. You're just a wage slave, you'll never afford a car like this, not in this lifetime." He stared at Lin Feng with arrogant swagger, until in the next instant the unimaginable occurred. High above the BMW, dozens of meters in the air, a massive boulder materialized without warning. It plummeted downward, crash. A plume of dust billowed upward. When it settled, the BMW lay crushed beneath the stone. This can't be real." Yang Kai shrieked in disbelief as his beloved car vanished beneath rubble. Where did that rock come from? My car. My father begged for a month just to buy it for me. Ruined, utterly ruined, he wailed, clutching the wreckage. You worthless bitch. Why did you drag me here to gawk at the sea? Look what you've done to my car. Sometimes speaking ill invites celestial retribution. Enjoy yourselves, I've pressing matters elsewhere. Lin Feng smiled faintly, watching Yang Kai's despair. That boulder had been hurled by Lin Feng himself. Long after learning his storage space could precisely control object emergence, he'd gathered and stored numerous massive stones. Amplified 10,000-fold, his storage now held over 100,000 such stones. The one that shattered Yang Kai's BMW weighed barely 100 gene, merely a fraction of his arsenal. Only because the apocalypse had not yet begun did Lin Feng spare Yang Kai's life, opting merely to destroy his car. In the true apocalypse, Yang Kai would have perished countless times over. As for Zhang Jing, Lin Feng had delivered quiet retribution. He sensed clearly, this outing had been her idea. Yang Kai would surely berate her fiercely afterward. Imagining that scene, Lin Feng's lips curved upward, though he also owed her a debt of gratitude. First, her rejection of his ring provided the seed capital he needed. Though not a gift from her, it catalyzed his rapid accumulation of wealth. Second, had he remained entangled with Zhang Jing, she might well have betrayed him in the apocalypse, aligning herself with others behind his back. Such a fate would have been unbearably humiliating. Yet Lin Feng saw plainly Zhang Jing possessed neither depth nor discernment, choosing a BMW driver then weeping over its ruin. She seemed vaguely aware, even if unwilling to admit, that true heirs of fortune would never look upon her with interest. But none of this mattered anymore. The past was irrevocably closed. Lin Feng no longer spared her a thought. Shaking his head lightly, he reached Swan Bay Hotel's entrance, hailed a taxi and named his destination to the driver. Arriving at the wholesale market for tobacco and alcohol in Binhai City, Lin Feng proceeded to make a large-scale purchase. Beer, white liquor, red wine. Whatever Lin Feng deemed worthy, he bought it all. Among these, the most numerous were the white liquors. In comparison, white liquor could be consumed and also used for disinfection. In the last life during the apocalypse, the price of white liquor was essentially astronomical. The same went for cigarettes. As long as they were of acceptable quality, Lin Feng would acquire them. Although he himself smoked very little, tobacco and alcohol were hard currencies in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, it was a luxury for people to have enough to eat who would still have money to smoke and drink. After calculating, Lin Feng had purchased over 10,000 boxes of various liquors and more than 2,000 cartons of cigarettes. Just for these two items he spent nearly 2 million. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had quite a bit of money left, and this amount was not a substantial sum for him. After the enhancement of his storage space, these tobacco and alcohol had undergone a 10,000-fold increase. Exiting the tobacco and alcohol mall, Lin Feng pondered where to go next. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. It was a school called Renjia Martial Arts School across the street that caught his attention. From the outside, Renjia Martial Arts School did not seem large, only about the size of a typical large kindergarten. Through the school's fence he could see a young man in his 20s training a group of over 100 youths. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng walked directly towards Renjia Martial Arts School. There was no one guarding the lobby on the first floor, so Lin Feng found a chair and sat down. After more than 10 minutes, the youths who had been training outside gradually returned. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they all turned their heads. "Sir, who are you looking for?" At that moment the young man walked into the lobby. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he was momentarily taken aback, then politely asked. Lin Feng replied, "I would like to speak with the person in charge here." After sizing up the young man, Lin Feng felt he exuded a sense of righteousness. "I am the person in charge. My name is Li Sun. What can I do for you, sir?" Seeing Lin Feng scrutinizing him, Li Sun was not angry but instead responded with a question. "In that case, that's wonderful. I would like to discuss the matters of the martial arts school with you. Lin Feng came here with a purpose, not just for idle chit-chat." "Oh, I see. Please follow me to the office, sir." Nodding, Li Sun likely mistook Lin Feng for a parent inquiring about the school. In the office on the second floor of Renjia Martial Arts School. "What? You want to acquire my martial arts school?" Li Sun looked at Lin Feng sitting across from him and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. "Yes, I want to. I believe you will be satisfied with my offer." Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng said with a smile. "Sir, you must understand that my purpose for this place is not profit. Every one of my students is a left-behind child with their parents working in distant places. The reason I take them in is that I want them to possess their own skills. This way they can avoid being bullied when they enter society in the future. Lin Feng spoke passionately, clearly wanting Lin Feng to understand what he was doing. This time Lin Feng did not engage in pleasantries. In an instant he took out a loyalty chip from his storage space. Then aiming it at Lin Feng pressed the launch button. Since Lin Feng was about the same age as Lin Feng, coupled with his desire to acquire the martial arts school, perhaps Lin Feng had a favorable impression of him. Regarding this point, Lin Feng was also trying to see if he could succeed. The loyalty chip was injected into Lin Feng's body, causing him to shudder slightly, then his previously cautious expression gradually returned to normal. "Boss, do you really want to acquire my martial arts school?" The main effect of the loyalty chip was to ensure that the recipient would be eternally loyal to Lin Feng and would not betray him, but it could not change a person's character. At this moment Lin Feng regarded Lin Feng as his boss, but he still acted according to his own style. "First drink this." With that, Lin Feng took out a basic enhancement potion from his storage space and handed it to Lin Feng. Without hesitation Lin Feng raised his head and drank the potion. This is the effect of the loyalty chip. A person can have their own thoughts and ways of doing things, but as long as it relates to Lin Feng they will prioritize what Lin Feng instructs. The next moment Lin Feng's expression became strange. Like Lu Tianxi before, after a duration of over 10 seconds he returned to normal. "My strength has actually increased several times and my speed as well. I can now even hear the sound of the wind rustling the grass outside. This is incredible." With this feeling Lin Feng was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Lin Feng vowed to be eternally loyal to Mr. Lin. While speaking Lin Feng knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Feng. "Alright, we don't need so many formalities here. Tell me about your current situation. How is the school operating?" Lin Feng helped Lin Feng up and asked. The reason he was interested in this school was that it was a martial arts school. However, he still needed to understand the specifics. "Our Renjia martial arts school has been established for 2 years and we currently have a total of 120 disciples. These disciples are all left behind children that their parents work in distant locations. The entire school is divided into 2 classes, a large class and a small class. I teach them Ba Duan Jin and standard combat techniques, and now almost everyone has mastered them." Lin Feng answered Lin Feng's questions truthfully. It was not easy for one person to manage over 100 children, Lin Feng thought to himself. It seemed that Lin Feng was also a good-hearted person. After all, such schools typically charged very little tuition. Lin Feng had to take on several roles: martial arts teacher, cultural studies teacher, nanny, sanitation worker and cook. This meant a substantial workload. With such a workload, even if he worked for someone else he could still earn a decent amount. After all, managing over 100 teenagers was no small task. One had to expend extraordinary energy to prevent these energetic youngsters from fighting. "Have they learned any offensive martial arts?" After listening to Lin Feng's account, Lin Feng continued to inquire. He was not interested in other matters, but he still wanted to know the skill levels of these youths. "They are all learning free combat from me now. It is practical training. If we were to enter competitions they might not necessarily achieve good rankings. After all, I teach practical combat and competitions involve too many flashy elements. However, if it comes to real combat each of them could probably take on 3 to 5 opponents without breaking a sweat." At this point Lin Feng appeared very proud. "That's not bad." After hearing Lin Feng's words Lin Feng nodded. If that were the case there would at least be room for survival in the apocalypse. After all, practical combat is crucial, competitions are mostly just for show. At this moment Lin Feng made a decision. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a loyalty chip. "Administer 1 loyalty chip to each child." Lin Feng handed the loyalty chips to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not afford disloyal subordinates, especially not among youths he had never even met. Thus the loyalty chips were indispensable. Fortunately his spatial storage contained over 1 million such chips, who withdrawing a few caused him no regret whatsoever. The children already held genuine affection for Lin Feng, eliminating any concern about resistance during administration. Lin Feng hurried away clutching the chips. Half an hour later he assembled all students in a large lecture hall. "Allow me to introduce you to Brother Lin, the new leader. From now on address him as Brother Leader, just as you call me." Standing at the podium Lin Feng addressed the 120 youths before him. "Greetings, Brother Leader." Over 100 voices roared in unison, rattling the classroom windows. "Let me speak instead." Lin Feng waved lightly at Lin Feng and stepped onto the podium. "Though I am your leader you must still heed Teacher Li's guidance in daily matters. Shortly each of you will come forward to receive a vial of enhancement elixir, drink it and its effects will become immediately apparent. Then I shall teach you 3 sword techniques. Memorize them, by mind or by recording, just ensure mastery. You will remain here for 2 more days, afterward new arrangements await. Use this time to pack your belongings, and perfect those sword techniques. Lin Feng withdrew 120 vials of basic enhancement elixir from his spatial storage and placed them upon the desk. Did Lin Feng need ordinary people beside him? Clearly not. Whether Lu Tianxi before or Li Sun now each possessed exceptional ability. Lin Feng never harbored idle hands, neither in his past life nor in this one. Perhaps owing to the implanted loyalty chips, the moment Lin Feng finished speaking, the youths formed orderly lines to collect their elixirs, and drank them down in unison. As before, a brief wave of discomfort followed ingestion, then clarity sharpened in their eyes. 120 level 1 mutants. That number alone rivaled the combat strength of an entire small town. In the post-apocalyptic world, a single mutant emerged on average among hundreds. Their extreme rarity explained why so many desperately sought mutation. Next, Lin Feng retrieved a blade from the weapons rack in the classroom. After a deep breath, he began demonstrating the first 3 forms of the sword art section from the 9-fold golden body cultivation manual. Superficially simple yet rich with subtle variations. As Lin Feng performed, most youths recorded the sequence on their smartphones. A few, however, set aside devices entirely, absorbing every motion. After 3 flawless repetitions, Lin Feng paused. How deeply they grasped the art would depend solely on their own diligence. Once the youths dispersed, only Lin Feng and Li Sun remained in the hall. Starting the night after tomorrow, construction sounds may echo here, do not move about. Everything is under my arrangement. And beginning the day after that, unprecedented events may unfold across the world. Above all, obey me without question, and under no circumstances venture outside. By the way, here are 200 high-carbon steel blades for distribution among the students. And these are walkie-talkies, use them to contact me. With a casual sweep of his hand, 200 gleaming steel blades materialized on the floor beside the classroom wall, startling Li Sun into momentary silence. Yet the loyalty chip ensured he asked no questions he ought not ask. With instructions delivered, Lin Feng departed Renjia Martial Arts Academy. Just then his phone rang. You haven't shown up for work in 2 days, do you intend to quit? A gruff voice bellowed through the line. It was Lu Ming, the foreman overseeing Lin Feng's workshop. You're correct. I'll retrieve my belongings shortly, Lin Feng replied with a cold snort. You really are quitting. Let me tell you, your wages for the past half-month are forfeit. The instant Lin Feng declared his departure, Lu Ming fixated solely on unpaid salary. You vastly overestimate your leverage. My contract stipulates daily settlement, each day worked entitles me to full wages per clause. Not a single cent will you withhold. Attempt it and I'll file for arbitration. Lin Feng's voice remained icy detached. He was now a multimillionaire, those wages meant nothing to him. Yet he'd sooner give the money to beggars on the street than leave it in Lu Ming's hands, given the man's habitual nitpicking and relentless bullying of his workers. You. Lu Ming sputtered, incensed beyond speech. Indeed, Lin Feng's daily wage contract left no legal grounds for withholding pay. It wasn't a matter of urgency, it was a matter of obligation. Without waiting for further protest, Lin Feng ended the call, and turned his attention to the factory. Hailing a taxi, he arrived to find only Zhou Tao present in his workshop. Though sizable, the mechanical processing plant had retained only a skeleton crew amid recent economic decline. Lin Feng had consistently proven himself highly competent, hence his continued employment. So too had Zhou Tao, who mastered both conventional machining and automated systems. That expertise explained how Zhou Tao, nearing 50, still held his position. Well, look who finally showed up. Were you ill these past days? Why the absence? Zhou Tao greeted him with a warm smile. Uncle Zhou, I'm preparing to resign, I suspect this place no longer suits me. Lin Feng shrugged, offering a light-hearted quip. Leaving isn't unreasonable. Fixed salaries offer little room for growth, especially for young men like you. If opportunity arises, Xiao Feng, consider pursuing university studies. Gazing at Lin Feng's youthful face, Zhou Tao offered earnest counsel, convinced education still held decisive advantage in society. Let's set that aside for now, Uncle Zhou. Since I'm departing soon, allow me to treat you to dinner, and discuss what lies ahead. Zhou Tao fell squarely within Lin Feng's recruitment scope, not least because he was childless and his wife had abandoned him years earlier. Splendid. Let's go after work, but choose somewhere modest. No extravagance. At the mention of alcohol, Zhou Tao eagerly accepted. Clearly Lin Feng mused the man was quite the connoisseur. Indeed, His wife had loathed drinking above all else, and her departure stemmed precisely from his lifelong fondness for wine. Lin Feng's intention in seeking out Zhou Tao before his departure was deliberate. Among all the workers in the factory, Zhou Tao possessed the finest technical expertise. Whether it came to precision machining tools or the sophistication of automated control systems, Zhou Tao ranked second to none. No one dared claim superiority over him. Numerous major corporations had previously attempted to poach him, yet he consistently declined their offers. His reason was simple: the factory's owner had once shown him profound kindness. Such a man, both highly skilled and deeply grateful, was exceedingly rare. At the very least, Lin Feng hoped to surround himself with more people like him. That evening after work, Lin Feng called Zhou Tao and they agreed to meet at a barbecue stall. After settling in and ordering food, Lin Feng ordered a case of beer. He had long known that Zhou Tao loved drinking. "Xiao Feng, now that you're leaving the factory, have you found somewhere better?" "Not yet," Lin Feng replied, pouring himself a glass of beer as he carefully chose his words. "Right now my concerns lie elsewhere, not with employment." Lin Feng leaned forward slightly. "Uncle Zhou, suppose one day the world descended into chaos far more perilous than the pandemic lockdowns, how would you respond?" Zhou Tao paused thoughtfully. "If things grew truly dire, wouldn't the authorities still protect ordinary citizens?" Lin Feng sighed softly and clinked glasses with him. What if the authorities themselves were powerless, or even overwhelmed by their own crises? In truth, Lin Feng could have implanted a loyalty chip in Zhou Tao at that very moment. Yet he held back. He preferred conversation, genuine unhurried dialogue. The 5 years of apocalypse had left Lin Feng emotionally detached. Reconnecting with an old friend, someone familiar, felt like a rare and quiet reprieve. "Then we'd simply leave it to fate." Zhou Tao drained his beer in one gulp, then set down the glass. Lin Feng met his gaze and declared firmly, "Then from now on, Uncle Zhou, you'll follow me." Without hesitation, Lin Feng produced the loyalty chip and administered it to Zhou Tao. Once implanted, the chip altered neither personality nor temperament. The recipient remained precisely who they had always been, only now deep within their core betrayal became psychologically impossible. Not even a whisper of disloyalty could arise. The injection felt no sharper than a mosquito's bite, nearly imperceptible. Just then the first skewers of grilled meat arrived at their table. Thus began their meal. For Zhou Tao it was a relaxed, unburdened evening. For Lin Feng, however, it might well be the last time he ever sat in a barbecue stall, this lifetime. A group of patrons sat at the next table, shouting, arguing, their voices so loud they carried beyond the restaurant's walls. The owner, ever mindful of business, dared not confront them. But as the evening wore on, and alcohol flowed freely, their quarrel escalated into open hostility. Suddenly one man seized a beer bottle and hurled it at his opponent. The target dodged, sending the bottle hurtling straight toward Lin Feng and Zhou Tao's table. As the bottle arced toward Zhou Tao's head, Lin Feng's arm snapped out, deflecting it cleanly into the nearby wall with a sharp crack. "Do you have no eyes? Can't you see people are seated here?" He rose slowly, voice icy and calm. Their earlier clamor had already grated on his nerves, but nearly striking Zhou Tao crossed an unforgivable line. At Lin Feng's words, all 4 youths sprang to their feet. "Who the hell are you talking to? You tired of breathing? What we do is our business, even if something flies your way, that's just your rotten luck. Yeah. Eat if you can or scram, don't try playing hero in front of us." They jeered in unison, glaring defiantly. Zhou Tao tugged gently at Lin Feng's sleeve. "Xiao Feng, let it go. They're many, we're few, it's not worth it." "It's fine, Uncle Zhou, go ahead and drink." Lin Feng smiled reassuringly, then turned his gaze back to the youths. "Who threw the bottle?" His eyes swept across them. One youth sneered, "Me, what of it? Gonna bite me?" His companions erupted in mocking laughter, utterly dismissive of both men. Bang! A beer bottle struck the speaker square on the temple, delivered with surgical precision. Glass exploded outward in a glittering shower. He cried out, clutching his head, but blood seeped between his fingers, crimson and stark against his skin. The throw had been Lin Feng's, executed with only 1/10 of his true strength. Had he unleashed more, the youth's skull would have shattered instead of the bottle. In the apocalypse these youths would already be dead. It was the fragile peace of this harmonious society that tempered his hand. "You dare strike us? Brothers, get him." The remaining 3 lunged forward, fists raised. How noble, still standing by each other. Lin Feng smiled faintly. As they closed and his arm moved, swift, silent, inevitable. Crack. 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 3 sharp reports echoed through the air. All 3 youths flew backward, smashing clean through the restaurant's front door and landing hard on the pavement outside. Lin Feng had deliberately calibrated the force, to spare the restaurant's furniture. Then his gaze settled once more upon the youth with the bleeding head. "Yu, listen. I run with Zhang Yang. Don't come near me." The youth staggered, gripping the chair for support as he shouted. Zhang Yang. A name thick with memory. In his previous life it was Zhang Yang who had coveted Lin Feng's supplies, then fed him false intelligence about abundant resources in the wild. Trusting the lie, Lin Feng had ventured out, and encountered a level 3 mutant beast. Only Zhang Chang's selfless sacrifice saved him. Later Lin Feng returned to Binhai City searching for Zhang Yang, only to learn he had fled to another city. To hear that name again so soon, so early in this new life, felt like fate's grim irony. The debt of the last life remained unpaid. This time Lin Feng would settle it himself. "Get out." Lin Feng spoke the single word like a blade drawn from its sheath. The youth scrambled backward, dragging his dazed companions away in panicked flight. "Xiao Feng, are you alright? Since when did you become so formidable?" Zhou Tao approached, eyes wide with astonishment. "Just a little trick, Uncle Zhou, wait here a moment." Smiling lightly, Lin Feng strode to the entrance. In the next breath he retrieved a compact drone from his spatial storage and activated it via smartphone. Lin Feng returned to the barbecue stall and continued grilling with Zhou Tao, all the while remotely piloting a drone to tail the group of young men. "Xiao Feng, you acted far too rashly today," Zhou Tao said, raising his glass and draining it in one sharp gulp. "Those fellows clearly run with the underworld, they must have some clout. Let's leave quickly before they bring reinforcements, that'd spell real trouble." As he spoke, Zhou Tao glanced at Lin Feng who, though ordinarily appearing gentle and unassuming, had just revealed a startlingly formidable side. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. They won't come back. I watched them walk far away. If they're calling for help, they're likely hiding nearby to make the call." Lin Feng refilled Zhou Tao's glass with beer and smiled. Hearing this, Zhou Tao nodded slowly, reassured as though the logic held true. "Uncle Zhou, I'd like to invite you to dinner at my place tomorrow evening. I'll send you the address, please do come." Lin Feng tapped glasses with Zhou Tao. "A gathering? Is tomorrow your birthday?" Zhou Tao asked, startled. Lin Feng chuckled, "Call it that, if you'd only grace us with your presence." And just like that the plan was set. Meanwhile Lin Feng's drone continued hovering silently above the retreating youths. The group hailed a taxi and traveled 2 kilometers to a residential complex named Guanfu International, then disembarked and strode toward a villa. By now Lin Feng and Zhou Tao had finished their meal. Lin Feng personally hailed a cab and saw Zhou Tao safely off. "So, that's Zhang Yang's home." Watching the youths vanish into the villa, Lin Feng's brows lifted faintly. Then without hesitation he flagged down another cab and headed for Guanfu International. The 2-kilometer ride passed swiftly. In moments Lin Feng stood before the gated community, and walked purposefully toward the villa. Zhang Yang came from affluent roots, a fact Lin Feng already knew from his previous life when Zhang Yang and his men had overseen a small outpost. They levied protection fees double those of other outposts. Yet people dared not seek alternatives. The wilderness outside was lethally treacherous, leaving them no choice but to endure. In his past life Lin Feng had gone to Zhang Yang's outpost searching for Zhang Chang, only to fall into Zhang Yang's trap. Upon learning Lin Feng was a mutant, Zhang Yang feared his authority would be undermined, and so devised a ruse luring both Lin Feng and Zhang Chang into the wilds. The outcome was grim. Zhang Chang sacrificed himself surrounded by zombies while shielding Lin Feng. That debt of vengeance had burned in Lin Feng's heart ever since. Later, as zombies and mutated beasts grew ever more savage, venturing alone became unthinkable. Though hatred festered, Lin Feng never found an opening to confront Zhang Yang. But in this reborn life fate had delivered Zhang Yang straight into his path, and Lin Feng held absolute certainty this was the same man. He remembered clearly, Zhang Yang had once been a street enforcer living precisely in this southern district of the city. All signs pointed to this villa as his target. Lin Feng approached a 3-story villa in the distance and walked straight up to its entrance, where muffled voices drifted through the door. "Brother Zhang, you must avenge us." Inside, the youth whose head had been struck by the beer bottle wept bitterly before Zhang Yang. "Enough. I've heard you. Next time I see him I'll settle the score, but right now he's long gone. Where am I supposed to find him?" Zhang Yang's voice carried impatience. Then shifting tone he asked, "By the way, have the photos been prepared?" "They're ready, but the payment is insultingly low." 500 per photo. We risked our lives shooting 200 frames, was it worth it? The youth pulled a USB drive from his pocket, frowning deeply. Zhang Yang accepted the drive and replied calmly, "It can't be helped, this is the market rate. If they offer 500 we take it. We'll just shoot more. Money's scarce these days, even this much is no small feat." Outside the villa Lin Feng stiffened, so Zhang Yang is running espionage. Overhearing their exchange, Lin Feng instantly grasped their operation. No wonder they lived in a villa. 500 per classified photo, 200 photos, 10,000 yuan total. He'd assumed Zhang Yang merely came from wealth, now he saw the truth: this was outright criminal enterprise. Without hesitation Lin Feng resolved to eliminate him, immediately. Bang! Lin Feng kicked hard, the front door shattered inward. What the? Inside the occupants recoiled in shock, shrieking wildly. "Boss! It's him, this kid beat us up." The youth recognized Lin Feng instantly and screamed. "Who are you, and did you hear everything we just said?" Zhang Yang frowned sharply, his hand slipping discreetly behind his back. "Zhang Yang, do you take me for a child? Do you think I don't know what you're doing?" A pistol materialized in Lin Feng's hand, leveled unwaveringly at Zhang Yang. "Don't shoot. You'll be committing a crime. If anything happens to us you'll never escape justice." Zhang Yang had meant to draw his own weapon, but seeing Lin Feng's gun aimed squarely at him he blurted out a frantic plea. "Whether I escape is none of your concern, what is certain is that you won't." Bang! 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 Four precise shots rang out. Zhang Yang's underlings dropped, each struck dead center in the skull. You actually dared to fire. What do you want? Name your price, I'll pay it." Zhang Yang clung desperately to a sliver of hope. "What do I want? I want Zhang Chang's life, the one you stole in my last life. Can you give it back?" Lin Feng asked, voice quiet, eyes cold upon the pleading man. "Zhang Chang?" Zhang Yang blinked, bewildered, he'd never heard the name. "So you truly cannot give me what I seek? Not only have you wronged me, your crimes offend the entire People's Republic of China. Were I your parents I'd feel nothing but profound disappointment. And remember this, should you be granted another life, strive to be a decent human being. If there is a next life." With that Lin Feng pulled the trigger. He turned away from Zhang Yang's lifeless, wide-eyed corpse, and walked out of the villa. Simultaneously he activated his spatial storage artifact, absorbing every surveillance camera surrounding Zhang Yang's villa. On this day Lin Feng was quite busy. Even as a second-level mutant he felt a bit exhausted. After returning to the villa he saw Lu Tianzi still painting tankas in the living room. "Boss, you're back." Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Lu Tianzi greeted him. "Boss, today I painted 2 tankas. Having materials is so great. The speed has increased significantly." At the same time he hurriedly took out 2 tankas to hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the tankas, seeing 2 religious figures in different forms. Perhaps they were bodhisattvas from Buddhism, but he just didn't recognize them. Ding! 2 tankas detected, upgrade available. Just as the tankas were in his hands, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Upgrade. Without hesitation Lin Feng issued the command to the system. Ding! Upgrade successful. Obtained a junior invisibility tanka which grants invisibility for 1 minute. Invisibility ceases when using weapons or skills. Ding! Upgrade successful. Obtained a junior purification tanka which eliminates all viruses within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute. Quickly the system upgraded these 2 tankas. How extravagant! If Lu Tianzi hadn't been there, Lin Feng would have likely exclaimed. The invisibility tanka could grant invisibility. It was a great item for home travel or even assassination. As long as one doesn't attack within a minute, invisibility would be maintained. Such tankas have many applicable scenarios. If used properly they could yield astonishing results. The purification tanka is also impressive. Speaking of purification, it is more about exterminating zombie viruses. In other words, zombies within a 10-meter range would be instantly killed and the effect lasts for 1 minute. In summary, both of these cards are rare treasures. Without hesitation Lin Feng stored these 2 tankas into his storage space. Ding! 2 tankas stored amplification of 10000 times. In an instant 200,000 tankas appeared in Lin Feng's storage space. Lu Tianzi is truly a talented individual. At this moment Lin Feng looked at Lu Tianzi as if he were gazing at a mountain of gold. That evening Lin Feng ordered over 10 dishes through a delivery app. The purpose was to reward Lu Tianzi. Of course, when the food arrived, Lin Feng first stored it in his storage space. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Moreover, when over 10 dishes enter the storage space, they transform into over 100,000 dishes. For 2 people to eat so much food, Lu Tianzi, who grew up in the countryside, felt a bit pained. But seeing that Lin Feng didn't mind, Lu Tianzi felt a bit hesitant to say anything. Tianzi, do you think I'm wasting money ordering all this? Looking at Lu Tianzi's eating expression, Lin Feng asked with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Tianzi remained silent. However, his expression conveyed that he seemed to think so. If it were before, I would have thought this was wasteful and I wouldn't order so much food during meals. Lin Feng said earnestly as he put down his chopsticks. But reality tells me that even if we don't eat these foods, they will still go to waste. Perhaps after tomorrow the world will see countless food wasted innocently. That could amount to billions of food items. Compared to that, what we're eating is just a drop in the ocean. Forget it, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. After tomorrow you'll realize. With that, Lin Feng ignored Lu Tianzi and continued eating. Just as Lin Feng said, Lu Tianzi truly didn't comprehend the meaning of his words. Yet it seemed to hold some truth, but he didn't say anything. The next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by a phone call. The call was from Zhang Chang. He had already persuaded his parents to come to the city for a few days. Lin Feng informed Zhang Chang of the hotel location, then went downstairs to notify Lu Tianzi that guests would be arriving today. After a brief wash-up, Lin Feng left the villa. If nothing unexpected happened, the apocalypse would arrive tomorrow morning. Although Lin Feng had stored countless supplies in the past few days, there were still omissions. Moreover, today was the last day, and no matter what Lin Feng did starting tomorrow, no police would come looking for him. Thus Lin Feng became even more reckless. Arriving at a gas station, he noticed that no vehicles were fueling up. Directly confronting the gas station staff, Lin Feng took the surveillance equipment and approached the oil storage tank without hesitation. Ding! Stored 35 tons of gasoline, amplification of 10000 times. Ding! Stored 85 tons of diesel, amplification of 10000 times. In just one gas station after the system's amplification, over 500,000 tons of fuel was added. This speed can be considered quite fast. In this world, violence is indeed the quickest. As he left, Lin Feng smirked at the gas attendant who was about to awaken. That morning, Lin Feng robbed at least 20 gas stations, acquiring over 1,000 tons of fuel. After entering the storage space, it transformed into over 1,000 million tons. The situation of the gas stations being robbed quickly caught the police's attention. However, unfortunately, the surveillance equipment from those stations had already been taken. Thus, solving the case would likely take some time. That afternoon, Lin Feng's targets were supermarkets and hardware stores. This time he didn't enter the supermarket sales area but directly went into the warehouse. It's true that there were people guarding the supermarket's warehouse, but how could 3 or 2 individuals possibly manage the entire warehouse? Moreover, Lin Feng was a second-level mutant with a speed nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person. He often passed like a gust of wind, leaving behind empty shelves. This is what robbery looks like. Watching the increasing supplies in his storage space, Lin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction. The reserves within one supermarket were almost enough for the people of Binhai City to eat for several days, not to mention 10 or 20 supermarkets. And with a 10,000-fold amplification, by the time Lin Feng decided to stop that evening, the supplies in the storage space had increased by trillions. After taking down the last supermarket, Lin Feng took a car back to Swan Bay. The apocalypse would be here tomorrow, and today Zhang Chang and his parents were coming. Moreover, Zhou Tao would also be coming over. Therefore, Lin Feng had booked a high-end banquet early at Swan Bay and instructed the butler to deliver it to his villa. On the eve of the apocalypse, Lin Feng prepared to relax properly. When Lin Feng returned to the Swan Bay villa, Zhang Chang's family was already waiting for him in the living room. Seeing Lin Feng come in, Zhang Chang quickly stood up. At this moment, Zhang Chang's parents also approached. I heard from Xiao Chang that it was you who invited us to stay for 2 days. Zhang Chang's mother came in front of Lin Feng, took his hand and said with a hint of complaint. Zhang Chang's father also spoke up, yes, staying in this villa for a day probably costs quite a bit. You don't earn much at work right now, there's no need to waste money like this. Tomorrow let's return this room early in the morning. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang were childhood friends, and Zhang Chang's parents had seen Lin Feng many times. This time, seeing Lin Feng rent such a large villa, they truly felt a bit embarrassed. Their words were sincere without a trace of pretense. Uncle and aunt, you are overthinking it, Lin Feng said with a smile after hearing Zhang Chang's parents' words. This villa is rented by my boss, who is currently abroad for an inspection and won't be staying here. So uncle and aunt don't feel burdened, just relax and enjoy yourselves. It's rare for everyone to gather together today, so let's have a good time. After some polite exchanges, Lin Feng picked up the phone beside the sofa in the living room to notify the housekeeper that they could serve the food. The hotel's efficiency was indeed impressive. Before long the housekeeper entered with chefs and waitstaff. They first arranged tables and chairs for Lin Feng and the others in the living room, then presented the dishes they brought. Meanwhile a chef was cutting roast duck on the side. It could be said that the hotel was well prepared for this banquet. Not long after, Zhou Tao also arrived at the villa. While inviting Zhou Tao in, Lin Feng introduced him to Zhang Chang's family. Lin Feng had previously told Zhou Tao that it was a family dinner, so Zhou Tao felt more at ease. Then Lin Feng also called Lu Tianxi out. The six of them sat together at a dining table which appeared quite spacious. Since the banquet was all set, how could they lack drinks? Lin Feng pretended to go upstairs to get something and then took out a box of wine from the storage space. Isn't this wine too expensive? This isn't good, is it? Zhou Tao, a wine lover, recognized what was inside the box at a glance. This particular wine retails at 3,000 yuan a bottle and a box costs 18,000 yuan. Even with over 10 years of experience, it would take Zhou Tao 2 months of not eating or drinking to save up for a box. Is this a high-end wine? Xiao Feng, you don't need to get such expensive stuff. We are just ordinary people, your regular wine is enough for us, Zhang Chang's father quickly said upon seeing the wine Lin Feng brought out. It's fine uncles, don't worry. This was gifted to me and I have plenty more, so feel free to drink without hesitation. Lin Feng had anticipated their reactions as they were all ordinary individuals. He promptly opened the box and uncorked 2 bottles of wine. With that the opposing voices vanished as the wine had already been opened. This kid really. He shouldn't do this in the future, Zhang Chang's father sighed as he saw the wine glasses opened. It was evident that he felt both pained and helpless at that moment. Lin Feng ordered 16 dishes for this meal, all exquisite like Buddha jumps over the wall seafood sashimi platters, wagyu beef, matsutake mushrooms and more. In fact, before the dishes were served, Lin Feng had secretly put those dishes into the storage space while everyone was distracted. Then after amplifying them 1,000-fold, he took them out again. As a result, Lin Feng's storage space was filled with a staggering 16,000 exquisite dishes. After everyone sat down at the table and filled their cups with wine, Lin Feng stood up. I welcome everyone gathering here today. I won't say much more. I hope everyone can live peacefully in the future with more joy and fewer worries. After gently clinking his cup against the table, Lin Feng took a sip of wine with everyone. Perhaps others did not fully understand the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. After the apocalypse arrived, peace naturally became the most important. And peace was what everyone living in the apocalypse yearned for the most. Lin Feng invited these people over today and had no intention of letting them leave tonight. Everyone needed to face the coming apocalypse together. Lu Tianxi, needless to say, as Lin Feng's current big financial backer, spent his days painting tanka for him. As for Zhang Chang and his parents, they would certainly not leave after the apocalypse arrived. Zhang Chang's mother was a pure rural housewife, and after the apocalypse she could help with cleaning and cooking in the villa. Zhang Chang's father could train to become a mutant. With Zhang Chang and Lin Feng together, they would have 3 mutants on this side. As for Zhou Tao, Lin Feng mainly needed him for his skills. Although he might not be immediately useful, Zhou Tao specialized in mechanical processing and automation. But who knows what life will be like in the future? It would be troublesome to find him when the need arises. After all, this is the apocalypse, not a normal world. It could be said that everyone in the villa was being utilized to their fullest potential. Although Lin Feng might have some selfish motives at this moment, he couldn't be considered entirely selfless. Ultimately, it was Zhang Chang and his family who benefited the most. After all, in the apocalypse no place could be considered absolutely safe. Being in a place with food, drinks and a safe shelter was something one wouldn't even find with a lantern. Currently Lin Feng could provide them with food and refuge, which was something others would struggle to obtain in the apocalypse. In short, anyone who could stay in this villa was fortunate. This meal was truly satisfying. Under the influence of alcohol, those who originally didn't know each other began to speak freely. Even Zhou Tao insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Zhang Chang's father, which made Lin Feng laugh heartily. Even Lu Tianxi, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, drank 2 large cups. In the end, with Lin Feng and Zhang Chang's assistance, they returned to the upstairs room to sleep early. Zhou Tao also decided to stay here tonight as it was late and it would be difficult to get a taxi from here. After all, there were several guest rooms, so it was no problem to stay. Currently all 4 rooms on the 2nd floor were occupied, 1 by Lu Tianxi, 1 by Zhou Tao and 2 by Zhang Chang and his parents. As for Lin Feng, he naturally had to stay in the master room on the third floor. Once everyone returned to their rooms, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly became clear. At this moment others could sleep but Lin Feng could not, he still had important matters to attend to. At this moment others may sleep but Lin Feng cannot. Arriving outside the villa, he pondered briefly and took out a segment of the city wall he had previously stored. In the next moment he surrounded the entire villa with the city wall. The enclosing perimeter used a little over 100 meters in total. Subsequently Lin Feng created an opening in the middle of the wall. Next, after storing the villa's front door into his storage space, he placed it over the opening. Thus the entire villa was encapsulated by the city wall. The city wall was 5 meters wide and over 6 meters high. It was sufficient to withstand ordinary zombies. Next Lin Feng took out a metal knife and began to carve on the inner side of the wall. With the strength of a second-level mutant, a staircase soon appeared on the inner side of the city wall. This way one could walk from inside the villa to the wall for a better view. And so the installation of surveillance began. Previously Lin Feng had purchased numerous cameras from a hardware store, and thanks to the amplification of his storage space he now had an overwhelming quantity. Installing the cameras was quite simple. Lin Feng had all the necessary tools in his storage space. He installed 4 cameras on each side of the surrounding wall. Then by connecting the wires he set up 2 large screens in a corner of the villa's first-floor living room. After connecting the cameras' cables, a complete surveillance system was formed. The Swan Bay Villa area consists of 20 villas. After setting up the surveillance, Lin Feng decided to venture out and gather some information. After strolling around the villa area twice, he discovered that 8 of the villas were occupied. Most of them were couples and only one villa was occupied by a whole family. It seems that this villa area is relatively safe, Lin Feng thought to himself. After grasping the situation, Lin Feng silently mused. The following day, in his previous life at 8 in the morning on the first day of the apocalypse, the entire world experienced a downpour. This heavy rain contained the zombie virus. Since this was during peak commuting hours, nearly half of the people caught in the viral rain outside turned into zombies. Those inside were not completely safe either. Some people noticed the commotion outside and went out to see what was happening. Additionally, some zombies rushed into residential areas, causing massive casualties. In summary, on the very first day of the apocalypse, almost half of humanity turned into zombies. The same went for wild animals. Whether stray cats and dogs or animals in wildlife parks, nearly half of them turned into mutant beasts once exposed to the viral rain. In the apocalypse, mutant beasts are far more formidable than zombies. A person may be able to defeat a zombie with a suitable weapon, but it is quite likely that they cannot defeat a mutant beast. It's akin to a normal person being unable to take down a tiger under normal circumstances. The only silver lining is that the number of mutant beasts in cities is relatively low, but it is uncertain in the wilderness. After securing the villa's walls and surveillance, Lin Feng went to bed early. After all, tomorrow is the day the apocalypse arrives, and even a second-level mutant like Lin Feng needs proper rest. Early the next morning, Lin Feng's alarm clock rang precisely at 7:30. Upon descending the stairs, he saw Zhang Chang's mother already busy in the kitchen on the first floor. She reheated the dishes left over from yesterday and simultaneously cooked a pot of porridge. Xiao Feng is up. The meal is almost ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat. Zhang Chang's mother, unaware of what was about to happen, greeted Lin Feng warmly as he came down. All right, Auntie, I'll go wake them up. Nodding, Lin Feng said with a smile. He then went to wake the others. 10 minutes later, everyone was seated at the dining table in the first-floor living room. Sigh. It looks like I'm going to be late today. Looking at the time on his phone, Zhou Tao smiled wryly and said, I drank too much yesterday. Drinking really delays things. Originally Zhou Tao wanted to leave directly for the factory, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. Being late is no big deal if there's no rush for a moment. Uncle Zhou, I have something to discuss with everyone, so let's sit down and have breakfast together. At this moment he could not possibly let Zhou Tao leave. If he did, it would be like pushing him into a fire pit. Realizing Lin Feng had a point, Zhou Tao relaxed as he had already been late. Have you all noticed the cameras installed in the house? He said, pointing at the 2 large screens in the corner of the living room. Zhang Chang glanced over and asked in confusion, Yeah. I was just about to ask when the cameras were installed. Let me see, 1, 2, 3. A total of 16. Why so many cameras? Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was precisely 7:50. If I'm not mistaken, it will be overcast in 3 minutes. He scanned the crowd and said calmly. Brother Feng, you're joking, right? Zhang Chang stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the sky outside. Look at the clear skies, how could it possibly be overcast? Turning back, Zhang Chang said, puzzled. The others looked at Lin Feng with similar confusion. In 1 minute, pay close attention to the distance, Lin Feng said, glancing at the time on his phone and pointing to the horizon outside. What is that? Originally confused Zhang Chang's expression suddenly changed. He saw a patch of dark clouds moving rapidly toward them in the distance. The reason for his drastic change in expression was that the cloud covered the distant sky. Most bizarrely, the speed of the clouds was astonishingly fast, far beyond people's imagination. In an instant, that patch of dark clouds had reached above the villa within just 30 seconds. The distant dark clouds caused the indoor lighting to dim instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng got up and turned on the lights in the living room. So how about it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? He smiled at the crowd, who were now wide-eyed. The people present exchanged looks, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. Finally they focused their attention on Lin Feng. In 5 minutes it will start to rain. Standing next to the floor-to-ceiling window and observing the sky outside, Lin Feng murmured softly. In his previous life it was the same, it was this patch of clouds and the subsequent viral rain that changed the world. He had previously held on to a glimmer of hope, wondering if this time would be different and if the apocalypse would not occur. But now it seems impossible. Welcome everyone to a new world, Lin Feng said, turning to the puzzled crowd with a faint smile. Xiao Feng, what on earth has happened? Why is it so dark outside? At that moment everyone grew uneasy, Zhou Tao hurriedly asked. The black clouds above were unlike ordinary rain clouds. If this was not mere overcast but a palpable darkness. Outside it looked as if night had fallen and not even the stars could be seen. It was precisely 8 in the morning. This is a long story, I only saw it on a forum, but what was posted there seems to carry some plausibility. At that moment Lin Feng began to spin a tale. I read on an international forum that not long ago a meteor exploded in the atmosphere. That meteor contained a virus, the fabled zombie virus. Now a downpour is about to begin and the zombie virus will be brought down to Earth. We might soon face an apocalypse just like the ones in the movies. Lin Feng thought his fabrication was serviceable, at least stated plainly it was believable. How could this be? There was no news about any of this. Staring at the scene outside, Zhang Chang clenched his fists. Whether he believed Lin Feng or not, an ominous premonition rose in him. Look at the surveillance. Lin Feng knew further explanation would be redundant and led everyone to the monitors. Outside the rain had already started and was growing heavier by the moment. Through the monitors they could see a wide stretch of the villa district. A few dozen meters away a man emerged from one of the houses. He was soon soaked by the rain. The next instant he began to convulse as if struck by electricity, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He collapsed, then after 10 odd seconds rose to his feet again. Under the watching eyes of the group the man stood up in an unnerving, unnatural posture. He cocked his head and staggered forward 2 steps. At the same time Lin Feng used the remote to zoom in on that camera feed. The man's face was contorted and feral fangs protruding, his eyes reddened and his complexion ashen. The sight was uncannily like the legendary zombie. He paused as if catching a scent. The next moment he lurched into the villa, stumbling inside. A woman screamed from within moments later. No explanation was needed, there were people inside the villa. By now it seemed they had been attacked. The sky outside had lightened a little, but the virus-laden rain continued to fall. Residents from several neighboring villas stepped out one after another, seemingly to see what was happening. In the next instant, like the man before them, they too turned into zombies. What are we to do? Watching the monitors, Zhang Chang's face drained of color. Even now he found it hard to accept that what he saw was real. Everyone sit down, I have something to say. Lin Feng averted his gaze from the screens and addressed the group. They straightened reflexively, then returned to their seats. The living room fell into an uncanny silence, so complete that one could have heard a pin drop. All eyes fixed on Lin Feng as if only he could make sense of what was happening. Rest assured, since I knew about this virus rain, I have prepared. He pointed to the outside. I had people work through the night to build a wall, and no matter how many zombies there are, they will not be able to get in at once. After he said that, the others finally felt a measure of relief. The scene they had just witnessed had been too terrifying. Hearing there was a wall eased their panic for the moment. We've all seen zombie movies, our present world has become much like those films. But our situation is special because I prepared in advance. These are chips and an initial enhancement serum. After taking the serum we will become stronger. With that, Lin Feng grasped an iron bowl on the table and exerting his strength crushed it into a ball. The others were astonished by his force. Xiao Feng, will we become like you? Zhang Chang's father swallowed and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, Uncle Zhang, as long as you take the serum and have the chip implanted you will become as strong as I am. He placed the chips and the initial enhancement serum before everyone except Lu Tianxi. As for the chip's precise effect, Lin Feng felt it best not to speak of it outright. The chip is only a baseline and will not alter a person's character. Even so, Lin Feng thought it wiser to keep the rest to himself. This serum can resist the zombie virus. Once consumed, one will never become a zombie. In this apocalypse I hope we stick together, huddle as one, because no matter how strong an individual might be, there is danger in being alone. Having spoken, Lin Feng waited for their reaction. In truth, his words were superfluous. Once they received the loyalty chips they would naturally pledge fealty to him. "I'll go first. Feng Ge would not deceive us." With that, Zhang Chang asked Lin Feng how to use the loyalty chip and then injected it into his own arm. At the same time he opened the enhancer serum and drank it in one swallow. After a short painful episode like Lu Tianxi before him, he transformed into a level 1 enhanced. Zhang Chang's parents and Zhou Tao followed suit, receiving the injections and taking the serum. Shortly after, the living room contained 4 level 1 mutants. This is incredible. Are we like superhumans now? Zhou Tao marveled, feeling the changes within his body. He had never in his life felt such strength. Uncle Zhou, this is only the beginning. Everyone here is merely level 1. In this apocalypse there are countless formidable creatures. We have only just set foot into this world. Lin Feng's words were as much a reminder to himself as to the others. Although he was now a level 2 mutant, compared with the monstrous beings of the apocalypse he was still weak. Only by continuously improving oneself could one hope to survive in peace. Feng Ge, now that we are level 1 mutants, can we go out and fight the zombies? The thought of zombies around us keeps me from sleeping, Zhang Chang said, clenching his fists and eager for action. Xiangzi, you're right, we cannot sit and wait to be killed. Although this villa is safe for the time being, it will not protect us forever. What we need now is to expand our territory and elevate our abilities. If we can grow our influence along the way, so much the better. Therefore we must use this place as our stronghold and first secure the surrounding villas. With that, Lin Feng produced several golden knives and lightweight alloy armor from storage and distributed a set to each person. Are we going out again? But there are zombies outside, right? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chang exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the zombies wandering outside on the monitor, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. The thought of the brutality of zombies in movies made Zhang Chang feel a sense of dread. Of course we cannot just sit here and wait for death. After preparing 2 bowls of porridge in the kitchen, Lin Feng returned to the table. First of all, our food is limited. Even if it were unlimited, given the current situation, we would soon run out of water and electricity. Even if we could live without water and electricity, time will not wait for us. As the number of zombies increases and time passes, those zombies will become more formidable. Right now you are only first-level mutated beings. Although stronger than ordinary zombies, encountering first-level zombies or mutated beasts could pose a real danger. Seeing the few people staring at him, Lin Feng felt it was necessary to explain the current situation. After all, he had experienced 2 lifetimes. He was quite familiar with the zombies and mutated beasts outside. Zhang Chang widened his eyes. Are you saying those zombies can mutate? Become even stronger? Clearly Lin Feng's words frightened him a bit. Of course. Lin Feng served each person a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of them. We can mutate, and so can zombies. Moreover, zombies are different from humans if they do not know fear or pain. Thus, in an equal confrontation, humans are at a disadvantage. However, the good news is that the current zombies are quite slow. But advanced zombies and mutated beasts are not the same. Just imagine if a cheetah became a mutated beast. No matter how slow it became, how slow could it be? So if we want to survive, we must continuously become stronger and ensure the safety of our surroundings. At this point Lin Feng could only roughly explain the situation to them, as there were too many variables in the apocalypse. So what should we do now? As they quickly finished their porridge, Zhang Chang stood up with a metal knife. If he had been fearful before, Lin Feng's words gave him a general idea of how to survive in the apocalypse. Let's go out first, it'll help you get used to it. At this moment Lin Feng had no time to explain how he knew so much. Holding the metal battle knife, he led Zhang Chang to the corner of the villa. He couldn't take everyone out to train, especially since he didn't think everyone in the villa was fit for combat. Zhang Chang followed Lin Feng to the entrance of the villa. The door had already been modified by Lin Feng to a manual locking mode. After opening the door, Lin Feng took Zhang Chang outside. Not far away in front of another villa stood a male and a female zombie. They moved slowly, somewhat aimlessly. Watch closely how I do it. Turning around, Lin Feng said to Zhang Chang. Seeing Zhang Chang nod, Lin Feng charged toward the two zombies. Two ordinary zombies, and Lin Feng was now a second-level mutated being. Even an ordinary person could kill them with a metal battle knife. However, to teach Zhang Chang how to deal with zombies, Lin Feng controlled his speed to a level Zhang Chang could comprehend. When Lin Feng approached the zombies to about 10 meters, they sensed his presence. In the next moment, the two zombies lunged at Lin Feng. With one hand gripping the knife handle, he stepped forward quickly. As the zombies got within a meter of him, Lin Feng swept his battle knife sideways. In an instant, the heads of both zombies were severed. Lin Feng dodged slightly, avoiding the zombie corpses from falling towards him. Did you see that? What are you doing? This was Lin Feng's first time killing a zombie in this life. When he turned back to ask Zhang Chang, he found Zhang Chang retching in place. It's fine, the first time is always like this. You'll get used to it. Coming to Zhang Chang's side, Lin Feng patted his shoulder. If only it were a first-level zombie, that would be better. Looking at the zombie bodies on the ground, Lin Feng felt a bit regretful. First-level zombies were different from ordinary zombies. Their brains contained magic crystals. These are crystal-like structures roughly the size of peanuts containing energy. A magic crystal from a first-level zombie is almost equivalent to 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Otherwise, first-level zombies wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary zombies. Magic crystals from first-level zombies are not rare in the apocalypse, but they are considered valuable in the early stages. Next, you'll kill the zombies. Looking at Zhang Chang, who was recovering somewhat, Lin Feng said. With his strength as a first-level mutated being, even without combat experience, Zhang Chang should have no problem killing ordinary zombies. After all, his strength and speed were 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person, making it safe to deal with ordinary zombies. Alright, I'll give it a try. Although he still felt a bit uncomfortable, Zhang Chang sensed that he was not as afraid as before. Feeling his strength, his gaze became resolute. Since this is an apocalypse, there's no point in avoiding it. This is a very simple truth. In the distance there were a few scattered zombies at the villa entrance, but fortunately there weren't many. While encouraging Zhang Chang, Lin Feng urged him to deal with those scattered zombies. When Zhang Chang killed his first zombie, his knife struck the zombie's shoulder due to a miscalculation. However, Lin Feng had bought a metal battle knife which was extremely sharp, and this strike directly cleaved the zombie in half. Fortunately, surprised, Zhang Chang instinctively dodged so the zombie's black blood did not splatter onto him. With the first one down, there would be a second and a third. Seeing Zhang Chang gaining experience in killing zombies, Lin Feng nodded to himself. In his previous life it was the same. Getting used to killing zombies made it similar to fighting monsters in a game. According to Lin Feng's earlier reconnaissance, there were only 8 villas in Swan Bay with people inside. So far 5 waves of zombies had been eliminated, and there were no living zombies left in the path between the villas. This indicates one thing: either the remaining zombies are inside the villas, or all that remains are survivors. Let's go, we should check that villa. Lin Feng naturally had his own plan. He wanted to clean out the entire villa area. Thus he led Zhang Chang to the front of a villa with a tightly locked door. Extending his metal battle knife, he gently struck, and the door lock was destroyed. With a kick, Lin Feng kicked open the door and charged into the villa with Zhang Chang. As Lin Feng and Zhang Chang rushed into the villa's courtyard, a piercing scream echoed from within the building. There was still a living person inside. That was Lin Feng's immediate thought. Through the glass window he also spotted a young woman inside the villa. Upon seeing them enter, she darted behind the sofa. Lin Feng approached the floor-to-ceiling glass door, gently twisted the handle, and it swung open. "Come out, we're not zombies." Lin Feng scanned the room and called out loudly. After a long pause, a young woman cautiously peered out from behind the sofa. "Why You're human." Seeing Lin Feng and Zhang Chang gaze at her, the woman gradually calmed herself. Hearing her words, Lin Feng felt speechless. The young woman before him was undeniably beautiful, graceful and poised. Yet her words betrayed a startling lack of sense. If he had truly been a zombie, he would have lunged at her long ago. But her next sentence ignited Lin Feng's fury. "Hurry. There are zombies outside, go drive them away." She stared in terror toward the villa's main entrance as she shouted at Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Lin Feng remained silent. "Did you not hear what I just said? There are zombies outside." Seeing no movement from Lin Feng and Zhang Chang, the woman grew anxious and cried out. "I'm sorry, but we aren't your servants, nor do we owe you obedience." With that, Lin Feng turned to leave. He had no patience for such a thoughtless girl. "Wait." The moment Lin Feng began to walk away, she urgently called after him, "Don't abandon me, save me. I'll pay you. She brandished her smartphone as if demonstrating her ability to transfer funds electronically. Lin Feng ignored her entirely and said to Zhang Chang, let's go, we still need to check the remaining 3 villas. He strode out immediately onto the path beyond the villa. Zhang Chang shot the young woman a glance, as if regarding her as utterly foolish, then followed Lin Feng out. In this apocalyptic world what use was money? Just then the young woman dashed out after them. Wawa, I spoke wrongly just now. Please don't leave me behind. She ran up to Lin Feng and burst into tears, a sorrowful rain-drenched blossom as though channeling every ounce of her earlier terror into weeping. Lin Feng frowned. We're heading out to kill zombies, do you really intend to follow us? He asked coolly, his gaze fixed on the young woman before him. Tears moved no one, not in this apocalypse. In this ruined world sorrow held no currency. Had weeping solved anything, countless souls would not have perished from starvation and cold. At the word zombie, her whole body trembled violently. Clearly she had already glimpsed their grotesque forms. Lin Feng had no time to waste debating with her. He pointed toward his own villa. See that walled villa over there? Go wait by its gate, it's safe. I have no time to attend to you right now. Without waiting for her response he led Zhang Chang down another pathway. 3 villas remained unsearched. From his earlier reconnaissance Lin Feng knew one housed an entire family. Arriving at the rear villa district they found doors flung wide open, and 7 or 8 zombies scattered along the path. Lin Feng knew instantly no survivors remained here. Swiftly the two dispatched the undead. After confirming no living souls remained inside the villas they returned to the path. Of 20 villas only that single young woman had survived. Such was the grim scale of humanity's collapse into undeath. When they reached their own villa they found her obediently standing at the gate. Don't speak yet, listen first. Anticipating her words Lin Feng cut her off. First, the villa district is now cleared of zombies. You may return to your own villa and await official rescue. Though whether such rescue will ever come remains uncertain. Second, if you wish to accompany me it is not impossible, but you must prove your worthiness to stay. Whether cooking, cleaning or labor, you will earn your place. I shelter no idle hands, not even a woman's. And above all, speak to me without command or condescension. I care nothing for your former status. From this moment forward you are simply the weakest among ordinary mortals. Only now, having secured the villa district, did Lin Feng deign to expend these words upon her. In his previous life he would not have spared her a second glance. Beauty. What value did beauty hold? Countless beautiful women roamed the apocalypse, but save those who wielded true strength most became mere playthings for others. So. Truly no one will come to save us. Biting her lip the young woman asked timidly, her tone betraying dawning awareness of Lin Feng's temperament provoke him and he might indeed abandon her to her fate. She seemed to grasp instinctively that angering this young man could mean being left utterly alone. Don't you have a smartphone? As Lin Feng manually unlocked the villa's wrought iron gate with his key he remarked, search apocalypse and zombies, the reality matches what you'll find online. With that Lin Feng and Zhang Chang stepped inside. The young woman hurried after them slipping through the doorway before it closed. Lin Feng glanced at her once, said nothing, and locked the door behind them. Inside he found several people already watching him expectantly. It's over, the zombies in the villa district have all been eliminated by Zhang Chang and me. He sat down on the sofa and announced calmly. Xiao Feng, who is this young lady? Zhang Chang's mother asked noticing the newcomer behind Lin Feng. Auntie, my name is Mu Hongmei. Before Lin Feng could utter a word the young woman introduced herself. I live in the neighboring villa, these 2 gentlemen saved me. Auntie, given how perilous things are outside may I stay here temporarily? Mu Hongmei glanced briefly at Lin Feng then turned pleadingly to Zhang Chang's mother. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Do you have no home? Has no one from your family contacted you since this happened? At the mention of family Mu Hongmei's eyes glistened. My parents are overseas, I spoke with them just now, they're safe, for now. Here in Binhai City I'm entirely alone. Lin Feng rose and walked to the refrigerator, pulled out a bottle of soda, opened it and took a sip. Why did you move into a villa on your own? Did you have money with nowhere to spend it? Truth be told, Lin Feng held no fondness for girls like her. Her earlier words alone revealed her to be a pampered, sheltered daughter, spoiled and insufferable. Worse still, she possessed neither wit nor self-awareness. Otherwise how could she have issued commands so brazenly in such dire circumstances? A close friend was coming from out of town, I rented this villa specifically to host her. Who could have imagined the world outside would turn into this? Her heart ached both for her parents and for her best friend. We common folk know nothing of wealthy people's affairs. By the way, what's her name? Lin Feng took another sip. What's her name? Mu Hongmei replied, her name is Fan Yuding, my dearest friend. Pfft, Fan Yuding. At Mu Hongmei's words Lin Feng spat out his mouthful of soda. Fan Yuding. Lin Feng expressed some surprise. This name was indeed well known in his previous life. Recalling Fan Yuding's appearance Lin Feng asked Mu Hongmei, how do you know? Have you met Sister Tingting? Mu Hongmei looked surprised at Lin Feng's words. I don't know her, just asking. Looking at Mu Hongmei's puzzled expression Lin Feng casually replied. However, at this moment he was reminiscing about his past life. In his previous life Fan Yuding was quite famous in Binhai City. The reason was that she was the first woman to become a level 3 mutant in Binhai City. At the same time she was also the first girl to step into the realm of level 4 mutants. At least that was the situation when Lin Feng left Binhai City in his past life. As for what happened afterward he did not know. Being able to surpass men and become a high-level mutant Fan Yuding was certainly not simple. In his previous life Lin Feng had only seen her once and that was at a relatively large event. Unfortunately at that time he was only a level 2 mutant and couldn't stand out. He couldn't help but wonder what a talented person like Fan Yuding would become under his guidance in this life. Are you saying that Fan Yuding is currently on her way to Binhai City? Checking the time Lin Feng inquired. If he could make Fan Yuding his subordinate it would not only mean having a beautiful companion but also have an aide. At this moment it was precisely the time when the apocalypse had just begun to erupt. According to the conditions of his previous life Fan Yuding would be able to reach Binhai City safely. As for where she was now Lin Feng did not know. Mu Hongmei quickly said, I just called Sister Tingting, she will be off the highway in half an hour. Looking at Lin Feng who had no expression Mu Hongmei became anxious saying, hey, could you go rescue Sister Tingting? She had no parents with her and now could only rely on Fan Yuding as her one close friend. With her best friend still outside Mu Hongmei was naturally very anxious. Lin Feng did not answer directly. After all, based on the conditions of his previous life Fan Yuding would not only be safe but also become a standout among mutants. However, this life had some differences. Lin Feng was reborn and he was uncertain whether there would be a butterfly effect. Alright, let's go pick her up at the highway entrance. Being decisive was Lin Feng's usual style. It was not for Mu Hongmei, in fact he found her somewhat unpleasant. Then Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Chang. Qiangzi, you already have experience in killing zombies, so stay here while we go out. Remember, don't go outside for now, there may be level 1 zombies out there and they are significantly stronger than ordinary zombies. Our walls can hold against level 1 zombies but you must stay put in the villa. Since he was going out Lin Feng entrusted the house to Zhang Chang. Alright, you go ahead, we are here and nothing will happen. Zhang Chang confidently raised the battle knife in his hand and said. Nodding, Lin Feng approached the villa door. He took out an F650 pickup truck from the storage space and placed it not far away, then walked outside the villa with Mu Hongmei. Get in the car with me. He pointed to the pickup in the distance and said. When Mu Hongmei saw the F650, even though she had seen many luxury cars, she couldn't help but be amazed by the imposing pickup. With its massive body and rugged lines, the huge bumper at the front gave it a powerful appearance. The 6.5 meter length and nearly 3 meter height made Mu Hongmei look like a child in front of it. Can you get up by yourself? Lin Feng arrived at the driver's side, opened the door, stepped into the vehicle and then asked. Although Mu Hongmei felt somewhat unwilling, the truth was that climbing onto this truck step truly required some effort. After a struggle she finally got into the car just as Lin Feng started the engine. The low growl startled Mu Hongmei. In the next moment Lin Feng drove towards the entrance of the Swan Bay Hotel. Driving through the villa area, it was indeed as Lin Feng had imagined. The number of zombies increased in the distance. There was the main building of the hotel and many people were checking in at that hour. When the apocalypse rain fell, many people turned into zombies. Thus a hell on earth began to spread upwards from the first floor of the hotel. Lin Feng did not know how many people in the hotel had turned into zombies, but even through the car window he could hear the screams from within. Lin Feng ignored those people. Such scenes were unfolding all over the world. He could save one place, but it was impossible to save the entire world. That's how the apocalypse was. Personal strength was only for protecting oneself and those nearby, not for blindly saving strangers. The roar of the pickup attracted the attention of many zombies who rushed towards the vehicle. However, the ordinary zombies were too slow. Often as soon as the zombies turned around they would be met with the vehicle's exhaust. With his god-level driving skills Lin Feng weaved through the crowd of zombies like a dragon. Those he could not avoid he simply rammed through if the F650's bumper was not just for show. Soon Lin Feng drove the vehicle out of the Swan Bay Hotel's entrance and onto the street. Compared to yesterday the originally spacious street was now blocked by many vehicles. On the road numerous zombies were feasting on humans. The sound of screams was incessant, bringing Lin Feng's thoughts back to the beginning of the apocalypse in his previous life. That scene was something no one wanted to experience even once, yet he had gone through it twice. However, for Lin Feng, who had lived through 5 years of the apocalypse, it had already become indifferent. Mu Hongmei on the other hand was different. Looking at the bloody scene around she was retching repeatedly. "If you feel like throwing up, get out and do it, don't dirty my car." Lin Feng glanced at Mu Hongmei and said coldly. To survive in the apocalypse one must first adapt. Lin Feng was not absolutely cold-hearted. The reason for his tone was to help her adapt to the apocalypse more quickly. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Feng's reprimand Mu Hongmei covered her mouth and stopped retching. However, at this moment her eyes were somewhat reddened as if she had suffered a great grievance. Lin Feng paid no attention to her reaction, accelerated on the street and quickly drove towards the highway entrance. The traffic was not very heavy along the way, but many cars had broken down on the road. Their owners had turned into zombies. Whether they were caught in the rain of the apocalypse or bitten to death by other zombies was unknown. After more than 20 minutes Lin Feng's vehicle finally reached the highway entrance. "What car is Fan Yuting driving?" Lin Feng asked as he parked the car several meters away from the highway entrance. "It should be a yellow Maserati," Mu Hongmei replied after hearing Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng nodded, saying, "Got it, wait for me here while I go take a look." He then turned off the engine. "You want to leave me here?" Mu Hongmei hurriedly said as she watched Lin Feng about to open the car door. With a click Lin Feng opened the car door. "If you're willing to join me in dealing with those zombies I won't mind," he said, pointing to the nearby highway toll station. Following Lin Feng's gesture, Mu Hongmei saw that the highway entrance was currently blocked by several burning cars surrounded by over a dozen zombies wandering around. Mu Hongmei shrank her head and remained silent. Lin Feng stopped wasting words with her, closed the door and locked the car from the outside. There were no zombies nearby, and since he turned off the engine Mu Hongmei should be safe. Holding an alloy sword Lin Feng walked toward the highway entrance. As a toll station on the highway this area was a disaster zone. Due to the narrow exit many zombies were wandering around. As for living people there were certainly none left. Lin Feng didn't need to look closely at this point. He rushed toward the toll booth and the zombies also noticed his presence. However, those ordinary zombies stood no chance against a level 2 mutant. Moreover, Lin Feng had cultivated the 9 turns golden body technique. In terms of speed and attack methods, let alone ordinary zombies, even the same level 2 zombies probably wouldn't be his match. In an instant Lin Feng killed more than 10 zombies. Just then he saw a gray shadow flash by beside him. A small zombie resembling a child lunged at him. The little zombie revealed its sharp fangs and its hands transformed into beast-like claws. Most importantly, its speed was twice that of an ordinary zombie. A level 1 zombie. At the sight of the small zombie Lin Feng immediately recognized it as a level 1 zombie. He had seen many of them before. At that moment Lin Feng was not nervous at all, instead he felt a surge of excitement. With a flash of silver light the alloy sword sliced through the zombie's neck. In the next moment the little zombie's head fell off and its body continued to charge forward for 3 to 4 meters before slowly collapsing. After the little zombie died Lin Feng did not rush over but took care of 3 ordinary zombies nearby. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Mu Hongmei in the car was watching the actions of him killing zombies. "Wow, I'm glad I didn't offend him, he's simply too powerful." Seeing Lin Feng kill so many zombies in an instant left Mu Hongmei dumbfounded. Once the area was cleared Lin Feng approached the head of the little zombie. Using his sword to poke at the zombie's head he extracted a transparent magic crystal with a slightly cotton-like substance inside. This was the magic crystal from level 1 or higher zombies and mutated beasts. The energy contained in a level 1 magic crystal is approximately 1000 kilowatt-hours. This is a rough estimate as each magic crystal has different energy contents, but the difference is not usually significant. After obtaining the magic crystal Lin Feng immediately placed it into his storage space. Ding! Acquired 1 level 1 magic crystal amplification 10000 times. In an instant Lin Feng's storage space increased by 10000 level 1 magic crystals. That was 10,000 magic crystals. Even Lin Feng, who had experienced 2 apocalypses, couldn't help but lick his lips. This required killing 10,000 level 1 zombies or mutated beasts to obtain. In the apocalypse, magic crystals had many uses. In his previous life, some experts in energy developed a magic crystal energy conversion device after some time. Since then, magic crystals became one of the currencies in the apocalypse. In terms of the number of magic crystals owned, Lin Feng was already considered a wealthy man. On the highway there was only one entrance open, which seemed to have had wrecked cars and zombies. However, from the traces it appeared that they had been knocked away by cars speeding on the highway. This was good, saving Lin Feng the trouble of clearing the passage. After a while, a yellow sports car rushed over at high speed. It was a Maserati Fan Yuting's vehicle. As the yellow Maserati approached the highway entrance, it appropriately slowed down. From over 10 meters away, Lin Feng waved to signal the driver to stop. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, the car seemed to have no intention of slowing down and instead seemed to step on the gas. It seemed he mistook me for a zombie. Lin Feng shook his head, thinking to himself. In the next moment he directly stepped into the middle of the road, blocking the car with his body. Inside the car, Fan Yuting saw Lin Feng in front and seemed flustered, unsure whether to stop or accelerate. But it was already too late. The car was about to hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dodge it, instead he extended a hand and abruptly pressed the car in place. Fan Yuting inside the car was taken aback. She did not know what had happened and the car came to a halt. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would surely be astonished. How much strength would it take to stop a vehicle moving at about 50 miles per hour? At that moment Lin Feng had already seen Fan Yuting inside the car. Yes, it was her. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The person before him resembled Fan Yuting from his previous life. Get out of the car. He knocked on the window and tilted his head to the side. Fan Yuting seemed to confirm that Lin Feng was not a zombie, so she lowered the window. Do you know how dangerous this is? What if you get hit? Fan Yuting called out to Lin Feng, still shaken, seemingly forgetting that her car had been forced to stop. Your friend Mu Hongmei is waiting for you over there. Without further ado, Lin Feng pointed to his pickup truck. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fan Yuting hurriedly got out of the car and walked toward his direction. Lin Feng retracted his hand, glanced at the Maserati and directly placed it into his storage space. Fan Yuting looked back to see how Lin Feng was following her. But the next moment she realized her car was gone. Where's my car? It probably misses its mother, Lin Feng replied. Fan Yuting. With no time to worry about her car, she directly ran toward the pickup truck. Lin Feng, who was following behind, did not hesitate and took out a loyalty chip, launching it toward Fan Yuting. He had come specifically for her. How could Lin Feng give up on a mutant so easily? Ding. Recruited a mutant, triggering system rewards. Fan Yuting, who was running, did not feel the chip being injected into her body, but Lin Feng received the system's message in his mind. So it turns out that recruiting a person who was originally a mutant triggers system rewards, Lin Feng thought happily upon hearing the system's notification. Lin Feng discovered that the activation conditions for the rewards given by the system were diverse. At that moment Lin Feng and Fan Yuting were approaching his pickup truck, while the all-terrain vehicle rewarded by the system was not far behind the pickup. The vehicle looked quite imposing, measuring about 12 meters in length, over 3 meters in width and more than 4 meters in height. There were many holes resembling windows on both sides, the purpose of which was unknown. However, the body was surrounded by metallic spikes, giving it a fierce appearance. All-terrain base vehicle. What is that? Looking at the base vehicle not far away, Lin Feng inquired of the system. All-terrain base vehicle constructed with alloys powered by magic crystals. In standard mode the energy consumption is 1 kWh per kilometer, while in berserk mode it is 3 kWh per kilometer. The all-terrain vehicle is equipped with 20 energy guns, each consuming 1 kWh per shot, capable of automatically identifying and targeting non-living mobile energy entities. It is also equipped with a main cannon consuming 100 kWh per shot and can automatically identify non-living mobile energy entities. All other onboard devices are powered by magic crystals. Please consult the onboard computer for details. Soon the system provided an explanation. A weapon-equipped base vehicle. It seemed quite powerful, Lin Feng thought to himself. However, first and foremost he needed to store the base vehicle in his storage space. Ding. One all-terrain base vehicle stored amplification 10000 times. Indeed, the base vehicle could also be amplified. With that, Lin Feng felt relieved. At that moment even he felt a bit excited. He then released another base vehicle in place. In his previous life many teams in the apocalypse had created their own base vehicles. But most had merely reinforced the armor with welded iron plates and added shooting holes or reinforced bumpers. However, most modifications were limited. After all, those were vehicles. Their power source dictated that increasing weight would inevitably lead to a loss of speed. None of those vehicles compared to Lin Feng's current base vehicle, which utilized magic crystals as both power and ammunition. According to the system, if merely driving a single magic crystal in standard mode could cover 1000 kilometers. In berserk mode it could only cover a little over 300 kilometers. One magic crystal could allow the energy guns to fire 1000 rounds or the main cannon to fire 10 rounds. These might be considered expensive for ordinary people. After all, killing a level 1 zombie wasn't an easy task. A base vehicle that combined driving and shooting might not last a full day. But Lin Feng was different. With a storage space he could obtain 1000 level 1 magic crystals by killing a single level 1 zombie. Moreover, he could exchange with others, and the magic crystals obtained could also be amplified. One could say that Lin Feng's level 1 magic crystals were virtually inexhaustible. At that moment the two had arrived beside Lin Feng's pickup truck. Using a remote control to unlock the door, Mu Hongmei immediately jumped out of the vehicle. Ting Ting, you finally came. You scared me. I thought you were going to turn into a zombie. Mu Hongmei said, holding Fan Yuding's hand, crying. Fan Yuding replied, all right, I'm fine. We're all grown-ups now, no need to cry. However, Lin Feng noticed that her eyes were slightly red at that moment. Did you get caught in the rain earlier? At that moment Lin Feng suddenly asked Fan Yuding. Fan Yuding then remembered that there was someone beside her and recalled, I didn't get rained on, but at that time I had just passed through the toll station in Beijiang City. When she lowered the window to take the toll card her hand got slightly wet. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Now it could explain why Fan Yuding was driving yet could still evolve into a mutant. You guys drive this vehicle, we'll take the one behind. Lin Feng tossed the car keys to Fan Yuding and said. The one behind. Mu Hongmei exclaimed in surprise as she turned her head and saw the base vehicle. What kind of vehicle is that? I didn't see it before. Lin Feng ignored her and walked directly toward the all-terrain base vehicle. What a person, I was just asking. Mu Hongmei muttered softly as she watched Lin Feng's departing figure. Your friend? Fan Yuding asked while sitting in the driver's seat. Don't mention it, I've only known him for less than an hour. As she spoke, Mu Hongmei recounted the incident at Swan Bay to Fan Yuding. After hearing her words, Fan Yuding felt a bit speechless. I wondered why that person was so cold to you. If it were me I wouldn't pay attention either. You can't expect someone to treat you like a servant, doing whatever you say, especially in such a dangerous situation. Starting the vehicle, Fan Yuding sighed. In her view, her friend had been spoiled. In that kind of situation everyone was focused on self-preservation, and often even asking others didn't guarantee help. Yet Mu Hongmei still spoke to people like that. If it were her, Fan Yuding wouldn't have paid attention either. I've just gotten used to it. Besides, he's a man, can't he be a bit accommodating to the girls? Mu Hongmei murmured softly, knowing she was somewhat wrong but still unwilling to admit it. At that moment Lin Feng also boarded the all-terrain base vehicle. Once inside he was captivated by the layout of the vehicle. The driver's seat was quite similar to a conventional vehicle which Lin Feng simply glanced at. Inside the vehicle there were 2 rows of seats. Counting them it could accommodate 30 people. This was quite spacious for a vehicle that was 12 meters long. At the rear of the vehicle Lin Feng saw that there was also a room with a sizable double bed. Additionally there was a bathroom and a simple kitchen. It could be said that this was a long version of a camper van. Except for the lack of entertainment facilities, it was comparable to a super camper. Next to the windows on both sides there were things resembling gun barrels protruding. Presumably those were the energy guns mentioned by the system. The entire base vehicle stood 4 meters high while the interior space was less than 3 meters in height. This indicated that there were mysteries above the vehicle. After studying for a while, Lin Feng discovered that there was a vast space containing a large water tank, a refrigerator and a storage room. As for the main cannon, it was located on the roof of the vehicle. This all-terrain base vehicle, when fully stocked with food and water, could sustain 30 people for a month or 2 without considering the magic crystal consumption. This is what a post-apocalyptic base vehicle should be. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that the system always provided him with good things, Lin Feng mused. Reaching the driver's seat, Lin Feng found the energy box, which was the device for placing magic crystals. Without hesitation, Lin Feng directly took out 10 level 1 magic crystals from his storage space and placed them inside. After all, he had 10000 magic crystals in his storage space, so taking out this amount for the base vehicle was hardly a concern. Welcome aboard the all-terrain base vehicle. Energy connection successful. As soon as the onboard computer's voice fell, the ambient lights of the vehicle illuminated. Quite intelligent. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat and started the all-terrain base vehicle. Unlike ordinary cars, the all-terrain base vehicle was nearly silent after ignition. There was not even the faint tremor typical of an electric car starting up. Lin Feng briefly wondered whether the vehicle even had a conventional engine. He tapped the throttle lightly and the vehicle lunged forward. Too fast, he exclaimed, quickly easing off the pedal. The base vehicle's power was astonishing, surpassing even his Raptor F650 with its 6.7L displacement. No wonder it consumed 1 kWh per kilometer. This time Lin Feng pressed the accelerator cautiously and the vehicle moved forward smoothly. Through the rearview mirror he saw the car behind him fall into line. Though the all-terrain base vehicle measured 12 meters long, it handled with effortless grace. Before long Lin Feng found himself accustomed to its controls. A short distance ahead a small cluster of zombies had begun to gather. Let's see what the base vehicle's weapons can do, Lin Feng murmured as he watched them approach. From his earlier fumbling he had learned the weapons system could operate under manual or automatic control. Manual was obvious if the nature of the automatic mode remained a mystery to him. Activate automatic attack mode, target zombies ahead. With the undead closing in, Lin Feng issued the command to the vehicle. Pia, soft rhythmic sounds accompanied the discharge as energy guns on the vehicle's flanks and front began firing. The shots were so quiet they scarcely drew the zombies' attention. In the next instant energy rounds streaked toward the undead. Struck by the projectiles, the zombies crumpled to the ground. Most surprising of all, the vehicle's computer was able to discern the number and positions of the zombies on its own. Because of this, the energy guns never fired redundantly and energy was conserved at a fundamental level. In merely 3 seconds more than 20 zombies were neutralized. Lin Feng could not help but feel astonished. If it required no human input, then even vast packs of zombies would become as easy to harvest as a field of spring chives. Ding! One level 1 zombie eliminated. Reclaim magic crystal, the computer intoned, breaking his reverie. He had actually slain a level 1 zombie. Lin Feng blinked in disbelief at the machine's announcement. He had not expected the energy guns to be effective even against level 1 foes. Ordinary people before a level 1 zombie were essentially prey unless they were experienced hunters. At least 4 or 5 of them with ample weapons and ammunition might stand a chance to kill one. Yet now it seemed a single level 1 zombie could be felled with only a few energy rounds. Lin Feng instructed the computer, enable automatic reclamation. At that moment the base vehicle rolled over the corpse-strewn ground. Beep, 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 the light above a storage locker on the right side blinked to life. He pressed the switch beneath the indicator and opened the locker. Inside lay a single level 1 magic crystal. How convenient, he thought. Taking the crystal, Lin Feng placed it into the storage compartment. In an instant 1 crystal multiplied into 10,000. While he marveled at the vehicle's intelligence, in the pickup behind him 2 young women were staring wide-eyed at the car ahead. At first they had considered how to detour around the cluster of zombies. Seeing Lin Feng's car show no sign of turning, Fan Yuting had no choice but to follow. It was her first encounter with such a scene. As a young woman, to remain unmoved and not burst into tears at the sight of so many zombies was already commendable. She had little inclination to voice an opinion. What surprised them most was that Lin Feng's vehicle opened fire, and in an instant wiped out the nearby undead. Although they did not know exactly how dangerous zombies could be, Fan Yuting had seen footage of them ravenously devouring people and knew they were not to be taken lightly. Now those monstrous things had been cut down as if harvesting leeks. How could she not be astonished? Who is he, she wondered. He could have pinned my car in place, and now he had a vehicle that could effortlessly annihilate zombies. According to Hongmei, he might even be able to kill them himself. Fan Yuting's mind raced with questions. Lin Feng of course had no idea what she was thinking. He was simply delighted at having inexplicably gained 10,000 magic crystals. Best of all, he had not even had to lift a finger. Tens of thousands of crystals had rushed into his pocket. Lin Feng realized that in this life fortune seemed to fall into his lap. Not only had he become a level 2 mutant before the apocalypse, he also possessed supplies of incalculable value. Now he did not even need to personally retrieve magic crystals. Could this life be too comfortable? Lin Feng thought, inwardly amused. Yet of course this was a blessing. If this is the base vehicle's normal mode, what is its berserk mode like? According to the system, the vehicle did have a berserk mode that consumed 3 times the energy of normal travel. Activate berserk mode. Lin Feng had no concern for the cost of 300 kilometers per crystal and issued the command. Ding! Berserk mode activated successfully. At the computer's prompt the vehicle surged forward. With the same throttle input the power felt more than doubled. At the same time the vehicle trembled faintly. Through the rearview mirror Lin Feng saw the steel barbs along the body begin to spin at high speed. At the front 6 gear-like circular blades extended and whirled furiously. Isn't this the death vehicle from that movie, he mused. The sight recalled a vehicle from a film, though that one was crudely welded by human hands and nowhere near as sophisticated as his all-terrain base vehicle. To test the berserk mode Lin Feng deliberately drove toward a knot of 4 or 5 zombies. When they struck the base vehicle they were shredded into bloody fragments. Ding! Vehicle exterior cleaning function engaged automatically. Feeling the dark blood splatter tiny mechanical nozzles in the vehicle's roof began to wash the body clean. Lin Feng's vehicle was clean but those behind suffered chunks of zombie flew toward the pickup trailing them. In an instant the pickup's windshield was spattered and obscured. Ugh! The two women who had been curious about the moving barbs were suddenly confronted with a grisly sight. Neither of the women had ever seen anything like it. Even Fan Yuting, a prospective mutant, began to retch. He won't go around them. He's doing it on purpose, ugh. Mu Hongmei retched and shouted in exasperation. Thankfully Fan Yuting kept her composure and activated the windshield wipers. Even so she felt waves of nausea. Unaware of the chaos behind him Lin Feng amused himself inside the base vehicle. Berserk mode is amazing though it's liable to hurt people. But it's thrilling against large hordes. After charging forward Lin Feng decided not to squander energy and deactivated both berserk mode and the automatic firing. Although he possessed 20,000 magic crystals he was not a municipal cleaner. He could not spend his days clearing zombies from the streets for everyone. Unless he encountered level 1 zombies specifically, yet the apocalypse had only lasted a little over an hour. Where would so many level 1 zombies be found? Seeing the vehicle return to normal mode Fan Yuting and Mu Hongmei behind him breathed sighs of relief. The previous scene had been far too nauseating for them. 20 minutes later Lin Feng arrived at the gate of Swan Bay Hotel. Standing before the 30-plus-story main building he began to form a few plans. Lin Feng did not stop at the fountain in the center of Swan Bay but instead drove his car and the pickup truck behind him to the villa. He parked the car by the wall of his villa and opened the gate. From the pickup truck behind him Fan Yuting and Mu Hongmei got out. Seeing the towering 6-meter wall in front of her Fan Yuting was stunned. Why is this place surrounded? She tugged at Mu Hongmei's clothes and asked. Mu Hongmei shook her head, I don't know either. It wasn't like this yesterday. This morning after those people turned into zombies it became like this. All I know is that he lives here with a few others. Let's go check it out, Fan Yuting said as she glanced around the environment. Mu Hongmei replied, do we really have to go in? Fan Yuting was a bit speechless, I think it's safer here. Didn't you see? There are quite a few zombies in front of the main building. Are we supposed to stay outside? Saying this Fan Yuting followed Lin Feng's footsteps. Mu Hongmei thought about Fan Yuting's words and agreed so she followed in as well. Once inside the villa Zhang Chang and the others were already on guard with knives in hand. They felt relieved upon seeing Lin Feng return. You two stay here for a bit. Chang, you come with me outside, Lin Feng said pointing at the sofa. Without waiting for them to respond he took Zhang Chang out. I have to say Feng Gu, I haven't mentioned it yet but the two girls you brought back are quite good-looking, Zhang Chang said with a smile glancing back at the villa. Lin Feng replied seriously, let's focus on the task at hand. I want to take over the entire hotel. Zhang Chang couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. Feng Gu, if you mean taking over the villa area we've done that. But taking over the main building of the entire hotel might be a bit troublesome, he said pointing at the tall main building not far away with a hint of helplessness. Lin Feng knew that what he was saying sounded unbelievable. The entire Swan Bay was one of the most luxurious hotels in Binhai City standing at 36 stories high. It was said that the hotel had a total of 1314 guest rooms. Binhai City was considered a tourist city attracting many visitors. Even under normal circumstances the occupancy rate of Swan Bay Hotel was quite high. Now in the apocalypse it meant that the number of zombies would definitely not be small. Perhaps in Zhang Chang's view taking over the main building was a pipe dream. However in reality Lin Feng had no choice but to do so. The vast resources within the hotel were one issue and the other was the sheer number of zombies inside. As time passed if a significant number of first-level zombies or even second- or third-level zombies appeared inside regardless of whether Lin Feng was a match for them they would be a ticking time bomb. Naturally Lin Feng did not want such an unstable factor to be by his side. Many people in his past life died because of misjudgments. It's okay, we have that, Lin Feng said, pointing to the all-terrain base vehicle beside him. What is that? A battle vehicle for the apocalypse. So cool. Zhang Chang exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sight of the base vehicle. The vehicle was so extravagant that anyone would be surprised to see it. I found the vehicle outside. Pretty impressive, right? Lin Feng smiled, glancing at Zhang Chang's reaction. He did not want to reveal the secret of having a system and storage space to anyone, not even to relatives or close friends. Everyone has their bottom line, and for Lin Feng that bottom line was the system. Saying this, Lin Feng took Zhang Chang into the vehicle. Wow, this is an RV. Zhang Chang said excitedly as he surveyed the interior of the vehicle. With spacious seats, a bed, a bathroom and a kitchen. This is so cool, I want to live in this vehicle forever. Similar to Lin Feng's first encounter with the base vehicle, Zhang Chang was very satisfied with the layout inside. And there's even more you won't expect, you'll find out soon enough. Taking the driver's seat, Lin Feng started the vehicle. Despite the base vehicle's wide body, the wheels could turn 90 degrees. This way its torque was not much different from that of a regular small car. After just a slight turn of the steering wheel, the base vehicle executed a turn. Immediately Lin Feng drove the base vehicle toward the main building. As expected, several zombies surged out from the hotel main building due to the sheer number inside. Oh no, so many zombies. Even sitting in the vehicle, Zhang Chang felt tense upon seeing those zombies gripping the alloy combat knife tightly. Activate Berserk mode, Lin Feng commanded the onboard computer. Received. Berserk mode activated, the computer responded. Zhang Chang was surprised to hear that it was computer-controlled. Initiate automatic attack. Lin Feng ordered as he looked at the zombies at the hotel entrance. The energy guns on the vehicle began to fire. As beams of light flew rapidly toward the main building, the zombies were hit and fell to the ground. At that moment Zhang Chang was completely stunned. This vehicle even had weaponry and was capable of automatic attacks. Now he finally understood why Lin Feng had been so confident earlier. It turned out this base vehicle was so formidable. Lin Feng was not idle either, skillfully driving the base vehicle closer to the hotel main building. At this time zombies that slipped through the cracks were shredded by the spikes, their bodies turning into a mist of blood. Lin Feng calculated that he had placed 100 first-level magic crystals inside the base vehicle. In terms of energy, that equated to 100,000 kilowatt-hours or 100,000 energy rounds and the main cannon. Given the current number of zombies, it would be more than enough. Even now he had yet to see what the main cannon firing looked like. With 100 energy points, later referred to as energy points, the power of a single shot would surely not be insignificant. For now, relying solely on the base vehicle's performance, Lin Feng even took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed Zhang Chang one. With the base vehicle, killing zombies was a piece of cake. As for Lin Feng himself, he only needed to observe the surrounding environment. If he had such equipment in his past life, how much better it would have been. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Thus, as the base vehicle continuously attacked, the various zombies emerging from the main building were eliminated one by one. After a while, the entrance of the main building was piled high with zombie corpses. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried about these bodies, he could simply charge through in berserk mode later. The spikes could easily act like a vacuum cleaner, clearing away the zombie corpses. If those big shots from his past life saw the grand all-terrain base vehicle being used as a cleaning robot by Lin Feng, they would surely be furious. The zombies in the hotel were ultimately limited, and gradually the number of zombies emerging from the entrance decreased. Not satisfied, Lin Feng took out a high-power wireless speaker from the storage space. Inserting a USB with DJ tracks, Lin Feng placed the speaker on the base vehicle and turned the volume up to the maximum. Crazy Feng Gu has gone mad. Although he didn't know where the speaker had come from, when Zhang Chang heard the shocking DJ music playing, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Who would have thought of doing this? While others were just trying to hide from zombies, Lin Feng was using a high-powered speaker to attract them. Even knowing he was safe, Zhang Chang couldn't help but smile wryly. This was too outrageous. The DJ music being played indeed had an effect if the zombies inside the hotel heard the commotion outside and rushed out. Even some zombies on the street outside Swan Bay began to gather here. However, Lin Feng saw these as only a small number. Killing one was the same as killing a bunch. To clean up, he needed to eliminate all the zombies in the main building and surrounding areas. Cleaning up a bit more now would save effort when the base vehicle couldn't get into certain places later. Thus the speaker played for over an hour, and only when a few sporadic zombies rushed out from the hotel did Lin Feng finally put the speaker away. "It's time for us to get our hands dirty," Lin Feng said with a smile to Zhang Chang, casually tossing the speaker aside. With no zombies in sight, Lin Feng called out to Zhang Chang to get down from the vehicle. After all, cars could not be driven into the hotel. Clutching a high-alloy battle blade, the two entered the lobby on the first floor. Corpses lay scattered across the marble floor, most grotesquely mangled and incomplete. Even those zombies missing half their bodies stirred weakly upon sensing intruders dragging themselves toward Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. "Can you handle this?" From his spatial storage, Lin Feng retrieved 2 hand grenades and handed them to Zhang Chang, along with a fully loaded handgun. "You'll clear the right side, I'll take the left and the basement. Use these if you encounter anything formidable." Ordinary zombies posed little threat to Zhang Chang, but even level 1 zombies would hardly overwhelm him, armed as he was with alloy armor and a battle blade. Still, caution demanded thorough preparation, better safe than sorry. "Huh. Brother Feng, you actually have these?" Zhang Chang's jaw dropped at the sight of the firearms. He had never imagined Lin Feng possessed both guns, and even hand grenades. Yet wielding them posed no real difficulty. He hadn't eaten pork, but he'd certainly seen pigs run. And like most young men, he harbored more than passing familiarity with military hardware. Without further delay, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang parted ways and advanced along the left corridor of the first floor. The ground level housed no guest rooms, only storage closets and a restaurant. Inside a traditional Chinese restaurant, Lin Feng spotted 2 chef-clad zombies lingering nearby. Dishes and utensils were strewn across the floor, yet the space remained largely intact. As he moved through the room, Lin Feng gathered every item he saw into his spatial storage, each amplified 10,000-fold, then carefully restored 1 specimen of each to its original place. Before the 2 zombies could even register his presence, their heads parted from their bodies in clean, silent strokes. Beyond the dining hall lay a pantry stocked with provisions. Every last ingredient vanished into Lin Feng's spatial storage. Every scrap counted, even modest rations multiplied 10,000-fold within that boundless void. Storage rooms, laundry facilities, linen closets, staff lounges, all were methodically emptied. Once the entire left wing had been combed clean, Lin Feng descended to the basement. Aside from a parking garage, the sublevel housed the hotel's main warehouse. The underground parking lot held far fewer zombies. Only a handful lingered, likely survivors who'd fled here during the outbreak's earliest hours or victims caught mid-evacuation. After eliminating the stragglers, Lin Feng absorbed over 100 vehicles, cars of every make and model, into his spatial storage, swelling his fleet by millions. Keys. Irrelevant in the apocalypse. Starting engines required no key. Lin Feng had long commissioned universal ignition tools from hardware shops before the collapse. In the age of ruin, such tools carried no legal consequence. Next, he entered the hotel's warehouse. Common staples barely merited a glance. What truly drew his attention were the luxury provisions, rare wines, aged spirits and gourmet delicacies, befitting one of Binhai City's few 5-star establishments. Whether caviar, prized matsutake mushrooms or precious cordyceps, anything Lin Feng laid eyes on vanished instantly into his spatial vault. Fine tobacco and premium liquors followed suit. Before the wine cabinet he claimed every bottle, regardless of origin or vintage. Most coveted were the rare vintages, scarce even in peacetime. With such reserves he could savor fine wine for the rest of his life. Satisfied that the first floor and basement had been thoroughly secured, Lin Feng returned to the lobby, where Zhang Chang had likewise completed his assigned sweep. Zhang Chang's sector consisted mostly of staff dormitories, little of value there though zombies clustered more densely. Still, his efficiency in clearing them proved commendable. Let's ascend floor by floor. Though Binhai City's power grid remained functional, elevators were off-limits. Safety demanded stairs step by deliberate step. This was no trivial task. The Swan Bay Hotel stood 36 stories tall, boasting over 1,000 rooms. Brother, 4 rooms remain unsearched on this floor. All surviving civilians have been assembled in the 6th floor conference room. Our men are guarding them. A young man addressed the scar-faced middle-aged man beside him. Well done. Tell the brothers to keep those people in line. Send them to clear zombies on the 8th floor. Refusal means death. Inform everyone, the world has changed. Loosen your restraints. As for those who comply, absorb them into our ranks, for now. But grant them no quality weapons. Betrayal must never be invited. The scarred man surveyed his loyal followers. Cruelty twisted his features as he spoke of killing. Rest easy, Brother Hui, we know exactly what to do. The world's transformed, just like those apocalyptic films. This is our time to rise. Confidently the youth declared his loyalty. Brother Hui nodded. And it began the day you met me outside prison. Your timing was impeccable. Remember when confronting resistance, strike without mercy. With that he strode to the window, gazing outward with a chilling predatory smile. The Swan Bay Hotel sprawled vast, 30 to 40 rooms per floor. This time Lin Feng and Zhang Chang advanced together floor by floor. Fortuitously they had acquired the hotel's master keycard from the lobby, granting seamless access to every chamber. They encountered living humans only upon reaching the third floor. No, stay back. A young couple huddled in the corner of their room mistaking Lin Feng and Zhang Chang for zombies, shrieking in terror. Relax. Do we look like zombies? Lin Feng observed coolly. Remain inside. You know the dangers beyond this door. If you wish to survive, wait quietly. Consider this your only warning. With that Lin Feng and Zhang Chang departed. Each time they found occupants Lin Feng delivered the same terse instruction. He was ruthless, but not a murderer of innocents. His directive to wait concealed deeper intent, plans unfolding silently beneath his calm exterior. For Lin Feng and Zhang Chang ordinary zombies were pathetically weak. Even Zhang Chang, a newly awakened level 1 mutant, could now dispatch one with a single stroke. Thus the two slaughtered zombies at astonishing speed. Meanwhile Lin Feng continuously gathered anything he deemed useful into his spatial storage. Aside from some electrical appliances, the bulk of their haul came from hotel supplies: slippers, tea bags, coffee sachets, toiletries, porcelain cups, and even snacks and beverages from the minibar. Nothing was overlooked. To Lin Feng, retrieving such items required but a fleeting thought. Yet in the apocalypse these mundane objects would soon become coveted commodities, even luxuries. In this desolate world hunger gnawed at people's bellies. Merely securing food was a daily struggle. Few could afford the indulgence of hot tea or coffee. While clearing floors they occasionally encountered survivors. Having endured over 2 hours of apocalyptic chaos, most were already paralyzed by terror. Upon seeing living humans approach, many broke down, wailing, weeping, unleashing raw grief. Lin Feng offered no comfort. He was no benevolent savior. He had come only to inform them when the time was right he would issue instructions for their next steps. Whether they heeded his words, or chose instead to flee the hotel, was none of his concern. Gradually Lin Feng and Zhang Chang ascended to the hotel's 6th floor. After clearing the corridor of zombies, Lin Feng halted before a conference room door. There are many people inside. Leveraging his heightened perception as a level 2 mutant, he discerned hushed murmurs within. Without betraying a flicker of emotion, he opened the door. The moment he entered, silence crashed over the room. Lin Feng observed 50 to 60 souls, men, women, elders, children, huddled together. Some sat on chairs, most sat cross-legged on the floor. Are you all from the 6th floor? Lin Feng scanned the crowd and asked. At his words the group instinctively recoiled. Then an elder spoke. Some of us are from the 6th floor, but others from the 7th and 8th. Aren't you one of Scarface's men? At the name Scarface, palpable dread tightened every face. Scarface, who was he? Lin Feng remained utterly perplexed. You're mistaken, I came up from the 1st floor. Lin Feng shook his head. You climbed all the way from the ground floor. Then you must be extraordinarily powerful. Surely no less formidable than Scarface himself. Young master, please save us. With that the elder dropped to his knees before Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Rise first, and tell me what happened. As the elder began speaking, every gaze in the room locked onto Lin Feng. Indeed, as the elder had implied, anyone capable of fighting upward from the 1st floor was undeniably extraordinary. In that instant a fragile spark of hope flickered in their eyes. 2 hours ago many here turned into zombies. We barricaded ourselves in our rooms, too terrified to step outside. But soon someone knocked, claiming to be human, offering rescue. When we opened the door we walked straight into a trap. It was Scarface's gang, 7 or 8 strong. He himself seemed superhuman, effortlessly slaughtering zombies with bare hands. Yet to minimize his own losses he used us as bait, to lure zombies toward us. Anyone who resisted was executed on the spot by his 3 lieutenants. Now we are lambs awaiting slaughter, herded here under his orders. Young master, for the sake of so many lives, save us. Tears streamed down the elder's cheeks. So, that was it. Lin Feng now grasped the situation clearly. Scarface was undoubtedly a mutant, commanding his own loyal subordinates. He had confined these people here precisely to serve as living lures for zombies. Such cruelty was tragically common in his past life. To mutants ordinary humans were little more than insects, unworthy of notice let alone mercy. I understand. Wait here, the room is relatively secure. Beyond that I make no promises. Await further instructions. With that, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang departed the conference room. Brother Feng, those people seemed pitiful. Shall we relocate them to the villa compound? There are still many vacant villas there. Zhang Chang, having glimpsed the elders and children inside, ventured the suggestion. Qiangzi, you're not just mistaken. You're profoundly dangerously wrong. Lin Feng halted, his voice grave and unyielding. Survival in the apocalypse demands one essential virtue: merciless pragmatism. Suffering abounds in this world, far beyond any one person's capacity to alleviate. We may aid a few, but what of 10,000? A million? A billion? We cannot reshape the entire world, only ourselves. If aiding certain individuals serves our interests, I will consider it, judiciously and selectively. But I will never extend charity without cause. Offer them luxury villas. They are ordinary civilians, frail, elderly, infirm, or young. Once those villas fill, what then, if elite mutants seek refuge with us? Shall we assign them mere hotel rooms while reserving villas for the weakest among us? How would such mutants perceive us? Would they feel less valued than the most vulnerable? Would they pledge loyalty, or quietly depart? Feed them well today, and tomorrow they'll crave tea, the day after wine. Deny them and they'll rebel, forcing us to suppress them later. Better never to indulge such expectations in the first place. Therefore, choose wisely. Select only those who bring tangible value. Not everyone in this world merits compassion. Do you understand? At that moment Lin Feng spoke with solemn fatherly gravity. This was the bedrock law of the apocalypse: never show mercy to another, lest that mercy become your own undoing. The phrase shirking labor and seeking ease found its purest, darkest expression in the apocalypse, a truth Lin Feng, who had survived 5 brutal years within it, knew with visceral certainty. I understand now, I won't speak so carelessly again. Zhang Chang nodded, finally comprehending Lin Feng's meaning. The apocalypse was not the world he once knew. Here worth dictated survival. Only those who contributed value endured. The rest, the frail, the aged, the helpless, were destined to be cannon fodder. Good, understanding is enough. Lin Feng gave a curt nod. Now, let us meet this Scarface face to face. At that moment Lin Feng allowed himself a faint, telling smile. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang arrived on the 7th floor of the hotel. Corpses of zombies lay scattered across the corridors, carpet strewn haphazardly in every direction. Among them were also mangled human corpses, barely recognizable, half consumed by ravenous jaws. The 7th floor was utterly deserted. Thanks to his extraordinary sensory acuity, Lin Feng's hearing had sharpened considerably. Not a single sound stirred across the entire floor. Let's go up and take a look. With that conclusion drawn, the two continued ascending. The 8th floor proved identical, silent and lifeless. According to the elderly man's account back in the conference room, floors 7 and 8 had already been cleared by the scarred man. That spared Lin Feng the effort. Without delay they ascended to the 9th floor, where zombies lurked. Even before reaching the exit, Lin Feng heard their guttural, ragged shrieks echoing from afar. He nodded subtly toward Zhang Chang, and together they pushed open the emergency stairwell door. As expected, a fierce skirmish unfolded just ahead, zombie versus human. 2 young men, barely in their 20s, wielded fire axes in desperate combat against a single zombie. One lured its attacks while the other struck repeatedly at its skull. So people have already grasped the art of coordinated combat against zombies, far sooner than I anticipated, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Having arrived, he saw no reason to conceal himself. It took the youths a full minute to fell the creature. Scanning the area, their eyes instantly locked onto Lin Feng, calmly observing the fray from nearby. Boss. There are live people over here. One of the youths called out behind him. What's all the shouting for? If they're alive, just drag them up to the 7th floor like the rest. At those words several figures emerged from the corridor's bend. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his face bisected by a grotesque, jagged scar that lent him an unnerving presence. Lin Feng recognized him instantly, the scarred man spoken of by the elder. Boss, they're armed, with blades, the youth said respectfully, gesturing toward Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Blades. Following the youth's finger, the scarred man turned his gaze upon Lin Feng and Zhang Chang, and lit up upon spotting their alloy battle blades. Lin Feng's blade, forged from advanced alloy, gleamed with elegant razor-sharp lines. Under light it shimmered faintly with cold brilliance. Gentlemen, the world outside is perilous now. No need for pleasantries. I'll make this simple: surrender your blades and you may walk away unharmed. Agreed. His eyes remained riveted, not on the men but on their weapons. Lin Feng smiled. And if I refuse? He chuckled, not out of fear but because it had been ages since anyone dared attempt to rob him. For a fleeting moment the old world's ruthless rhythm surged back within him. Humph. Then don't blame me for what comes next. Shao Sun, you four move in. The scarred man sneered, pointing to four of his younger followers. Hesitating only briefly, glancing first at Lin Feng's blade, they charged forward. Heh, he even knows two can't match us, Lin Feng remarked amused. Swinging their fire axes the four lunged toward Lin Feng in unison, then froze mid-stride. A flash of silver streaked through the air, so swift so silent no eye could trace its origin. Not a cry escaped their throats. In that instant all four axes shattered, exploding into splinters as if struck by divine lightning. You're a mutated one too. The scarred man's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening with newfound wariness. He hadn't seen the strike, only Lin Feng's subtle motion, then four men dead. Even he knew he couldn't replicate such speed. You're formidable, but one mountain bears no two tigers. So forgive me for showing no mercy. Clutching his fire axe tightly he commanded in a low resonant voice, all of you, attack together. Kill either one and the other's blade is yours. 6 or 7 others stood beside him, perhaps he believed numbers would prevail in chaos. Initially shaken by their comrades' sudden deaths they now hesitated no longer. The promise of such a refined weapon rekindled their courage. In this ruined world a reliable blade wasn't mere tool, it was the difference between life and oblivion. Lin Feng understood at once the scarred man was a mutant too. Yet mutation meant nothing, any who dared covet his life paid in blood. Without another word Lin Feng began walking forward, calm unhurried. A scream tore from one thug's throat, cut short as he fell severed before closing within a meter. Then the scarred man struck, his axe arcing in a vicious deceptive angle toward Lin Feng's neck. Almost there. With less than half a meter remaining the scarred man allowed himself a triumphant grin. A mutant. Still no match for overwhelming force, he thought, arrogance flaring in his chest. But in the next breath icy cold bloomed across his throat, then shock as he watched his own body collapse below him. Darkness swallowed him whole. A second later Lin Feng dispatched the last remaining follower. Wiping his blade clean on a corpse he sheathed it without haste. Zhang Chong had only just reached Lin Feng's side, proof enough of how terrifyingly swift his slaughter had been. This lethality stemmed not only from his current status as a level 2 mutant, but from lifetimes of hard-won instinct forged in endless battles against zombies and mutated beasts in his past existence. Fire axes lay strewn across the floor. The scarred man had sought Lin Feng's alloy blade, only to forfeit his own life and all he possessed. Brother Feng, you're absolutely terrifying. Zhang Chong didn't know the scarred man was a level 1 mutant, but even among ordinary humans Lin Feng's speed defied mortal limits. Having slain countless zombies Zhang Chong had long grown accustomed to corpses, no longer retching at the sight as he once had. Train diligently and you'll move just as swiftly. Surpass my current strength entirely, once your cultivation reaches sufficient depth. Clapping Zhang Chong lightly on the shoulder Lin Feng smiled. He had no interest in scavenging those crude axes, his spatial storage held millions of far superior weapons. Ding! One level 1 mutant successfully eliminated, meeting system reward criteria. Another reward. Lin Feng's pulse quickened. Slaying the scarred man had been effortless, an act of principle not profit. Such men who sacrificed innocence as bait were unworthy of serving under him. Yet now he learned that eliminating mutants triggered rewards, a pleasant surprise he hadn't foreseen. Seems the system truly favors me. A faint knowing smile curved upward at the corners of his lips. Soon the system provided a response. Divine level fertile soil. It sounds quite impressive. Lin Feng instantly perked up. In the next moment a small plastic flower pot appeared in his hand containing a small amount of black soil. This is divine level fertile soil. Lin Feng stared at the palm-sized plastic pot feeling a bit disheartened. What the system referred to as divine level fertile soil was merely a 10 cm square piece of black soil. It looked no different from the soil found outdoors. Could it be a counterfeit? At this moment Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless. However, since it was given by the system Lin Feng had no choice but to store it in his storage space. Ding! Acquired 1 portion of divine level fertile soil with a 1,000-fold increase. With a 1,000-fold increase a piece of land 10 meters square appeared in Lin Feng's storage space. At this moment he had no time to concern himself with this unknown reward. Currently the hotel had been cleared to the 9th floor. As the floors continued to rise the room types became larger resulting in fewer rooms. After seeing that the zombies on the 9th floor had been cleared by the Scarface Man and his crew, Lin Feng and Zhang Chong continued to ascend. To help Zhang Chong enhance his combat abilities, Lin Feng sent him alone to eliminate the zombies in the corridor. When the apocalypse first arrived, it wasn't only those caught in the reign of the apocalypse who turned into zombies. Many people could be infected by the zombie virus simply by opening a window for fresh air. Therefore, even if the moment the apocalypse struck was indoors, it wasn't absolutely safe. This explains why the two of them encountered zombies even after reaching the 10th floor. Zhang Chong's progress was rapid. He had already mastered the techniques to kill zombies. By simply targeting the head and neck of a zombie, he could defeat them. If one only struck the body, a zombie without pain would merely have its combat power slightly reduced but would not truly die. Gradually the two of them cleared their way upward layer by layer. Whenever they encountered locked doors, they would check to see if they could be opened. If they found any living people, they directed them to the 7th floor. Thus, as the sun began to set, the two finally reached the top floor of the hotel. The Grand Hotel had only 3 suites on the 36th floor, which were the presidential suites. This place usually charged tens of thousands per day, a cost that ordinary people dared not even consider. On this floor there were only a few zombies dressed in hotel uniforms. After clearing them out, the entire floor fell silent. Phew, finally done, let's head down. After scavenging the necessary supplies from the 3 suites, Lin Feng said to Zhang Chong. He then instructed Zhang Chong to bring everyone from the 7th floor downstairs while he descended first. Upon reaching downstairs, Lin Feng drove the base vehicle, activating its frenzy mode, and cleared away the pile of zombie corpses at the hotel entrance. Temporarily, a small space opened up at the entrance. Gradually people began to emerge from the hotel entrance. These individuals displayed various expressions, but most appeared listless, having not eaten for a day. Brother Feng, I've called them all down, a total of 836 people, Zhang Chong said as he approached Lin Feng. Nodding, Lin Feng produced a large loudspeaker. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me for a moment. Standing at the hotel entrance, Lin Feng addressed the sorrowful crowd before him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd, which had been murmuring quietly, fell silent. After all, most of them had been saved by Lin Feng and Zhang Chong, knowing their capability to fight through the hotel. At this moment no one dared to offend these two individuals. I'll keep it brief and avoid repetition. Firstly, you are free now. Let me tell you about the outside world. It is not safe with zombies and mutated beasts present. Of course, there are also official and some personal gathering points. You can choose to go home or stay here. For those who wish to return home, it's fate that we meet, and I will provide each of you with a box of instant noodles and a bottle of water, since you've all gone a day without food. If you want to stay, you must obey orders. While receiving safe shelter, you will need to contribute your labor. Within my sphere of influence, I absolutely will not support idlers. After finishing, Lin Feng pointed behind him where several boxes of water and instant noodles were already prepared. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd fell into deeper silence. They were pondering their future. I want to ask how many zombies are outside. Also, can you provide us with weapons? At this moment a middle-aged man shouted out, posing the question. His inquiry seemed to resonate with many as several heads turned to look at Lin Feng. The ratio of zombies to humans outside is about 3 to 1, 3 zombies for every 1 living person, and this ratio continues to expand. Lin Feng did not refuse to answer this question, explaining, as for weapons, I'm sorry, I do not provide them, you will need to obtain them yourselves. Why don't you provide weapons? Did we pay for our hotel stay for nothing? Does the hotel not ensure our safety at all? At that moment a middle-aged man stepped forward. Yes, we paid so much to stay in this hotel, yet you don't guarantee our safety. What is going on here? We haven't eaten for a day and the hotel offers no food service. Are we meant to starve to death? We want to file a complaint about your poor service, and I will find a journalist to expose you. Hurry up and give us food. We're not going anywhere, we're staying right here. Some led the way and others began to join in. Hearing those words, Lin Feng chuckled. It seemed they had mistaken him and Zhang Chong for hotel staff. This group of people had failed to grasp the current situation, and their remarks genuinely amused him. Beside him, Zhang Chong grew displeased, frowning as he approached Lin Feng. Brother Feng, these people are unreasonable. We saved them and yet they're saying this and that. Now I understand what you meant. Being a good person in this world is not easy. Lin Feng noticed that a group of young people was clamoring there. They attempted to rally support but dared not snatch the food and water behind him. After all, the gleaming battle knife in Lin Feng's hand was somewhat intimidating. However, wanting more people to support them, several instigators continued to claim that the hotel service was poor and that they would report it. Many even took out their phones, seemingly filming something. Bang! At that moment a gunshot rang out. Lin Feng was seen holding a handgun. That shot was fired into the sky. A gunshot silenced those who had been about to speak. Lin Feng blew gently across the muzzle, then smiled. Understand the situation clearly, I am not a hotel staff member. Therefore I bear no obligation to support you. Those who wish to stay may remain, those who do not may leave, exactly as I just stated. And for anyone hoping to gain without labor, regrettably that path is closed here. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Under the coercive presence of the handgun, the young men who had been poised to protest fell abruptly silent. Don't believe him. What gives him the right to claim this hotel as his own? The middle-aged man who had first spoken stepped forward once more. If we seize him now, everything behind him, the food, even all the hotel supplies, becomes ours. We haven't eaten in a full day, must we beg for scraps at his mercy? He holds only one gun, I refuse to believe he can kill us all. Let's charge together, this hotel will be ours. His voice grew louder, more incendiary, and under his urging several youths began shifting restlessly, ready to act. Bang! Lin Feng fired casually. The bullet struck the man squarely between the eyes. In an instant the man crumpled lifelessly to the ground, triggering shrieks from the onlookers. Who said I couldn't kill every last one of you? Holstering his pistol, Lin Feng spoke coldly. You've seen inside the hotel, the number of zombies far exceeds your own count. If I could slaughter so many zombies, I can certainly annihilate all of you. I have no patience for pointless chatter. Anyone else who dares whine or resist will meet the same fate. His words, and the chilling immediacy of his execution, stunned the crowd into submission. They knew well they were no match for the zombies and thus harbored not a shred of doubt regarding his threat. After a long silence someone finally stepped forward, walked quietly behind Lin Feng, took a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water, then turned and left without looking back. Once the first broke the ice, others followed. Human nature leans toward freedom, and perhaps in their minds the world beyond these walls still offered it. Altogether some 70 or 80 people collected water and noodles. Lin Feng felt no pang of loss. After all, his spatial storage held boundless provisions. These meager rations were not charity for those departing. Rather they were a strategic gesture, to affirm his authority and instill confidence in those choosing to stay, assuring them that loyalty meant sustenance. As some departed, others lingered hesitating. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, ah! In an instant several who had just left came sprinting back in panic. Zombies! There are zombies outside. People are being killed, zombies are devouring them. They've already been eaten. I won't leave, I was wrong. I'll stay. Gasping and desperate they fled toward the hotel, pursued closely by 6 or 7 shambling zombies. Bang! 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 Lin Feng raised his arm and fired. 3 precise shots dropped every zombie trailing them. The survivors collapsed breathlessly before him, then dropped to their knees with a thud. Sir, I was wrong, utterly wrong. I shouldn't have tried to leave, I beg you let me stay. Whatever you ask of me I'll do it, without hesitation. The horrifying spectacle of zombies feasting just outside the hotel had seared itself into their minds. Now nothing, not persuasion, not pleading, could move them to depart again. Meanwhile those who had stayed watched their terror and silently thanked fate. Had they chosen to leave, they too might now lie torn and devoured beneath the open sky. No second chances, Lin Feng declared. You have 3 final minutes to decide. Choose to stay, and you may never leave. As for betrayal, there is only one consequence. He did not reject their pleas. Calmly he issued the ultimatum. When the 3 minutes elapsed, not a single soul chose to go. Lin Feng counted, including those who had fled and returned, roughly 800 remained. Then from his spatial storage he withdrew a handful of loyalty chips. Inject these into them, he instructed Zhang Chang, explaining how to administer them. Only those implanted with the chip would remain unwaveringly loyal. This was Lin Feng's non-negotiable line. The others had no idea what the chips were, and at this point no choice but to comply. After distributing bread and water to each person, Lin Feng assigned tasks. Their most urgent duty was clearing the hotel of zombie corpses. After a day of brutal combat the interior reeked of decay. Left unattended, who knew what horrors those rotting bodies might spawn? Having delegated the task, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang drove the base vehicle back to the villa district. All was quiet there. Upon entering the villa, Lin Feng found everyone gathered in the living room. Seeing them return, the group collectively exhaled in relief, yet kept glancing nervously between the 2 men. Lin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead. I'll prepare dinner for everyone. Only then did he recall, they'd been gone all day and had forgotten to leave provisions behind. Inside the villa only the minibar held a few bottles of water. Clearly everyone had spent the entire day fasting. Without delay Lin Feng ascended to the third floor. From his spatial storage he retrieved meat, vegetables, seasonings and rice, then packed them into a crate and carried it downstairs. "Auntie, please cook us a meal," Lin Feng said, setting the crate down in the living room. Then turning to Fan Yuding and the other young woman, "And you too, head to the kitchen and help." "Me? You want me and Sister Tingting to cook?" Mu Hongmei blinked stunned. Cooking had never entered her life, not once from childhood to now. "If you can't cook, surely you can chop vegetables or wash dishes. Did I rescue you merely to feed idle mouths? Do I need ancestors to worship me?" Lin Feng shot her a sharp, unimpressed glance. Mu Hongmei bristled, "You." But Fan Yuding quickly interjected, "Enough Hongmei, we should help. Let's go wash the vegetables, I'll show you how." She took Mu Hongmei's hand and led her crate in tow into the kitchen. "That's more like it," Lin Feng murmured under his breath. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Feng thought quietly Fan Yuding possessed far greater maturity than Mu Hongmei. Taking advantage of the lull, Lin Feng stepped into the villa's courtyard and selected an open patch of ground. From his spatial storage he retrieved divine-grade fertile soil. Precisely 10 square meters in area, he laid it carefully in a corner of the yard. Fertile soil, it should grow something, shouldn't it? He scratched his head, gazing thoughtfully at the rich dark earth before him. In the storage space Lin Feng rummaged through to see what could be planted. Since it's called divine-level fertile soil, it would be a pity to use it for planting grains. The most important thing is that the space is too small. Looking at the black soil that only measured 10 square meters, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. After searching for quite a while he finally found some suitable items. Ginseng seeds, Ganoderma lucidum seedlings, cordyceps. Thankfully Lin Feng managed to find some seemingly valuable items. However, he had no planting experience, so he simply grabbed a small shovel and dug a few small holes to plant those items. Back in the living room of the villa, Zhang Chang's mother had already started cooking. Meanwhile Zhou Tao was playing poker with Zhang Chang's father. As for Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuding, they seemed to be chatting about something. Seeing that everyone was busy, Lin Feng headed to Lu Tianxi's room on the second floor. At that moment Lu Tianxi was focused on painting a thanka. "You don't have to work so hard, take a break when you need to." Approaching the table, Lin Feng spoke up. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to squeeze others for their efforts. Even though Lu Tianxi's thanka was useful to Lin Feng, he didn't want his friend to wear himself out. Although Lu Tianxi had also become an anomalous being, painting required mental effort, not physical strength. Despite not knowing how thankas were created, the finished product was obviously meticulously crafted. "It's fine, boss, I've gotten used to it. Besides, I actually enjoy painting." Putting down his brush, Lu Tianxi scratched his head. On the table there were already 2 completed thankas. Lin Feng noticed that one was similar to the previous one while the other was a new character portrait. Lin Feng made no demands regarding the thankas. He understood that art could not be forced. It was something that flowed naturally. Feeling it out, the creation of a work became easier. In the next moment Lin Feng stored the thanka into the storage space. Ding, the thanka has upgraded to a basic enhancement card amplifying by 10000 times. Ding, the thanka has upgraded to a basic flame card amplifying by 10000 times. One of the 2 cards was the same as before, capable of enhancing strength by 50%. The second card was a new one with an effect of creating a 10-meter flame wall for 1 minute. The duration and area of this flame card were similar to the purification card, applicable in specific situations. Now Lin Feng had a total of 4 thankas with different effects. However, there wasn't really an occasion to use them currently. Not long after, Zhang Chang's mother called everyone to eat. Lin Feng and Lu Tianxi went downstairs, noticing that the chairs and tables in the living room had been set up. "Auntie, with so many of us we should make a few more dishes." Looking at the 4 dishes on the table, Lin Feng said to Zhang Chang's mother, "Braised fish, poached chicken, spicy stir-fried meat and a vegetable." Although they were different dishes now, with Fan Yuding and Mu Hongmei added, there were a total of 9 people in the villa. 4 dishes for so many people was indeed a bit insufficient. "Xiaofeng, it's not that your aunt can't cook," Zhang Chang smiled and said. "You know what's happening outside. Although we're not going out, we've heard from these 2 girls today. The situation outside has changed with zombies everywhere. In this case we should be conserving food." Zhou Tao beside him nodded, saying, "Xiaofeng, your uncle Zhang is right. You're still young and haven't experienced hardship. When resources are limited, one must be frugal with food. Otherwise, what will happen if there's no food one day? The sincerity in their words made Lin Feng nod. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced hardship in his past life. Lin Feng had gone through every kind of suffering. Going 3 days without a meal was not unheard of. However, things were different now. He possessed an abundance of food, but those people were unaware of it. Lin Feng chose not to explain this further. In situations like this there were also downsides. At least it could temper Mu Hongmei's spoiled temperament. If it weren't for Fan Yuding, Lin Feng wouldn't bother with such a girl. The group had gone a day without a meal, and this meal could be said to be wolfed down in a hurry. Lin Feng even suggested that everyone have some wine, but was rejected by Zhang Chang's father and Zhou Tao. Their reasoning was that wine is a refined form of food and should not be wasted. It should be saved for when it becomes truly necessary. After the meal, Lin Feng called Fan Yuding over to the sofa. Seeing this, Mu Hongmei also came over. You've seen the situation today. The world has changed. Specifically, our world has been infected by a zombie virus. Lin Feng explained the cause of the apocalypse to Fan Yuding, emphasizing the issue of human mutation. I believe you've sensed some changes within yourself. After finishing, Lin Feng opened a bottle of soda and handed it over. Yes, I felt that my strength has increased significantly today. I almost snapped the chair in one go. Moreover, my body has become much more agile. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Fan Yuding nodded. This indicates that you have already become an anomalous being, probably a level 1 anomalous being. However, since it's a recent mutation, it only manifests in increased strength and speed. At this point, Mu Hongmei interjected, what about me? Can I become an anomalous being? Lin Feng shot her a glance. It's not that easy. I mean, for others. But I'm different. However, only when you change your personality and truly understand your current status can we talk about it. With that, Lin Feng took out a solidifying elixir from his pocket. Fan Yuding, now you have 2 choices. The first is to develop gradually based on your anomalous being level. In this world, as long as you don't act recklessly, anomalous beings can survive well. The second option is to consume this solidifying elixir to consolidate your strength. However, if you choose this path, you will become a warrior and quickly grow stronger. But the prerequisite is that you must obey me. After saying this, Lin Feng placed the solidifying elixir on the coffee table in front of Fan Yuding. Now Lin Feng had access to infinite resources and a 10,000-fold amplification. It could be said that he wouldn't lack subordinates. It was because of Fan Yuding's talent in his past life that he decided to take her in. Mu Hongmei beside him spoke up, obey everything. Are you trying to take advantage of Sister Tingting? You think too much. If I wanted that, you all wouldn't be able to escape. Let me tell you, with my current power I won't lack women. So don't challenge my limits with your ignorance. Lin Feng found Mu Hongmei to be quite exasperating. He didn't directly focus on Fan Yuding's choice, but instead someone approached the villa from outside. Reaching the edge of the Swan Bay Hotel area, Lin Feng started releasing walls from his storage space. Now the entire Swan Bay Hotel belonged to him. As it was his territory, Lin Feng had to implement some defensive measures. The previously acquired city walls were an excellent choice. A 5-meter wide and 6-meter high wall was impossible for even level 1 zombies and mutated beasts to surpass. Just like his villa, Lin Feng continuously took out walls from his storage space, placing them section by section at the edge of the hotel. Before long, the entire Swan Bay Hotel was surrounded by walls. After calculating the area, it was roughly several tens of thousands of square meters. This area wasn't particularly large, but in the apocalypse a smaller shelter sufficed. Sometimes a larger area could even be less safe. Once the walls were completed, the last step was to build the gate. To create a gate that could accommodate vehicles, Lin Feng had to craft it on site. After all, the original gate could only be considered a fence and lacked any defensive capabilities. At that moment, Lin Feng took out several iron doors from his storage space. Then he welded them together. Only when they felt sufficiently thick did he consider it finished. Finally, after installing 2 locks on the inside and outside along with some wheels, a large gate was completed. Although it was a bit rough in the apocalypse, there was no need for exquisite items. Practicality was key. Once all the work was done, Lin Feng returned to his villa. After a long day, even as an anomalous being, Lin Feng felt a bit tired. Therefore he went to bed early. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early. He went to the hall on the first floor of the villa, intending to get some fresh air in the courtyard. What the hell? What is that thing? Standing in the courtyard, Lin Feng suddenly froze. Lin Feng saw something astonishing appear on the divine soil he had placed in the yard yesterday. A 2-meter tall ginseng, a tabletop-sized lingji mushroom, and winter worm summer grass as long as his arm. Each item he had planted yesterday bore extraordinary fruits. This is too exaggerated. Lin Feng was certain that this was the first time in his life he had seen a 2-meter-tall ginseng. To achieve such a harvest in just one night was remarkable. The scene before him made Lin Feng feel as if he had not fully awakened yet. However, the next moment he approached the divine soil and carefully began to harvest the herbs. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng stored these medicinal materials into his storage space. Ding! 5 super ginsengs acquired enhancement of 10000 times. Ding! 7 super lingji mushrooms acquired enhancement of 10000 times. Ding! Acquired. Like the other items, all the super medicinal materials increased by 10,000 times after being stored. Now Lin Feng realized how excellent the divine soil truly was. He immediately rummaged through his storage space and planted everything that could grow into the divine soil. Regardless of how the yield turned out, even using the harvested items as seeds would be worthwhile. Since he had gained such precious medicinal materials, Lin Feng headed straight back to his room in the villa. Taking out the alchemy furnace, Lin Feng began to refine pills according to the formula from the 9 turns golden body art. It was still the solidifying yuan pill, but this time the medicinal materials were those grown in the divine soil. Calling over Xiao Feng, Lin Feng offered a regular solidifying yuan pill as bait to coax it into spewing flames and began the pill refining process. After a while, as a faint golden light glowed from within the alchemy furnace, Lin Feng knew that this batch of pills had been successfully refined. He extinguished the fire and opened the furnace, revealing 12 golden solidifying yuan pills inside. From the appearance, the current solidifying yuan pills seemed to be of a higher grade than those refined previously. Lin Feng temporarily referred to these pills as intermediate solidifying yuan pills. After the 10,000-fold enhancement, Lin Feng's storage space now contained 120000 pills. He took one out and swallowed it without hesitation. The next moment Lin Feng felt a warm current flow into his body. It was an unprecedented feeling of comfort, as if every cell in his body had been activated. If the spiritual energy in Lin Feng's body had originally been concentrated in his dantian, now it was distributed throughout every cell in his body. He could freely summon the spiritual energy within him, a realm he had never achieved before. At the same time, his strength had increased several times. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that his body had become much lighter. He had officially become a level 3 mutant. Lin Feng understood that he had now reached the status of a level 3 mutant. However, this was not solely due to the intermediate solidifying yuan pill. He had already reached a bottleneck at level 2, and this pill was merely the finishing touch. In his previous life, reaching this level for Lin Feng had only happened 3 years after the apocalypse. Yet this time the apocalypse had only just begun 2 days ago. With this kind of improvement, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. Carrying a box of ingredients downstairs, he saw Zhang Chang's mother cooking. It was still rice porridge along with the pickled vegetables Lin Feng had left in the kitchen. "Auntie, please stir-fry a few dishes," Lin Feng said as he placed the box of ingredients on the kitchen floor. "From now on you don't need to worry about food when cooking. We have plenty of food now. If there is a shortage, I will let you know in advance." Lin Feng truly had no shortage of food, a fact that others were unaware of. When he saw Fan Yuting at the dining table, he noticed that she seemed to have improved significantly. At the very least, she walked much more nimbly. Fan Yuting must have consumed the solidifying yuan pill. It seemed that this goddess from his past life was once again on the path of becoming stronger. Of course, this also showed her trust in Lin Feng. When Fan Yuting saw Lin Feng, a slight blush appeared on her face. It seemed that his words from yesterday, "everything must obey me," had left an impression on her. After a simple breakfast, Lin Feng took Zhang Chang out of the villa. "Wow! When did that wall appear over there?" Seeing the tall wall in the distance, Zhang Chang couldn't help but exclaim. However, despite his surprise, he didn't dig deeper. Everyone has secrets, and Zhang Chang understood this. Therefore, even though they were brothers, he didn't want to ask Lin Feng questions he didn't wish to answer. Letting Zhang Chang oversee the work, Lin Feng climbed up the wall again. Yesterday he had simply encircled the hotel with city walls, but there were gaps within the walls. With nothing to do, Lin Feng began to patch the connecting gaps in the city wall using the cement from his storage space. It was already the second day of the apocalypse. Although there was no power outage, the mobile signal had disappeared. Not only that, but all television and radio stations had also ceased broadcasting. It could be said that the world had officially entered a state of disconnection. Fortunately, Lin Feng had countless walkie-talkies, which he not only gave to Zhang Chang but also provided one to each person in the villa. In case of emergencies, they could contact each other at any time. "Brother Feng, there are over 10 people slacking off and not working here. How should we handle it?" The walkie-talkie buzzed and it was Zhang Chang's voice. Eliminate them on the spot. Without hesitation Lin Feng gave the order. Such opportunistic behavior could happen anywhere. Once there were too many people, those who were lazy would inevitably emerge. Lin Feng did not need such individuals, he did not want to waste his breath on them. If they wouldn't work then they should just disappear. Lin Feng did not keep idle people. After a while Zhang Chang's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. Those 10 or so people seemed to know we were going to take action against them, so they fled without a trace. Those identified by Zhang Chang had fled in a panic, leaving Lin Feng astonished. System, didn't you say that the loyalty chip prevents them from betraying me? Ding. The essence of the loyalty chip is that it cannot betray, but when threatened by other factors it can take evasive actions without fundamentally betraying its nature. This meant that those individuals would not betray Lin Feng or harm him. However, they had fled because of Zhang Chang. Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless about this. But at this point there was nothing else to be done. Lin Feng thought that those people were not too foolish. However, he needed to pay more attention to management in the base moving forward. As the base manager, Zhang Chang's actions represented Lin Feng. If he made any moves, the people below would be watching. Just like now, when those individuals sensed that Zhang Chang intended to eliminate them, it triggered the loyalty chips. They would not betray Lin Feng, but they would flee. It seemed that the loyalty chip's effectiveness could only be used once and was merely to ensure safety. Lin Feng realized that he needed to take this not-so-permanent thing seriously from now on. Is what you said true? A convoy of 5 vehicles stopped on the road and a middle-aged man leading the group spoke. Boss, I wouldn't dare to lie. Just listen to what they say and you'll know. A somewhat lewd-looking young man flattered the middle-aged man. Yes, Dragon Boss, he is correct. That Swan Bay Hotel has already been occupied by someone. Another person chimed in. There is an endless supply of food inside Swan Bay along with various supplies. Unfortunately, it has all been seized by a guy named Lin Feng. Not only do they not provide us with food, but they also make us work. We had no choice but to take the risk and escape. Why should that big hotel be monopolized by him alone? I see that your strength is far superior to his Dragon Boss. Swan Bay should belong to you. These young individuals were precisely those who had been driven out of Swan Bay by Zhang Chang. On their escape they encountered a convoy. At this moment a dozen of them were taken in by the convoy's leader known as Dragon Boss. To pledge their loyalty to the new boss they revealed the existence of Swan Bay. Oh. Is that so? Since there are supplies over there, let's hurry and take a look. Upon hearing their words, Dragon Boss immediately became interested. Repairing the city wall was a tedious task. Though such work could easily be delegated to the hotel's guests, Lin Feng chose to do it himself. After all, idle time was idle time, and personally filling the cracks brought greater peace of mind. Lin Feng, standing atop the wall, patched it haphazardly. In this apocalyptic world, boredom was pervasive, not as rigid as the agrarian rhythms of old, yet equally barren of purpose or diversion. Survival's most fundamental demand was securing a stable food supply. As Lin Feng worked near the main gate of the base, he paused mid-motion. He spotted a convoy approaching from afar, 5 vehicles in total, 4 SUVs leading the way, followed by a heavy-duty truck. Lin Feng's vision was razor-sharp. As a level 3 mutant, his perception far surpassed that of ordinary people. In the early days of the apocalypse, assembling a convoy posed little difficulty. This was not the latest age collapse. Fuel scarcity had already forced people to drive with extreme frugality. In the beginning, anyone with a working vehicle drove without restraint. Abandoned cars littered the streets, their fuel tanks still brimming with usable gasoline. Lin Feng recognized the figures trailing behind the truck, the same dozen individuals Zhang Chang had expelled earlier. The convoy halted a dozen meters outside the base's perimeter wall. Over a dozen people disembarked. At their head stood a portly middle-aged man. From a distance of 10 meters, Lin Feng already grasped their intent. He had encountered countless such incidents in his past life, each one vivid in his memory. Damn it, when did this place get such a towering wall? Yeah, I brought a girl here just last week. I'd swear there was no wall then. With defenses like these, it's far safer than the outside. The hotel already stocks plenty of food. Staying inside means no more fear of zombies. Most residents are out-of-town tourists. Once we're in, it'll be Boss Long who calls the shots. His men murmured among themselves, gazing longingly at Swan Bay Hotel. Shall we tell them to open the gate? We're moving in. Boss Long ordered, his subordinate eyes fixed on the massive gate ahead. A young man stepped forward. Listen up in there. Boss Long has arrived. Open the gate immediately and prepare food for our welcome. he shouted without restraint, voice carrying boldly across the distance. Lin Feng, standing atop the wall, watched them coldly. Loud enough to summon zombies, Lin Feng sneered. Anyone daring to covet his base had gravely underestimated him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved a rifle, acquired during his time in the human beast kingdom, from his spatial storage. Rat-a-tat. He squeezed the trigger, aiming squarely at the speaker. Aff. The youth crumpled, riddled with bullets. Take cover, he's armed. What the hell? Chaos erupted among Boss Long's crew, utterly unprepared for armed resistance. Their earlier arrogance evaporated instantly. Men scrambled behind the vehicles for cover. Get lost, or next time you'll meet hand grenades. Lin Feng amplified his voice through a megaphone, unflinching. To him they were less than insects, killing them would be a waste of ammunition. In his past life countless others had tried, and nearly all now rotted in hell. Seeing no response from Lin Feng, Boss Long's men hastily scrambled back into their vehicles. Moments later they fled in disgrace. Boss Long, do we really swallow this humiliation? Do we leave our comrade's death unavenged? One subordinate blurted out in the car. Revenge? How? Didn't you see that rifle? Damn it, where the hell did Swan Bay get firearms? If I had one I'd walk the world unchallenged. Spitting out the window, Boss Long scowled. Swan Bay Hotel must hold vast food reserves. If we seize it we won't starve for half a year. Right, we're many, he's only got one gun. With some planning maybe we can take the hotel. If daylight fails we'll infiltrate at midnight. Do you think he stays awake all night? His men offered suggestions eagerly inside the vehicle. I understand your thinking, who wouldn't want that hotel? I'll smoke a cigarette, calm down, and tonight we'll test our chances. He glanced back toward Swan Bay, brow furrowed. Boss Long, I've got an idea. A young man leaned close, whispering urgently into Boss Long's ear. Excellent, risky yes, but let's do it. His spirits lifted. Meanwhile atop the wall Lin Feng neared completion of the mortar ceiling. Zhang Chong, with nothing else to do, joined him, and together they shared a self-heating hotpot. Brother Feng, if this world remains like this forever, what then? He gazed at the scattered wreckage of vehicles strewn across the distant street. What's done is done, no changing it now. Lin Feng set aside his empty container, voice quiet and resolute. Humanity in this world faces only two fates. First, the powerless, those slaughtered at will or devoured by zombies and mutated beasts. For them this apocalypse is pure calamity. Second, those gifted with power, like us. As mutants we strive not merely to survive but to ascend, forging strength amid peril, evolving so we neither fall to the undead nor stagnate in weakness. No matter what path we take, the old world is gone forever, even if we could return decades would have passed. By then we'd be aged beyond recovery. Such is our fate, we met the apocalypse and it claimed our former lives. Lin Feng had pondered this very question in his past life, witnessing its dawn yet never its dusk. Precisely because of that he sought its conclusion, to witness the world after the last zombie fell, after the final mutated beast vanished, what humanity would become. Perhaps this life was but a game and he merely one character within it. Yet he knew, even a game demanded mastery. Then we'll become the strongest beings on earth. Zhang Chong declared, rising to his feet with unwavering conviction. Brother Feng, look over there. What is that? Zhang Chong stood abruptly, pointing urgently toward the horizon. Hearing the tension in Zhang Chong's voice, Lin Feng rose too, and followed his gaze. Upon discerning the distant scene he frowned faintly. Lin Feng saw two cars driving in the distance. Behind them was a dark mass of zombies, probably 200 to 300 of them. What is that? A horde of zombies. There's a horde of zombies chasing the two cars. At this moment Zhang Chong also saw the scene in the distance and couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps this was the first time he had seen so many zombies gathered together. I think they are not just simply chasing the cars. Looking into the distance, Lin Feng sneered. In the next moment he left Zhang Chong behind and came to the base of the city wall. Taking out a section of the city wall from his storage space, Lin Feng used his alloy war knife to carve into the wall. With the strength of a level 3 mutant, every strike he made could chip away at the stone. Lin Feng carved the stone with the alloy war knife as effortlessly as cutting tofu. In less than a minute the entire city wall had turned into a slope. He released an all-terrain base vehicle from his storage space and drove it up the slope onto the city wall. Getting out of the vehicle, Lin Feng saw that the horde of zombies was only 200 meters away from them, outside the orange Swan Bay Hotel. Brother Long, they're about to reach the wall at Swan Bay. A young man jumped down from the vehicle and said to Brother Long beside the car. Brother Long smiled, "Let them shoot at us, this time I want them to taste the feeling of being surrounded by zombies." Yes, Brother Long, at that point they will be begging us to divert the zombies. When that time comes we can negotiate terms with them. The young man lit a cigarette for Brother Long, flattering him. "Humph, there's nothing my Brother Long wants that he can't obtain." Looking at the distant Swan Bay wall, Brother Long snorted. On the wall of Swan Bay, Brother Feng, are those two cars trying to attract the zombies on purpose? At this moment Zhang Chang suddenly said. "Not bad, it's not too late to see the situation clearly at this time." Lin Feng smiled as he glanced at Zhang Chang beside him. However, at this moment as he looked at the horde of zombies, Lin Feng envisioned another scene. It was countless zombies attacking human cities with hundreds of thousands of them like an ant swarm, while humans desperately resisted within the city. That was an event from his last life referred to as the zombie tide. 7 days into the apocalypse, the number of zombies in the wild suddenly increased inexplicably. In addition, a large number of mutated beasts were involved. At that time it was truly a disaster for humanity. This was also why Lin Feng was so eager to establish the wall. Perhaps the virus underwent a secondary mutation and no one knew why. All that was known was that under the influence of the zombie tide the human population had nearly halved. However, after the first zombie tide many mutants also emerged among humans, so it could be said there were gains and losses. Thus Lin Feng had to stabilize his own forces before the first zombie tide arrived. This was of utmost importance. "Brother Feng, what should we do? The wall can hold back those zombies, right?" Looking at the more than 6-meter-high city wall beneath him, Zhang Chang still felt a bit uneasy. Those are zombies, not grasshoppers, how could they not be held back? Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Lin Feng laughed. "You go over to the hotel and prepare to distribute breakfast first. By the way, you can't manage it alone over there. So observe for a day and pick a few reliable people from among them. Then let them act as captains and lead the others in their tasks. As a reward you can give them an extra can of food for each meal." Lin Feng had previously placed a batch of food in the warehouse beneath the hotel. This way it would be more convenient for Zhang Chang and the others to collect supplies. After Zhang Chang left, Lin Feng looked at the horde of zombies in the distance and couldn't help but sneer. Playing this trick with him was something he had done countless times in his last life. However, just as Lin Feng was about to take action, an unexpected event occurred. From within the originally dark mass of zombies a figure suddenly appeared. The figure moved swiftly, quickly catching up with the vehicles ahead. The zombie ran on all fours and in an instant a claw shattered the tire of a car. That car immediately lost its sense of direction and crashed into the side of the road. The horde of zombies immediately surrounded it, and the outcome goes without saying. A level 1 zombie. From the wall, Lin Feng recognized it as a level 1 zombie. At this moment the level 1 zombie did not stop and replicated the action on the second car with hundreds of zombies surrounding it. It was time to take action. Seeing that the horde of zombies was only a few dozen meters from the wall, Lin Feng approached the base vehicle. Activate automatic attack mode, target the distant zombies. Lin Feng knew that the vehicle's onboard computer was intelligent and should understand his words. Sure enough, in the next moment the guns on the base vehicle aimed at the horde of zombies. Bang! 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 A volley fired, sending zombies sprawling. Even that level 1 zombie was not spared, collapsing after being hit by several energy projectiles. Lin Feng took out a mechanical dog from his storage space. Using a remote control he guided the mechanical dog to climb the wall and go outside. Immediately afterward the mechanical dog dashed toward the horde of zombies. At this moment the horde had already been decimated by the energy cannon on the base vehicle. By the time the mechanical dog arrived it was a field of corpses. Lin Feng controlled the mechanical dog to use its mechanical arm to open the level 1 zombie's head, and after extracting the magic crystal the mechanical dog ran back. Climbing back up to the wall, Lin Feng held a level 1 magic crystal in his hand. Acquired 1 level 1 magic crystal, amplifying by 10000 times. Having consumed only a few hundred energy points he obtained 10,000 level 1 magic crystals. This was a profitable deal. The next moment Lin Feng's gaze turned back to the distance. 500 meters away from Swan Bay. What's going on? What weapon did that Lin Feng use to eliminate the horde of zombies? Brother Long slammed a fist down, smashing a large dent into the hood of the nearby car. He did not expect that the situation which had originally been favorable to him would turn out like this. If only he could have such a weapon. Brother Long's eyes turned red. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Shaoli, wait here, I need to take a leak. Brother Long said to Shaoli, then his figure disappeared into the woods by the roadside. This Brother Long is something else. There's no one else here, he could just take care of it on the spot. Watching where Brother Long disappeared, Xiaoli murmured softly. What is that sound? Just then Xiaoli heard a buzzing sound coming from afar. Looking up, Xiaoli froze. He saw 3 drones flying from afar getting closer. The drone gradually approached the young man, moving at a moderate pace, its propellers humming softly. Huh. Strange. Could they be using drones to surveil us? But for surveillance 1 drone would suffice. He murmured to himself as 3 drones drew steadily closer. Yet instinctively he ducked behind the vehicle. He had to wait for Brother Long's return, and could not leave now. Behind him the other cars, including the large truck carrying hotel evacuees, remained motionless. At the sound overhead everyone looked up into the sky. The drones hovered directly above them. Suddenly several fist-sized objects tumbled from their undersides. Damn it! Grenades! Only then did the young man recognize what had fallen, too late to react. Boom! 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 7 or 8 grenades dropped from the drone, striking the vehicles below. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, none had time even to scream before being obliterated. After hovering briefly to survey the scene, the drones veered toward Swan Bay. From his hiding place deep within the distant woods, Brother Long exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. Lucky I spotted them early, otherwise I'd be dead too. He patted his chest, whispering shakily, still trembling with residual shock. Lin Feng, is that your name? Remember this, I will have my revenge. He cast one last careful glance at the receding drones, then crept cautiously away into the distance. Each airborne drone carried 4 grenades. Under Lin Feng's control 8 had already been deployed. Spotting a few scattered zombies near Swan Bay, he deemed it unnecessary to eliminate them personally. Instead he guided the drones to release their remaining grenades. Amid thunderous detonations the zombies were torn apart, reduced instantly to fragments. Do they truly believe such pitiful stragglers could coerce me? Humph. Lin Feng watched the distant plumes of smoke curl upward, a cold smirk playing on his lips. A chime sounded. System alert 1000, zombies eliminated, reward granted. A reward, for this. He mentally tallied his kills since the outbreak began, roughly 1000 give or take. System alert, viral radar awarded, one-time scan of zombie virus activity within a 1 kilometer radius. Instantly a compass-like device materialized in his palm. Viral radar, Lin Feng paused, startled. Such a device existed. According to system instructions, it enabled a single precise scan for infected entities within a 1 kilometer radius. Any zombie entering its range would appear as a translucent overlay on the radar display. Alas, each unit functioned only once. Still, even one was better than none. Lin Feng promptly stored the viral radar in his spatial storage. System alert, viral radar acquired, amplified 10000. 10,000 radars, more than enough to sustain him for some time. Moreover, he commanded countless drones and mechanical hounds, all capable of reconnaissance support. It seems I must begin fortifying the base. Today's events had convinced Lin Feng to accelerate his preparations. Initially he'd assumed it was only day 2 of the apocalypse, far too early for full-scale defenses. Reality proved him dangerously complacent. Never underestimate the treachery of human hearts, nor entrust your soul entirely to another. Having survived 5 brutal years in the apocalypse, Lin Feng knew this truth better than most. He began at the main gate. Every 30 meters along the perimeter wall he deployed a full-terrain base vehicle. In total 20 such vehicles now lined Swan Bay's outer wall. Though this number paled beside the 10,000 base vehicles stored in his spatial inventory, their combined firepower was formidable. Next he loaded 100 Grade 1 demon crystals into each vehicle. Adding the newly acquired crystal, amplified to 10,000, the total count of Grade 1 demon crystals in his spatial storage now exceeded 29,000. That quantity would easily sustain even the most grueling campaign. Computer, can you network all base vehicles' onboard systems? Stepping onto one vehicle, Lin Feng addressed its onboard AI. The onboard systems can establish a unified network and accept centralized commands. The AI responded almost instantly. That simplified matters considerably. Activate auto-targeting mode. Issue 3 verbal warnings to any life form. Engage with lethal force if warnings fail. Once interconnected, Lin Feng issued the command, transforming every base vehicle into an autonomous defensive platform. Though their effective range, barely 100 meters, fell short of drone strike capability, their autonomous operation made them ideal sentinels. Each vehicle mounted 20 energy rifles, and collectively the 20 vehicles bore 20 heavy-caliber main cannons. Such firepower could easily repel a modest zombie surge. With his base now secured, Lin Feng turned his attention outward. After a simple breakfast, he launched a drone from his room. Its 2-kilometer flight radius offered limited, but valuable, reconnaissance. Swan Bay Hotel sat on the southern seaside edge of Binhai City, backed by Songfeng Mountain. That geographical advantage, nestled between mountain and sea, had drawn him here, offering natural defensibility under certain conditions. Guiding the drone eastward, Lin Feng began his aerial survey. Below lay a vast residential complex, over a dozen high-rises housing roughly 7,000 to 8,000 residents. As expected, the ground level teemed with zombies, visible from above. No movement stirred behind the apartment windows. The East City Garden complex, the nearest to Swan Bay, had clearly fallen. How many survivors remained inside, however, was unknown. Yet Lin Feng noticed something: the southern gate of the complex appeared unusually clear. Zombies clustered sparsely there, the closest access point to Swan Bay. Suddenly a small group of 5 or 6 people emerged from the gate and sprinted toward a nearby supermarket. A few zombies detected them, and gave chase. So there are still survivors in that complex. If memory serves, the East City base of my previous life originated right here in East City Garden. Watching the group race toward the supermarket, Lin Feng's mind drifted into quiet recollection. Surviving the apocalypse demands more than individual strength, no matter how formidable that strength may be. At its core, a solitary being remains just that, alone. It is akin to a game. Even the most fearsome boss falls before players who coordinate with precision. Conversely, even a level 7, 8 or 9 mutant stands helpless before an overwhelming tide of corpses and monstrous beasts. Faced with surging hordes of zombies and colossal mutated beasts, tens of thousands, even millions, the mightiest individual appears insignificant, dwarfed by sheer scale and ferocity. Before such an abyss of chaos, even the strongest may falter, not merely in capability but in the very courage to stand and fight. This truth guided Lin Feng's decision to seize the hotel in this life. Allies at one's side, still the heart's tremor. Humanity is inherently social, even amidst ruin we gather, rely, endure. After lunch, Lin Feng entered the hotel's main building. At its entrance stood Zhang Chang, and beside him 4 men. Each appeared around 10 years old, broad-shouldered and powerfully built. Most notably, their faces bore the quiet sincerity of unpretentious honesty. "Brother Feng, these are the hotel's former chefs," Zhang Chang introduced as Lin Feng approached. "They possess exceptional strength, and among the others they're among the most capable. I've spoken with them, they came from the countryside seeking work here. They're diligent, dependable, so I brought them along." Zhang Chang gestured toward the 4. Lin Feng nodded. His first impression was favorable. If Zhang Chang vouches for them, no further words are needed. "From now on you'll serve as squad captains. I'll call you first captain, second captain, and so forth." As he addressed them, Lin Feng withdrew 4 vials of basic enhancement serum from his spatial storage and handed them to Zhang Chang. "These serums are for them, to drink immediately. My aim is to elevate each to level 1 mutant status. We have over 400 men here, each captain will oversee 100. Within 3 days assess your squads rigorously, those who excel will likewise receive enhancement serums. Until then, drill daily in the 3 sword techniques I taught you, master them without delay." The first zombie tide loomed ever closer. Time was scarce, and once the 4 captains ingested the serums, they ascended to level 1 mutants. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, they wept openly, swearing absolute fealty to Lin Feng. They understood, even as country folk, what raw strength meant in this shattered world. In that moment, loyalty chips would have been redundant. They would have laid down their lives for him without hesitation. Having settled their induction, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang returned to the villa. Once all villa residents were assembled, Lin Feng retrieved 7 vials of basic spirit-stabilizing pills and 1 vial of basic enhancement serum from his spatial storage. Except for Fan Yuding, none had ever seen such pills before. This time only Mu Hongmei received the enhancement serum. Had she not been Fan Yuding's sworn sister, she likely wouldn't have received even that. Lin Feng granted it reluctantly, less as favor, more as pragmatic mitigation against adding another liability to the household. Perhaps when she truly grasped her station, and the brutal reality surrounding her, he might extend mercy. But not yet. "Take them now." Lin Feng swept his gaze across the group. He'd withheld the spirit-stabilizing pills earlier, because the recipients had only just become level 1 mutants. The body must acclimate to transformation. 2 days had passed, they'd grown accustomed to their newfound power. The timing remained tight, but greater strength was never a liability. At Lin Feng's command, the 7 each seized a pill from the table and swallowed it without hesitation. Mu Hongmei glanced at the others, and at the vial in her own hand. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then eyes glistening drank the serum in silence. No one was foolish enough to doubt Lin Feng's intent. Whatever he bestowed was undeniably precious. The moment the pills dissolved, their power surged unmistakably. Within moments all 7 had ascended to level 2 mutants. To elevate 7 individuals to that tier in one stroke, only Lin Feng in this lifetime could accomplish such a feat. Tears welled in their eyes as they felt their strength deepen. They knew, intimately, that power was survival itself. Such a leap surpassed even their wildest dreams. They now sensed a potency beyond ordinary measure. Against zombies alone they believed they could break through encirclements of dozens, or even hundreds. After dismissing the group, Lin Feng retreated to his chamber, and began cultivating spiritual energy according to the ninefold golden body art. His abrupt ascension to level 3 mutant had left his internal energy unstable. To harmonize it fully with his body required disciplined cultivation. Fortunately, the ninefold golden body art was a system-bestowed technique, its efficacy proven firsthand. In his past life he'd practiced only common widely circulated arts. Ancient clans had long preserved esoteric cultivation methods that lay dormant in peacetime but revealed their true worth once the world descended into apocalypse. Among mutants of equal rank, those trained in authentic arts vastly outclassed the untrained. And as these arts leaked into the wider world, many attempted adaptations. Some adaptations succeeded, most failed. Thus emerged cheap mass-produced techniques, low-tier, uninspired, yet marginally better than nothing. That was what Lin Feng had practiced before. This time, armed with a system-granted art, he experienced firsthand the profound distinction between elite and mundane cultivation. Lin Feng immersed himself in the ninefold golden body art. Spiritual energy coiled around him like mist, flooding his acupoints. With every breath he drew essence from heaven and earth, channeling it deep into his meridians. As the energy coursed relentlessly, it thickened, growing vast and torrential like a mighty river surging without pause. That immense force thrummed within him, radiating an invisible aura of sovereign authority. Only when fatigue finally settled upon him did he cease his practice. He understood cultivation's immutable truth: progress was gradual. Ascending to level 4 would require time, focused, unwavering time. For now his foremost imperative was forging an indomitable team. Zhang Chong and his cohort had already reached level 2. The hotel captains, and indeed every soul within the hotel, would within days become level 1 mutants under Lin Feng's guidance. In the apocalypse, a single level 1 mutant was already a demigod. 800 such beings, united, constituted a force of staggering world-shaking magnitude. Yet while time permitted, Lin Feng had one more task to undertake. Emerging from the villa, Lin Feng made his way alone to the base's perimeter wall. With a gentle leap he descended effortlessly from a height of 6 meters, a trivial feat for a third-level mutant. After rummaging through the villa, Lin Feng sought a vehicle for transportation. Although the supercar was fast, its engine roar was far too loud. Had it not been for the supercar's striking appearance, he would never have considered it. After searching, he concluded that the base vehicle was a much better choice. It seems that only the items provided by the system are truly suitable for use in the apocalypse. Choosing a vehicle to release, Lin Feng thought to himself. Once inside, he drove northward. After 2 days of the apocalypse, the once smoky old vehicles on the road had ceased to emit any fumes. Most zombies had been lured elsewhere. Consequently, the road was sparsely populated with only a few ordinary zombies. The base vehicle, powered by magic crystal energy, produced minimal noise. As a result, he did not attract many zombies along the way. Lin Feng drove steadily toward the city center, where the number of abandoned cars on the road began to increase. Fortunately, the main street leading to the city center was quite wide, allowing the 12-meter-long base vehicle to pass without difficulty. Occasionally, Lin Feng could hear screams emanating from the nearby residential complexes. It was likely that those who ventured out in search of food had fallen victim to the zombies. Yet this was an inevitable situation: people needed to eat. In the current society, individuals in pursuit of fresh ingredients rarely stockpiled food. With the sudden onset of the apocalypse, people were naturally unprepared. Passing through a once bustling shopping mall, Lin Feng arrived at the location of Renjia Martial Arts School. The school was eerily calm, unlike before. Occasionally a few zombies wandered near the playground's fence. After disembarking, Lin Feng noticed several zombies nearby, sensing the presence of humans beginning to rush toward him. However, Lin Feng did not wish to waste time with those zombies and instead vaulted over the fence, heading toward the teaching building. Once inside the building, Lin Feng, utilizing his superhuman perception, heard voices conversing to his left. He immediately headed in that direction. Eventually he halted in front of a door labeled Electronics Classroom. To avoid alarming those inside, Lin Feng knocked on the door. The knocking caused a commotion within, and Lin Feng could hear the immediate sound of hurried footsteps. "Who is it?" After a moment, Li Sen's voice called from inside. "It's me, Lin Feng." After surveying the situation in the corridor, Lin Feng spoke. The next moment the door swung open. Lin Feng saw over 100 students in the electronics classroom, all staring at him in unison as he entered. "I'm late, here are some supplies for you." He tossed 2 large backpacks that he had prepared earlier, stepping into the classroom. Li Sen opened one of the bags, revealing it was filled with compressed biscuits and small bottles of water. "There may not be enough water and food later, let's find 2 people to help me bring more from the vehicle." Looking at Li Sen's delighted expression, Lin Feng spoke. He knew that it wasn't just the food and water that pleased Li Sen. After all, he had previously mentioned the need to stockpile supplies during his last visit. The real reason was his arrival. Those who had injected the loyalty chip would develop a sense of dependence on him. Let's summarize the situation since the apocalypse began. As he helped Li Sen distribute the food and water to the children, Lin Feng asked, "Thanks to your reminder, boss." While handing out the supplies, Li Sen expressed his gratitude. When the apocalypse hit yesterday morning, almost all the breakfast vendors nearby turned into zombies. We followed your advice and stayed in the teaching building. However, even so, 16 students were infected by the virus. There was no choice, ultimately we had to deal with them. Ah, those poor children. Mentioning the children who had turned into zombies, Li Sen sighed repeatedly. At this point, it's not your fault. The remaining children need your care even more. Patting Li Sen's shoulder, Lin Feng spoke calmly. The arrival of the apocalypse, along with its joys and sorrows, is simply beyond human control. After a while, observing that the children had nearly finished eating, Lin Feng stood at the podium of the electronics classroom. "This time I will teach you the first 9 forms of the 9 turns golden body blade technique." With a hand reaching out into the void, a metal battle blade materialized in Lin Feng's grasp, eliciting gasps from the children below. In the next moment, Lin Feng demonstrated the first 9 forms of the technique. He had already taught the first 3 moves to the children, and this session served as a reinforcement. The blade technique consists of a total of 81 forms divided into 9 chapters. What he was teaching the children was the complete first chapter. In the apocalypse, the difference between knowing moves and not knowing them is significant. Often a first-level mutant who has mastered the first chapter of Lin Feng's blade technique could hold their ground against a second-level mutant for a few exchanges. Although they would definitely lose in a fight, at the very least they could ensure their survival. After several demonstrations, Lin Feng called Li Sen aside. Taking out a basic solidifying pill from his storage space, Lin Feng handed it to Li Sen, saying, "Here, eat this." He had considered the situation of those at Renjia Martial Arts School. Initially he planned to bring these people back to Swan Bay, but he soon abandoned that idea. If that were the case, Lin Feng would only have Swan Bay as a base in Binhai City. On the other hand, Li Sen could allow for the development of a separate base. In this way, having multiple gathering points for development was far better than putting all his eggs in one basket. As for Li Sen, Lin Feng aimed to elevate him to a second-level mutant. The children, however, were only just adapting to the abilities of first-level mutants. It would take some time for them to advance to the second level. After all, the enhancement of abilities is not something that happens overnight. After consuming the solidifying pill, it wasn't long before Li Sen absorbed its potency, becoming a second-level mutant. At this moment, the way Li Sen looked at Lin Feng had changed, filled with immense respect and gratitude. Experiencing the apocalypse had made him aware of the significance of becoming stronger in such dire times. Now he had transformed from an ordinary person who only knew a bit of free fighting into a formidable second-level mutant. And all of this was thanks to Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng, he would have already been killed by zombies, or might have been hiding in some filthy corner threatened by the undead. Seeing the look in Li Sen's eyes, Lin Feng understood that he was determined to pledge his loyalty to him. This justified his effort in establishing this martial arts base. "By the way, boss, I made another discovery yesterday." Glancing back at the children practicing their blade techniques, Li Sen turned to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng listened to Li Sen's words and gazed at him, uncertain of his intent. "Didn't the power go out yesterday? I noticed something unusual." Li Sen took a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed its cap. "Logically, this area should have been pitch black last night. Yet I saw faint lights flickering inside the shopping mall across the street, dim, intermittent, not blinding but pulsing steadily. Like fireflies in the wild." He took a sip of water. Such erratic illumination might well belong to survivors scavenging for food under cover of darkness. What mattered now was leaving Li Sen and the others sufficient food and water. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already transferred provisions from his storage space into the base vehicle. All that remained was unloading them from the vehicle, a simple task since Lin Feng's fundamental boundary was the system itself. He would never reveal the existence of his storage space to anyone. At the edge of the sports field, Lin Feng found the zombies that had earlier lingered by the fence now lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile 4 men circled his base vehicle. 2 wielded cleavers if the other 2 held axes. "Brother Zhang, look at this vehicle, it's extraordinary. If we had one like it, our chances of survival would soar." A portly middle-aged man spoke up. "I've never seen such a vehicle before. Could someone have anticipated the apocalypse and built it in advance?" The man named Zhang rapped his knuckles against the chassis. "Never mind how it got here. Let's figure out how to open the doors. It's deserted now, this vehicle is ours." Another interjected. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. He'd barely entered the teaching building when opportunists began circling his vehicle. Lin Feng and Li Sun vaulted over the fence and stepped outside. "What are you doing? Let me make this clear, we found this vehicle first." The portly man near the vehicle spoke first, brandishing his cleaver. "Is there any possibility?" Lin Feng regarded them coolly. "That vehicle has always belonged to me." At these words the man's expression shifted, not to anger but to eager anticipation. "Yours? Excellent. Hand over the keys immediately, and for the vehicle's sake I might even let you walk away unharmed." Seeing only 2 of them, he advanced with his 3 companions. Lin Feng observed silently. The apocalypse had laid bare humanity's greed with brutal clarity. "Kill them." He glanced back at Li Sun. "Kill them." Li Sun froze stunned. "Kill them? Didn't you hear him say we could only leave if we surrendered the vehicle? That means, if I refuse, they'll kill us here tonight. Do you truly hesitate before those who intend your death? Do as I say, kill them now." As the group closed and Lin Feng spoke with quiet finality. "Yes, I understand." Li Sun nodded, comprehension dawning. In the next instant he raised his alloy combat blade and lunged forward, executing the sword techniques Lin Feng had taught him. Blade flashed, 3 swift decisive cuts. Not a single cry escaped their throats before they collapsed lifelessly. Though his stomach churned, Li Sun suppressed the urge to retch where Lin Feng stood nearby. First kills always unsettle the gut, there's no shame in it. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Remember this, in the apocalypse never afford strangers undue courtesy, especially those who threaten you. Strike first, strike hard, strike without hesitation. Mercy toward your enemies is cruelty toward yourself. You cannot know when they'll stab you in the back. You may not grasp it yet, but time will teach you. In this world never invest emotion in strangers. Without waiting for Li Sun's reply, Lin Feng opened the base vehicle's door. Watching Lin Feng's retreating silhouette, Li Sun turned the words over in his mind, while simultaneously the portly man's earlier words echoed within him. "I see, it's like a martial arena. Show mercy to your opponent and you invite a fiercer counterstrike." Having grasped the truth, Li Sun climbed aboard and joined Lin Feng in unloading supplies. Inside he was instantly captivated by the vehicle's interior layout. He had never seen a motorhome so vast, or so lavishly appointed. "You like this vehicle? Soon all your future expeditions will rely on vehicles like this." Lin Feng handed him a case of mineral water with a smile. This was no idle boast. Among all vehicles stored in Lin Feng's spatial repository, the base vehicle carried the most passengers. "Really? We'll actually ride in one like this? It's incredible." As he hauled supplies toward the entrance, Li Sun's spirits lifted, his earlier despondency over the apocalyptic world beginning to recede. Seeing no zombies nearby, the 2 called several students to assist. Before long every item from the base vehicle had been moved into the teaching building. Instant noodles, bread, self-heating hotpots, assorted canned goods. Lin Feng withheld nothing, for his storage space held near infinite provisions. Had cooking in the building been feasible, he might even have produced fresh meat. As the second base, this location demanded abundant resources. Its paramount purpose was nurturing the children's growth. Though all were now level 1 mutants, they still fell short of Lin Feng's standards. With sustained physical and spiritual cultivation, they would soon adapt to the spiritual energy of level 2 mutants, and then Lin Feng would elevate them once more. This lifetime he would command no weaklings, that was his unwavering resolve. Once provisions were secured, dusk deepened into night. From his storage space, Lin Feng retrieved fresh meat and vegetables, then organized a hot pot dinner for the students in the audiovisual classroom, using portable camping stoves. Students who hadn't eaten properly in 2 days erupted in delight. After all, they were precisely the age where hunger was constant and appetite fierce. Over that single meal, Lin Feng quietly cemented his authority in their hearts, even though each student already bore a loyalty chip. Night had fully fallen when Lin Feng, preparing to bed down temporarily in the building, suddenly glimpsed light across the street through the window. It was the very same phenomenon Li Sen had described earlier, the flickering lights of the previous night. Lin Feng, feeling bored, decided to walk out of the teaching building. Looking across the street, he climbed over the railing. There stood a 7-story shopping mall with Lianhua supermarket on the ground floor. It could be said that this street had gained some notoriety. At the onset of the apocalypse, it was the time when the mall was bustling with activity. Thus Lin Feng could see from a distance that numerous zombies were milling about at the entrance of the mall. A faint green light emanated through the windows of the mall's first floor. The light was weak, barely brighter than a small lamp. However, in the pitch-black night it was somewhat conspicuous. The zombies' visual acuity diminished significantly at night, yet their hearing became heightened. Nevertheless, a level 3 mutant like Lin Feng made no sound while walking. Even so, he chose not to use the main entrance. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't take a shortcut? Under the moonlight, he found the employee passage of the mall. Following the passage, he directly entered the mall. As soon as he stepped out, 2 zombies clad in security uniforms suddenly lunged at Lin Feng. These security guards, who couldn't even muster 6 teeth among 3 of them, were typically weak and sickly. Even as zombies, they posed no threat, especially when facing Lin Feng. With a couple of swift strikes, he dispatched the zombies and entered the first floor of the mall. It was evident that someone had been here before, and their destination was Lianhua supermarket in the mall. Glancing at the entrance of the supermarket, where a large number of zombies were gathered, Lin Feng understood the situation here. Since he was already here, despite the first floor being filled with cosmetic and watch displays, Lin Feng still collected as much as he could into his storage space. One should not leave empty-handed, perhaps that's the reasoning behind it. Walking towards the flickering green light, Lin Feng soon arrived at a jewelry stall. There was a pale green stone resembling a gem simply placed on the display table. Moreover, the gem had no embellishments, merely the size of a fingernail, looking somewhat peculiar. Most importantly, it seemed that some filamentous substance flowed within the pale green gem. Dark crystal. Lin Feng instantly recognized what this gem was. This was a product that only existed in the apocalypse. Lin Feng had seen dark crystal in his previous life, but it seemed to have little practical use. At least within the 5 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, no one had discovered any use for dark crystal. Only some bored, powerful individuals would collect it. However, the quantity of dark crystals was extremely scarce, and since they had no practical use, few people paid much attention to them. Holding the dark crystal in his hand, Lin Feng realized that this trip seemed to be in vain. Initially thinking he might find something valuable, he ended up with a piece of dark crystal. Ding! Dark crystal detected, can upgrade certain items in storage space. Just as Lin Feng felt somewhat disappointed, the system's voice rang in his mind. The system could actually recognize dark crystal. A prompt from the system left Lin Feng astonished. In his previous life, such things were essentially useless, mere waste. Yet now the system could recognize it. Moreover, it claimed it could upgrade items in the storage space. Without a second thought, Lin Feng immediately stored the dark crystal in his storage space. There was no need to discuss anything else, upgrading it first was a priority. Ding! 1 dark crystal stored, amplification 10000 times. Fortunately, dark crystal could be amplified. System, what can dark crystal upgrade? Lin Feng asked the system, which was his primary concern. Not to mention the specifics, even upgrading his sword would be quite beneficial. System scanning, scan complete. Current items eligible for upgrade, all-terrain base vehicle. After scanning the items in the storage space, the system provided a response. It can upgrade the all-terrain base vehicle. That's fantastic. This answer greatly pleased Lin Feng. The base vehicle was already incredibly useful, and it could carry a significant amount of items. At the very least, its ability to kill level 1 zombies was something other vehicles couldn't achieve. Now that it could be upgraded, Lin Feng was indeed looking forward to it. Upgrade the all-terrain base vehicle. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the command to the system. Ding! Due to system limitations, only 1 all-terrain base vehicle can be upgraded at a time. Single upgrade duration is 24 hours. The vehicle cannot be amplified after the upgrade. With the system's prompt, a base vehicle in the storage space was enveloped in golden light, and Lin Feng could not see what was happening inside. Only 1 vehicle can be upgraded at a time. This pace left Lin Feng somewhat disappointed. Moreover, the upgraded base vehicle could not be amplified. This meant that every day Lin Feng could only obtain 1 upgraded base vehicle. Such a pace was a bit slow, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat let down. However, upon reflection, if the existing base vehicles were so powerful, then what would the upgraded ones be like? He was indeed looking forward to it. If the upgraded base vehicles are sufficiently strong, then a rate of 1 per day is also acceptable. It seems the system does not just infinitely duplicate and grow. Sometimes there are still limitations, Lin Feng thought to himself. Having is better than not having at all. Lin Feng's outlook was always optimistic. Having come this far, he decided to selectively scavenge within the mall. Not only were there jewels on the first floor, but the upper floors were filled with clothing and other items. All these clothes, once stored in Lin Feng's storage space, underwent a 10,000 times amplification. Moreover, the 5th floor of the mall had exquisite tableware. The 6th floor featured outdoor equipment stores, all of which were useful to Lin Feng. Fortunately, each floor had only a few or a dozen zombies. While scavenging for items, all those zombies were eliminated by Lin Feng. After about half an hour, Lin Feng had almost cleaned out all the items on the floors above ground. Next, he would head to Lianhua supermarket located in the basement of the mall. This supermarket could be considered a large one, and surely there would be plenty of supplies inside. Unlike ordinary people, after 5 years of apocalyptic life, Lin Feng would not enter the supermarket through the front door. Instead, he went straight down the safety passage, heading directly for the supermarket's warehouse. This was a place that ordinary people not working in the supermarket were unaware of. After all, supplies had to be delivered to the supermarket by vehicle, and the vehicles naturally used the underground parking lot. The supermarket's warehouse was also located there. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng's storage space had accumulated countless supplies. Scavenging the supermarket warehouse was exhilarating, often allowing him to pack dozens or even hundreds of boxes at once into the storage space. One could say that Lin Feng had a small harvest this time. Oh! Is there someone over there? Just as Lin Feng was considering whether to check the supermarket, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. There are people over there. Drawing from years of experience in the apocalypse, he could sense the presence of someone nearby just by the sound. Quietly approaching the source of the sound, Lin Feng saw a figure. It was a chubby young man in his 20s, not tall and with a rather honest look. At that moment he was wielding a steel pipe, battling against a zombie. The chubby guy appeared to weigh over 250 pounds, yet his movements were surprisingly nimble. Even though he held a steel pipe, he managed to hit the zombie's head each time. This caused the zombie to momentarily halt after being struck. Taking advantage of this pause, the chubby guy would launch another attack. He only stopped when the zombie's head was smashed to bits. After a fierce struggle with the zombie, he did not seem to be gasping for breath as imagined, but instead scanned the surroundings to check for other zombies. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. If this chubby guy were a mutated being, he did not quite fit the bill, as neither his strength nor speed with the steel pipe reached the level of a mutated individual. Yet if he wasn't a mutated being, he certainly exceeded the average person. Moreover, from his physique, he did not look like someone who exercised regularly. Could he be a failed evolution of a mutated being? Lin Feng pondered. At that moment, the chubby guy took out a black backpack from behind him. After glancing at the shelves in the beverage section, he finally put a few bottles of mineral water into the backpack. Why not grab some drinks? At that moment, Lin Feng quietly approached from behind and suddenly asked, "Boo." The chubby guy nearly jumped out of his skin, dropping the water and preparing to flee. A series of screams attracted several zombies nearby. I'm sorry. I forgot it was dark out here." Lin Feng scratched his head, stepping closer to the nearly panicking chubby guy. His earlier actions had indeed been a bit frightening. "Are you human or a ghost?" the chubby guy asked, still trembling in front of Lin Feng. "Do you often do bad things?" Lin Feng shrugged and asked casually. Thanks to the green glow from the safety exit sign, the chubby guy could see Lin Feng's appearance clearly. After a while, he finally sighed in relief. "Brother, do you know that scaring someone can give them a heart attack? You nearly scared me to death." He glanced at the nearby zombies and patted his chest. "You risked coming here at night just to grab a few bottles of water." Ignoring the chubby guy's demeanor, Lin Feng asked. He also helped pick up the few bottles of mineral water that had fallen on the ground. "Hey, don't mention it." Perhaps it had been a long time since someone had talked to him, the chubby guy muttered. "I live in the old neighborhood next door, but it has been taken over by a group of thugs. They make us residents hand over supplies every day or they will kick us out. Both convenience stores in the neighborhood are occupied by them, so I had no choice but to come here and try my luck." The chubby guy sighed as he said this. "I see." Lin Feng nodded after hearing the chubby guy's words. After the apocalypse struck, such tyrannical behaviors were far too common. This was also the embryonic form of future bases, if those charging bases initially emerged in this manner. "I saw your skills earlier. Did you always have such abilities from the start?" At the core, this was the question Lin Feng most wanted to ask. It was rare to see someone who existed between a mutated being and an ordinary person. No, it's something that happened after the apocalypse began. The chubby guy replied to Lin Feng's question. I was just a chef with no other skills. Before the apocalypse came, my physique was even quite weak. Just yesterday morning after the apocalypse hit, I felt my strength increase significantly and my body felt much lighter. Most importantly, my culinary skills suddenly improved. I was just a kitchen helper before, but now my level has at least reached that of a master chef. As he spoke, the chubby guy scratched his head, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. But facts were facts, there was nothing to be done. Evolved in culinary skills. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a situation. However, for others this might be seen as a failed evolution. But for Lin Feng it was akin to encountering a chef. If he could recruit the chubby guy before him, Lin Feng would no longer have to worry about cooking in the future. If what the chubby guy said was true, having reached the level of a master chef, then Lin Feng would certainly enjoy great meals in this life. At that moment Lin Feng and the chubby guy exchanged names and learned that the latter was called Lu Zhongga. He lived in an old neighborhood nearby called Huaihe Community. Lu Zhongga was originally a child from the countryside who had spent years as an apprentice chef in Binhai City and had finally worked his way up to an assistant position. Now that he had just received a raise, he encountered the apocalypse. Moreover, the Huaihe community he lived in had a group of thugs who did nothing all day. As the saying goes, bad people bring disaster for 1,000 years. After the apocalypse hit, those thugs did not turn into zombies. Instead, they became the parasites of Huaihe community. After a few people cleared away the few zombies in the community, they set up a watchtower at the entrance. Anyone entering the community had to hand over supplies. Even the original residents of the community were no exception. Furthermore, the gang leader Chen Dong occupied the 2 convenience stores in the community. As a result, everyone could only starve, and only a few who could not hold out any longer would venture out to search for supplies. Lin Feng had seen such things many times. Nowadays people are selfish if they do not even come together to fight against them. They probably do not even know what their neighbors' names are. This is also why so many bases with only a dozen or 20 people could establish themselves at the beginning of the apocalypse. Long-term complacency has made people numb. Perhaps only when they are truly bullied to the brink of life and death will someone finally resist. If I could rescue you and help you live a happy life, would you choose to follow me? After hearing Lu Zhongga's story, Lin Feng casually asked. As long as I don't have to kill zombies every day and hand over supplies to others, I think I would be willing to follow you. Lu Zhongga replied, looking at Lin Feng. Alright, let's go to your community first. Lin Feng said casually as he stuffed a few bottles of water into Lu Zhongga's backpack. Huh. Back to the residential compound. I thought we were heading straight to your place. Lu Zhongga blinked in surprise upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Don't you need to retrieve anything first? What about you? Lin Feng countered with a light smile. And from now on just call me Brother Feng, no need for such formality. As for titles, Lin Feng held no particular preference. Then I'll call you Big Brother. But entering the compound requires paying a resource fee. With only these few bottles of water between us, handing them over would leave us empty-handed. Saying this, Lu Zhongga hastily stuffed 2 more bottles into his backpack until it bulged tightly. Watching Lu Zhongga's furtive movements, Lin Feng smiled faintly, and discreetly implanted a loyalty chip into him. That should suffice for now. After the mandatory contribution, we'll each still have 2 bottles left. Lu Zhongga patted his swollen pack and grinned. You remind me of an old saying, big head thick neck, either a tycoon or a cook. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Zhongga's earnest expression. Was the man actually planning to reserve bottled water for him? Did he truly believe Lin Feng's residence would be devoid of supplies? Yet Lin Feng said nothing further, simply leading Lu Zhongga outside. Big brother, perhaps I should go up alone in a moment. It's just a matter of fetching a few things, I can handle it myself. Saves you the trouble of climbing stairs back and forth. As they neared the compound gate, Lu Zhongga offered. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Fine. A crumbling residential compound held little interest. If Lu Zhongga could manage alone, there was no reason to ascend unnecessarily. At the compound entrance, Lin Feng observed that the gate had been barricaded with metal fencing. After inspection, Lu Zhongga surrendered 4 bottles of mineral water and was permitted entry. Lin Feng felt no resentment toward this arrangement, such was the reality of the apocalypse. If those collecting protection fees genuinely safeguarded residents, demanding modest resources seemed reasonable. After all, survival remained everyone's foremost imperative. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Feng pulled out a cigarette, lit it and placed it between his lips. "Hey kid, hand over that cigarette." At that moment a young guard called out to him. Lifting his gaze, Lin Feng saw a man in his 20s wearing a denim vest, a metal baseball bat resting beside him. Well well, Harmony Under Heaven brand. Not bad. Hand it over quick. The youth waved lazily, grinning broadly. Want to smoke? There's a supermarket over there, help yourself. Lin Feng gestured coolly toward a nearby shopping mall. It wasn't the cigarette itself that mattered to Lin Feng, it was instinct. Survivors of the apocalypse developed an unshakable reflex. Offering something voluntarily caused no pang of loss, no hesitation. But when someone demanded it outright, the immediate response was suspicion. This person intended to seize it by force and thus became an enemy. In the apocalypse, resources equaled life itself, sometimes even more precious than life. This reflex had been forged over 5 brutal years. In an instant, one careless sentence had marked Lin Feng as unwelcome. What the hell did you just say? This is Brother Dong's territory. Anyone hoping to survive here surrenders their resources to him. Enraged by Lin Feng's reply, the youth seized his baseball bat and shouted. What's going on? At that moment 4 figures emerged from within the compound. The speaker led the group, a young man in a leather jacket. Each carried either a cleaver or a baseball bat resembling gangsters from vintage Hong Kong cinema. Brother Dong, that's him. Just now he was smoking Harmony Under Heaven. I asked for it and he refused. The earlier guard rushed forward and loudly reported. Upon hearing this, Brother Dong glanced at Lin Feng and approached. Brother, my comrade speaks truthfully. This is my domain, Chen Dong's territory, and all resources within belong to us for redistribution. Chen Dong stopped a short distance from Lin Feng and spoke calmly, so your cigarettes are ours too. Hand them over, consider today's incident officially closed. Let me tell you something, kid, Brother Dong speaking so politely is already doing you a favor. Don't mistake courtesy for weakness. One of Chen Dong's companions added. Brother Dong won awards in citywide free-fighting competitions, ordinary men stand no chance against him. Having his protection is your good fortune. Hurry up, hand over the cigarettes. How many do you have? All of them, present them as tribute to Brother Dong. Chen Dong's entourage vied to flatter him, their voices swelling with self-satisfaction. Perhaps you're right, Lin Feng murmured, exhaling a slow perfect smoke ring. Hearing this, Chen Dong assumed submission and smiled triumphantly, until Lin Feng continued, but you've mistaken something fundamental. I am not a resident of this compound. Therefore I may smoke whatever I please, and what business is it of yours? Lin Feng never indulged those who reached out demanding his possessions. In the apocalypse, politeness invited predation. You'd rather drink poison than accept wine. Today those cigarettes will be ours. Clearly unaccustomed to public humiliation, Chen Dong jabbed a finger at Lin Feng. You must be suicidal, to speak to Brother Dong like that. Brother Dong has slain several zombies himself, do you wish to die? If death is your desire, we shall oblige you. As Chen Dong finished speaking, his followers erupted in curses. They surged forward, weapons raised. Perhaps having dispatched 2 zombies, they carried a faint chilling aura of violence. Half a minute later, Chen Dong and his men lay scattered across the ground before Lin Feng, alive but broken. Had Lin Feng not wished to avoid appearing bloodthirsty in Lu Zhongda's eyes, Chen Dong and his crew would already be corpses. Elder brother, I beg forgiveness. Spare us and we'll give you everything. I own 2 convenience stores, you're welcome to them. I have money, no gold. Women. Even my girlfriend is yours, if only you spare my life. Despair flooded Chen Dong's voice. Only now did he grasp why Lin Feng had spoken so boldly. They hadn't even seen Lin Feng move, yet here they lay shattered. Any pretense vanished, raw abject pleading took its place. Oh. Spare you. Would you have spared me moments ago? Had you left me be, perhaps you might yet live as before. Your fatal error lies in misunderstanding the apocalypse's essence. In this era it is kill or be killed. Should I spare you, would I not plant a time bomb beneath my own feet? Lin Feng's voice turned glacial as he surveyed the groaning figures. Their misfortune was real, but they had ignited the fuse themselves. Thus with no further hesitation Lin Feng struck, swift, silent, final. Moments later only cold, lifeless bodies remained. Then from afar he saw Lu Zhongda approaching cautiously. What? Lu Zhongda recoiled, startled by the sight of Chen Dong and his men sprawled motionless. Ah, they met with an unexpected mishap. Also, leadership here may soon change hands. Let's go. Without glancing back, Lin Feng strode out of the compound. Lu Zhongda carried only everyday clothing and basic necessities. Lin Feng made no comment. First stow your belongings in the vehicle. We'll spend tonight at the martial arts academy then depart for my place tomorrow. Crossing the street, Lin Feng used a remote key fob to unlock the armored vehicle's door and addressed Lu Zhongda. Big brother, this is your vehicle. So impressive. Lu Zhongda exclaimed, awestruck by the towering armored chassis. He hadn't imagined his newly sworn elder brother commanded such a formidable machine. Once inside, Lu Zhongda stood stunned by the vehicle's opulent interior, luxury appointments far beyond any civilian standard. In that instant he knew he had chosen wisely. Merely possessing such a vehicle marked Lin Feng as extraordinary. And Lu Zhongda was no fool. The image of Chen Dong's crew lying broken on the pavement spoke volumes without a single word. After securing their gear, the two arrived at the martial arts academy's athletic field gate. Lu Zhongda hesitated. Big brother, may I ask something? Lin Feng replied, go ahead. Lu Zhongda pointed upward at the Tunterhai perimeter wall. Big brother, how do I get over this? Lin Feng paused, speechless. In the end, Lu Zhongda was kicked inside by Lin Feng. Yes, he was kicked inside. Lin Feng could not possibly open the originally locked gate just for him. Fortunately, Lin Feng immediately leaped over the fence and caught him on the other side. Otherwise, Lu Zhongda would have suffered more than just a sore bottom. Entering the main building of the martial arts school and arriving at another multimedia classroom, Lin Feng briefly introduced the two to Li Sun. He then took out the hot pot they had just eaten and added some more meat. Boss, I have to say the hot pot you made is really delicious. Lu Zhongda, who hadn't eaten much for 2 days, devoured it hungrily. Stop flattering me, the hot pot is just pre-made ingredients, it has nothing to do with my cooking. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Zhongda and added some meat to the pot. After dinner, Lin Feng tossed a pair of blankets to Lu Zhongda, who went to sleep early. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went to the martial arts school's playground. Then he surrounded the entire martial arts school with a wall. Like at Swan Bay base, he created a large gate. The next morning, Lin Feng handed a key for the gate to Li Sun before leading a few people out of the teaching building. Damn, when did such a tall wall appear here? Lu Zhongda exclaimed, staring at the 6-meter-high wall in front of him. Perhaps some construction team made a mistake. Not wanting to waste more time on this, Lin Feng took Li Sun and a few students outside the wall. Before leaving, Lin Feng left behind a truckload of food. He told Li Sun that he had gathered it from the supermarket yesterday. After all, it was uncertain when they would return to the martial arts school, so leaving some food was necessary. As for safety, Lin Feng had nothing to worry about. With Li Sun a level 2 mutant along with over 100 level 1 mutants, there was probably no force daring enough to provoke them. With everything arranged, Lin Feng drove towards Swan Bay. Along the way, Lu Zhongda looked around the car resembling Zhang Chang when he first saw the base vehicle. While driving on the road, Lin Feng noticed something. The number of zombies on the road seemed to have decreased since their arrival. This was a minor detail, but it indicated something significant. It meant that there were too few living people on the road, and the zombies instinctively gravitated toward areas where humans congregated. Perhaps this would be the reason for the zombie tide forming days later, but Lin Feng was not certain. After all, the scale of the zombie tide was too large to accumulate in just a few days. But that was a matter for later. Right now, Lin Feng navigated around the vehicles and zombies on the road and returned to Swan Bay half an hour later. At that time, Zhang Chang was patrolling the hotel with a few people, worried since Lin Feng had not returned all night. Upon seeing Lin Feng's vehicle return, he hurried over. Noticing an extra person behind Lin Feng, Zhang Chang couldn't help but stare twice. At this moment, Lu Zhongda was also shocked by the vastness and luxury of Swan Bay. Perhaps he had never been to such a large hotel in his life. From the moment Lin Feng entered through the door, it seemed as if the hotel belonged to him. This realization further confirmed to Lu Zhongda that his choice was correct. Did anything happen? After parking the car, Lin Feng asked. Not much, Brother Feng. It seems there was a bit of a situation in the backyard. Hesitating, Zhang Chang replied, in the backyard. What happened? Lin Feng frowned. It's hard to explain. Brother Feng, you should go take a look yourself. Scratching his head, Zhang Chang was unsure how to explain. When Lin Feng entered the villa and arrived at the backyard, he finally understood Zhang Chang's expression earlier. He saw that his divine soil was filled with all kinds of fruits. These were all seeds or fruits that Lin Feng had casually thrown in before. Among them were medicinal herbs, fruits and vegetables. He hadn't expected them to grow so wildly. At this moment, Lu Zhongda also followed him. Seeing the state of the divine soil, he was once again taken aback. "Boss, is that a cucumber?" he murmured, pointing at a cucumber as thick as a barrel. Lin Feng replied, "It should be." Lu Zhongda asked, "How can we eat something so thick and big?" Lin Feng said, "If we can't eat it, we can use it." Lu Zhongda was speechless. Finally Lin Feng put everything into his storage space. Then he brought Lu Zhongda to the living room. He called everyone over for a brief introduction. "Wait for me." After the introductions, Lin Feng left a final remark before turning and heading upstairs. After a while he came down with a large box. "Since your cooking skills are decent, you'll be in charge of the meals here from now on." As he said this, he placed the box on the ground in front of Lu Zhongda. "Damn, Australian lobster, black gold abalone, Alaskan king crab, Wagyu beef. Boss, am I dreaming?" Looking at the various ingredients in the box, Lu Zhongda found it hard to believe his eyes. This place was not an apocalypse, it was simply paradise. Before cooking, Lin Feng also gave Lu Zhongda a basic enhancement potion. After all, he was a partially evolved mutant. After taking the basic enhancement potion, Lu Zhongda officially became a level 1 mutant. According to him, his cooking skills seemed to have improved compared to before. It didn't take much time to prepare the meal. Lin Feng also took out a box of fine wine for the meal. The wine in his storage space could last 1,000 people for 10 lifetimes. After dinner, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang installed a generator in the villa's yard. The main building of the hotel had its own generator. As for the villa, Lin Feng might as well add one separately. After completing the installation of the generator, cameras and other equipment, Lin Feng checked the time after dinner. At this point only a few minutes remained until the upgrade of the all-terrain vehicle in the storage space was complete. Alone, Lin Feng stepped outside the villa and walked to the side of the main building. At that moment the upgrade was complete. With the system's notification, a massive vehicle appeared before Lin Feng. It was a giant base vehicle, 20 meters long, over 4 meters wide and more than 6 meters tall. From its appearance, anyone who saw it would be taken aback. The super thick alloy armor was surrounded by machine gun barrels counting to about 100. The underside of the base vehicle was surrounded by even thicker alloy. This time these encasements did not have barbs but appeared as gaps. If he guessed correctly, these gaps should resemble the rotating saw blades at the front of ordinary base vehicles. After the upgrade, the front of the base vehicle featured a ramp to prevent zombies and mutated beasts from jumping on. Additionally, there was a defense mode that dazzled Lin Feng. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Feng used the key to open the door of the base vehicle. The door of this vehicle, designated as a level 2 base vehicle by the system, was half a meter thick. This indicated that other parts of the base vehicle were at least as thick. A half-meter thick alloy, the sturdiness of which was unimaginable. Entering the base vehicle, Lin Feng was still stunned by the interior scenery even though he had prepared himself. The entire first floor aside from the driver's cabin resembled a massive conference room. The surrounding genuine leather sofas and high-end coffee tables were standard fittings. Beside the sofas there were 2 refrigerators and an ice maker in addition to a wine cabinet. Opposite the sofas was a large television and sound system. If one were to compare it to anything in the real world, the entire first floor of the base vehicle was akin to a gigantic KTV room. Moreover, it was even more luxurious. Not only were there restrooms and bathrooms but also a small kitchen. At that moment the windows were open, allowing a clear view of the outside scenery from within the vehicle. Lin Feng clearly remembered that it was impossible to see inside from outside the vehicle moments ago. This indicated that the vehicle windows had a visibility selection feature. On both ends of the first floor there were stairs leading to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor of the base vehicle, the first thing Lin Feng saw was a corridor. Along the corridor there were 6 rooms. Each room was about 10 square meters in size, not large but comparable to those smaller budget hotel rooms. It's worth noting that normal bedrooms in ordinary homes rarely exceed 10 square meters. Each bedroom on the second floor had a large bed along with a desk and a small sofa. On the desk was a delicate computer, likely for monitoring the condition of the base vehicle and external circumstances. Additionally, there was a phone, a minibar and a water bar. While the size might not be as grand as in luxury hotels, it was small yet fully equipped. The furnishings in the entire bedroom were on par with some 5-star hotels. Besides the 6 bedrooms, the second floor also had a separate washroom. Like the first floor, it also had a simple kitchen. After exploring the second floor, Lin Feng made his way to the third floor, the highest point of the base vehicle. Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Feng was astonished by the decor. The entire third floor of the base vehicle was completely like a luxury hotel suite. With the likes of a super king-sized bed, luxurious double-door refrigerator, a separate kitchen and dining area, these had all become standard. There was even a separate guest room for the owner of this place, furnished with high-end genuine leather sofas, elegant coffee tables and tea sets. The entertainment system included a television, sound system, surveillance equipment and even a treadmill with basic fitness equipment. The bathroom also featured a large double bathtub for bathing. The entire third floor spanned over 80 square meters. Even after deducting 20 square meters for the vehicle's storage space, it was still 60 square meters. A 60 square meter interior space is quite a concept. Even in 5-star hotels it would be considered a premium suite. Not to mention this was all within a vehicle. Lin Feng was absolutely satisfied with the upgraded level 2 all-terrain base vehicle. No wonder it took a whole day to upgrade one. Just this single vehicle, if placed in the real world, could easily sell for over 100 million. Without hesitation, Lin Feng ordered the system to upgrade the second base vehicle. In this way, if the sun rises the next day, there would be 30 such base vehicles in a month. Computer, please provide an introduction to the power system of the base vehicle. Lin Feng asked the onboard computer while sitting on a high-end sofa on the first floor of the base vehicle. This was his primary concern. After all, it was a base vehicle fundamentally reliant on power. No matter how advanced the weapon systems were, without energy supply it would be nothing but an immovable coffin. Soon he received a response from the computer. In standby mode, the base vehicle consumes 1 energy point per hour. At normal driving speed it consumes 10 energy points per kilometer. In rampage mode it automatically adjusts gears based on speed and time. A level 1 magic crystal contains 1000 energy points, indicating it can travel 100 kilometers, which is Lin Feng's first impression. This energy consumption is not excessively high, but it is not low either. Fortunately, Lin Feng has tens of thousands of level 1 magic crystals in his storage, otherwise he would struggle to sustain this efficiency. As for the rampage mode, it had already been demonstrated in the level 1 base vehicle. It was a powerful tool capable of mass-killing zombies at close range, with its power increasing exponentially. First of all, energy consumption is not a problem. The level 2 base vehicle is equipped with 108 energy machine guns, each shot consuming 1 energy point. The second floor has 4 hidden energy cannons, each consuming 100 points per shot. The top of the base is equipped with a main cannon consuming 1000 energy points per shot. Next, the computer introduced Lin Feng to the energy consumption of the weapons. The first 2 weapon types were the same as those in the level 1 base vehicle, except their quantity increased 4-fold. Lin Feng had already witnessed the power of the energy gun, which was capable of killing level 1 zombies. Now the level 2 base vehicle added a main cannon that consumes 1000 energy points per shot. That is the total energy contained in a magic crystal produced by a level 1 mutated zombie. Although level 1 zombies may not seem very formidable, the magic crystal in their brains can sustain their energy consumption for years, even over a decade. If such energy were to be unleashed in an instant, it would be akin to delivering the impact of a 1,000-pound hammer concentrated upon a single needle. As for the specific effects, one can only know through experience. Besides the weapon systems, the base vehicle can also store 30 tons of water and an equivalent volume of food. With this storage capacity, considering the consumption of 15 people as the base vehicle standard, it could last for 2 years provided the food does not spoil. Such terrifying weaponry and storage capacity truly live up to the name of a base vehicle. This vehicle is essentially a small base. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this upgrade. Moreover, such upgrades would continue every day, adding more vehicles. Lin Feng understood clearly. Compared to the level 2 base vehicle, a standard level 1 base vehicle is merely a transport vehicle. After all, if fully loaded, the entire base vehicle could accommodate 50 people. Meanwhile, the level 2 mutated vehicle is akin to a command vehicle. If a level 2 base vehicle is paired with 10 level 1 vehicles, it would form a small team of 500. A standard team of 500 might suffice with a few modified trucks. However, Lin Feng's formidable base vehicle in terms of attack, defense and resource storage is beyond what an ordinary team can compare. If single soldier equipment is added, it would be armed to the teeth. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a small team could likely handle tens of thousands of zombies with ease. Currently, the level 2 base vehicle stood before the main hotel building, its height exceeding 6 meters, even taller than the surrounding walls. The main cannon of the base vehicle was perfectly positioned to strike outside Swan Bay. Even if the level 2 base vehicle were not placed on the city wall, it could still serve as a long-range artillery within the base. This large cannon is terrifying, capable of consuming 1000 energy points with a single shot. If the number of level 2 base vehicles increases in the future, it would form a concentrated firepower. Just as Lin Feng finished reviewing all the aspects of the base vehicle, Zhang Chang came running over. Upon seeing such a massive base vehicle, he couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. Is this really a vehicle? Seeing the giant base vehicle towering over 6 meters, Zhang Chang seemed as if he were dreaming. What's the matter? Observing Zhang Chang's expression, Lin Feng asked with a smile. Not to mention Zhang Chang, even he himself was similarly astonished the first time he saw the base vehicle. 2 people just died on our side. Remembering the purpose of his visit, Zhang Chang quickly became serious. People died? Lin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Isn't the official supply of water halted now? Our people have difficulty using the restroom due to insufficient water to flush the toilets. So our people found me wanting to go to the seaside to fetch water. At the time I didn't think much of it and agreed. However, unexpectedly the ones fetching water encountered a sea monster at the beach, resulting in 2 people being swallowed in an instant. This matter is on me, I should have reported to you first. While speaking, Zhang Chang felt a bit guilty. After all, one of the deceased was a level 1 mutated individual nurtured by Lin Feng. This isn't your fault, it's my oversight. Lin Feng sighed after hearing Zhang Chang's words. Indeed, as Lin Feng said, this was truly his carelessness. After the apocalypse, the sea became even more dangerous. Many fish species underwent mutations, becoming incredibly powerful in the water. As a result, seawater is practically unusable. Even using a pump would risk damage from curious mutated beasts in the sea. Using bottled purified water from Lin Feng's storage space would be too troublesome and quite painful. After all, that is intended for flushing toilets. This means they need to find a freshwater facility, preferably one capable of filtering out zombie viruses. That way, regardless of whether it's drinkable, at least it won't be painful to use for flushing toilets. Otherwise they would have to dig a dry toilet in Swan Bay. Lin Feng did not want the originally pleasant hotel scenery to turn into a foul-smelling place, so the necessary issues must be resolved. Brother Feng, I know there's a freshwater purification plant nearby, but I'm not sure if there are still people there. Seemingly understanding Lin Feng's thoughts, Zhang Chang spoke up. Oh. That's great. Truly, what one thinks often comes to fruition. Having a freshwater purification plant would be perfect. Regardless of whether there are people there, as long as the equipment is intact, it would be manageable. It would be best if there were ready-made water, that way putting it into storage would multiply its volume, solving the current issue with just a small amount. Let's go, let's check it out. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Lin Feng seemed to already smell the stench of the toilets. At once Lin Feng took Zhang Chang and boarded a base vehicle. The 2 rushed out of Swan Bay, heading in the direction Zhang Chang mentioned. Freshwater is an essential resource at present. Whether bought or stolen, it is a necessity for life. After leaving Swan Bay, the base vehicle drove along the coastal road towards the east. According to Zhang Chang, there is a large freshwater processing plant nearby. Although the coastal road cannot be considered suburban, it is close to the sea, with one side being uninhabited. Compared to the city center, the population density is lower and naturally there are fewer zombies. However, along the way Lin Feng still encountered a few vehicles uncertain of their destinations. Upon seeing such a large vehicle coming, he and the other vehicles clearly swerved to the side. After all, anything could happen in this apocalyptic world. Gradually the coastal road began to branch out. Lin Feng chose the path leading to the factory. Perhaps this area was originally an industrial zone, as Lin Feng noticed many factories scattered about. Most of these factories had their gates tightly shut and he could not ascertain the situation inside. Without stopping, Lin Feng headed straight for the factory named Revival Water Plant. Water plants are generally state-owned, or so Zhang Chang said. Originally this plant was also state-owned, but due to continuous losses it was later contracted out to individuals. Zhang Chang's distant cousin had dealings with the plant when he came from out of town for business, which is how he knew about it. At this moment the gate of the Revival Water Plant was also tightly shut. Parking the vehicle in front of the water plant yard, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang got out. Observant as he was, Lin Feng noticed a pile of zombie bodies not far from the seaside. This water plant also had a zombie outbreak, but it was brought under control, Lin Feng thought to himself. At the same time he noticed 2 individuals sitting atop the wall at the entrance of the water plant. These 2 individuals were surprisingly armed with automatic rifles. Nevertheless, both he and Zhang Chang carried alloy combat knives as they approached the factory entrance. "Who are you looking for?" one of the individuals sitting on the wall asked. "We are here to buy water," Lin Feng replied honestly after taking a glance. The middle-aged man took out a walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. "Wait a moment." After a while the middle-aged man spoke up. Then he descended from the wall. In the next moment the small door of the iron gate of the water plant was opened. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang walked in to find 4 individuals standing before them. All 4 individuals were in their 40s and dressed in factory uniforms. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that all of them were holding rifles. "You two must be mutants, right?" the leader said, glancing at Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Lin Feng did not reveal his strength, merely nodding. "Those who dare to come without guns must be mutants. Please come inside, we can discuss business." The leading middle-aged man smiled. "You can call me Lao Zhang, I am one of the responsible persons here. Now let's head inside." After saying this, Lao Zhang led the way into the factory. Lin Feng noticed that outside the water plant's workshop several water trucks were parked, unclear if they contained water. Upon entering the workshop, Lin Feng saw various sizes of water tanks and an assortment of connected pipes. However, some of this exceeded his knowledge and he did not know what they were for. Under Lao Zhang's guidance they arrived at the office area on the second floor. "This way please." Lao Zhang opened the door to an office and turned to Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Then Lao Zhang and a middle-aged man entered first. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang exchanged glances and followed them in. The other two stayed outside. "How much water do you need?" After seating Lin Feng and Zhang Chang, Lao Zhang skipped the small talk and went straight to the point. 30 tons, I suppose." "Only 30 tons. Lin Feng replied after considering it for a moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang seemed to want to say something, but Lin Feng gestured for him to stop. He knew Zhang Chang would think he was asking for too little, but Zhang Chang was unaware that Lin Feng had a spatial storage ability to amplify his capacity. "Just 30 tons. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lao Zhang appeared somewhat disappointed. "We have few people and won't use that much. Besides, water has an expiration date, we can come back to buy more when we run out." Lin Feng smiled and replied. After hearing his words, Lao Zhang, who had initially been disappointed, seemed to relax a bit. "If you're asking for so little, the price might be a bit steep." Lao Zhang sat in his chair pondering before saying, "How about you exchange the same amount of grain for 30 tons of water? Are you robbing us? Is water sold at such a high price?" At this moment Zhang Chang could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly. He glanced at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng showed no expression. "Young brother, you can't say that." Lao Zhang seemed to understand that Lin Feng and his companion found the price high and spoke slowly. "This is an apocalypse, not normal times. Our water isn't free. Even if it's groundwater, it needs to be pumped up, requiring electricity, which consumes fuel. Also, our filtration requires materials. And for testing, we guarantee that the water we provide has been tested on animals and contains no zombie virus. We risk our lives to gather these supplies. Water is the source of life and everyone wants it, so the price naturally goes up." While saying this, Lao Zhang kept looking at Lin Feng as if he knew Lin Feng was the one who could make the decision. "Let's not discuss the price for now." At this moment Lin Feng spoke up. "Can I ask a question first? Where did you get your guns? Of course, if this involves any secrets, just pretend I didn't ask." As he said this, Lin Feng pointed to the rifle Lao Zhang had placed on the table. He was curious why there was almost one gun per person among the individuals he met at the water plant. "Oh, this. It's not a secret," Lao Zhang chuckled as he replied. "Guns are common knowledge, so sharing it isn't a problem. These were made in Dongfeng town and we exchanged water for them. They offered a decent price. One gun was worth 10 tons of water, which is why we have quite a few guns here. Fortunately, we have plenty of water here, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to exchange for so many guns." Lao Zhang answered truthfully despite not knowing why Lin Feng had asked this question. "A gun can actually be traded for that much water. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have planned to steal from you. I mean, I would have used guns to trade for your water instead." Upon hearing that a single gun could be exchanged for 10 tons of water, Lin Feng instantly smiled, recalling the millions of guns in his spatial storage. Since it was such a simple matter, he didn't want to go through the trouble of stealing. Initially Lin Feng felt that the price offered by old Zhang for exchanging water for food was somewhat expensive, and he considered whether to sneak in at night to steal some. However, it now appeared that 30 tons of water was merely the price of 3 rifles. For someone like him who possessed millions of rifles, this was simply trivial. Collaborating with the other party did not seem like a loss either. Establishing a water plant in the apocalypse naturally connected him with various forces. Otherwise development would be impossible. Perhaps Lin Feng didn't need it to reach out to any forces, but occasionally gathering some intelligence wasn't out of the question. In a situation where the interests were reasonable, spending a little was not a big deal. After all, Lin Feng was a rational person, not a miser. "Alright, you all wait here. I'll go down for a bit." With a plan in mind, Lin Feng went downstairs. He arrived at the base vehicle and took out 3 rifles from his storage space. After some thought, he also took out 2 packs of bullets. He then wrapped everything in a cloth. Once in the upstairs office, Lin Feng opened the cloth bundle. This is a standard rifle. Upon seeing the rifles, old Zhang exclaimed in surprise. 3 rifles along with 2 packs of bullets count as my gift to you in exchange for 30 tons of water. Looking at old Zhang's astonished expression, Lin Feng calmly replied, deal deal. Old Zhang took the rifles, fondling them with great affection. Lin Feng could understand his situation, as the guns in their hands were, to put it bluntly, of poor quality. Dongfeng Town had once been a renowned town. Before the gun ban, almost every household in Dongfeng Town made guns. Besides individuals, there were also 2 gun manufacturing factories. Even in recent years there were some underground industries. These were all black markets unknown to those unfamiliar. However, as a local of Binhai City, Lin Feng was somewhat aware. It could be said that whether in terms of equipment or materials, the people of Dongfeng Town had everything ready. Yet Lin Feng found it hard to believe that Dongfeng Town had developed so rapidly. It had only been a few days and they could already sell guns outside. Since Lin Feng provided a standard rifle that was more accurate than the poor quality ones and even included 2 packs of bullets, old Zhang was thrilled and directly gave Lin Feng a water tanker for transporting water. To put it simply, it was a watering truck. Vehicles were the least valuable in the apocalypse. As long as there was fuel, one could easily find a vehicle to drive. As Lin Feng left the water plant, he instructed Zhang Chong to drive the watering truck, and the 2 of them returned to the Swan Bay Hotel. After Zhang Chong left, Lin Feng directly stored the watering truck in his storage space. Ding! A watering truck was stored, amplifying by 10000 times. A single watering truck transformed into 10000, which was why Lin Feng only bought 30 tons of water at a time. Given that he could amplify the water by so much, Lin Feng calculated. Now there were 800 people in the Swan Bay Hotel, with about 4 people per room, resulting in 200 rooms. After roughly calculating, if conserved, each room would use about 20 liters of water daily. Thus the total water consumption for the hotel in a day would be 4000 kilograms or 4 tons. When combined with the water usage of the villas, 30 tons of water would be sufficient for the entire hotel for a week. This way the water issue was temporarily resolved. At that moment Lin Feng drove the truck to the water filling point on the hotel side. After connecting the hose to the watering truck, everything was ready. Ding! Warning: you have illegally approached our hotel, please stop and accept inspection. Just as Lin Feng finished with the water issue, the base vehicle on the nearby wall began to sound an alarm. That was the vehicle's automatic life recognition system. Someone was coming. Lin Feng went to the top of the hotel wall. He saw a black Mercedes-Benz parked not far away. Then a group of people dressed in black got out of the car. Is anyone here? We are from the Tianlong group. Leading them was a young man in a black suit carrying a briefcase. The people behind him were strong and armed with machetes, surrounding the young man like bodyguards. Upon seeing the wall and the tall base vehicle above, the young man was momentarily taken aback. Tianlong Group. That was a famous consortium in Binhai City, a prominent force in his past life. The consortium's owner Yang Tianlong was one of the 4 top experts in Binhai City. Why had their people come here? Lin Feng felt puzzled. Just tell me what you need, Lin Feng called from atop the wall, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Excuse me, are you the hotel manager? Is the owner Zhang Quan still in the hotel? The young man, upon seeing Lin Feng and his knife, asked politely. I don't know anyone named Zhang Quan, just tell me what you want, Lin Feng replied. He didn't know who Zhang Quan was, but it seemed that person was the former owner of Swan Bay. However, this hotel now belonged to him. Seeing that the other party was still polite, Lin Feng did not deceive them. That Zhang Quan owes our Tianlong group some debts and we are here to collect. The young man took out a document from his briefcase and waved it at Lin Feng from a distance. If you happen to know that Zhang Quan, please let him know. The young man put the document back and said, let me put it this way, I don't know the person you mentioned and now this hotel belongs to me. Looking at the dozen or so people below, Lin Feng replied calmly. From what the other party said, it was clear that there was some dispute. However, since the hotel belonged to Lin Feng now, the dispute had nothing to do with him. If they were just here to inquire, that would be fine, but if they came to cause trouble, Lin Feng was not afraid. In the apocalypse, Lin Feng was neither afraid of trouble nor of seeking it. The young man in black whispered a few words to someone next to him after hearing Lin Feng's words. Then he glanced at the towering wall and the base vehicles above. Alright, since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. But I must remind you that Zhang Quan is not a good person. If you know him, it's best to be cautious. After saying that, the young man returned to the car. In the next moment everyone got into the car and the convoy drove away into the distance. Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered by the black-clad man's words. Did that mean the owner of Swan Bay was not a good person originally? Lin Feng thought to himself. Whether he was a good person or not he did not know. However, Lin Feng noticed some details from their visit this time. Lin Feng observed the other person's demeanor and could roughly understand the situation. It appeared that the Tianlong group seemed to have recovered quite rapidly amidst this apocalyptic disaster. Originally they were one of the major conglomerates in Binhai City. Now regardless of who Zhang is, they were able to start collecting debts within just a few days. This indicates their strength. It seems that even a starved camel is larger than a horse if those powers during the apocalypse are much stronger than ordinary people. However, no matter how powerful they are, Lin Feng was focused on his own development. Others' progress was their own business. As long as they didn't provoke him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Returning to the villa, Lin Feng went to Lu Tianxi's room. This time Lu Tianxi was painting a Thanka he had never seen before. It seemed somewhat challenging as there were no other works on his desk. Compared to the repetitive cards before, Lin Feng hoped he could create some more powerful cards. Whether the enhancement of his own abilities would allow him to paint new cards remained to be seen. Entering the living room, Lin Feng sat on the sofa and brewed a pot of tea. At that moment Mu Hongmei came down from the second floor. Lin Feng, can I talk to you? Approaching the sofa, Mu Hongmei glanced at Lin Feng and finally couldn't help but speak. Go ahead. Looking at the somewhat reserved Mu Hongmei in front of him, Lin Feng said. After a few days of interaction, Lin Feng could sense that this girl had changed somewhat. At the very least she wasn't as arrogant as she had been at first. Perhaps she had come to understand her own situation. That is, she currently needed to rely on Lin Feng to survive, at least for food and necessities. Therefore the words she had spoken during their first meeting were no longer uttered by Mu Hongmei. I see that Sister Tingting and the others are really impressive now. Could you give me a solidifying pill? Looking at Lin Feng, Mu Hongmei hesitantly asked. During these busy days the others in the villa had not been idle either. Although they didn't practice any techniques, they all had some physical training. Mu Hongmei clearly felt that her strength and agility were not on par with the others. This was something she didn't need others to point out, she knew it was due to her level. According to Lin Feng and Zhang Chongfan, Tingting and the others were all second-tier mutants. Even Lu Tianxi, who was just a painter, had reached that level. Yet she was the only first-tier mutant in the entire villa. Although no one said anything, it made Mu Hongmei feel somewhat ashamed. Are you sure you won't be like before, looking down on ordinary people? Pouring myself a cup of tea, Lin Feng asked. After all, he didn't have any enmity with Mu Hongmei. It was just her previously arrogant demeanor that he found somewhat intolerable. Over the past few days Mu Hongmei's performance had been acceptable. However, Lin Feng still hoped she could change herself because he didn't like having someone he didn't favor around him. I was wrong before, I've actually come to understand. My past wealth relied on my parents, I had nothing to be proud of myself. If I had no money and were among ordinary people, I wouldn't stand out at all. As Mu Hongmei spoke, she paid attention to Lin Feng's expression. Perhaps feeling somewhat suppressed over these days, her eyes reddened as she spoke. Originally Lin Feng was watching Mu Hongmei, but suddenly he felt something was off. It seemed as if a spirit was urging him to forgive this girl before him. At that moment Mu Hongmei appeared even more pitiful in Lin Feng's eyes. No, this isn't normal. Suddenly Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Looking at Mu Hongmei, he revealed a somewhat surprised expression. That feeling just now seemed to be a mental attack. This Mu Hongmei's talent was actually related to the mind. Just moments ago Mu Hongmei appeared merely sad, yet she gave Lin Feng the impression of being so pitiable. It felt as though there was a persistent thought in his mind urging him to treat her kindly. Moreover, when this feeling arose, Lin Feng's own perceptive abilities noticeably diminished. This was undoubtedly a mental attack. In his past life Lin Feng had heard of such attacks, which were quite rare. Mental-type mutants might not seem prominent at first, but once their level reaches a certain point they can be extremely formidable. Lin Feng didn't expect that the Mu Hongmei before him was actually a mental-type mutant. Alright, you can take this solidifying pill. Since she was a mental-type mutant and Mu Hongmei had already recognized her past mistakes, Lin Feng decided not to hold it against her and took out a solidifying pill, placing it on the coffee table. Seeing the solidifying pill, Mu Hongmei was somewhat surprised. It seemed she hadn't expected Lin Feng to give her the pill so quickly. She wasn't foolish and naturally understood the value of the solidifying pill. A pill that could elevate a mutant by 1 tier was worth a fortune. However, looking at Lin Feng's demeanor, he seemed to not take a single pill seriously. Immediately Mu Hongmei picked up the pill and swallowed it. Soon after, a wondrous sensation enveloped Mu Hongmei. After about 10 seconds she felt a significant change within herself. This change was self-evident. Like Fan Yuting and the others, Mu Hongmei had now become a second-tier mutant. Brother Feng, thank you. Looking at Lin Feng, Mu Hongmei said softly. Her simple brother Feng carried a hint of mental power stirring Lin Feng's spirit. And that smile was even more captivating. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a third-tier mutant, suppressing the feeling that surged within him. This mental power is indeed quite strong. Luckily I was prepared. Lin Feng thought to himself. After taking a sip of water he managed to calm down. Currently everyone in the villa except for the chef Lu Zhongda had reached the level of second-tier mutants. The distribution of power in Swan Bay centered around the villa. The people in the villa were generally at the level of second-tier mutants, surpassing those in the hotel main building. The 4 captains in the main building were also individuals Lin Feng intended to cultivate especially. After all, the combat power of the main building was 400 people. He couldn't manage it all by himself. Whether now or in the future such captains would be necessary. As for the women and older individuals in the hotel main building, they would be responsible for logistics. After some time Lin Feng planned to develop the hotel properly. After all, this was his base and could be considered a facade. Regardless of how Lin Feng develops in the future, this place is ultimately an important stronghold for him. Brother Feng, I want to discuss something with you. After stepping into the level of second-tier mutants, Mu Hongmei hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't help but speak to Lin Feng. What is it? Jiang Feng set down his teacup and asked. Mu Hongmei leaned close to Jiang Feng and said, from now on, whenever you go out, could you take me and Tingting along sometimes? We've been cooped up indoors every day, it's unsustainable. Besides, we climb the wall daily to observe conditions beyond the base. Sooner or later we must confront the zombies of this world, and now that our strength has increased we wish to acclimate ourselves to the outside. As she spoke, a flicker of quiet hope gleamed in Mu Hongmei's eyes. Jiang Feng nodded thoughtfully. I see. So this once temperamental young woman had finally matured. Even had she not raised the matter, Jiang Feng had already contemplated it. He planned to lead the group outside in staggered batches to gradually adapt them to the post-apocalyptic world. After all, in this age of ruin, confining everyone within the villa was no sustainable strategy. At the very least their physical prowess was now undeniable. Yet they lacked first-hand experience confronting zombies and mutated beasts, experience essential for survival. If you wish to see zombies in 2 days' time, you'll have more than enough to witness. He cast a glance at Mu Hongmei before turning his focus elsewhere. Over the next 2 days Jiang Feng began training his mutated subordinates stationed at the hotel. He ordered the 4 squad captains to lead their troops beyond the base perimeter, where they would begin hunting zombies at close range. Their first trial in true combat was to overcome paralyzing fear, to stand unflinching before the undead. Otherwise, when the zombie tide surged, even seasoned fighters might freeze in terror, knees buckling beneath them. As Jiang Feng had anticipated, their initial reaction upon sighting zombies was sheer flight. Yet under the firm guidance of their captains they were compelled to face the horrors hidden. Fortunately, they quickly realized their power far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Once they confirmed their alloy battle blades could cleave through zombies effortlessly, dread dissolved into confidence. Gradually slaying zombies became a source of exhilaration, some even turned it into sport, competing to see who could fell the most. The victors earned extra rations at evening meals, and just as significantly prestige among their peers. Meanwhile camaraderie blossomed. 2 days passed like a breath and the hotel's warriors had grown broadly accustomed to the apocalyptic reality. Their spirits, once weighed down by despair, now lifted with quiet resolve. This was precisely the outcome Jiang Feng sought. On the 7th day of the apocalypse he rose before dawn, and instructed Zhang Chang to summon everyone from the hotel to the base's fortified ramparts. More than 400 stood atop the wall without crowding. This day marked the arrival of the very zombie tide Jiang Feng remembered from his past life. The sky darkened, its sunlight vanished behind thick roiling clouds. Then came the starlight rain, a gentle downpour carrying no zombie virus. Even if trace pathogens lingered, they posed no threat to these mutated beings. In the distance zombies stirred, restless, disoriented at first, then abruptly alert as if drawn by an unseen scent. One by one they turned toward Swan Bay base. It had been the same in his former life. Zombies within the tide possessed an uncanny ability to detect human presence across vast distances. No one knew why, and no one had time to find out. Heavens! So many zombies! Zhang Chang, standing beside Jiang Feng, instinctively whistled low in awe. Even this level 2 mutant felt a primal chill at the sight of thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of shambling corpses. Glancing sideways at Jiang Feng, Zhang Chang saw him standing utterly still, calm, unruffled, untroubled by the encroaching horror. They won't breach the base, will they? Though Jiang Feng's composure steadied him, the sheer scale of the horde still gnawed at his nerves. Could a 6-meter-high wall withstand such a tide? That remained unknown. Just watch, Jiang Feng replied, his tone enigmatic, offering no further explanation. As the swarm advanced, new figures emerged constantly on the horizon, far exceeding 10,000, perhaps even 20. Gazing outward, Jiang Feng saw streets, avenues and sidewalks alike swallowed whole by the seething mass. Having survived such tides before, Jiang Feng estimated the horde numbered no fewer than 100,000. Even for a level 3 mutant like himself, that was an insurmountable force. Even at 1 kill per second, without pause for food, water or rest, it would take 30 hours to eliminate them all. For ordinary humans, resistance was unthinkable, they would be drowned instantly beneath the tide. As the horde drew nearer, it finally halted at a distance of 200 meters from Swan Bay base. The warriors trained at the hotel held firm. 2 days of rigorous drills had prepared them. Yet facing 10 zombies bore no resemblance to confronting 100,000. Still, having slain many themselves, their resilience remained comparatively strong. In contrast, those who rarely encountered zombies, Zhou Tao, Zhang Chang's parents Fan Yuding, trembled uncontrollably. Though possessing level 2 mutant vision, sharp enough to discern facial features at 200 meters, their limited exposure left them deeply unsettled. Brothers, do you have the confidence to slay these zombies? Jiang Feng swept his gaze across the assembled warriors and called out. A hesitant, scattered chorus answered, yes, yes. They were clearly unnerved by the spectacle before them. Jiang Feng observed inwardly. He understood completely, for in his past life he too would have quailed before such overwhelming numbers gripped by raw terror. The zombie tide stands before us now, countless, relentless. If we do not resist, they will shatter our sanctuary. Within this base dwell your wives, your children, even your parents. Should the horde break through, every one of them will perish in the jaws of the undead. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to slay them? Though Jiang Feng was no master orator, his voice resonated across the ramparts with unmistakable authority, striking deep into each listener's heart. His words rang true. The elderly, the infirm, the children sheltering within the hotel needed their protection now more than ever. At this pivotal moment they shared a single identity: men who stepped forward when duty called, who met adversity not with retreat but with resolve. We have confidence. The cry erupted from every throat, fierce and unified. Jiang Feng nodded. This was exactly what he had hoped to ignite. Computer, link all base vehicles and activate autonomous combat mode. Standing beside one armored vehicle, Jiang Feng issued the command directly to its onboard AI. It is simply impossible for everyone to face the horde of around 100,000 zombies. 400 people standing against such numbers, even if they are all mutants, are far too insignificant. This is not merely a matter of numerical ratio but rather a question of Lin Feng's combat experience. If a level 1 mutant were to single-handedly kill 100 ordinary zombies, it might not be a difficult task at all. However, if 100 mutants were to face tens of thousands of zombies, it would become a team battle. Moreover, within the zombie tide there might also be higher-level zombies appearing. Everything is an unknown. The zombies are now only about 150 meters away from Swan Bay. Except for Lin Feng, sweat has begun to bead on the foreheads of everyone else. In the face of the overwhelming tide of darkness, it is simply impossible to say that one is not afraid. Begin the attack. Lin Feng commanded the vehicle's computer beside the base. With Lin Feng's command, the energy guns on 20 base vehicles atop the walls immediately opened fire. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone saw countless points of light shooting towards the distant zombies. In the next moment, large groups of zombies fell to the ground. Faced with the energy guns of the base vehicles, ordinary zombies had no power to resist. Oh! The people on the wall cheered. They hadn't expected that Lin Feng had such capabilities. The warriors who had originally planned to fight to the death seemed to see a glimmer of hope. It was as if mere mortals about to be sent to the gallows suddenly received a pardon. At that moment everyone realized that their leader did not truly wish for them to die but had other means. Looking at the fallen zombies, their fighting spirit was instantly restored. Even though they stood on the city wall without directly battling the zombies, they were still defending their territory and protecting the base. A sense of mission surged within them, causing everyone's adrenaline to spike. As the zombies continued to fall, Lin Feng observed the situation within the horde. Among them, some faster zombies attempted to evade the energy cannons fired from the base vehicles. Others, clearly larger than normal zombies over 2 meters tall, braved the attacks from the energy cannons. You all need to pay attention to the unusual zombies within that tide. They are level 1 zombies stronger than ordinary ones, Lin Feng shouted from atop the wall. He was introducing the form and characteristics of level 1 zombies to everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was also observing those level 1 zombies. Although there was no immediate danger, it was still wise to be cautious. Whether fast or abnormally large, after sustaining several attacks from energy projectiles, even they could only reluctantly fall down. The people on the wall, including Zhang Chang and the others, were carefully observing and checking the situation of the level 1 zombies. They knew that these zombies were the true threat. With the continuous attacks from the base vehicle's energy guns, the tide of zombies had slowed its advance. What remained were the various forms of zombie corpses. In some areas the corpses had already piled up into small hills, and the zombies behind continued to step over the bodies of those in front, moving forward. Zombies are ignorant, they feel no pain and do not know fear. At this moment their brains seemed to be unified under a single command, with the goal solely focused on the human base. Lin Feng was attentively monitoring the situation on the wall. Currently each base vehicle possesses 100 level 1 magic crystals, equating to 100,000 energy points. These energy points are still sufficient for the current situation. Just as the frontline zombies approached the base within 100 meters, the main cannons on the base vehicles fired. Stronger than the energy guns, what could be described as beams of light shot towards the distant horde of zombies. In the next moment the light beams crashed into the ground, creating enormous shockwaves. Zombies within a 10-meter radius were blown away, many instantly reduced to fragments. The sight of 20 main cannons firing simultaneously was quite shocking, akin to a barrage of shells landing within the horde. Each shot could take out over 100 zombies. Those zombies that were sent flying were either shattered into pieces or directly killed by the shockwave. Even those level 1 zombies, upon being hit by the main cannon's shockwave, fell to the ground. The main cannon, which uses 100 energy points per shot, has tremendous power, and when combined with the energy guns it immediately locked down the zombies' advance. If the main cannon of a level 1 base vehicle is this powerful, what about that of a level 2 vehicle? Lin Feng thought to himself. The main cannon atop a level 2 vehicle requires 1000 energy points per shot. Its power must far exceed that of the current main cannon. After 2 days Lin Feng now had 3 level 2 base vehicles. However, this time Lin Feng did not plan to send the level 2 vehicles into battle. It wasn't because he was reluctant, but simply because they weren't necessary. In the blink of an eye 2 hours had passed. This time frame is neither long nor short. For people in the past it may have meant only a few rounds of games. But now it represented the life and death of tens of thousands of zombies. However, during these 2 hours everyone's feelings about the tide of zombies shifted from initial fear to later habituation, and now to hope for victory. Everyone's thoughts boiled down to one: they hoped the zombies would be exterminated. Some even felt eager to try and personally kill zombies. This is perhaps the psychological change humans undergo in war. When the distance to the tide of zombies was less than 50 meters, another hour had already passed. Looking at it, there were fewer than 10,000 zombies remaining less than 50 meters away. Moreover, only a few dozen zombies remained. Brothers, in this apocalypse we cannot rely solely on machines. Standing atop the wall, Lin Feng surveyed the crowd. We ourselves are mutants possessing abilities far stronger than those of the zombies. I now need you to personally go down and kill these zombies to experience this war yourself. Only those who have experienced war can grow. I do not wish for you to be flowers in a greenhouse. I do not compel anyone, but those who dare to go out follow me. There will be rewards for those who kill more zombies. With that, Lin Feng descended the wall, heading towards the base gate. Only those who have experienced war can truly be fearless. Even if there are dangers, this is something Lin Feng can endure. I'll go. I'm going too. Me too. Many people shouted loudly upon hearing Lin Feng's words. They had already been eager to try, and now they truly wanted to see how many zombies they could kill. Human nature is such: sometimes they know there may be danger, but people will always strive. At that moment the people on the wall rushed towards the base gate. At that moment the battlefield ignited Lin Feng's fighting spirit, rekindling the same fierce resolve he had known in his previous life. Yet upon emerging from the base gate he did not charge headlong into the zombie horde. Instead he took command at the entrance. Xiangzi instructed the squad leaders to deploy their teams from multiple angles to engage the zombies. When confronting level 1 zombies, do not act alone, coordinate and eliminate them together. This is no time for individual heroism. Above all, ensure your own safety when fighting zombies. As the group surged out of Swan Bay base, Lin Feng shouted these warnings aloud. This was merely a training exercise, a live drill, and as with any training, safety came first. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhou, why have you come out too? At that moment Lin Feng spotted Zhang Chang's father and Zhou Tao rushing out, and hurried over immediately. "Xiao Feng, don't worry, we're fine. Seeing how eager the younger generation is, we thought we'd come down and take a look ourselves," Uncle Zhang said with a smile. His face bore no trace of fear. Clearly Lin Feng's earlier words had stirred his courage. "Indeed, Xiao Feng, we've witnessed nearly everything in our lives, yet we've never slain a zombie. This place is now our home, and we bear the duty to protect it," Zhou Tao added. Lin Feng nodded, fully understanding their intent. "Then follow me, uncles. Focus on isolating and eliminating stragglers, avoid level 1 zombies entirely." Though both men were level 2 mutants, they lacked combat experience. For safety's sake, Lin Feng decided they would stay close beside him. By then the vanguard unit had already reached the outer edge of the zombie horde. After 2 days of intensive training, the base's soldiers could now face zombies unflinchingly. Gripping their alloy battle blades, they surged forward, swinging with lethal precision. Ordinary zombies, though terrifying to ordinary humans, stood no chance against level 1 mutants. One moment they lunged with gnashing jaws, the next their heads parted from their bodies. The soldiers had mastered a vital tactic: strike for the head. Even without instruction, most had gleaned this truth from pre-apocalyptic films. The razor-sharp alloy blades cleaved effortlessly through zombie necks, severed heads tumbled, and the headless corpses collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After 2 days of coordination with their subordinates, the squad leaders had begun to develop tactical instincts, directing their troops towards sparsely populated zones within the horde. Thus the battle swiftly tilted into a one-sided rout, until suddenly a minor complication arose. Level 1 zombies appeared to possess rudimentary cognition. Spotting the advancing human soldiers, they surged forward en masse, charging straight toward them. With speed and strength far surpassing ordinary zombies, their sudden appearance threw the soldiers momentarily into disarray. Fortunately, Zhang Chang and several squad leaders stood nearby. With the aid of these level 2 mutants, the level 1 zombies were swiftly overwhelmed. Even level 1 zombies stood no chance against 7 or 8 equally powered mutants. One by one they fell. Each fallen level 1 zombie sparked cheers from the crowd. In that instant people realized, the once terrifying zombies were no match for them. Fueled by newfound confidence, they fought with even greater ferocity. A deafening roar erupted from the distance. Level 2 zombie. Hearing that guttural bellow, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that sound intimately. It had echoed across 5 years of survival in the apocalypse. He lifted his gaze, and there it was, a hulking slate-black zombie over 2.5 meters tall, lumbering steadily toward them. Clutched in its massive hands was half a concrete utility pole, its jagged end still coiled with frayed wires. A zombie wielding a weapon, undoubtedly a level 2. Lin Feng had not anticipated such an early emergence of a level 2 zombie, so soon after the apocalypse's onset. To ordinary humans, such a creature was pure terror. A single level 2 zombie could obliterate an entire small human outpost. This one, clearly a brute force variant, radiated raw, devastating power. Each of its blows carried the force of 1,000 Jin. Though slower than more agile variants, its speed still dwarfed that of ordinary zombies. Most critically, its stamina seemed inexhaustible. Yet to Lin Feng, this creature was not merely a threat, it was a source of ma crystal. He had faced level 3 and level 4 zombies in his past life. This posed no hesitation. Without pause, Lin Feng sprinted toward the beast, as if fearing it might vanish before he reached it. Sensing his approach, the level 2 zombie hesitated, then raised the utility pole high and swung it down in a brutal arc toward Lin Feng, who was already closing in. Whoosh! A flash of silver light streaked across the air. In an instant the 30-centimeter thick concrete pole was cleanly severed, its momentum unchecked, the blade continuing upward to slash deep into the zombie's shoulder. With a single stroke the zombie's shoulder was sheared clean off, and the remaining fragment of pole clattered to the ground. Stunned, the creature recoiled, clearly unprepared for such blinding speed. As it faltered, Lin Feng drew his blade again, this time striking with surgical precision across its thickened neck. Despite its reinforced musculature, the blade parted flesh and bone in one fluid motion. In mere moments Lin Feng dispatched the level 2 zombie. After all, he was now a level 3 mutant, armed with 5 years of apocalyptic mastery. Defeating a level 2 zombie was effortless. With a sweeping horizontal slash he bisected every nearby ordinary zombie, then strode calmly to the fallen beast's corpse. Using his alloy blade to nudge the body aside, Lin Feng bent down and retrieved a ma crystal, a slightly larger pale yellow crystal, its interior swirling with soft cotton-like filaments. This was a level 2 ma crystal, familiar to Lin Feng from his past life. Far rarer and far more valuable than its level 1 counterpart. Without hesitation, Lin Feng placed the crystal into his spatial storage. Ding! Acquired 1 level 2 Ma crystal, power amplification increased by 10000. Instantly the system's chime resonated in his mind. In an instant Lin Feng's storage space increased by 10000 second-level magic crystals. Second-level magic crystals can no longer be used as energy points like first-level ones. In his previous life magic crystals above the first level were used to forge energy equipment. However, that is a story for another time. For now simply having them is sufficient. Everyone present was invigorated to see Lin Feng effortlessly slay even the second-level zombies. Immediately their movements quickened. The zombies at the scene fell like chopped chives. It seems that killing zombies can be addictive. Once the fear is gone it feels like playing a game. Each time a zombie was killed people felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The physical strength of first-level mutants is much greater than that of ordinary people. Even after swinging the knife for a long time they wouldn't tire easily. After more than an hour when the last zombie fell everyone cheered. The zombies which had once instilled fear were now finally killed by their own hands. And not just one but a whole tide of corpses. At this moment the people understood that as long as they were strong even a multitude of zombies could only fall before them. This victory ultimately belonged to humanity. Now everyone faced the zombies without fear. In defending their homeland they would never back down. Next came the task of cleaning the battlefield. After explaining that first-level zombies contained magic crystals in their brains, the first-level magic crystals were handed over to Lin Feng. Before long a number of first-level magic crystals entered his storage space. Upon counting there were a total of 367 first-level magic crystals. This means that in this tide of corpses an equal number of first-level zombies were killed. It seems that the ratio of first-level zombies to ordinary zombies is about 1 to 300. It is no wonder that higher-level zombies are more powerful. After all, they are considered the elite among zombies. Like human mutants, only a few zombies can evolve. When these magic crystals entered Lin Feng's storage space they were directly amplified 1,000-fold, becoming over 3 million. He no longer had to worry about magic crystals. Even if he took out all the base vehicles from his storage space, the magic crystals Lin Feng possessed would be enough to power them. With the magic crystal issue resolved, the next concern was the zombie bodies. Although mutants are immune to the zombie virus, such a large number of zombie bodies still need to be cleared. Otherwise it would inevitably lead to problems. At this moment Lin Feng returned to the base. He found an unoccupied area and took out more than 20 bulldozers from his storage space. He remembered that these were tools he had specifically stored in his storage space before the apocalypse. At that time, in preparation for the needs of the apocalypse, he had stored various mechanical vehicles like forklifts, bulldozers and excavators in his storage space. Now they were finally useful. Bulldozers require no excessive skill. Zhang Chang quickly gathered about 20 subordinates who could drive. After a brief exploration, those people drove the bulldozers out of the base gate. With the greatest concerns now behind them, Lin Feng began a short period of rest after the tide of zombies. During this time he tended to various plants in the villa and taught Zhang Chang and several elders some sword techniques. The rest of the time was spent practicing the 9 turns golden body technique. After several days of training, Lin Feng felt his strength had significantly increased once again. If the entire third-level mutant classification were divided into 3 stages, he had now reached an intermediate level. Currently the effect of mid-level solidifying essence pills on Lin Feng was minimal. He could only continuously train to increase his spiritual energy to a certain extent to achieve a breakthrough. All mutants are like this. Without pills or potions they rely on gradual accumulation to slowly increase their strength. One day Lu Tianxi excitedly approached Lin Feng. He had completed the new tanka that he had been working on. Taking the tanka, Lin Feng saw that the patterns were indeed exquisite. However, he was more concerned about the effect of the tanka. Ding! Received mid-level tanka absolute defense card. Absolute defense card can create absolute defense within a 10-meter radius lasting for 10 seconds. When Lin Feng obtained the tanka, the system provided a prompt. The absolute defense card, upon reading the system's explanation, left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. This card can provide absolute defense against any attack including nuclear weapon strikes. Although it lasts only 10 seconds, it could save a life at a critical moment. Otherwise it wouldn't be classified as a mid-level card by the system. Previously Lin Feng had only obtained attack-type cards, and now he finally had a defense card, and it was a mid-level one right from the start. To some extent this was a life-saving item. Lin Feng immediately placed the mid-level defense card into his storage space for 1,000-fold amplification. During lunch Lin Feng heard what seemed to be roaring sounds outside the villa. Upon arriving in the courtyard he saw dozens of helicopters flying south in formation. This is... The official troops are evacuating. Upon seeing the planes in the sky, Lin Feng understood. In the previous apocalypse, due to a large-scale tide of zombies at the official troops garrison, the troops evacuated towards Jiangnan City, the provincial capital. Calculating the time, it was about this moment. The evacuation of the military was not a good thing for Binhai City. After all, the troops might be able to help at a critical time. Now, to safeguard the provincial capital, the troops here were retreating to Jiangnan City, which was a blow to the morale of Binhai City citizens. However, precisely because of this, the official evacuation led to the gradual development of local forces. This was also the reason why various forces formed in Binhai City in the previous life. After all, a tourist city with a population of over 10 million has quite a number of people. Now it was the initial establishment phase of these forces. Fortunately, Lin Feng had prepared early and had already established his own power when the apocalypse arrived. Although the numbers were not many, in terms of quality they were absolutely outstanding. Not only that, but the walls of just 2 bases were not something ordinary forces could establish in a short period. However, at this moment Lin Feng did not feel despondent because of the evacuation of the official troops. On the contrary, he knew that an opportunity had arrived. Since the troops had already withdrawn, they could not possibly take everything with them. At this moment it seemed that it was time to pick up the leftovers. Before departing, Lin Feng stocked every refrigerator in the villa with food and filled the ground floor storage room with a large supply of ready-to-eat meals. Though only a few people resided in the house, and consumed relatively little, the preparation of provisions remained essential. Since the main hotel building's warehouse was already fully stocked, Lin Feng had no concerns regarding supplies there. Just as Lin Feng finished his preparations, Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuding entered the living room. "I'm leaving on a trip this time, but I still cannot take you both." Anticipating their response, Lin Feng spoke first. "The destination is highly perilous and neither of you has sufficient combat experience. This mission is unsuited for you. Next time, when the danger is lesser, I promise I'll bring you both." Gazing at their hopeful expressions, Lin Feng reaffirmed his decision. This time he hadn't even brought Zhang Chang. After the recent zombie tide, no one could predict whether a second wave might erupt. Even a small-scale gathering of zombies, if underestimated, could escalate into catastrophe. Leaving someone capable of decisive command at the base remained indispensable. Having swiftly arranged affairs at home, Lin Feng departed Swan Bay alone in a level 1 base vehicle. Due to the prior zombie tide, the area surrounding Swan Bay had been thoroughly cleared of the undead. This created an eerie expanse of emptiness, so tranquil that any newcomer might mistake it for a restored ordinary world. Yet as Lin Feng drove forward, the landscape transformed. Zombies now crowded the road in greater numbers than before, pacing restlessly within confined zones, as if awaiting some unseen signal. Lin Feng noticed a massive congregation of zombies gathering at the Dongfang Home residential complex far to his right. Even from inside the vehicle, sporadic gunshots echoed from the distance. So the firearms from Dongfang town have already infiltrated the city, remarkably swift, Lin Feng mused inwardly upon hearing the gunfire. Logically, even if urban police stations or shooting clubs possessed firearms, their stockpiles would be limited, and ammunition critically scarce. Yet the gunfire he heard was sustained and dense, proof that external arms had flowed in. And that, he reflected, was encouraging humanity still held firm against this tide. Now on the open highway, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He activated the base vehicle's rampage mode, a mere 10 energy points trivial to him. Under relentless barrages from the vehicle's energy cannons, the base vehicle surged forward without slowing. 20 minutes later it rolled onto a side street in the city center. Ahead loomed Renjia Martial Arts Academy. From afar Lin Feng could already see its towering perimeter wall. As he drew nearer, however, he sensed something unusual. The closer he approached the academy, the sparser the zombies became. To avoid drawing hordes toward the compound, Lin Feng deactivated rampage mode. The base vehicle advanced nearly silently, too quiet to attract distant zombies. Those nearby, meanwhile, were swiftly eliminated by its mounted energy rifles. Thus Lin Feng steadily neared Renjia Martial Arts Academy. After clearing the surrounding undead, he was startled to discover figures locked in desperate combat with zombies at the base of the wall. Students of Renjia Martial Arts Academy. Lin Feng instantly recognized their uniforms, their alloy combat blades flashing amid the chaos. Though only a dozen strong, they faced down dozens of encircling zombies with unwavering courage, methodically cutting them down one by one. Only a dozen students remained. What of the others? Lin Feng dared not imagine. In the next instant he ordered Amon to open fire, targeting the zombies swarming around the students. PRRP, PRRP, PRRP. 20 energy machine guns erupted simultaneously as zombies crumpled across the field. The chief has arrived, he's come to save us. From afar a voice rang out. The students turned as one toward Lin Feng's vehicle, recognizing the base vehicle instantly. Upon confirming his arrival they broke into jubilant cheers. Simultaneously dozens of silhouettes appeared atop the wall. Spotting Lin Feng they shouted with unrestrained elation. So there are survivors on the wall after all. Seeing the students gathered above, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. What followed was a swift one-sided slaughter. Under the base vehicle's withering energy fire the area around the gate and wall rapidly emptied. Lin Feng then steered the vehicle toward the main entrance. At that moment the gate swung open, and Lin Feng emerged, followed closely by dozens of students brandishing alloy combat blades. Lin Feng stepped down and approached Lin Feng. Unload the cargo from the vehicle, we'll discuss everything inside. The base vehicle carried food and water Lin Feng had prepared specifically for them. Though their previous 2 shipments remained largely unconsumed, Lin Feng never visited empty-handed. Immediately Lin Feng organized the students to begin unloading supplies. Occasional stragglers, lone zombies drawn from afar, were swiftly cut down by martial arts students stationed at the perimeter. Inside the academy's teaching building, Lin Feng and Lin Feng entered an office. Zombies began increasing here several days ago, Lin Feng reported without waiting for Lin Feng to speak. Initially we planned to wait behind the walls until the tide receded, but we were wrong. Outside the horde only grew denser. I realized then we couldn't afford passive endurance, so we launched phased sorties to eliminate them. Thankfully the wall held and none breached it. Through these days of relentless fighting the number of zombies near the main gate has dwindled significantly. This was their quiet, determined resistance. Lin Feng was deeply satisfied with their conduct. Rather than succumb to despair or await rescue they had chosen defiance, proof their spirit remained unbroken. At the very least they refused to burden Lin Feng unnecessarily, an act revealing profound loyalty. With Lin Feng's arrival a celebratory feast was inevitable. Only his presence granted them license to truly savor fine food, otherwise most students practiced austere frugality. Under Lin Feng's guidance mere sustenance sufficed, and yet they remained deeply content. Many were left behind children, such nourishment was already a rare blessing. Amidst widespread scarcity beyond the walls how could they possibly feel discontent? Yet even as they ate Lin Feng detected something amiss. Lin Feng could clearly feel a change in the students surrounding him while eating. The spiritual energy emanating from them was significantly stronger than before. Upon inquiring he learned that this was all a result of their recent battles against zombies. They had originally studied the knife techniques from the 9 turns golden body art, and now with their status as first-level mutated beings their strength had increased. After engaging in numerous battles with zombies they noticeably felt their spiritual energy had thickened considerably. After finishing their meal Lin Feng made a decisive choice. Taking out over 100 primary solidifying essence pills from his storage space Lin Feng instructed the students to consume them. Thus over 100 second-level mutated beings were born. Since Lin Feng was not around most of the time he couldn't protect them at all times. Therefore they needed to rely on their own strength for self-defense. Now as second-level mutated beings they could fully protect themselves. Upon realizing their newfound strength tears of excitement welled up in the students' eyes. Originally they were just ordinary people, at most they were left behind children. Only after Lin Feng explained the differences between mutated beings and ordinary people did they understand. In the apocalypse the identity of a mutated being was undoubtedly exalted. In the eyes of ordinary people mutated beings were synonymous with strength. What they had become were merely the most ordinary first-level mutated beings, yet even that status was unattainable for ordinary people. Now they had transformed into even more powerful second-level mutated beings. Such a level of strength even within the entire Binhai city was undoubtedly among the top tier. And all of this was granted by their leader Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng these individuals might still be struggling against zombies. Many of them might have already perished at the hands of the undead. Lin Feng not only saved their lives but also made them even stronger. Such kindness cannot be expressed in mere words. However, Lin Feng did not concern himself with this. He had always treated his subordinates well. As long as they were willing to serve him whether in the past or present, Lin Feng would never let them regret following him. Perhaps he was ruthless towards his enemies, but he was never stingy with the resources around him. After spending a night in the martial school Lin Feng bid farewell to Lin Feng and the students early the next morning. Lin Feng's current destination was the military station base located in the outskirts of Binhai City. What has become of Dongfeng Town? I need to pass through it this time. According to Lin Feng's route the quickest way to reach the military base was to pass through Dongfeng Town. From the current situation it seems that some people in Binhai City already possessed firearms which must have originated from Dongfeng Town. The ability to sell weapons under such circumstances indicates the current situation in Dongfeng Town. At the very least it seems they have some means of self-defense. Lin Feng had no particular thoughts about the homemade firearms from Dongfeng Town. After all, he currently had millions of guns in his storage space. Though he had various types of firearms, they were still far more accurate than those produced in Dongfeng Town. It was like someone who had already eaten a large lobster would not be troubled by small shrimp. Lin Feng had not set his sights on those homemade weapons. The only reason he decided to pass through Dongfeng Town was to reach the military base. Shortly after leaving Renjia Martial School, Lin Feng stored the base vehicle back into his storage space. In the next moment he took out a Maybach. Although it was also a luxury car, it was far more low-key than the base vehicle. At certain times Lin Feng preferred not to be ostentatious. It wasn't out of fear but rather for peace of mind. Bang bang bang. Without the machine gun, the Maybach simply plowed through a small group of zombies. Ding. Task completed. Killed 100000 zombies. System reward initiated. As Lin Feng knocked a zombie aside, the system notification chimed in his mind. 100000 zombies. Since the start of the apocalypse, Lin Feng had killed quite a number of zombies. Coupled with the recent zombie tide, despite most of them being taken down by the base vehicle. Ultimately it tallied up to Lin Feng's count. Perhaps because of this, Lin Feng had a total of 100000 zombies killed by now. He had not expected a reward for killing 100000 zombies. However, it was not an easy feat, thus it was not surprising for the system to offer a reward. Ding. Reward 1000 energy conversion devices. With the system's notification, Lin Feng's reward was revealed. The energy conversion device left him momentarily stunned. This time, without the system's explanation, he already understood what this item was for. In his past life, people had spent 5 years in the apocalypse. Through continuous battles with zombies, people discovered the existence of magic crystals among higher-level zombies. What exactly were magic crystals became an important topic among surviving scientists. After more than half a year of research, people finally understood that magic crystals were a substance capable of providing energy. Following that, after a long while, they invented the energy conversion device. This device could extract energy from magic crystals and convert it into usable energy. This energy could be understood as electrical energy or thermal energy. However, fundamentally it was referred to as crystal energy. The role of this conversion device was significant. It could freely adjust crystal energy into electrical energy, thermal energy, or even kinetic energy. Guns made using the energy conversion device could directly fire energy bullets. These energy bullets were akin to the energy guns on Lin Feng's base vehicle, far surpassing existing conventional weapons. Moreover, once vehicles were equipped with energy conversion devices, their mileage and power would significantly increase. This was just the minimum use. In some fields of aviation, people could later utilize energy conversion devices to create new aircraft. In summary, the applications of energy conversion devices were extensive. Lin Feng glanced at the system's description. The energy conversion devices provided by the system could convert energy based on existing equipment. For example, the most ordinary firearms, when equipped with this device, would increase the energy thrust when firing rounds. This would enhance the power of the firearms several times over. The same applied to cars, which could also be fitted with this device. However, it would need to rely on magic crystals for power, much like the base vehicle. In summary, for Lin Feng, the energy conversion device was undoubtedly a great item. Moreover, the devices provided by the system were simpler to install and more effective than those developed by humans later. Without hesitation, Lin Feng placed these conversion devices into his storage space. Ding. Acquired 1000 energy conversion devices, amplification factor 10000 times. This quantity was sufficient for Lin Feng to lavishly spend. With this reward, Lin Feng could now modify his equipment independently. The system's gift proved highly valuable to him. Having received the reward, Lin Feng did not pause, he continued driving onward. Gradually he left the city's suburbs behind and entered the jurisdiction of Dongfeng Town. Upon entering Dongfeng Town, Lin Feng noticed storefront shops lining both sides of the road. Located at the town's periphery, most were automotive repair garages. The garages' gates stood wide open, no living souls in sight. Only 2 or 3 zombies wandered listlessly within. As Lin Feng's car swept past, they lurched toward it, only to choke on the exhaust fumes of his Maybach. Not far ahead loomed a checkpoint. Lin Feng observed over a dozen armed individuals stationed there. It consisted merely of several traffic cones, no fencing, no barricades. At first glance it appeared designed to impede zombies, not vehicles. Noting this, Lin Feng eased off the accelerator and steered steadily toward the checkpoint. No one attempted to halt him as he passed through. Lin Feng saw that the guards flanking both sides were young men, each bearing rifles. As his Maybach glided past, they cast lingering, admiring glances at the vehicle. So Dongfeng Town doesn't seal itself off like other survivor enclaves, it still relies on external supplies, Lin Feng mused inwardly. A town of 50 to 60,000 people would still retain at least 20,000 survivors even after the apocalypse. Feeding, housing and sustaining them posed an immense logistical challenge. Dongfeng Town had been renowned for firearm manufacturing decades ago. Even after China's nationwide gun ban, it likely retained vast stockpiles of raw materials. The elder generation still possessed the technical expertise, and reviving those skills would pose no insurmountable obstacle. Moreover, neighboring cities and counties all knew of Dongfeng Town. After the apocalypse erupted, countless survivors would inevitably flock here in search of firearms, transforming the town into a major trading hub before long. Firearms would catalyze broader trade, drawing more people inward. So long as Dongfeng Town's administrators safeguarded their territory and achieved self-sufficiency. Such a strategy constituted a viable path to survival in the apocalypse. Having arrived, Lin Feng had no intention of departing hastily. If the military had evacuated, their base must have been overwhelmed by a massive zombie horde. Ordinary civilians, or even minor factions, would lack the strength to exploit such chaos. Yet within Dongfeng Town, Lin Feng might uncover valuable intelligence. He parked his car, then stepped onto the street. Stalls lined both sidewalks, pedestrians bustled along the road, some pausing before vendors, others chatting with companions. Overall the town appeared secure, at least judging by the relaxed expressions of its inhabitants. Lin Feng bypassed the stalls and headed straight for a restaurant. The establishment seemed one of the town's more prominent eateries. Wherever people gathered, rumors flourished, especially in apocalyptic-era restaurants where whispers often carried critical intelligence. "Welcome, sir. How many will be dining?" A waiter approached Lin Feng with a courteous smile. "Just one." Lin Feng surveyed the interior. Though modest compared to coastal metropolis restaurants, it was compact yet fully equipped. From afar the three-story building exuded a certain grandeur. At that moment 7 or 8 tables on the ground floor were occupied. Life in Dongfeng Town was clearly different. In Binhai City most survivors still fought desperately against zombies, risking their lives just to scavenge food. Here, however, a restaurant already hosted numerous patrons. This spoke volumes about the town's thriving commerce, and suggested a considerable number of affluent residents. Their clothing notably remained clean and well-kept. Though the dishes on each table were few, diners savored them with evident relish. Lin Feng chose a windowside seat, picked up the menu, and found most items crossed out. That was unsurprising, even with robust trade supply shortages persisted. Prices on the menu had all been hand-annotated. Shredded potato stir-fry 8 grams of gold per plate. Poached chicken 38 grams per serving. Steamed rice 3 grams per bowl, a steep price indeed. Cash had become utterly worthless. Transactions now relied exclusively on gold and precious metals. A simple meal, 1 meat dish 1 vegetable plus rice, cost 50 grams of gold. Such prices were unaffordable for ordinary folk, but Dongfeng Town traded in life-saving firearms. Armed civilians could venture into shopping malls to scavenge food, gold or other valuables, impossible feats for the unarmed. Thus the exorbitant pricing was entirely justified. Lin Feng casually ordered 2 dishes, then sat back scanning the room with quiet vigilance. Observing a nearby table, he watched as a patron paid with a golden bracelet. Seizing the moment when the man looked away, Lin Feng subtly transferred the bracelet into his storage space, and instantly replaced it on the table. Simultaneously his storage space gained 10,000 identical golden bracelets. Not only did he avoid spending his own gold, he had just profited hundreds of thousands of grams. "I heard East City Base has been established, and they've produced a level 2 mutant," Lin Feng overheard from a neighboring table where 2 diners chatted over their meals. "A level 2 mutant? Good heavens, what kind of power does that entail?" The companion replied. "If I possessed such strength I'd found my own base too. At least then I wouldn't fret over food, drink, or women." "You don't flatter yourself. Better stick to working at the gun factory. We're not destined for greatness, we'll count ourselves lucky if we simply secure a daily meal. By the way, did you know Tianlong Group has arrived in town to procure firearms?" "Tianlong Group? That's Binhai City's premier conglomerate. This deal must be enormous, surely they'll sell many weapons. I wonder if they'll raise our wages. Their animated chatter reached a crescendo at the mention of wage increases, each face alight with hopeful excitement. Tianlong Group again. Words spoken carelessly yet heard with sharp intent. Hearing the name once more, Lin Feng recalled the delegation that had recently visited Swan Bay Base. If Tianlong Group had come to purchase arms, they were clearly consolidating power. As Binhai City's largest conglomerate, with sprawling enterprises across countless sectors, their resurgence even post-apocalypse would be formidable. When his meal arrived, Lin Feng sampled it, flavorful, surprisingly refined. In the apocalypse, dining at a proper restaurant marked the privilege of the wealthy. Just then the sound of a vehicle pulling up echoed from the entrance. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the window, and froze. In the next instant his brow furrowed deeply. Lin Feng noticed a BMW sedan parked at the restaurant's entrance. A man and a woman stepped out. What made Lin Feng frown was that the woman was his ex-girlfriend Zhang Jing, twice betrayed him in life, first by abandoning him for another, then again in this reborn existence. Lin Feng knew Zhang Jing had always been superficial and vain. In his past life he had agonized for months over her betrayal. But this time he had seen through it all. Grieving over such a person was neither noble nor worthwhile. The pair entered the restaurant. "Waitress, reserve your largest private dining room, we're expecting our young master shortly." "Right away, sir, let me check availability," the waitress replied, rushing forward upon hearing his commanding tone. "Lin Feng." Zhang Jing spotted him seated by the window and blurted out his name. Lin Feng remained silent, unmoved by her recognition. After all, they were no longer together, there was nothing left to say. "Oh. Jing, so this is your ex-boyfriend?" Yang Kai followed her gaze toward Lin Feng. "Never expected to run into him here. Didn't you say he was just a laborer? Then how did he afford to come all the way to Dongfeng town? This place is famous for firearms, but surely a mere worker like him couldn't afford a car. Did he walk here perhaps?" Though surprised by Lin Feng's presence, Yang Kai chose to mock him openly, to impress Zhang Jing. "Brother Kai, how could he possibly compare to you?" Zhang Jing clung to Yang Kai's wrist with a smile. "That good for nothing couldn't even buy a car, maybe a cheap electric scooter if he's lucky. Unlike Brother Kai, who drives a BMW. Even if he stole a vehicle in this apocalypse, he wouldn't have fuel to run it." To prove her loyalty to Yang Kai, Zhang Jing sneered, her expression identical to the one she'd worn when ending their relationship. "Two fools." Lin Feng muttered under his breath, watching them perform their petty charade. "What rotten luck, to stumble upon these two wretches on my very first day here." "Who are you calling that?" Lin Feng's voice carried clearly, not only to nearby diners but also to Yang Kai and Zhang Jing themselves. Enraged at being insulted, Yang Kai bellowed, "Do you even know who you are? A common survivor scraping by in the apocalypse, daring to curse me. Let me tell you, I'm with the Tianlong Group. Were it not for your past connection with Jing, I wouldn't waste a single word on you. You're finished today. Kneel now and beg forgiveness, or your tombstone will be erected a year from today." Humiliated before so many witnesses, Yang Kai's face twisted with fury. He revealed his affiliation outright. Lin Feng apologized to Brother Kai, immediately. "He belongs to the Tianlong Group. You can't afford to cross him." Zhang Jing spoke up, her eyes dripping with disdain. "If you refuse, I won't lift a finger to help you." The Tianlong Group. Their words sent murmurs rippling through the dining hall. One of Binhai City's top conglomerates, they reportedly held hundreds of billions in assets before the apocalypse. Yes, their holdings span half the city. They employ thousands. I heard they've even built their own fortified base, and purchased vast quantities of firearms right here in Dongfeng town. This is trouble. Crossing a Tianlong Group affiliate means certain ruin. The patrons recoiled in awe, intimidated by the sheer scale of the group's power. "Come here." Lin Feng glanced at Yang Kai, his voice calm, detached, as if addressing a stray dog. In Lin Feng's eyes, Yang Kai was little more than an idiot, barking wildly the moment he stepped inside, yet somehow still worthy of Zhang Jing's affection. Clearly her taste was as shallow as ever. Once Lin Feng had seethed at Zhang Jing's betrayal, but seeing her with this fool now he felt only indifference. Birds of a feather flocked together. Their earlier exchange had already revealed everything. Had Lin Feng still been the same laborer, perhaps their mockery would have held truth. Even owning a car in this apocalypse meant little, without fuel it was useless. But Lin Feng was no longer who he once was, a fact Zhang Jing and Yang Kai could never imagine. "Past is past, do you think you'll bite me?" Yang Kai retorted arrogantly, pulling a handgun from his pocket. "Listen well, boy, if you don't kneel and beg now, tomorrow will be your death anniversary. Cocking the slide, he advanced toward Lin Feng. Gasps filled the air as patrons instinctively tensed. Young man, just apologize, he's got a gun. Yes, he's with the Tianlong group. Kill someone here and no one in Dongfeng town would dare intervene. Quick, apologize before he fires. Bullets don't discriminate. A true man knows when to bend. Consider this your lesson, next time watch your step. Diners at neighboring tables pleaded, not out of concern for Lin Feng but fear of stray bullets hitting them instead. No one doubted Yang Kai would pull the trigger. Though Dongfeng town forbade intra-community violence, exceptions existed. As a Tianlong group affiliate, Yang Kai stood beyond local jurisdiction, even the town's overseers hesitated to intervene. Bang! Then, astonishment. As Yang Kai drew near, Lin Feng struck him with a single effortless backhand. Yang Kai flew backward like a ragdoll. He crashed against the wall 5 meters away, sliding down slowly, his pistol flung from his grip by the force of the blow. Silence descended, thick, absolute. A stunned hush gripped every soul present, as if time itself had frozen mid-breath. Yang Kai lay sprawled, groaning hoarsely after a long dazed pause. Zhang Jing stood frozen, hand clamped over her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. The restaurant door swung open. A group strode in. What's happening? The leader, a man in black, surveyed the chaos, his gaze locking onto Yang Kai. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, just slightly, at the sight of the newcomer. At that moment Yang Kai finally regained his senses, wailing in agony as he slowly dragged himself upright. Damn it! Who dares strike me? Where is my gun? Where is my gun? Dazed and disoriented by the slap, Yang Kai had long since lost his weapon. What happened here? A young man leading the group strode in, his brow furrowing at the sight of Yang Kai. Not far away Lin Feng also paused, slightly startled upon recognizing him. For he knew this man well. Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, you've arrived at last. Yang Kai lifted his head, spotted the young man before him and immediately burst into tearful lamentation. It was him, that man. He struck me just now. I even told him I belonged to the Tianlong group, he still dared lay hands on me. He utterly disregarded your honor. Pointing frantically at Li Feng, Yang Kai sobbed uncontrollably, nose-running, tears streaming. Onlookers now witnessing the newcomer's arrival whispered among themselves. Now this promises to be interesting, the Tianlong group has arrived. That young man is truly formidable, one slap sent someone flying. Formidable? What of it? Haven't you seen how many people the Yang family of the Tianlong group brought with them? Indeed, did you hear him addressed as Young Master Yang? Could he be the heir of the Yang clan? This young man is in serious trouble now. Voices hushed barely above a whisper. Following Yang Kai's trembling finger, young Master Yang's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. You claim he struck you? Upon seeing Lin Feng, young Master Yang paused, startled, then spoke. Yes. That brat. Young Master Yang, please avenge me. Clutching his burning cheek, Yang Kai cried out desperately. Then, a sharp crisp crack echoed through the room. No one could have foreseen what followed. Young Master Yang did not retaliate against Lin Feng, instead he struck Yang Kai across the face. Instantly both sides of Yang Kai's face swelled grotesquely. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Stunned beyond comprehension, Yang Kai could not fathom why his own master would strike him. Yang Kai, do you even know who stands before you? Young Master Yang glared at him, voice thunderous. This gentleman is the director of the Swan Bay base. He is a mutant, far beyond your station as an ordinary human. How dare our Yang family produce such a contemptible dog, barking recklessly at others without restraint. With that, young Master Yang stepped forward toward Lin Feng. Sir, greetings, I am Yang Xiaojia, second son of Yang Tianlong of the Tianlong group. We met briefly at Swan Bay, what an unexpected pleasure to encounter you again today. So saying, Yang Xiaojia extended his right hand. Hearing this, Lin Feng's memory stirred, suddenly recalling why the man had previously identified himself as belonging to the Tianlong group, searching for someone named Zhang Quan. So, he was the second young master of the Tianlong group. Yet this second son proved infinitely more perceptive than Yang Kai. During their first meeting at Swan Bay, over a dozen of Yang Xiaojia's men had arrived, and instantly recognized Lin Feng as a mutant when they saw him standing alone atop the perimeter wall. Only a mutant would stand so unflinchingly before such numbers. And today, merely one light slap had sent Yang Kai hurtling backward. Such effortless power confirmed his status beyond doubt. In this post-apocalyptic world mutants commanded immense prestige, so much so that the old adage warned, better face a horde of zombies than offend a single mutant. A mere level 1 mutant posed little threat, numerical superiority could still prevail. But a level 2 mutant. That was perilous indeed. Given the display just witnessed, this man was undoubtedly elite. Even a force as formidable as the Tianlong group would not lightly antagonize a level 2 mutant. A mutant. Yang Xiaojia's declaration stunned everyone present. The reverence accorded to mutants required no explanation, and in Dongfeng Town there were scarcely any at all. Those few who existed served as town administrators. To stand so close to one, unimaginable until this very moment. Yang Kai stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. How could he be a mutant? He's nothing but a lowly day laborer, the lowest rung of society. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Nearby Zhang Jing recoiled in equal shock, yet her mind remained clearer than Yang Kai's dazed stupor. Lin Feng. He was merely a discarded plaything, nothing more than a bottom-tier worker. How could he be a mutant? What rank does that even entail? Even young Master Yang treats him with deference, and struck Yang Kai on his behalf. What do I do now? I actually discarded a mutant. Panic seized Zhang Jing's thoughts, regret inevitable and overwhelming. Were fate to grant her another chance, she would kneel and beg, anything to undo her break with Lin Feng. But she knew, it was too late. Some doors once closed never reopen. Lin Feng shook Yang Xiaojia's hand, then appraised him thoughtfully from head to toe. Yang Xiaojia appeared barely in his 20s, yet his eyes held quiet gravity, betraying none of the arrogance typical of spoiled heirs. Introducing himself formally, Lin Feng replied, "Young Master Yang, your Tianlong group has produced a disgrace. I accept your apology." Glancing back at Yang Kai, Yang Xiaojia continued. "I shall ensure he receives stern discipline. After all, he bears the Yang surname, we share kinship however distant. To kill him outright would invite complications. For such a man, Mr. Lin, consider him no more than a passing puff of air, dismiss him utterly. As for today's incident, I, Yang Xiaojia, owe you a personal debt. Should you ever require anything, name it freely, I shall honor it without hesitation." His tone was sincere, earnestly seeking Lin Feng's assent. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. By the standards of his former life, Yang Kai would already be dead. Eliminating threats entirely was the law of survival. Yet now young Master Yang stood before him. Killing them all was neither feasible nor prudent. Though Lin Feng no longer feared the Tianlong group, he refused to slaughter indiscriminately over trivial provocation. Fortunately, Yang Xiaojia offered a graceful exit, and pledged his word. Lin Feng had met him only twice, both times marked by courtesy. Clearly Yang Xiaojia was a man of principle and decorum. Thus Lin Feng chose to grant him face, trusting that Yang Kai and Zhang Jing, having witnessed this day's events, would finally grasp whom one must never provoke. Thereupon Lin Feng pressed the matter no further. The blow had been struck, the meal paid for, he departed the restaurant. Checking the time, he located his vehicle. Without delay he drove eastward, toward the outskirts of Dongfeng Town and onward to his destination. Leaving the boundaries of Dongfeng Town, Lin Feng drove his vehicle to the roadside. In the next moment he stored the Maybach in his storage space and switched to a level 1 base vehicle. As the zombies gradually increased in number from a distance, Lin Feng, in order to save time, did not care about wasting some energy points and directly activated the automatic attack mode. Under the constant bombardment of the energy cannon from the base vehicle, the zombies ahead fell one after another. As he gradually distanced himself from Dongfeng Town, the number of zombies on the road also began to decrease. After all, this was originally the outskirts of the town where there were rarely many people. Even during the apocalypse, the area was only occasionally passed by vehicles. After driving for about 3 kilometers, Lin Feng approached the military encampment. From a distance he could see a large number of zombies surrounding the military base. From a few small gaps it was evident that there had been previous attempts to breach the area. Most likely this was a result of the military's retreat, Lin Feng thought to himself. If he was not mistaken, this was originally the encampment of a combined brigade. In terms of numbers, there should have been around 4,000 to 5,000 personnel. In fact, during the apocalypse, having more people was not necessarily better, rather crowded places were more likely to experience mass transformations into zombies. It was likely that on the morning of the apocalypse most of the military personnel were engaged in morning exercises. In such cases more soldiers would inevitably turn into zombies. Thus military encampments during the apocalypse were not safe havens. It seemed that the military had taken over a week to stabilize the internal situation. Only then could they organize an effective retreat. However, several days ago the entire Binhai city experienced a zombie tide. Under such circumstances it led to their delayed retreat, making it appear somewhat rushed. Lin Feng came this time with the intention of scavenging. After all, in a hurried retreat some items would inevitably be left behind. Even now, with the military's departure, the entire horde of zombies had surrounded the base. Though Dongfeng Town produced firearms, when faced with so many zombies they could do nothing. Perhaps only someone like Lin Feng had the courage to come here. With so many zombies before him, Lin Feng had no intention of personally taking them down one by one. It was not due to a lack of strength but rather the need for caution in everything. Who knew whether there would be high-level zombies or mutated beasts nearby? At that moment Lin Feng stopped the vehicle as he approached the military encampment. Next it was time for the base vehicle to perform. Looking at the distant zombies, most of them were dressed in military yellow, which made Lin Feng feel a twinge of regret. These individuals were once elite defenders of the nation, but now they had become zombies. When the apocalypse struck, it did not care what anyone's previous role was. However, killing these zombies now was indeed an uncomfortable sight. Yet zombies were zombies, if they would show no mercy when encountering humans. The world had become what it was now and there was no avoiding it. In an instant the base vehicle had taken down numerous zombies wandering outside the encampment. The entire military base was enclosed by tall walls with only the exit providing a view of the interior. Through the exit Lin Feng could see several zombies still in the playground. In the next moment he also spotted the tank storage beside the playground. There were more than 20 of the newest heavy tanks inside the storage. Lin Feng did not know how many tanks were standard for a combined brigade. However, seeing these 20 tanks was indeed quite a lot. After all, if he could enhance them through his storage space, it would amount to more than 20,000 tanks. It was known that even the major powers on Blue Star had only a few thousand tanks in total. Even with the inclusion of older models, having over 10,000 was already impressive. If he could acquire those tanks, Lin Feng would possess more tanks than a small nation. Gradually the zombies outside the military base had been nearly wiped out by the base vehicle. What remained were those inside the playground. At the military gate there were fences and several old military vehicles were parked. It was not impossible to charge directly through. After all, if the base vehicle activated its berserk mode, there was no vehicle that could block it. However, doing so would attract the entire horde of zombies in the playground. In that case, capturing the tanks without bloodshed would be nearly impossible. After all, Lin Feng was here to scavenge, not to clear out zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had an idea. He then took out 3 drones from his storage space. They were large agricultural drones usually used for irrigating fields. Lin Feng had managed to purchase them at the agricultural market near the wholesale market, and they had a payload capacity of several dozen kilograms. After taking out the drones, he also retrieved 3 large racks of pork ribs from his storage space. Next he attached the pork ribs to the drones. Outside the base vehicle, Lin Feng controlled the drones to fly towards the playground within the military base. Lin Feng tried to control the drones to fly at low altitude. Only in this way could he achieve his goal. Sure enough, the zombies below were quite sensitive to the scent of the pork ribs. Soon they caught the smell of the pork ribs. The zombies, as if experiencing a sudden downpour after a drought, excitedly waved their claws at the drones in the air. Lin Feng directed the drones to move towards a corner of the playground. Most of the zombies followed the drones, and the few that remained were also drawn in by Lin Feng's controlled drones. In this way the drones completely controlled the direction of the zombies' movement. Fortunately, the area of the playground did not exceed the flight range of the drones, and most of the zombies were led to a corner of the playground. At this point Lin Feng did not hesitate any longer and directly headed towards the playground. Holding a metal combat knife, he dispatched any occasional zombies that were not attracted by the drones. Soon Lin Feng approached the tank group. Due to the fact that training did not require tanks regularly, there were not many zombies near the tank storage. Upon arriving, Lin Feng immediately stored those tanks in his storage space. Ding! 1 tank acquired enhancement 10000 times. Ding! 1 tank acquired enhancement 10000 times. Ding! 1 tank acquired enhancement 10000 times. In an instant more than 20 tanks were all stored in Lin Feng's storage space. Looking at the densely packed tanks in his storage, Lin Feng revealed a charming smile. In the next moment he focused his gaze on the armored vehicles not far away. In the distance over a dozen armored vehicles remained stationed. Lin Feng held little interest in armored vehicles. Compared to the base vehicle they were utterly insignificant. Still, their mobility was commendable and they offered modest storage capacity. Having already collected the tanks, Lin Feng now strode purposefully toward the armored vehicles. After stowing away more than 10 armored vehicles into his spatial storage, Lin Feng identified a critical issue, one that demanded immediate attention. It was the problem of ammunition. Neither the tanks nor the armored vehicles carried any ordnance on board. Locating the ammunition depot thus became an urgent priority. Otherwise, what use would these hulking metal shells serve him? He could still read the warning sign "No open flames." After a brief search, he finally located the unit's ammunition depot, a compact facility nonetheless stocked with numerous tank shells and autocannon rounds. Once hundreds of tank shells had been absorbed into his spatial storage, their count swelled inexplicably to several million. Such a figure might seem modest for a global-scale conflict akin to World War, but under ordinary circumstances it was more than sufficient. Having secured both vehicles and ammunition, Lin Feng had no intention of concluding his exploration of the military compound. Since he had already come this far, he decided to investigate the interior structures, and entered a nearby building, though he had no idea what function it served. The first floor teemed with zombies, yet all fell instantly beneath Lin Feng's alloy battle blade. A cursory survey revealed the ground level consisted mostly of conference rooms, nothing of particular significance. Nonetheless, Lin Feng confiscated several military-grade computers. Even if they lacked network connectivity, their rugged battlefield-proven design assured superior reliability over civilian models. Emerging from the conference rooms, Lin Feng noticed a directional sign beside the staircase indicating command center. Ascending the stairs, he discovered they descended underground. He descended the long flight of steps, plunging over 10 meters deep beneath the surface, before reaching the next level. To his surprise, no zombies lurked here, only emergency exit lights glowed faintly. Then, sound. Leveraging his enhanced perception as a mutant, Lin Feng detected faint noises emanating from nearby. He moved cautiously toward the direction of Chaoha River, passing several unmarked rooms whose interiors remained unseen. The sound originated from the central section of the basement, and soon Lin Feng stood before its source, a command center within which faint voices murmured. Living humans. Without hesitation, Lin Feng tapped rhythmically on the door. Who is it? A cautious voice replied from within, recognizing instantly that such deliberate cadence could never belong to a zombie. I'm an outsider who heard voices and came to investigate. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a case of bottled water from his spatial storage. In the next moment, the iron door cracked open just wide enough for scrutiny. A young soldier in full uniform peered out, gripping a military-issue combat knife. After a measured pause, he swung the door fully open and gestured Lin Feng inside. Upon entering, Lin Feng found himself in a spacious operational command center. All around stood unfamiliar equipment, consoles, computers, and several large display screens. Lin Feng noted over a dozen soldiers within the chamber. Every pair of eyes fixed intently upon him at the threshold. There's no need for such tension, the zombies haven't breached the subterranean level yet, if they're all confined upstairs. Observing their grim expressions, Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. His words visibly eased the room's palpable anxiety. Yet the young soldier behind him promptly closed the heavy door again. Which regiment are you from? Asked a senior officer, appraising Lin Feng with sharp, practiced scrutiny. Let me be clear, I am not from this place. As for how I entered, that remains my own affair. Judging by your pallor, you must be parched. I have some water, help yourselves. He added lightly, of course, if you suspect poison, consider the offer withdrawn. With that, he tossed the case of bottled water toward the group. The officer studied Lin Feng silently, then picked up a bottle, drank deeply, and gave a firm nod to the others. At once the soldiers stepped forward to accept the water. You came from outside, what is the situation out there? Has our main force evacuated? The young officer gazed at Lin Feng, his tone laced with quiet desolation. When the evacuation order came down, we were already stationed here. This facility employs signal jamming technology, only internal radio communications are possible. Unfortunately, the radios malfunctioned precisely then, leaving us no choice but to hold position. As if anticipating Lin Feng's unspoken question, the officer volunteered further. Yes, your main contingent likely completed full withdrawal yesterday. Beyond that, I cannot confirm specifics. In short, outside the land lies empty. Lin Feng, unaware of official military directives, relayed only what he had witnessed firsthand. Given the depth of this 10-meter underground bunker, minor radio transmission anomalies were unsurprising. Lin Feng had initially wondered how these dozen soldiers sustained themselves, until he spotted nearby field rations, resolving his curiosity. This complicates matters. Our orders mandated reinforcement of Jiangnan City, but under current conditions, how can a mere dozen of us possibly reach it? The officer frowned, burdened by uncertainty. You speak truthfully, the world has indeed collapsed into apocalypse. Any surviving military formations will bear no resemblance to their former scale. Seeing 12 disciplined soldiers before him, Lin Feng resolved to recruit them outright. Moreover, from what I know, most regional units either disbanded entirely, or sent only scattered remnants to Jiangnan City. Under such circumstances, I urge you instead to forge your own path. Should your fortunes improve, rejoining your original unit remains viable. His words were no fabrication. In his prior life the military had fractured exactly thus. Lin Feng had never witnessed mass troop concentrations after the collapse. We're missile operators, what future could we possibly claim now? In this apocalyptic reality our expertise holds no relevance. Hearing Lin Feng's assessment, the officer accepted the impossibility of reuniting with the main force, yet sighed heavily, weighed down by identity and duty. Missile operators? You mean this unit possesses actual missiles? Lin Feng froze, his pulse quickening, as the young officer's offhand remark struck him like lightning. We are a missile brigade, didn't you know? By the way, just call me Zhao Hu. Seeing Lin Feng surprised, the young commander looked a bit puzzled. Who knows what kind of unit you are? You haven't advertised it to the outside world. Lin Feng felt a bit speechless after hearing Zhao Hu's words. Oh, I suppose that's true if this is generally a military secret. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Zhao Hu scratched his head. Since it's the end of the world, I might as well tell you. Our unit is a missile brigade stationed in Binhai City. You could say it's the largest missile brigade in Jiangnan province. Usually we don't carry out external missions, so it's understandable that you don't know. Mentioning his missile brigade, Zhao Hu's eyes revealed a sense of pride. It's developed. After hearing Zhao Hu's words, Lin Feng felt like giving him a hug. In this apocalyptic world, Lin Feng currently lacked close combat weapons and some firearms. Even tanks are now in his possession. If one were to say what is still lacking now, it would naturally be long-range weapons. As the saying goes, a weapon's power grows with its range, and this applies to firearms as well. Just think, if Lin Feng had missiles, he could destroy zombies or enemies from 10 or even hundreds of kilometers away. What a scene that would be. I'd like to ask, in this situation, can missiles still be used in actual combat? This was the question Lin Feng was most concerned about. After all, this is an apocalypse, not a time of peace. We experimented with this after the apocalypse began. Unfortunately, we couldn't establish a connection with the satellites for some reason. Zhao Hu shook his head and said with some disappointment. That's also why our operators are not functional. Within a day of the apocalypse, cell phones lost signal right. Our encrypted signals are the same. After the apocalypse began, we couldn't perform precise positioning anymore. However, if we talk about missiles, we can make program modifications. Without satellite positioning, we can use the original map coordinates for marking. However, while this allows us to launch missiles, the error margin will be larger. However, it won't be too far off. As he spoke, Zhao Hu roughly explained the current situation to Lin Feng. The loss of satellite contact resulted in missiles being unable to achieve precise positioning, but traditional coordinate positioning is still feasible. After all, not to mention now, even decades or hundreds of years ago, people could strike targets using earth cannons and mortars. Back then it relied on sights or formula calculations. Now, even without satellite positioning, the precision of missiles exceeds what people can imagine. Zhao Hu was just puzzled as to why Lin Feng was asking so many questions about military secrets. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Zhao Hu might even suspect Lin Feng was a spy. If there's a place with your brigade's missile system, and it has many sets, more than you can imagine. Looking at Zhao Hu before him, Lin Feng began to envision in his heart. At that time there would be all the existing equipment, and the number of missiles would be ample. In such a situation, would you be willing to join this force? While speaking, Lin Feng secretly took out a small handful of loyalty chips from his storage space. At that moment he shot one towards Zhao Hu. A small chip did not attract Zhao Hu's attention. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng stealthily shot a loyalty chip towards each soldier present. If we can still uphold this profession, we would certainly be willing. But saying there are ample missiles seems a bit exaggerated. Scratching his head, Zhao Hu didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. Perhaps in his mind even a group army couldn't claim to have an abundance of missiles. Let me put it this way, I have a base in this city. With the loyalty chips injected, Lin Feng laid his cards on the table. Moreover, in this base I have equipment identical to yours. As for the specific number of missiles, it's beyond your imagination. What I need is for you to continue doing what you're doing, maintaining this equipment. When needed, help me launch wars. And what I can offer you is to ensure your safety while maximizing your strength. In this way, whether you encounter your family in the future and can protect them, or simply want to live comfortably, I can promise you that. Lin Feng's promises were not exaggerated, they were what people most desired in the apocalypse. I still have relatives in other provinces. Once the outside world stabilizes a bit, can I bring them here? Indeed, at this moment a soldier spoke up. If there's no significant threat, that's obvious. Furthermore, when they arrive they can also ensure a life of basic needs and safety. A single statement from Lin Feng dispelled many people's concerns. Coupled with the activation of the loyalty chips, everyone present decided to follow Lin Feng. I'd like to ask, how many weapons does this missile brigade actually have? Upon seeing the crowd pledge allegiance, Lin Feng asked a pressing question. Had he not encountered these people, Lin Feng might have left by now. At least after searching earlier he hadn't seen even a shadow of a missile. Currently we don't have much in terms of weapons and equipment, only some training tanks. Zhao Hu answered Lin Feng's question truthfully. As for the missile silos, they are at the edge of the large playground and there's a large warehouse in the woods behind. Regarding the specific numbers, we have 12 ground-to-ground rocket launchers with 20 vehicles and 2,400 rockets. For surface-to-air missiles there are 3 models combined totaling 365 units. Since we are close to the coast, we are also equipped with 120 surface-to ship missiles. The rest are ground-to-ground missiles. Depending on the range there are a total of 160 missiles. Among these there are also 2 intercontinental missiles, one of which has a nuclear warhead. At this moment Zhao Hu reported the missile count as if reciting a cherished treasure. There are even nuclear weapons. Hearing Zhao Hu's words, Lin Feng was completely stunned. He never expected that in a missile synthesis brigade that didn't seem particularly impressive there would even be a nuclear warhead. Originally he thought having 8 or 10 missiles would be good enough, even that would mean his efforts weren't in vain. Now Zhao Hu unexpectedly said there were various types of missiles, including intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads. This situation left Lin Feng in shock. What shocked him was not the current quantity but how staggering the numbers would be if these weapons were amplified after entering the storage space. The primary concern is the nuclear bomb, which according to Zhao Hu is at least several million level in power. This kind of force can completely destroy a small city. For a second-tier tourist city like Binhai City it would only take 3 or 4 bombs to obliterate it. Such power is certainly not insignificant. Moreover, if the nuclear bomb enters the storage space its power increases 1,000-fold, which means it would be equivalent to 10,000 bombs. In today's nuclear powers such a quantity is indeed rare. However, having them is one thing, using them is another. After all, there are still many living people in the world, not just zombies. In this situation even the use of nuclear bombs requires careful consideration. By the way, there should still be a few helicopters at the North Playground that are not equipped with pilots. I wonder if they were destroyed during the evacuation. After discussing the missiles, Zhao Hu thought of the aircraft. Lin Feng nodded regarding the helicopters. Previously he had seen the evacuation of helicopters at the base, but according to Zhao Hu it seems there are still helicopters without pilots. Without wasting any time, Lin Feng ordered Zhao Hu and the others to take him to find the missiles. When leaving the command room, Lin Feng stored all the equipment inside into the storage space. These items will be useful in the future even without satellites to receive signals. As long as there is electricity they will suffice. Then under the guidance of Zhao Hu and the others, Lin Feng found one missile silo after another. After sending Zhao Hu and the others away, Lin Feng stored everything he saw into the storage space. Next were the rockets and anti-aircraft weapons, even the stockpiled ammunition from the North Playground warehouse. In an instant Lin Feng's storage space was filled with several million missiles and over 20 million rockets. Such a quantity even before the apocalypse would be beyond the reach of weapon strongholds. Their missiles and rockets could never match this amount. Next came the helicopters Zhao Hu mentioned earlier. Near the warehouse Lin Feng successfully located 4 armed helicopters and the corresponding ammunition. Without the slightest hesitation Lin Feng stored all that he discovered into the storage space. If these items are not kept in his space, should they be left for future generations? As for military vehicles, Lin Feng did not see any. They were likely taken away during the evacuation. However, he still found the fuel tanks under Zhao Hu's guidance. After storing all the fuel, the looting was finally over. It seems this trip was truly worthwhile, Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the densely packed supplies in the storage space. Millions of missiles, 40,000 helicopters and countless rockets and shipborne helicopter weapons. These are the results of this expedition. Chief, did you drive this vehicle here? After everything was completed, Zhao Hu and the others arrived at Lin Feng's base vehicle. Upon seeing the base vehicle, Zhao Hu and the others asked in astonishment. After all, the appearance of the base vehicle is truly unique, anyone would find it surprising. This is called a base vehicle, it might be your main mode of transportation in the future. Therefore it is essential for you to familiarize yourselves with it for better collaboration later on. As for the title chief, there's no need for that. I don't particularly like it. Just call me boss from now on. Everyone calls me that. Currently Lin Feng is no longer keeping the first level base vehicle as a secret. After all, second level base vehicles are being produced daily. The first level base vehicle ultimately serves as an armored personnel carrier capable of attack. Of course, this does not mean that future outings will rely solely on base vehicles. After all, even if there are many base vehicles, there are only 10,000. The most basic means of transportation now still rely on armored vehicles. No matter what, the power of armored vehicles is better than that of ordinary cars. Moreover, they can be equipped with weapons and their storage space is no less than that of any vehicle. Base vehicles are often only usable in critical times. Regarding the title boss, Zhao Hu found it somewhat strange. However, knowing that he would be following Lin Feng from now on, he accepted it. Although he found it odd that Lin Feng was so anxious to check the missiles only to leave empty-handed, in the end he understood that as a soldier there are things to ask and things not to. As long as he fulfills his duties, that is enough. It is the most basic requirement. With everything in order, Lin Feng let Zhao Hu and the others board the vehicle and drove away from the military base. This time he did not return the same way. After all, he had already been to the Dongfeng town area, so it would be nice to take a different route to see what other places are like. Although it was a bit of a detour, it was only a matter of a dozen kilometers. This time Lin Feng drove along the county road. There were hardly any zombies on the way. Occasionally those he encountered were probably farmers who used to plant crops by the roadside. There were a few villages not far from both sides of the county road, but Lin Feng could not know whether there were any living people inside. At least he did not see any smoke rising from any household. Theoretically, after the apocalypse, the people of Xiaoxing village would not be able to survive for long. Although they had their own crops and vegetables, most of the rural areas raised chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, cattle, sheep and other animals. These animals have a certain chance of mutation, although it is not very high. However, if there is one or two mutated ones, the entire village would likely not stand a chance. Unless there are mutants within the village. In his past life, Lin Feng had seen mutants emerge from the countryside. Some villages even became strongholds and managed quite well. However, that was rare. Most villages suffered greatly shortly after the apocalypse hit. Lin Feng did not investigate those villages. His storage space is filled with countless grains, so there is no need to search for food in the countryside. Moreover, establishing his own base is the most important thing right now. Saying that someone else's development is none of his business may seem cold, but in reality that is the truth. If he cannot even survive well in this world, how could he have the time and energy to manage others' affairs? After driving along the county road for a while, Lin Feng arrived at the Binhai Highway. This meant he had bypassed Dongfeng town. Not far ahead was the water supply plant which Lin Feng had visited before. This stretch of road had been mostly cleared by the people from the water supply plant heading to Dongfeng town, so he did not encounter any unexpected situations along the way. Not far past the water supply plant, Lin Feng arrived near Dongqing Garden, a few kilometers away from Swan Bay. Due to the iron fence surrounding Dongqing Garden, from a distance Lin Feng could see that there were personnel patrolling inside the community. It seems that Dongqing Garden is likely the first stronghold formed in the vicinity, Lin Feng thought to himself as he observed the scene in the distance. Along a roadside bordering a residential compound within Dongqing base, several young patrollers walked in formation. "Brother Dong, how many people do you think remain in Dongqing base?" asked a young man holding an assault rifle. Originally our Dongqing compound comprised 4 residential communities, roughly 60 to 70,000 souls. With this catastrophe, more than half must have perished. 30,000 survivors would be optimistic. A middle-aged man known as Brother Dong mused aloud. 30,000 isn't insignificant, remarked the youth, glancing around cautiously before adding, "Still, feeding, housing and sustaining them daily poses a formidable challenge." The middle-aged man sighed. "Fortunately, we occupy the city's periphery, surrounded by farmland. The crops are nearing harvest. If food at least should not run short. By the way, Brother Dong, how did our leader Wang Shimin ascend to level 2 mutant? I saw him once with a single stroke he cleaved a mutated zombie clean in two." Recalling the spectacle, the youth spoke with palpable excitement. "How would I know? Yet his strength bodes well for us all. Once our expedition teams are fully organized, perhaps we'll even venture into the city center to scavenge supplies." A flicker of yearning lit the middle-aged man's eyes. "Brother Dong, look. What is that?" At that moment the youth pointed sharply down the distant street. A towering vehicle, over 10 meters long, roared into view, then vanished in a blur of speed. "Damn, what kind of vehicle is that? So sleek, some kind of luxury RV." And those gun ports on the windows, meant for combat. Whose faction does it belong to? How could they possess such advanced hardware? If our base had one, wouldn't we finally be able to scour the outer zones for supplies? Watching the armored vehicle recede into the distance, the youth's gaze shimmered with envy. Unaware of their conversation, Lin Feng sat inside the vehicle surveying Dongqing compound from afar. He assessed the area briefly. The compound had coalesced into a functional base, an organized enclave under centralized leadership. This implied the zombie threat within its boundaries had been largely neutralized. As for sustaining the survivors, well, every bird finds its own worm. Each group devises its own survival strategy. Whether through scavenging, requisitioning, or foraging, starvation remains unlikely in this world. The surrounding fields alone can sustain countless lives, though access to varied provisions depends entirely on individual capability. A few kilometers posed no obstacles. Soon Lin Feng returned to Swan Bay. Before the hotel's main building, warriors drilled rigorously in physical conditioning on the small plaza. Elders and women hung freshly laundered quilts and bed sheets to dry. The base now resembled a vast self-sustaining community, lacking only agriculture and livestock, yet assigning purposeful labor to every resident. At mealtimes, skilled cooks prepared nourishment for hundreds. Those unversed in cooking still contributed, chopping vegetables, scrubbing dishes, each playing their part. As Lin Feng had declared, his base harbored no idle hands. Even those without extraordinary abilities could sweep floors or tidy rooms, simple essential tasks demanding only diligence. True value emerged where initiative was seen. Zhang Chang and Zhou Tao basked in the sun upon the plaza. Spotting Lin Feng's return, they rose and approached. "Who are these people?" Zhang Chang asked, startled as over a dozen soldiers disembarked from the armored vehicle. Lin Feng summarized his mission, omitting entirely the existence of his spatial storage and the armaments concealed within it. "Xiangzi, halt all current work. Assign everyone to follow Zhao Hu and his team. Begin excavating missile silos and command centers around the base perimeter exactly as Zhao Hu directs. They are to obey Zhao Hu's instructions without exception. This task must be completed in the shortest possible time." Once Zhao Hu's team had assembled, Lin Feng issued his orders. The missiles he'd acquired from the missile regiment were designed exclusively for silo-based launch. Likewise, all supporting systems required precise replication, down to the last millimeter. Only thus could a credible missile defense architecture be erected. Rocket artillery, however, proved unnecessary. It relied on mobile launch vehicles ill-suited to fixed emplacements. Command centers remained indispensable. Lin Feng had already stripped the missile regiment's war room of every component, each device now residing in his spatial storage amplified 1,000-fold in scale and capacity. Constructing one command center posed no difficulty, not even 10 or 100 would strain his resources. The true bottleneck lay not in materials but in trained personnel capable of operating such sophisticated instrumentation. Missile silos presented the same paradox. Lin Feng prioritized quantity above all. His arsenal overflowed with missiles. The number of silos dictated how many could be launched simultaneously. No existing system could reduce reload times or firing frequency. Thus, maximizing firepower within fixed temporal constraints demanded either larger silos, or vastly more of them. Surface-to-air and anti-aircraft missiles proved comparatively straightforward. A clear expanse of land and integrated communication sufficed. Fortuitously, his spatial storage contained excavators. Had time permitted, Lin Feng might have sought operators skilled in heavy machinery, but urgency overruled refinement. For a nascent base, technical expertise was scarce across all domains. Yet an excavator was no delicate instrument. It required no precision akin to uncorking a bottle. With modest practice, even novices could dig deep serviceable pits. The remainder posed little challenge. As mutants, every worker possessed strength and resilience sufficient to shape silos with shovels alone. Having entrusted Zhao Hu and Zhang Chang with the master plan, Lin Feng retreated to his villa. No sooner had he stepped inside than a large bird swooped toward him. Recognizing it instantly as Xiao Feng, he murmured, "Only 2 days apart, and already grown again." He administered a grade 1 spirit-stabilizing pill and measured the aviant's new dimensions. Curiously, while the pill reliably elevated level 1 mutants to level 2, Xiao Feng had consumed several doses, yet remained stubbornly unchanged. Still, Lin Feng held no illusions about avian combat prowess. After briefing Zhao Hu's team, he allocated them an entire villa, spacious enough for the dozen soldiers. At dinner, Zhao Hu unexpectedly raised a matter of significance. "Boss, I feel it is imperative for me to report something." During dinner, Zhao Hu put down his chopsticks and spoke to Lin Feng. "Speak your mind." Lin Feng poured himself a cup of milk tea and took a sip. As for the food consumed by Zhao Hu and the others, it was still military rations. After all, they had been eating like this for 10 days since the apocalypse. An additional day or two would not matter. Lin Feng planned to standardize the meals at Swan Bay Base. First-level mutants should be provided with basic eggs, rice, and a certain amount of vegetables and pork. Even such food was hard to come by outside. Second-level mutants should receive some fruits, beef, mutton, and beverages. As for third-level mutants, they would have access to seafood and other more expensive foods. Of course, this is just a future consideration. Currently, apart from him, the highest rank at Swan Bay was only second-level mutants. However, Lin Feng was confident that he would soon need this standard. After the apocalypse arrived, our reconnaissance aircraft conducted a general survey of Binhai City. Zhao Hu said as he put down his chopsticks. During the reconnaissance, our command center discovered many unidentified creatures on Mount Wanfeng to the west. Due to many soldiers turning into zombies at that time, the situation was chaotic and no further investigations were conducted afterward. Zhao Hu then shared some details of that reconnaissance with Lin Feng. You mean those creatures resembled animals, but our findings revealed that they were all quite large. After listening to Zhao Hu's report, Lin Feng understood. There had always been numerous wild animals on Mount Wanfeng to the west. It was likely that those original wild animals had undergone changes after the apocalypse. The mutated wild animals had evolved into mutant beasts, their strength far exceeding their former selves. It could even be said that mutant beasts of the same level are generally stronger than zombies. By the way, boss, I have a few photos from that reconnaissance for you to see. At that moment, Zhao Hu remembered something in his bag and quickly retrieved it. Lin Feng saw Zhao Hu pull out several printed photographs. They were aerial shots containing some terrifying images. There were monkeys over 2 meters tall baring their teeth and unknown snakes as thick as buckets. Furthermore, there was a mutant beast covered in barbs that resembled neither a wolf nor a leopard. In summary, these were indeed the mutant beasts Lin Feng had encountered in his previous life. Oh! Lin Feng suddenly noticed something while examining the photos. In the background of one photo there were tiny sparkling red substances. Although these substances appeared particularly small in the photo, they reflected light very brightly. After all, military aircraft have absolutely high-definition imaging equipment, and those small glimmers were particularly noticeable in the photographs. Dark crystal. Suddenly Lin Feng thought of a certain substance. That was the dark crystal capable of upgrading the base vehicle. Previously, Lin Feng had encountered a piece of light green dark crystal at the shopping mall in the city center. Through it, the system could upgrade the base vehicle to the second level. The small glimmers in the photo were roughly similar to dark crystal, surprisingly so. This meant that these were things Lin Feng must acquire. The dark crystals in the photos were very small, appearing no larger than soybeans when compared to other objects. Moreover, there were quite a few mutant beasts around them. This would prevent others from snatching them first. At least others had no idea what dark crystals were for. For ordinary people, such small stones might not be as valuable as a loaf of bread. Given this, Lin Feng decided he would still go for a visit. There was another thing to do, which was to have Zhao Hu and the others take the primary enhancement potion. Lin Feng was never stingy towards useful people. These individuals would later operate the missile system and train more talents for him. Lin Feng planned for them to break through to the level of second-level mutants in the shortest time possible. That way they would have the ability to protect themselves. After feeling their strength significantly increase, Zhao Hu and the others knew it was the effect of Lin Feng's primary enhancement potion. At that moment these individuals became excited. It was Lin Feng who had rescued them from the underground chamber of the military. Otherwise, once they finished the stored food, they would likely face the hordes of zombies outside. Now Lin Feng not only provided them with food but also directly increased their strength. As soldiers, they understood the importance of strength even more. Now, even if they had to fight zombies, they would have absolute confidence. The next morning, Lin Feng checked the progress of the project. As the establishment of the missile system was urgent, everyone had learned the basic operation of the excavator overnight. The missile silo pit had been dug out quite well, and what remained was just some so-called fine-tuning. Since the missile silo was already taking shape, Lin Feng no longer delayed. In the empty deep well, he directly installed the equipment taken from the missile unit. This did not require much technical skill. Lin Feng had put everything from the military missile silo into the storage space. Currently the pit's dimensions were also standard, he just needed to flip and place the complete set of launching devices from the storage space inside. The remaining task was to connect the wiring, which required Zhao Hu and the others to complete. Just the installation of the tubes took a short amount of time, and Lin Feng had set up 24 missile silos. Next to the missile silos was a munitions pit for storing temporary missiles. After all, when needed, Lin Feng could not retrieve missiles one by one from the storage space. It was necessary to prepare some in advance. Next came the installation of anti-aircraft missiles, which was much easier compared to missile silos. He just needed to find an open space and the rest would be left to Zhao Hu and the others. Arriving at a large vacant lot on the side of the villa area, Lin Feng took out 20 tanks and an equal number of rocket launchers from the storage space. These were reserved for the soldiers' training. Previously Lin Feng learned that only 2 of the soldiers brought back this time knew how to operate tanks. However, even so they could teach everyone. After all, they were all mutants and their cognitive abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. The same went for learning to operate tanks and missile vehicles. Lin Feng believed that someone would learn quickly. Once all the missile silos were laid out, there was one more task that was essential. Without it, everything done before would be in vain. What Lin Feng needed to do was establish a command center. Much like the missile unit, to make those weapons functional, a control room was essential. The command center could be considered the heart. Even if the current satellites were malfunctioning, human operation was still necessary even with physical algorithms. At that moment Lin Feng decided to use an employee meeting room on the first floor of the hotel as the control room. The room was neither too big nor too small, roughly comparable to the original command center of the missile unit. With an area of 100 square meters, it was sufficient to accommodate the equipment Lin Feng had brought back. Moreover, the choice of the first floor was also due to the cabling requirements. After all, if it were to be established on a higher floor, the specialized wiring would be numerous. It wasn't that Lin Feng lacked them. After storing those devices, he had over 10,000 sets of operational equipment. The main point was that shorter wiring was preferable, as it would minimize the chances of errors. When Zhao Hu and the others were called into the meeting room by Lin Feng and saw the equipment inside, they were dumbfounded. "Isn't this our command center? How did it end up here? It's simply identical with these control consoles, computer screens. It's a one-to-one replica. Am I dreaming? Are we back at the unit?" Looking at the scene before them, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. "These are what you will be using in the future. If the rest is up to you for wiring work," Lin Feng said with a smile, observing the somewhat confused yet excited crowd. The professionalism of these soldiers was commendable, and they immediately began wrapping up their tasks. Watching the busy individuals, Lin Feng refrained from interrupting them and instead called Zhang Chang and the 4 team leaders into another small meeting room via intercom. "You all have seen it without me saying anything," Lin Feng said, glancing at the 5 people in the meeting room. "Now we have our own missile launch system, and I plan to hand this directly over to Zhao Hu and the others to manage, since they are professionals. However, I also need some fresh blood. Chang, you should send some people to learn from them. It's not that I don't trust them, but I might want to expand this area significantly in the future. Also, regarding the operation of tanks and rocket vehicles, we need our people to learn this. I'll give you a week. Within a week I want everyone to be able to operate tanks and rocket vehicles. By the way, you should ask your subordinates if anyone knows how to fly a helicopter. If so, report it to me immediately. I have outlined several tasks that must be accomplished now: missiles, tanks, helicopters." Even though they had seen the installation of missile silos before, hearing these words from Lin Feng's mouth left everyone astonished. Just a few days ago there was only a main building and a villa area here. Now on both sides of the main building near the perimeter wall there were missile launch silos. Were these people unfamiliar with large missiles? Everyone could see the size of those missiles. The sudden appearance of tanks and missile vehicles was equally evident. However, they did not question Lin Feng, as they were all adults and understood what was appropriate to ask and what was not. "We have airplanes too. That's fantastic. If we want to go somewhere in the future, we can just fly there." Zhang Chang grew excited at the mention of airplanes. At least he had never flown in a helicopter before. "It's not as simple as you think. Do you really believe the apocalypse is as easy as in the movies? Is it just zombies?" Seeing Zhang Chang's excited demeanor, Lin Feng smiled. In movies the apocalypse only includes zombies, and while having an airplane could help escape to a safe place, that's true. But in reality there are also mutated beasts in the apocalypse, especially flying creatures, which are particularly troublesome. They are mutated beasts in their own right and can fly. If we encounter flying mutated beasts in the sky, it would definitely be a hassle. Although we have armed helicopters, they are still at a disadvantage against those aerial creatures. Lin Feng felt it necessary to enlighten them about the mutated beasts. "I see. No wonder I saw so many anti-air missiles in the backyard." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chang scratched his head. "However, you don't need to worry. From what I understand, the number of flying mutated beasts is quite low. Moreover, they are only formidable in the air. Once they land, they are even weaker than zombies of the same level." This was not meant to comfort them, it was simply the truth. After the meeting a short while later, a squad leader came to report. Among the soldiers there were indeed those who knew how to fly helicopters. Swan Bay was originally a high-end hotel, and while it attracted upper-class guests, most of them were wealthy and influential individuals. Among them were a few aviation enthusiasts who had obtained their flying licenses. Several individuals had expressed their ability to fly helicopters. This was excellent news. There was no shortage of talent in the apocalypse, which was Lin Feng's long-held belief. He never judged people by their appearances in the apocalypse, just like in his previous life a beggar on the street might have been a scientist before the apocalypse. Everyone had their own skills, and only when the time came for them to be utilized would they shine. Without wasting time, Lin Feng called the 5 individuals mentioned by the squad leader to the backyard of the villa. There Lin Feng took out 5 helicopters from the storage space. When the pilots arrived, he let them take the controls. Although they were military helicopters, the operation principles were not vastly different from those of regular civilian aircraft. In just half an hour the 5 helicopters took off one after another. This time Lin Feng's helicopter was not taken in vain. Now that there were 5 pilots, in the future there could be 50 or even 500. While flying an airplane was challenging, to learn a helicopter was relatively simpler among aircraft. Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't be long before a large number of pilots successfully learned to operate helicopters. Subsequently Lin Feng chose one from the 5 pilots. With the help of Zhao Hu and his subordinates, Lin Feng loaded ammunition onto an armed helicopter. Then he called a soldier to join him, and under the pilot's control the armed helicopter took off. Head towards the western Fenghuang mountain. As the plane took off, Lin Feng put on the headset and issued commands to the pilot. This time Lin Feng brought Xiao Feng along. After all, Wanfeng Mountain qualified as wilderness, barring mutated beasts. Letting Xiao Feng stretch his wings outdoors was beneficial. Helicopter transport proved the most efficient approach. Though aerial travel risked encounters with avian mutated beasts, it remained vastly preferable to ground-level attrition against hordes of zombies. Luanfeng Mountain stood as the largest range in Binhai City. Though dwarfed by China's famed sacred peaks, it ranked among the region's most prominent scenic sites. Only a few kilometers separated Luanfeng Mountain from Swan Bay, with numerous agritourism homestays and small markets nestled along its slopes, livelihood sustained by the mountain itself. Consequently, the ascent route teemed with zombies. From the helicopter, Lin Feng observed no trace of human life below. In the apocalypse, what people deemed safe wilderness was often the deadliest terrain. Minutes later the helicopter descended to the foot of Luanfeng Mountain. Several trails wound upward, one designated for tourists, others forged by local villagers for daily passage. At the base lay an open clearing beside a naturally formed lake. The helicopter's rotor blades drew nearby zombies, and other mutated creatures. Lin Feng retrieved an assault rifle from his storage space. After he and the soldiers eliminated the foremost zombies, they discerned the mutated beasts surging toward them. They were grasshoppers, yet now swollen to half a meter in length. Their protruding mandibles sent chills down the spine. It resembled magnifying an insect thousands, or even tens of thousands, of times, a sight that instinctively tightened every muscle in the uninitiated observer's body. Yet Lin Feng had endured 5 years of apocalyptic survival in his previous life. These grasshoppers posed no terror, nor did any mutated beast, however monstrous. He ordered the helicopter to land on the platform and leapt down without hesitation. Grasshoppers possessed extraordinary leaping power, far surpassing any zombie's mobility. In his prior life Lin Feng had slain countless such creatures. As the first grasshopper lunged before him, he drove his alloy combat blade straight into its mandible. The motion was as effortless as inserting a straw into a beverage. Withdrawing the blade, he slashed sideways. The next grasshopper split cleanly in two. Its hind legs thrashed wildly as it collapsed. At that moment Xiao Feng, perched behind Lin Feng, suddenly flared crimson-eyed with exhilaration. Its form swelled instantly, doubling in size, then darted forward to peck at the grasshopper, like a chick pecking rice, yet with astonishing efficiency. Perhaps animals possessed speed and precision beyond human reach. Xiao Feng's devouring pace left even Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Within moments the pair eradicated every grasshopper in the vicinity. Approaching the lakeshore, Lin Feng gazed downward, and found precisely what he'd anticipated. Though the water appeared turbid, massive shapes undulated beneath its surface, a persistent agony for humanity in the last apocalypse. Even after annihilating legions of zombies, humankind remained powerless against aquatic mutated beasts. After all, the oceanic depths had never been fully charted, even in the pre-apocalyptic world. That truth only deepened in the apocalypse. Though many speculated submerged waters might conceal invaluable resources, none dared venture in to confirm. This time Lin Feng harbored a resolve: should opportunity arise he would thoroughly explore the apocalyptic waters. Yet he knew priorities came first. Gripping his alloy combat blade he began ascending the mountain. Xiao Feng he instructed, if danger arises flee immediately, do not hesitate. Xiao Feng nodded, seemingly comprehending his words. Luanfeng Mountain posed no great climbing challenge, though dense vegetation choked the paths. Progress required frequent intervals before clearings emerged. Suddenly, a black blur shot from the flank. It was a monkey, its fur deep yellow, grotesquely mutated, standing over 2 meters tall. A level 1 mutated beast. Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise. Encountering a level 1 mutated beast so early was unexpected. Indeed, animals transformed into low-tier mutants more readily than humans or zombies. This monkey bore fangs erupting from its maw, claws hardened into steel-like blades, intimidating in both form and ferocity. Perhaps starved of human contact for months, it reacted to Lin Feng with unnerving excitement. It did not know the man before it was a level 3 mutant. A silver flash cut the air. Panic flashed across the monkey's eyes, it sensed a sudden chilling numbness at its throat. Then darkness swallowed its vision, utterly finally. Lin Feng withdrew his blade and extracted a level 1 demon crystal. Hundreds of meters ahead lay the location where dark crystals had appeared in earlier photographs. Still, Lin Feng saw no reason to pass up additional crystals. He retrieved a bundle of bananas from his storage space and placed them before him. Then, mimicking a monkey's cry, he let out several guttural roars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As expected, the surrounding monkeys surged forward instinctively upon spotting the fruit. Whether a human stood among them seemed irrelevant now. The zombie virus's essence was slaughter and bloodlust. The bananas soaked in the slain monkey's blood acted as irresistible bait, drawing its kin like moths to flame. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. Channeling spiritual energy into his limbs, he met the charging horde with swift, precise slashes. Most attackers were ordinary mutated monkeys. The rare level 1 variant fell swiftly beneath his blade. Thus unfolded the Battle of Yichang, though the tide flowed decisively in Lin Feng's favor. No number of mutated monkeys could overcome him. Such was the gulf between tiers, the crushing weight of superior strength. A roar echoed from afar. Lin Feng paused mid-strike, his gaze snapping toward the sound. Another monkey, yet its stature dwarfed its kin. Towering over 3 meters, it loomed more than twice Lin Feng's height. Its fangs alone measured over 20 centimeters, brutal, terrifying. Its eyes burned crimson as it stared from a distance, calculating, assessing. Level 3 mutated beast. The instant Lin Feng laid eyes upon it, his body locked, and the term exploded unbidden in his mind. Not far away stood a colossal monkey, an evolved beast of Tier 3. There was no doubt about it, Lin Feng's 5 years of apocalyptic experience in his previous life had not been in vain. Xiao Feng, hide first. As Lin Feng spoke to the bird, he casually felled several mutated monkeys beside him with a single stroke. Xiao Feng obediently nodded and darted into the nearby woods. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the Tier 3 mutated monkey, and found it staring back at him. At equal cultivation tiers, humans were no match for mutated beasts. Even against zombies of the same tier, evolved humans struggled immensely. And now before Lin Feng stood precisely such a Tier 3 mutated monkey. He doubted it had come seeking bananas. By this stage, Tier 3 mutated beasts possessed rudimentary intelligence. Though still vastly inferior to human cognition, the creature was after all an evolved primate, its intellect comparable to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Perhaps it was scrutinizing Lin Feng's strength. But Lin Feng had never played by conventional rules. If he did, what would be the point of possessing a system in this new life? In the next instant he summoned a section of city wall from his spatial storage and hurled it straight onto the mutated monkey's head, a monolithic slab 6 meters high, 5 meters thick and over 10 meters long. Over 300 cubic meters of masonry, weighing well over 1,000 tons, plummeted vertically from the sky, bearing down upon the beast. The mutated monkey froze stunned, as anyone would be confronted with such sudden, overwhelming mass. Reality allowed it no time to ponder. The wall crashed down with thunderous finality, boom. A cloud of dust erupted as the segment struck the earth. Then the wall trembled faintly. Though its weight was distributed across a broad surface rather than concentrated at a single point, the pressure it exerted remained unimaginable to ordinary beings. Yet the mutated monkey still lived, and even attempted to shift the crushing slab aside. Lin Feng would grant it no such chance. In the next breath, another wall segment materialized overhead and plummeted downward. The previously tilted slab snapped back into perfect alignment, sealing the beast so tightly it was likely fused into the very soil beneath. Lin Feng did not pause. Once more he drew forth another wall segment from storage and launched it skyward, boom. It slammed onto the second, stacking into a towering column over 10 meters high. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng swiftly eliminated the remaining ordinary mutated monkeys nearby. As the dust settled, the wall pile lay utterly still. 2,000 to 3,000 tons of sheer weight, no Tier 3 mutated beast could survive such force. Whoever said one must wield a blade to slay them? That was precisely why Lin Feng dared ascend the mountain alone. With his spatial storage, his arsenal of combat methods knew no bounds. This wall tactic was merely one among countless possibilities. Had he wished, Lin Feng could have devised 100 different ways to dispatch the beast. Confident it was thoroughly dead, he retracted the wall segments back into storage. True enough, the mutated monkey lay flattened, its body embedded seamlessly into the earth, its breath long extinguished. With cheerful ease, Lin Feng retrieved an amber-hued demonic crystal from the beast's skull using his alloy battles word. A Tier 3 demonic crystal, a rare treasure for his current stage. Such crystals remained precious even 5 years into the apocalypse of his past life, let alone now. Suddenly a shadow streaked toward him from behind, whoosh. It was Xiao Feng soaring straight to Lin Feng's side. In the next instant it lunged forward, beak open, aiming to swallow the crystal whole, had Lin Feng not reacted instantly. After all, Tier 3 evolved reflexes were no trivial matter. In a flash he sealed the Tier 3 demonic crystal within his spatial storage. Ding! 1 Tier 3 demonic crystal acquired, amplification factor 10000. A system prompt resonated within his mind. Before him Xiao Feng stood dazed. Just moments ago it had seen the crystal clearly, yet now it had vanished without trace. Instantly it began chittering anxiously. You want to eat it? Lin Feng asked, holding up a fully amplified Tier 3 demonic crystal before the bird's eyes. Chirp chirp chirp. At the sight of the crystal, Xiao Feng bobbed its head frantically like a chick pecking at grain. So this one doesn't respond to foundation stabilizing pills, but craves demonic crystals instead. Lin Feng mused silently. Without hesitation he extended his hand, and Xiao Feng shot forward, beak first, to seize the prize. In one swift motion it tossed its head back and swallowed the crystal whole. Immediately faint wisps of heat rose from its body. Simultaneously its frame swelled slightly. Tier 2 mutated beast. Lin Feng instantly recognized the transformation. No, its aura is wrong. Lin Feng sensed unmistakably the energy radiating from Xiao Feng far surpassed that of any mere Tier 2 mutated beast. Its aura surged, growing stronger, denser, richer, until it stabilized at the unmistakable resonance of Tier 3. Xiao Feng had ascended, evolved into a Tier 3 mutated beast. Lin Feng stared in astonishment as Xiao Feng's feathers shimmered like overlapping scales. One single demonic crystal, and it leapt 2 tiers in an instant. Such a leap across cultivation ranks was unprecedented in Lin Feng's memory. After a long silence Xiao Feng's aura receded, and its form shrank back to its original sparrow-sized silhouette. So Tier 3 isn't so formidable after all, blazing phoenix indeed. More like a roasted turkey. Lin Feng murmured softly, stroking Xiao Feng's head. Chirp. Xiao Feng recoiled, visibly exasperated. Then with a sharp tilt of its head it expelled a fist-sized fireball from its beak. The fireball struck the ground nearby and detonated violently, igniting the surrounding trees in a cascade of flame. A ranged attack. Lin Feng whistled low at the blaze. So it was true, just as in his past life, the blazing phoenix wielded ranged incendiary abilities. He'd only teased, but Tier 3 Xiao Feng had answered with lethal precision. Lin Feng had to deploy 2 massive fire extinguishers to quell the inferno. It wasn't environmental concern that moved him. Wanfeng Mountain was now his personal demonic crystal orchard. If the mutated beasts perished in flames, so too would his harvest dwindle. Having unlocked Xiao Feng's evolution condition, Lin Feng considered the day fruitful. With a Tier 3 mutated beast at his side, unforeseen advantages might yet arise. After clearing the scene, Lin Feng set off directly toward the location marked on the photograph, where dark crystals were rumored to appear. Ding! Tier 3 mutated beast slain, system reward activated. At that moment the system's voice echoed once more within his mind. There were rewards too. Lin Feng had never expected any reward at all. After all, the system had already granted him one upon slaying a level 2 zombie. Now eliminating a mutated beast had triggered another reward. Ding! System reward unlocked, communication ability. Host may now communicate with zombies and mutated beasts up to a certain rank. The system then offered a brief explanation. Communication ability. Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't imagined communication with zombies or mutated beasts was even possible. As far as he knew, zombies and mutated beasts of sufficient rank possessed rudimentary intelligence. That level 3 mutated monkey for instance had possessed the cognitive capacity of a 3 or 4-year-old child. The higher their rank the greater their intellect, and some even commanded subordinate creatures in battle. In his previous life Lin Feng had witnessed it firsthand during a colossal zombie-tide. A level 6 zombie had directed hordes of lesser undead like a battlefield commander coordinating assaults against humanity. Now being able to communicate with such beings, even within rank limitations, was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage. Still Lin Feng remained uncertain just how effective this ability would prove. Yet any reward was preferable to none. At least every reward bestowed by the system thus far had proven invaluable. He pressed onward, along the way encountering scattered mutated insects. This time Lin Feng did not lift a finger. Xiao Feng devoured them all. No one knew the limits of Xiao Feng's appetite, it seemed insatiable. That spared Lin Feng the trouble entirely. All mutated insects were left to Xiao Feng. As he drew closer to the location of the dark crystals depicted in the photograph he spotted numerous mutated serpents ahead. They matched the description in the image, massive serpents each as thick as a purified water drum coiled upon the ground or draped across nearby trees. Their number exceeded 100. It was no secret that Luofeng Mountain teemed with serpents, but now seemingly most had gathered here and all were mutated. Unlike the earlier mutated monkey, these serpents showed no reaction as Lin Feng approached. Perhaps they were asleep, or perhaps like many snakes they hunted only when hungry. In any case their distended belly suggested recent feeding, though what exactly they had consumed remained unknown to Lin Feng. From afar Lin Feng now saw the open clearing studded with tiny faintly glowing red dark crystals. So minute were they that without luminescence they would have gone utterly unnoticed. Scattered across the ground lay over 1,000 such crystals, small individually yet formidable in aggregate number. And beside them coiled motionless loomed a colossal mutated serpent. It measured over 10 meters in length and half a meter in girth. Its eyes were closed, but its sheer size alone conveyed overwhelming ferocity. In an instant the great serpent snapped its eyes open, locking its gaze upon Lin Feng. A level 3 mutated serpent. Its stature and the aura it exuded left no doubt this was a level 3 mutated beast. Lin Feng had not anticipated so many mutations already flourishing on Luofeng Mountain, so early into the apocalypse. Yet he was now perilously close to the dark crystals, just a few steps away from gathering them all into his storage space. SSS. Those treasures are mine. The mutated serpent flicked its tongue toward Lin Feng. It could speak. Lin Feng recoiled in shock, then instantly realized this was the effect of the newly acquired communication ability granted moments before by the system. But he had no time for conversation. With a thought he summoned a segment of city wall from his storage space, and hurled it squarely beside the serpent. The massive wall crushed a cluster of smaller mutated serpents beneath it. SSS. Spare me. Don't kill me. Overwhelmed by the crushing weight the great serpent recoiled, frantically flicking its tongue. It was surrendering. Lin Feng blinked in astonishment. A proud level 3 mutated serpent, begging for mercy. SSS. The treasures are yours. SSS. Just spare my life. Glancing at the looming wall the serpent appeared convinced it could not withstand another strike. Treasures. So the serpent recognized the dark crystal's significance. Yet Lin Feng surmised it likely craved only their shimmer, otherwise the crystals would long since have been devoured. Such was the instinct of simple beasts. And your core. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the serpent, voice calm and unwavering. He sought not only the dark crystals, but the serpent's own core. A level 3 core, though he had recently acquired over 10,000 such cores, no cultivator ever deemed such power excessive. Core. The serpent bowed its head hesitating, then opened its maw and expelled a pale green ping-pong-sized core which rolled to rest before Lin Feng. It had surrendered its very core. Lin Feng understood this serpent truly feared death. Deprived of its core, the level 3 mutated serpent was now little more than an oversized ordinary snake, its strength utterly drained. Having relinquished its core it began retreating slowly backward. When Lin Feng made no move to stop it, the serpent vanished into the dense undergrowth with a whisper of wind. Its departure held no consequence for Lin Feng. What mattered was the heap of dark crystals before him. These crimson crystals were even finer grained than the emerald ones he'd previously acquired, yet vastly more numerous. He retrieved the serpent's core and stored it away. Xiao Feng did not intervene, perhaps sated or perhaps unimpressed by a mere level 3 core. Then Lin Feng approached the crimson dark crystals. Xiao Feng, deal with those awakened serpents. Noticing several serpents stirring and slithering toward him he issued the command. In the next breath he gathered every dark crystal into his storage space. Ding. 1 dark crystal acquired, amplification factor 10000x. Ding. 1 dark crystal acquired, amplification factor 10000x. Ding. 1 dark crystal acquired, amplification factor 10000x. Ding. With each chime the crystals dwindled before his eyes, until the final one vanished into storage and the system fell silent. Ding. System detects dark crystals, item enhancement capability activated. Just as Lin Feng pondered the crimson crystal's purpose, the system chimed again. Indeed, they were useful. Lin Feng silently affirmed. Ding. The system has detected that dark crystals can be used to upgrade weapons. Existing firearms can be upgraded to laser weapons with the upgraded firearms consuming crystal energy. A maximum of 100 firearms can be upgraded each day. Upgrading ordinary firearms into laser weapons is fantastic. Lin Feng thought to himself. The legendary laser weapons possess a lethality far surpassing that of ordinary firearms. Moreover, they only consume crystal energy, which is hardly an issue for Lin Feng. However, currently he can only upgrade 100 weapons per day. This rate is rather too slow. But having something is better than nothing. It's similar to upgrading the base vehicles, even if he could only upgrade one secondary base vehicle a day. As time passed, Lin Feng's storage space now held no less than 10 secondary base vehicles. However, Lin Feng believes that the upgrade speed can definitely be increased. Since obtaining the system, it seems that nothing is impossible. If he can communicate with mutated beasts, then upgrading firearms should be a trivial matter. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the command to upgrade the firearms just as he did with the base vehicles. The upgrade time for firearms is also 24 hours. At this moment Lin Feng has already obtained what he desired. The next moment he prepared to temporarily leave Luanfeng Mountain. This visit had truly surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. After all, encountering 2 level 3 mutated beasts within just a kilometer of Luanfeng Mountain was unexpected. If he had encountered a level 4 mutated beast, even a master like Lin Feng would not know if he could handle it. In the apocalypse, both mutated beings and mutated beasts are classified into levels, with level 3 being the initial stage. Only upon reaching level 4 is a true qualitative breakthrough achieved. It can be said that only level 4 and above zombies and mutated beasts are truly terrifying existences. Lin Feng is certain that when facing level 4 zombies and mutated beasts, even utilizing the city walls, he might not be able to kill them. 1,000 tons of power may not pose an absolute threat to these powerful beings. The same goes for mutated beings, only those above level 4 can truly be considered experts. This is also why Lin Feng has remained at level 3 for so long without upgrading. At this moment, cultivation relies entirely on chance rather than simply consuming a couple of pills. Therefore, in order to avoid any unexpected incidents if he goes deeper, Lin Feng decided to temporarily retreat. The green mountains and flowing waters will remain. He can always return when his strength increases further. With that, Lin Feng and Xiao Feng retraced their steps. Upon reaching the clearing at the foot of the mountain, they saw the helicopter and the pilot safe and sound. With this, Lin Feng felt reassured. Boarding the helicopter, he flew towards Swan Bay. Upon returning to Swan Bay, Lin Feng saw that people in the base were training vigorously. First were the tanks and rocket launchers. During the trials they had already begun to operate. Although their turning and maneuvering of the cannon were somewhat clumsy, after all these are tanks, not ordinary vehicles. In Lin Feng's eyes it was impressive that these individuals could operate them in such a short time. Some soldiers were training on excavators, bulldozers and forklifts. Although these tasks were merely ordinary for technicians in his past life, having these machines in the apocalypse made work much easier. These soldiers did not see themselves as high and mighty mutated beings. After all, these were provided by Lin Feng, and they merely viewed it as an enhancement of their own abilities. Under the operation of these individuals, the construction machinery was handled skillfully. Some even began competing, such as in digging contests and using forklifts to move small items to showcase their operational skills. The rest were engaged in physical training. Although they were already mutated beings, it was precisely because of this that they understood the importance of physical fitness even more. It is akin to how others would not think about working out. Only those who truly exercise understand the benefits of fitness. Watching the busy crowd, Lin Feng nodded to himself. This is what a base should look like. At this moment Zhang Chang ran over. Brother Feng, shortly after you left, someone from East City base came looking for us. Arriving beside Lin Feng, Zhang Chang spoke directly. People from East City base came. Lin Feng was taken aback, then listened as Zhang Chang finished explaining. This happened over half an hour ago. The people from East City Base drove over saying they wanted to seek some food. They promised that if they received food they would exchange it for equivalent items and would not take it for free. At that time only Zhang Chang and a few squad leaders were present while Lin Feng was at Luanfeng Mountain. Thus Zhang Chang asked them to return first, saying they would discuss once the boss returned. I noticed that they seemed a bit anxious, likely indicating they encountered difficulties regarding food. Zhang Chang analyzed after recounting the process. Lin Feng nodded. He had indeed heard quite a bit about East City Base in his past life. Although he had never been there, he was aware of the general layout of Binhai City. The Lord of East City Base is named Wang Shimin, who has always been a high-level mutated being. It is said that he is amiable and does not initiate trouble. Thus East City Base has never had major conflicts with other forces. However, these are merely rumors. To Lin Feng they are nonsense. In this world no one is devoid of desires. Since they were able to establish East City Base, it indicates their ambition to be the lord of the city and to seek that power. Aside from the benefits of power as a lord, the resources and level of safety are the best. Such a status and lifestyle are something everyone longs for in the apocalypse. If one were to say that the other party is very amiable and even avoids bloodshed, Lin Feng would never believe it. Most likely they are just a facade of a good person, smooth-talking and avoiding conflicts. It is said that East City Base was established by over 20,000 people. It seems that maintaining over 20,000 people has become a problem for them now, Lin Feng thought. Alright, I will go take a look and see what their intentions are. The other party has their needs and Lin Feng also has his own thoughts. Even though he has the system, life still needs to be lived by oneself. Since the other party has taken the initiative to ask for help, Lin Feng decided to go take a look, which would also help him understand the surrounding situation in this life. Thus, with a decision made, Lin Feng drove a Maybach and left Swan Bay. Going to the East City Base was merely a spontaneous decision by Lin Feng. After all, being neighbors, the development of the East City Base would to some extent be related to Swan Bay. Not to mention anything else, if the East City Base were to face a disaster one day, it would definitely be in danger. At that time Swan Bay must be prepared. As Lin Feng drove his Maybach leisurely towards the East City Base, he noticed that the fence of the community had been reinforced with barbed wire since he last visited 2 days ago. It seems there is still a continuous threat from zombies to the East City Base, and the impact of the zombie tide remains. Lin Feng observed that within the community there were small squads of armed guards patrolling every few dozen meters. It appears that the East City Base has already taken shape, Lin Feng thought to himself. Upon finding the main entrance of the community, he saw that it had been blocked by sandbags and barriers. Meanwhile, a team of 7 or 8 guards stood at the entrance of the community. Occasionally people returning from outside were subjected to a brief inspection. Lin Feng noticed that most of those returning from outside were armed. At the same time many of them carried backpacks, suggesting they were hunters, mostly in search of food. After glancing a couple of times, Lin Feng intended to drive his vehicle into the East City Base. However, at that moment the guards at the entrance stopped him. "Is this vehicle from inside the community? Please submit to inspection." 2 guards approached Lin Feng's vehicle. "I am the Lord of Swan Bay, here to speak with your leader about some matters," Lin Feng truthfully stated as he rolled down the car window. His visit was not meant to be covert, hence he did not hide his identity. "The Lord of Swan Bay." The guard scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe. Nevertheless, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to say a few words. Soon after, the guard returned to Lin Feng's car saying, "Hello, our lord invites you in. He is at the sales office in the center of the community." He even pointed Lin Feng in the right direction. Nodding at the guard's words, Lin Feng reflected that the apocalypse had only just begun. People's thoughts had not yet fully transitioned into a society of slavery. In the last apocalypse, if one lord met another leader, there would have been a grand welcoming ceremony. After all, once class hierarchy appeared, the slave mentality in humans would emerge. As Lin Feng drove through the community, he observed the people around him. Most of those walking outside were young and many were armed in some way. Lin Feng noticed that these people did not seem happy. While they were not frowning, their expressions were somewhat dull. This was a normal expression for people in the apocalypse, as their greatest need was food. No one knew if they would go hungry the next day, so who could feel happy? Soon Lin Feng's car arrived at the sales office of the community. It was a 2-story building that looked luxurious from the outside. After all, it was the face of the community, and the design of the sales office had to be grand and lavish. This was also why Wang Shimin chose it as his residence, Lin Feng thought to himself. Soldiers were patrolling the sales office, and after Lin Feng reported his name, the leading guard went inside to notify. "Lord Lin, we have finally awaited your arrival." Moments later, a middle-aged man came out of the sales office with 2 subordinates. Seeing Lin Feng just getting out of the car, he approached enthusiastically to shake his hand. This person was Wang Shimin, and Lin Feng took a rough measure of him. He appeared to be in his 30s, slightly plump with a smile that seemed somewhat greasy. However, the faint aura emanating from him indicated that he was a second-level mutant. Apart from those he had trained himself, Wang Shimin was the first second-level mutant Lin Feng had encountered in this life. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lin Feng followed him into the sales office. The first floor of the sales office was a spacious living room, only with the original sand table dismantled. Under Wang Shimin's hospitality, Lin Feng sat down on a sofa. "It is a great honor for Lord Lin to spare time to visit our East City base," Wang Shimin said with a smile while boiling water at the tea table. His two subordinates sat on the opposite sofa. "The situation has been quite tense recently, otherwise I would have come to visit sooner." After living through 5 years in the apocalypse, Lin Feng was quite familiar with the dynamics of survival. He could tell from some details that Wang Shimin seemed like a businessman. Indeed, there are too many dangerous factors in the current apocalypse. Although I have established this base, there are still many zombies coming to harass us daily. I truly worry that one day those zombies will gather again and cause another zombie tide, Wang Shimin sighed as he poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. At that moment his tone was as if he were meeting an old friend. "Leader Wang, do not worry, life will ultimately get better." Lin Feng looked at Wang Shimin and said with a smile. "I heard that you came to Swan Bay to engage in business before, so I came to take a look." Although he was polite on the surface, Lin Feng ultimately did not want to waste time. While there was some emphasis on human feelings and social relations in the apocalypse, it was still a human habit built over thousands of years. However, compared to peacetime, what mattered in the apocalypse was practicality and efficiency. "Speaking of this matter, I have to apologize to Lord Lin." Taking a sip of tea, Wang Shimin said with a wry smile. "To put it bluntly, our East City base has only just been established. Fundamentally, we have just eliminated the threat of zombies. The East City community has a total of 4 phases. The current population has exceeded 20,000. While there are many restaurants and small supermarkets within the community, with so many people, some supplies still need to be rationed. The outside is too dangerous, not to mention the city center. Even the nearby university town is plagued by zombies, making it impossible to attack." Wang Shimin sighed as he set down his teacup. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Shimin was stating the truth. He had been to the city center, and the density of zombies there was not something that could be explained in a few words. The nearby coastal university town in theory should have more shopping malls and restaurants. However, precisely because it is a university combined with the surrounding shops, the dense population makes it even more dangerous. Therefore I saw that Swan Bay was already surrounded, so I sent someone to inquire about the situation with you, Lord Lin. As he spoke, Wang Shimin looked at Lin Feng, seemingly trying to gauge some attitude from his expression. "I presume, Chief Wang, you wish to exchange grain and other provisions, vegetables, meat, for supplies here?" Lin Feng said calmly, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Wang Shimin before him. "How did you know?" One of Wang Shimin's subordinates interjected, his brow furrowed in bewilderment, clearly astonished by Lin Feng's uncanny insight. "I have a general understanding of Dongqing Base's current situation." Lin Feng swept his gaze across the assembled figures and smiled. "Let me speak frankly. You now number over 20,000 souls. At 1 gene per person per day, your daily consumption totals 20 metric tons of provisions. Though your base retains several small supermarkets and restaurants, their reserves cannot last long. Fortunately, you do hold an advantage: the farmland surrounding your base, its crops are likely ripe for harvest. With your available labor force, staple grain supply should pose no immediate concern. What truly troubles you, however, is access to daily essentials, fresh vegetables and meat. Am I mistaken?" Lin Feng concluded, his smile gentle yet piercing as he turned his gaze toward Wang Shimin. "Your analysis, Lord City Master Lin, is remarkably incisive." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Shimin's expression flickered, briefly unsettled, before settling once more into composed serenity. "Indeed, fertile fields lie just beyond our perimeter, sufficient to sustain us at least in the short term. Yet reliance on grain alone grows monotonous, especially given the elite mutants within our ranks. Such individuals cannot be sustained solely on coarse rations. Your Swan Bay Hotel was originally a 5-star establishment, surely it still holds frozen meats, preserved vegetables and other durable provisions. Thus I wish to explore whether grain might serve as fair exchange for such goods." Having seen Lin Feng dispense with pretense, Wang Shimin knew further circumlocution would be futile. Lin Feng inwardly smiled. As expected, social stratification had already taken root in this apocalyptic world, the status of mutants rising sharply above that of ordinary survivors. And if left unchecked, such divisions would inevitably harden into rigid hierarchies. Tell me, Chief Wang, since you may harvest those fields, why may I not? To speak plainly, those crops are unclaimed wilderness bounty, yet you propose exchanging precious grain for my stored provisions. Tell me, is that truly equitable? Lin Feng stated the truth without embellishment. Wang Shimin's countenance dimmed. He had of course pondered this very dilemma. Grain grew wild, anyone with strength and will could claim it. He had assumed Lin Feng's youth might render him exploitable, hence his attempt to gain advantage through barter. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to seize the farmland surrounding Dongqing base? At that moment one of Wang Shimin's subordinates rose abruptly, voice sharp with indignation, as though prepared to strike at the slightest provocation. Did I say that? I spoke only of wilderness crops. But even granting your interpretation, what if I do wish to harvest those nearby fields? As Lin Feng spoke, he suddenly amplified his spiritual energy. A crushing wave of pressure surged forth, striking the subordinate like a tidal force. The man staggered, then collapsed back onto the sofa. A high-tier mutant. A collective chill ran through the room. They knew precisely the subordinate's caliber. He stood at the apex of Tier 1 mutation, on the cusp of ascending to Tier 2. Yet Lin Feng's mere aura had driven him backward, unseated and humbled. It was unmistakable. Lin Feng's power dwarfed even Wang Shimin's own estimation, so overwhelming that the latter doubted he could replicate such dominance. In that instant all present finally understood why Lin Feng had entered unarmed, because weapons were beneath him. The notion of intimidating Lin Feng through sheer numbers evaporated. In this ruined world survival reigned supreme, material wealth paled beside the sanctity of one's own life. Lord City Master Lin speaks too harshly, Wang Shimin interjected swiftly, stepping forward to defuse tension. Those fields belong to local farmers, now abandoned. Whomever reaps them rightfully. You surely maintain a retinue, Lord City Master Lin. Should you require grain, your people are welcome to harvest freely. I swear Dongqing base shall offer no obstruction. Yet I wonder, do you possess other provisions? After all, surviving on grain alone is no sustainable path. Wang Shimin sighed deeply and poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. Lin Feng in turn withdrew his spiritual pressure. He knew full well what Wang Shimin truly sought, not common survivors. In this wasteland mere sustenance was a luxury for most. Few dared demand variety or preference. It was akin to offering moldy bread to a starving man. He would devour it with relish, grateful for any morsel. His repeated references to Swan Bay's stores revealed his true aim: meat delicacies, and ultimately the elite mutants housed within his base. Maintaining mutants demanded far more than sustaining ordinary folk. These beings, vastly superior in ability, carried themselves with innate, almost regal arrogance. Should Wang Shimin fail to provide fine fare and comfort, they would simply depart for rival bases, leaving Dongqing hollow and vulnerable, its outward strength masking inner fragility. I do possess provisions: instant noodles, canned goods, cured meats, fresh and preserved produce, sugar. I have them all. Lin Feng replied deliberately. His words ignited avarice in every pair of eyes present. Even Wang Shimin's pupils contracted slightly. Their own supermarkets had once held such items. But since the cataclysm, looting had stripped shelves bare. Even tobacco, alcohol and confections now existed only in dwindling stockpiles. Swan Bay, however, had been a 5-star hotel, its storerooms stocked with provisions unmatched elsewhere. Hence Lin Feng's declaration seized their undivided attention. That is excellent news, though I must ask, what terms do you propose for exchange? Wang Shimin suppressed his hunger and pressed forward. These were precisely the supplies he urgently needed, not merely luxuries but vital incentives for his elite mutants. Then allow me to state it plainly. Lin Feng smiled faintly at Wang Shimin's eagerness. What I seek is not laborers, but people. People. Do not mistake me, I seek no brawny field hands but specialists, pilots, automation engineers, electrical technicians, preferably veterans from technical military posts. His gaze swept the assembly once more, clear, deliberate and unyielding. We need talent. Lin Feng's demand left several members of the Dongqing base silent. Clearly they were momentarily baffled. Why would Lin Feng make such a request? Logically, wouldn't it be wiser to recruit the physically strong or the quick-witted? At the very least they could hold their own against zombies. Wang Shimin cared little for exchanging people. The Dongqing base housed over 20,000 souls. Even after excluding the elderly, the infirm and the sick, more than 10,000 remained. In fact, he now considered them a drain on precious rations. If left to Wang Shimin and his men to choose, they would have selected only women of striking beauty. Had it not been for the need to retain able-bodied men to defend against the undead, they would long since have driven the rest beyond the gates. Therefore I require only technical specialists. All others are unnecessary. With that Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Wang Shimin. He feared no speculation, anyone daring to decipher his intentions first needed the strength to comprehend them. Lord Lin, this poses no difficulty, I'll dispatch my men immediately to select candidates. Still, the terms of exchange. Wang Shimin knew better than to pry where discretion was warranted. Yet the mechanics of the trade still required careful deliberation. As for pricing, once you've assembled your candidates, bring them to Swan Bay. My representatives will meet you there to finalize the transaction, and negotiate the precise conditions. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng replied to Wang Shimin's inquiry. As Lord of Swan Bay and commander of its stronghold, Lin Feng bore no obligation to micromanage every detail. He need only set the parameters, his squad captains would handle the negotiations and exchanges. Population in truth held little allure for him. What mattered was expertise operating vehicles and machinery, engineering infrastructure and enabling future expansion. Otherwise Lin Feng would never have made this journey in person. A brief exchange concluded shortly thereafter and Lin Feng took his leave. Once he departed, Wang Shimin and his lieutenants returned to the sales office. Chief, what use could that young man possibly have for so many technical specialists? One of Wang Shimin's subordinates asked, watching Lin Feng's vehicle recede into the distance through the window. Wang Shimin shook his head. If he chooses not to reveal it, we cannot know, but his insistence must serve a purpose. To command a base of over 20,000 survivors demanded more than brute strength, it required sharp judgment. Chief, I just recalled something. Another subordinate interjected suddenly. Do you remember? From the outset Lin Feng specified one skill above all others, he sought helicopter pilots. Could it be that Swan Bay possesses a helicopter, and lacks anyone qualified to fly it? Hence he comes to us seeking aviators. A helicopter would be invaluable. With it we could launch expeditions far beyond our walls in search of sustenance. Even if not used for foraging, it would serve as an unparalleled escape route when danger looms. His words instantly seized the attention of those present. Indeed, Chief, Swan Bay is a 5-star hotel. It would hardly be surprising for such a venue to maintain a helicopter for prestige alone. If necessary, we'll seize it by force. Another lieutenant urged eagerly. This matter warrants careful, deliberate planning. After pondering his subordinate's reasoning, Wang Shimin spoke at length. It is not fear of Swan Bay that holds me back, but have you truly considered how formidable its master may be? First, those towering walls appeared early in the cataclysm. No ordinary group could erect such fortifications. Observe, even with 20,000 under our banner we lack the means to build anything comparable. Then consider the armored vehicles mounted atop their ramparts, unlike any standard military or civilian model. Recall how you were warned off when approaching Swan Bay. Clearly they possess an integrated defense system. And this time, Lin Feng dared enter our territory alone. He is unquestionably a high-tier mutant, perhaps even surpassing my own power. Moreover, Swan Bay remains an impenetrable enigma, walled, guarded and utterly opaque. To attempt theft would be perilously naive. Wang Shimin dissected each point with growing gravity, his brow furrowing. To rise above 20,000 survivors demanded intelligence, not folly. Law had vanished, to murder and plunder were now as effortless as blinking. Under such conditions, provoking the wrong adversary invited utter ruin. Chief, I have a plan. One lieutenant stepped forward decisively. Lin Feng seeks specialists. Then let us give him specialists, starting with helicopter pilots. We'll offer a grade 1 demon crystal to whichever pilot agrees to steal the aircraft during Swan Bay's momentary lapse in vigilance. Once airborne, the chopper becomes ours, and with our numbers Lin Feng would dare not retaliate. His proposal ignited immediate consensus among the others. Wang Shimin voiced no objection. After all, in the desolation of the cataclysm, a functional helicopter was beyond price. Upon returning to Swan Bay, Lin Feng briefed Zhang Chang thoroughly. The following day, as expected, the Dongqing base dispatched a large contingent. Zhang Chang executed the exchange precisely as instructed, no deviation, no improvisation. Each person was valued at 1 bottle of premium red wine, 1 case of canned goods, 1 carton of cigarettes or 1 kilogram of candy. Staple foods, such as instant noodles or self-heating meals, commanded higher exchange rates. Initially Zhang Chang deemed Lin Feng's valuation absurd, 1 human life equated to a single bottle of wine. Yet reality defied expectation. The Dongqing delegation's overseer reacted with unrestrained delight upon hearing the terms. Though basic provisions remained relatively abundant, luxuries, especially those reserved for elites, had grown exceedingly scarce. In this new world human life had plummeted in value, even Lin Feng's coveted specialists meant less to Wang Shimin than a single case of canned food. Ultimately Zhang Chang acquired over 1,000 individuals using only modest reserves of supplies. What seemed simple in theory consumed an entire day of meticulous coordination. Among them were 5 certified helicopter pilots, over 200 specialists trained in automation systems, and scores of excavator operators, forklift drivers, welders, construction technicians, interior designers, and other skilled professionals. By day's end Swanbei had transformed, its corridors humming with renewed vitality and purpose. In front of the main building of Swanbei Hotel over 1,000 people had gathered. Among them the majority were young, with a few middle-aged individuals. Their clothing was somewhat tattered, as if they hadn't been washed for many days. Meanwhile their complexions appeared somewhat haggard, as though they hadn't had enough to eat. They were originally residents of the East City base, but now they had been exchanged for resources here. Although Swanbei appeared to have tall walls on the outside. However, it was their first time here and they had no idea what Swanbei looked like after the apocalypse. Their current status felt akin to that of slaves, which greatly disheartened them. Upon learning that they had been traded from the East City base for food, their despair deepened, leading them to feel less valuable than the very food they were exchanged for. At this moment, as they gazed at Lin Feng and a few others standing in front of the square, their thoughts varied among the 1,000 people. Despite their dire circumstances, some were contemplating escape. But in this apocalypse with hordes of zombies outside, where could they possibly run to? Thus they could only wait for their fate like lambs led to slaughter. "Everyone please be quiet, I have a few words to say." At this moment Lin Feng stood at the front of the square to speak. Though he didn't raise his voice, his words echoed throughout the square, reaching every ear. Upon hearing someone speak, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent. This was the moment that would determine their fate. No one dared to miss a single word from Lin Feng. "First, welcome to the Swanbei base. You have been exchanged here, and the cost was the resources we provided. But do not be disheartened, it is not that you are less valuable than the resources. This is a strategic exchange. To elaborate would take too much time, but in essence you should know that only here can you maximize your self-worth. And here you will no longer have to worry about food. At the same time it is absolutely safe." Lin Feng glanced over the crowd, trying to make his words as clear as possible. After all, these people had just experienced the apocalypse and were now sold to another party. Anyone in their position would surely feel uneasy. "Will we be able to obtain food here?" someone voiced their concerns. Lin Feng nodded and replied loudly, "Of course you need not worry about food. But the prerequisite is that you must fulfill your duties. You may have been a level 4 or an engineer. Or perhaps you have your own areas of expertise. What I need is your specialized skills. In return I can provide you with food and ensure your safety. Now is the apocalypse, you may not be needed in other bases. But here you can leverage your strengths to obtain food. Therefore how you choose to proceed is up to you. There is a chip on the table beside me, you must be injected with it to join. I will not force you, if you do not wish to join you may leave now." Pointing to a pile of loyalty chips on the nearby table, Lin Feng said calmly. This time he did not secretly inject these people with loyalty chips because it was unnecessary. These people were already at a dead end, it was the same no matter where they went. Lin Feng offered these conditions, believing that anyone with sense would not leave. As expected, after hearing Lin Feng's words, those who hesitated soon approached the table beside Lin Feng to accept the injection of loyalty chips. Once the first person stepped forward, the second quickly followed. In no time a long queue formed at the injection table. Zhang Chang and the 4 captains continuously injected loyalty chips into these people, and after more than an hour they completed the injections for everyone. "Xiangzi, later you and the captains will categorize these people." Lin Feng instructed Zhang Chang as he surveyed the more than 1,000 individuals in the square. Those with flying licenses and some knowledge of aviation and marine science should be separated. Those skilled in automation should also be grouped separately. These individuals will start off living in pairs in a room. Lin Feng did not directly turn these newcomers into mutated beings. Although these people had received the loyalty chips, loyalty was one aspect while laziness was another. Lin Feng would not support idleness. Only when these individuals met certain standards, proving they were not there merely to sponge off others, would he consider upgrading them. "Are you the city lord? I have something to report to you." After Lin Feng instructed Zhang Chang on his tasks, a young man approached him and spoke softly. Lin Feng glanced at the young man, who appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. His clothes were somewhat ragged, suggesting he hadn't changed them in several days. "Speak." Waving his hand to dismiss Zhang Chang, Lin Feng addressed the young man. "It's like this, city lord, I was brought here because I hold a flying license. However, before I arrived, someone from the East City base had a private conversation with me. The young man was somewhat nervous but managed to explain the situation intermittently. It turned out that before he came, a subordinate of Wang Shimin had sought him out. Their intention was for him to locate the position of the helicopter after arriving at Swan Bay. Then, under the cover of darkness, to stealthily fly the helicopter back. Furthermore, the other party had promised him a magic crystal as a reward once he succeeded. With that magic crystal he could potentially become a level 1 mutated being. Initially the young man planned to complete the task after arriving, but for some reason after receiving the loyalty chip he changed his mind. Thus he came to report this matter to Lin Feng immediately. A clever idea, isn't it? After hearing the young man's account, Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Lin Feng had anticipated that the other party would take some action during this exchange. Perhaps they would try to steal some food and escape back to the East City base under the cover of night. This was also the reason why Lin Feng had injected all these people with loyalty chips. He just hadn't expected the other party to be so ambitious as to target his helicopter. I initially thought we were neighbors who wouldn't interfere with each other, but since you lack virtue, don't blame me for being unprincipled. Looking toward the direction of the East City base, Lin Feng said coldly. As night fell, the young man appeared at the helicopter landing pad beside the villa. Next to the helicopter stood Lin Feng and a squad leader. Get ready, let's depart. I want them to see what they have stolen. Seeing the young man arrive, Lin Feng smiled. Inside the East City base sales center. One of Wang Shimin's subordinates glanced at his watch and spoke. Chief, the designated time is nearly up. Do you think that young man has failed his mission? Another middle-aged subordinate gazed out the window frowning. Indeed, isn't our plan somewhat rash? But don't be deceived by his title, he's merely a city lord, yet in truth just a boy. Our pilot, however, is a military veteran, trained rigorously in reconnaissance. Subduing a mere child should pose no difficulty. Still, might he seize the aircraft and flee? After all, it's an excellent means of escape. Hearing this, Wang Shimin shook his head. I do not believe any ordinary person could resist the allure of a magic crystal. After all, obtaining even one could elevate him to the exalted rank of a mutant. Let's wait and see. Though inwardly anxious, Wang Shimin knew anxiety alone changed nothing. Look, there's light in the sky. Suddenly the subordinate stationed by the window cried out. Those inside the sales center rushed to the windows. Through the expansive glass they clearly saw flashing lights approaching from afar. A helicopter had arrived. Its rotor blades thundered overhead, unmistakable and resonant. As I said, the pilot's military background guarantees sharp reconnaissance skills. Now that we possess a helicopter, we can venture beyond the base to scavenge supplies. One of Wang Shimin's subordinates exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. Excellent. Follow me. Wang Shimin, equally elated, led several men onto the rooftop, having earlier instructed his outer guards not to open fire. The distant helicopter drew near, descending steadily until it hovered directly above them, its downdraft whipping fierce gusts across the roof. Yet their hearts surged, not with fear but triumph. Humph. Once I claim this helicopter, the deed is done. Lin Feng will have no recourse. He cannot possibly launch an assault upon my Tuthasan-strong base, he'll simply have to accept his misfortune. Gazing upward, Wang Shimin murmured inwardly. Gradually the helicopter settled onto the rooftop. Its interior lights remained unlit, obscuring all view of its occupants from outside. Wang Shimin advanced with his men, then halted. His brow furrowed. Though darkness cloaked the scene, he discerned, clearly, that the cockpit held more than one figure. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Chief Wang. Lin Feng descended from the helicopter, followed closely by a squad leader from Swan Bay. You, how did you get aboard the aircraft? Wang Shimin's subordinate blurted in shock. Did you bribe the pilot I dispatched? What's done in secret never stays hidden, Chief Wang. Lin Feng replied calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Do you truly imagine governing all of Swan Bay requires so little skill? You dispatch a single man to steal what's mine, and expect success. Even as leader of a base, your reasoning remains astonishingly simplistic. Lin Feng regarded Wang Shimin with quiet disdain. Even had the pilot not divulged the plot, Lin Feng would have anticipated such treachery. Having survived 5 years in the apocalyptic wasteland, Lin Feng lived each moment steeped in peril, ever vigilant, ever composed. To falter for even an instant would have meant death long before year 5. Ha ha ha. So you discovered our scheme, what then? At that moment one of Wang Shimin's men drew a pistol and aimed it squarely at Lin Feng. This is East City base, not Swan Bay. You've walked willingly into our trap, don't blame us for harshness. Send your men back now to retrieve sufficient supplies as ransom for your life. Otherwise none of you leave this rooftop alive. With all pretense shattered, Wang Shimin and his men revealed their true ruthless nature. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and slowly drew forth a high-alloy combat blade from behind his back. A gunshot cracked, sudden sharp. Yet the bullet was not aimed at Lin Feng's vitals but at his leg, a calculated choice. They intended to keep him alive both as leverage for Swan Bay's resources and as a stepping stone towards seizing it entirely. But what happened next defied comprehension. Lin Feng's blade swept forward, fluid, precise, effortless. A shower of sparks erupted where steel met projectile. Lin Feng stood unscathed, his blade had cleaved the bullet mid-flight. What speed! Even a standard handgun propels bullets at hundreds of meters per second, a reaction window measured in mere hundredths of a second. And yet, his strike struck the bullet itself. Such precision transcended human capability, it belonged solely to cinematic fantasy. You're a level 3 mutant. Wang Shimin shouted, sweat beading across his forehead. He knew with absolute certainty that his own level 2 mutant abilities could never replicate such reflexes, only a level 3 mutant possessed such mastery. Only now did Wang Shimin grasp why Lin Feng dared arrive alone, and why even after exposing the plot he'd brought only a single subordinate. The truth struck him like ice. Lin Feng was a level 3 mutant. As a level 2 himself, Wang Shimin intimately understood the chasm between levels, one far deeper than mere arithmetic. Even 20 level 1 mutants would fall before him if level 2 was so formidable. What unimaginable power resided in level 3? Wang Shimin dared not contemplate it. With a heavy thud he dropped to his knees. I beg your mercy, Lord Lin. Spare my life. I repent, I resign as chief. The entire East City base is yours. Survival now was his sole imperative. His subordinates stood frozen, stunned. If their level 2 chief knelt like a supplicant, what were they, mere insects before this force? In that instant every mind went blank. None had foreseen the sheer terrifying magnitude of Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng surveyed the stunned assembly, then turned coolly to the Swan Bay squad leader. From this moment you shall assume command of East City base. A flash of silver streaked through the air, and silence fell, broken only by the soft thud of falling bodies. Had Wang Shimin refrained from provoking Lin Feng, he might still have adhered to his earlier proposal, exchanging supplies for hostages. In that case, even if Lin Feng lost some personnel, he would at least acquire the food he needed. After all, Wang Shimin and his faction had no practical use for those people. Yet human nature is inherently greedy, especially in a lawless world where such greed swells without restraint. This is the apocalypse, an era defined by the survival of the fittest. Anyone daring to scheme against him would face absolute retribution. Only the dead pose no threat. From countless tragedies witnessed in his past life, others suffering, others' demise, Lin Feng had learned an unyielding truth: mercy has no place in the apocalypse. By the way, what's your name? Lin Feng turned and asked the junior squad leader behind him. Sir, my name is Chen Lei. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Lei hastened to reply. Toward Lin Feng he felt nothing short of profound admiration and unwavering loyalty. Not only had Lin Feng forged Swan Bay, a secure sanctuary amid the desolation, but with scarcely more than a few words he had dismantled the East City base's leadership and their entire entourage, and transformed Chen Lei and his comrades into level 2 mutants. In Chen Lei's eyes Lin Feng was akin to a rebirth parent, illuminating his path through this bleak shadow-choked world, commanding absolute reverence. From now on the East City base is under your command. Shortly I'll dispatch Zhang Chong with 100 of Swan Bay's fighters to take formal control here. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng laid out his plan. I'll provide you with several base vehicles for coordination. Any who resist your assumption of authority are to be eliminated without mercy. Next, conduct a full census of all personnel here. Zhang Chong will join you to oversee this task. You'll manage the base's supplies independently. If shortages arise, draw from Swan Bay. Your priority is to assume control of the East City base as swiftly as possible, integrating it fully as a subordinate outpost of Swan Bay. With those concise directives, Lin Feng concluded his instructions. The finer details would unfold only after formal occupation. For now, the immediate objective was seizing the base using Swan Bay's military force. After all, the East City base had previously fallen under Wang Shimin's jurisdiction. Regardless of his character, any individual who rose to lead a base must command loyal subordinates. To prevent those loyalists from inciting chaos, Lin Feng opted for a lightning assault, swift, decisive, and overwhelming. He left Chen Lei behind. As a level 2 mutant, Chen Lei posed no vulnerability, remaining there alone. Lin Feng meanwhile departed aboard a helicopter bound for Swan Bay. At that hour Zhang Chang was wide awake, not sleeping, but standing with 100 elite fighters assembled in the central plaza before the main building precisely as Lin Feng had instructed. Lin Feng's helicopter descended smoothly onto the plaza. "Come with me now," he said directly to Zhang Chang upon stepping down. The two strode toward a cluster of base vehicles Lin Feng had prepositioned nearby. "You've tested them already. These vehicles communicate seamlessly with one another. I've granted you full operational authority, you may command them all. I'm assigning you 4 base vehicles. Take your 100 fighters to the East City base and broadcast, via the onboard loudspeakers, that the base has fallen. Should resistance emerge, order the vehicles to engage immediately. Our objective is 0 casualties among our own forces. Once secured, assign your fighters to guard all critical positions." At dawn announced the leadership change across the entire base. Seated inside the vehicle, Lin Feng continued instructing Zhang Chang, this being his first independent command. Ordinarily Lin Feng himself would have led such an operation. Yet to cultivate Zhang Chang's capability he deliberately entrusted him with the mission. After all, this was merely the subjugation of a modest stronghold, barely 20,000 souls. If Zhang Chang faltered here, how could he ever hope to command a metropolis-sized base of 200,000, or even 1 million? Such hesitation would only compound future chaos. Thus rigorous training now served as essential preparation for greater trials ahead. "Brother Feng, I've already tested the base vehicle." Zhang Chang spoke with palpable excitement. Truth be told, it obeys commands flawlessly, far surpassing that Siri assistant on fruit-branded phones. It not only comprehends my orders but synchronizes seamlessly with other base vehicles. Now I finally understand how you orchestrated them during the zombie horde assault. For Zhang Chang this mission stirred exhilaration, not anxiety. He had undergone profound transformation, a level 2 mutant whose confidence dwarfed that of ordinary humans. Having weathered the apocalypse's earliest storms, he'd matured from novice to seasoned operative, lacking now only battlefield command experience. "Very well, I await your victory report," Lin Feng replied with a smile, observing Zhang Chang's eager readiness. For this operation Lin Feng authorized him to deploy 4 base vehicles. Each vehicle accommodated 50 personnel, thus the 100 fighters boarded comfortably across the 4 units. Zhang Chang immediately directed them to embark. This time every fighter wore full combat gear, alloy battle blades acquired since the apocalypse's onset, reinforced alloy armor, assault rifles and sidearms. Each also carried night vision goggles and 4 high-explosive grenades. In essence they were no longer mere survivors, they were disciplined professional soldiers. Though modest in scale, this operation demanded precision. Lin Feng lacked neither resources nor equipment, and equipped his troops so thoroughly to ensure minimal if not 0 casualties. These were Lin Feng's personally trained warriors, everyone a level 1 mutant and all poised, barring unforeseen setbacks, to ascend soon to level 2. Yet even so Lin Feng deployed base vehicles as escort, because where machines could act with flawless efficiency, human effort need not be squandered. That night promised an overwhelming decisive victory, so total that should the enemy dare not resist it would scarcely merit the term battle at all. For base vehicles, their magic crystals fully charged ignited their floodlights. As the main gate of Swan Bay base swung open, they rolled forth in solemn, unstoppable procession. Meanwhile Lin Feng found himself momentarily unoccupied. The East City base operation had sharpened his alertness rather than dulled it. Returning to his villa bedroom, he retrieved an item from his storage space. It was the energy conversion device awarded earlier by the system. With time to spare, Lin Feng settled in to examine its mechanisms closely. The system had granted Lin Feng 100 energy conversion devices. Upon entering his storage space they multiplied into 1 million units. Lin Feng retrieved one and glanced at it. The device was simple in design. It attached to the side of a firearm and required only a grade 1 demon crystal, containing 1000 energy points, to operate. Harnessing those energy points, the device amplified each fired bullet through secondary propulsion, compounding kinetic impact with raw energy discharge, dramatically enhancing the weapon's lethality. Lin Feng mounted one such device onto a rifle and stepped into the courtyard to test fire it several times. The modified rifle now matched the destructive power of the base vehicle's energy weapons. This result satisfied Lin Feng greatly. He promptly gathered stacks of firearms and conversion devices and piled them into a corner of the villa. Returning to the living room, he found everyone still awake, and immediately instructed the group to begin retrofitting the firearms. It proved straightforward. Within a short time even elders like Zhang Chang's parents and Zhou Tao had mastered the process. Through collective effort they completed modifications on over 10,000 rifles in just a few hours. At dawn the next day Lin Feng summoned the 3 remaining squad leaders from the hotel. First he distributed the upgraded rifles to the hotel's remaining 300-odd soldiers. Then, guided by the 3 squad leaders' recommendations, he selected one new squad leader from among them. Finally, Lin Feng bestowed upon the newly appointed leader a primary solidifying yuan pill. The man, who had just ascended to level 2 mutation, was overwhelmed with gratitude. He had long admired the existing squad leaders. Now to his astonishment he stood equal to them as a level 2 mutant. Though the new leader pledged unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng, another urgent matter demanded immediate attention. Gather all personnel skilled in operating excavators at the central plaza, Lin Feng commanded. Then instruct them to dig foundations in the wilderness, each matching the footprint of the hotel's main building. This task must be executed without delay. It is our top priority. Lin Feng issued the order before the 4 squad leaders standing before him. He then proceeded to the hotel's dedicated engineering vehicle parking zone and deployed a sufficient number of excavators. Soon after, those trained to operate them sprang into action. Following Lin Feng's instructions, they commenced excavation 1 kilometer beyond Swan Bay. Their principal task was to carve foundations identical in surface area to the hotel's main structure. Each foundation extended 2 underground levels deep, exactly matching the hotel's substructure. This marked the next phase of Lin Feng's planned base expansion. While construction surged outside the hotel, Zhang Chang relayed updates via radio. East City base remained stable. He and Chen Lei had swiftly reclaimed it. A handful of loyalists formerly sworn to Wang Shimin attempted resistance, but were instantly neutralized by Zhang Chang's forces. Per Lin Feng's directive, Zhang Chang posted public notices across East City base stipulating that residents would temporarily need to achieve self-sufficiency in supplies. Chen Lei established an outdoor exploration guild within the base and instituted provisional regulations. All foragers, whether scavenging supplies, harvesting food, or gathering grain from abandoned farmland, were required to register their expeditions with the guild. For now the guild levied no fees, but once base operations stabilized it would impose modest tolls, either in currency or in kind provisions, upon each outbound expedition. Those unwilling to comply would be required to leave. East City base offered no free sanctuary. Your residents carried inherent obligations. Of course, this policy lay in the future. For the coming month Lin Feng had no intention of imposing such levies. After all, to expect labor one must first ensure sustenance. Once Lin Feng dispatched additional base vehicles bearing newly converted energy weapons to East City base, its contingent of 100 soldiers remained stationed there permanently. Having resolved the East City base campaign, Zhang Chang returned to Swan Bay base. Brother Feng, what are those massive pits being dug outside? Are they anti-zombie defenses? Are we fortifying against zombies? Zhang Chang asked Lin Feng upon meeting him, puzzled, for the excavated pits were so deep that any zombie falling in would perish instantly. You'll know in 3 days, Lin Feng replied enigmatically, observing Zhang Chang's bewilderment. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, more than 100 colossal pits dotted the terrain 1 kilometer beyond Swan Bay, each spanning precisely the footprint of the hotel's main building. Per Lin Feng's prior instructions, every pit descended 2 full stories underground. Upon completion of the final excavation, Lin Feng assembled everyone from the hotel, including the 1,000+ newly arrived technical specialists, at the plaza before the main building. No one understood the purpose of the gathering, and Lin Feng offered no explanation. They stood outside for only a few minutes before receiving orders to return to their respective posts. Confused but obedient, none dared question. Everyone simply resumed their duties. What they did not know was that in that very instant when all had assembled outdoors, Lin Feng had already withdrawn the entire main hotel building into his storage space. There he amplified the structure 10,000-fold, generating 10,000 identical hotels, then restored the original building to its exact former position. Now came the decisive phase of Lin Feng's plan. He ventured into the wilderness, arriving at a pre-excavated site, and released one of the replicated hotel structures. It settled perfectly, centered and level, into the prepared pit. Though called a pit, it was in truth a foundation, precisely what Lin Feng had directed them to excavate. The original hotel possessed 2 subterranean levels. Once stored, its architecture could not be altered. Thus only pits of matching depth could accommodate the structure seamlessly. Instantly a new hotel rose from the earth. Its ground floor aligned flush with the surrounding terrain. Success! A surge of elation swelled within Lin Feng. He had anticipated requiring meticulous fine-tuning, but now saw it was entirely unnecessary. This was his grand vision, the 100 hotel project. One hotel could never suffice. Constructing new buildings, though materials were available, would prove prohibitively cumbersome. Far more efficient was replication, duplicating the hotel's main structure outright. And so simplicity reigned. With the first new hotel complete, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the next vast excavation. Thus Lin Feng installed one hotel tower after another. Yet the task was far more complex than mere copy and paste. After all, structures like the main hotel tower had never been replicated before, now they were simply lifted from storage and lowered directly into pre-dug foundations. However, certain interior elements had already undergone enhancement, for instance provisions Lin Feng had originally retrieved from his spatial storage. The hotel's water reservoirs likewise contained previously enhanced water. Such items were numerous, meaning extensive finishing work followed the completion of each new hotel. Fortunately, Lin Feng was already highly proficient in manipulating his spatial storage. Items already present required no intervention, while missing ones could be supplied instantly. When the final tower settled onto its foundation, night had fallen. In a single day, Lin Feng had completed the construction of 100 new hotels. The Swan Bay Hotel comprised 1314 rooms. Excluding presidential suites and luxury accommodations, it could house up to 2500 people, 2 per room. That figure represented normal capacity. During critical periods with conference halls and additional suites repurposed, the number could easily double. Even at 2500 people per hotel, 100 hotels meant accommodation for 250000 souls, a sprawling cluster of towers radiating outward from Swan Bay's original base. What did 100 towers, each over 50 stories tall, represent? By now the hotel cluster extended nearly to the East City base. In essence, Lin Feng had forged between Swan Bay Base and East City Base an independent megabase capable of sheltering 250000 people. Such scale would have qualified as a mid-tier base even in his previous life. Each hotel housed its own generator for power, while water supply remained consistent with earlier practice, purchased from water plants and enhanced prior to delivery. Yet construction was not yet complete. Lin Feng first ascended to the rooftop of every hotel, placing 4 Tier 1 base vehicles atop each. This endowed every tower with its own defensive perimeter. 4 base vehicles yielded 80 energy machine guns, a formidable deterrent for any single high-rise. Should danger arise, neighboring hotels' base vehicles would provide mutual support, thus weaving an integrated defensive network. Though this consumed 400 base vehicles, their coverage spanned the entire base. And with several million Tier 1 spirit crystals already in his possession, the energy cost was negligible. Lin Feng now designated the original compound as the Old District and the hotel cluster as the New District. Yet he showed no sign of slowing his relentless construction. At the edge of the Old District, he retrieved the city wall once more from his spatial storage. Though the New District spanned several square kilometers, it paled beside the vast expanse of wall stored within. Thereupon, much like constructing in the game Minecraft, Lin Feng drove along the perimeter, laying segment after segment of wall around the New District. This encirclement spanned nearly 10 square kilometers. Every inch of the New District had to be fully enclosed. Though seemingly simple, the task consumed over an hour. Simultaneously, he had to install staircases inside the wall to allow ascent, a labor-intensive manual undertaking that consumed most of his time. Ladders granting access to the ramparts were mounted along each wall face. As in the Old District of Swan Bay, Lin Feng positioned 1 base vehicle every 50 meters along each side. Additionally, 2 Tier 2 base vehicles were stationed on the inner side of each wall face. Their greater height enabled their main cannons to engage targets beyond the walls, rendering them exceptionally potent defensive assets. Thus a tripartite defense system emerged: hotel rooftops, rampart-mounted emplacements, and inner Tier 2 base vehicles, all seamlessly interwoven. Only when every element stood complete did Lin Feng finally exhale in quiet relief. Though Swan Bay was now formally divided into Old and New Districts, in truth it comprised 3 distinct zones: the Central Villa Enclave, the Old District, and the New District. Here resided Lin Feng and those closest to him, the very heart of Swan Bay. Just over 20 villas occupied this core, with only Lin Feng's inner circle and Sergeant Zhao Hu's squad currently inhabiting 2 of them. Lin Feng designated this area the Core Zone, access restricted exclusively to individuals of verified status. Meanwhile, the Old District housed not only veteran fighters but also over 1,000 technical specialists. These specialists formed Lin Feng's most trusted cadre. Though their full capabilities remained untapped, their intrinsic value was undeniable. Whether operating Lin Feng's advanced equipment firsthand or training others, they were already integral, Swan Bay's true native inhabitants from this moment forward. Within the Old District lay all missile systems, not only ballistic launchers but also helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and even a nuclear silo. These constituted Lin Feng's strategic arsenal. Its placement in the Old District was unquestionable. The New District, by contrast, served future expansion. Like East City Base, the New District welcomed newcomers, provided they adhered to base regulations, paid taxes, or contributed labor. Lin Feng cared little where they chose to reside. He merely provided shelter, sustenance and resources demanded personal effort. In the apocalypse self-sufficiency was an illusion. Wherever people gathered human dynamics flourished, commerce bloomed, society evolved. Thus Lin Feng welcomed outsiders so long as his own interests remained unharmed. Naturally those who posed a threat to Lin Feng were exceptions to this principle. The following dawn Zhangchang, jogging atop the old district's ramparts, stood utterly stunned. In just one day the landscape beyond Swan Bay had transformed beyond recognition. Though speechless with awe, Zhangchang asked no questions, he knew precisely what warranted inquiry and what did not. Yet internally astonishment surged, swiftly eclipsed by elation. To see Swan Bay expand to such magnitude filled him, long having called it home, with profound joy. Instantly he summoned his entire team via radio. They then began patrolling the ramparts. Upon witnessing the vista beyond Swan Bay, his subordinates mirrored his shock, gaping in silent disbelief. Amid their exhilaration they redoubled their vigilance, until halfway through the patrol Zhangchang's gaze drifted toward the distant wilderness and his brow furrowed. "What is that?" Zhangchang frowned as he gazed into the distance. Pulling out the telescope Lin Feng had provided him, he peered far ahead. Damn! So many vehicles. Through the lens he saw countless cars converging toward Swan Bay base. So dense was the convoy that even on the open highway thick plumes of dust rose into the air. Something was amiss. Zhangchang immediately seized his walkie-talkie and alerted Lin Feng. At that moment Lin Feng was inside the villa playfully interacting with Xiao Feng, a level 3 mutated fire phoenix growing ever more endearing and fully capable of comprehending Lin Feng's words. Upon hearing Zhangchang's voice crackle over the radio, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. A massive vehicular advanced toward their location. What could it possibly mean? Without delay Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, climbed into a Maybach and drove off, heading straight for the city wall, then onward toward the new district. Since the walls of the old and new districts were now interconnected, traversing the ramparts proved the most efficient route, and soon Lin Feng arrived at Zhangchang's position. What's happening? Lin Feng descended from the car and approached Zhangchang. At that very instant, gazing into the distance, he discerned the situation clearly, even without the telescope. Along the highway leading to Swan Bay's new zone hundreds of vehicles advanced in an unbroken, tightly packed column. An enemy assault. His first instinct was that hostile forces had arrived. Yet in this apocalyptic world he could recall no enemies, not even Wang Shimin of East City Base, whom he himself had slain. Nor had any of Wang's subordinates survived, all had fallen beneath Zhangchang and his comrades' blades. In Lin Feng's memory he had yet to clash with any major faction. By now the 100-vehicle convoy drew steadily closer to the wall, its composition wildly eclectic: sedans, SUVs, minibuses and even several cargo trucks. It was unmistakably a mixed fleet. When it halted 100 meters from the wall it became evident, the imposing fortification had given them pause. Zhangchang strode to a nearby base vehicle and retrieved its external broadcast unit, a device amplifying voice output like a pre-collapse police siren. "Who are you?" "This is Swan Bay Base." Zhangchang felt no trace of tension. He knew full well the base vehicle's autonomous combat capability. From their vantage point along the wall 4 or 5 adjacent base vehicles lay well within optimal firing range, capable of engaging the entire convoy directly. With over 100 energy-based machine guns poised to unleash devastation, Zhangchang faced their numbers without fear. His voice boomed across the expanse carried by the base vehicle's speakers. From the lead vehicle more than a dozen figures dismounted. "We're from Baiwa village nestled at the foot of Luanfeng mountain. We've come in search of supplies." A young man among them, rifle slung across his back, spoke loudly. Baiwa village. Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise upon hearing the name. Luanfeng mountain was a famed landmark of Binhai City, vast in scale and renowned as a premier tourist destination. Within its forests dwelled an ethnic minority group. Traditionally they sustained themselves by catering to mountain visitors. Having lived there for generations they established their own fortified settlement, Baiwa village. Ordinarily Baiwa village relied on subsistence farming, mountain hunting and tourism revenue. Yet now, astonishingly, they had ventured forth from Luanfeng mountain itself. "Ask them to send a few representatives up to speak," Lin Feng instructed Zhangchang, eyes fixed on the distant convoy. Lin Feng had little direct knowledge of Baiwa village, only vague awareness that this ethnic group was fiercely independent, often hunting wild beasts deep in the mountains. Minutes later several figures ascended the ramparts. An elder man in his 60s led the way, followed closely by several younger men. "Greetings. We are from Baiwa village. I am Dao Yu, chieftain of our clan." The elder introduced himself respectfully before Lin Feng and his companions. "The chieftain himself has come." Lin Feng mused inwardly. This suggested Baiwa village faced grave hardship. This territory is privately held, it is Swan Bay base. If you seek only supplies you must look elsewhere. Zhang Chang spoke up while Lin Feng remained silent. Long exposure to the collapse had honed his instincts in dealing with strangers. We are a government-protected ethnic minority. One of the youths beside Dao Yu declared boldly. Do you have any official representatives here? We face dire straits. We need food, daily necessities, and electricity. Our village has been without power for days. You must provide us resources, or how shall we survive? As he spoke, the youth scanned Lin Feng and his companions, searching for the one in command. I suspect you misunderstand the present reality. I've already stated, this is private land, Zhang Chang replied with a faint smile. Their brazen demands, without regard for where they stood, spoke volumes. If you require provisions, seek out the municipal authorities you mentioned. But as far as I know, no such authority remains. This is sovereign territory, why should we hand over resources freely? Zhang Chang gave no weight to their ethnic status. Past governmental support was irrelevant, the Swan Bay base was Lin Feng's hard-won domain forged through relentless effort. Young sir, please forgive my companion, he speaks rashly. Do not take offense, Dao Yu interjected swiftly. We understand broadly what the world has become. Our village is overrun, infested with zombies and mutated beasts. Survival there is no longer possible. We ventured out only to find a path to survival, intending to settle near the coast to live off the sea. We never imagined you'd enclose this area, so we came to investigate. Dao Yu as chieftain possessed worldly experience. Observing Zhang Chang's armed entourage, he recognized formidable adversaries, and tempered his speech with deference and diplomacy. Ah, I'm afraid your plan is flawed, Zhang Chang shook his head. The oceans teem with sea monsters now, relying on the sea is impossible. Our people lost several lives drawing water near the shore. If you seek to rebuild your lives, you do better to explore other regions. May I make a humble request? Seeing the towering walls and the cluster of high-rise hotels within the base, Dao Yu asked carefully. Might we be permitted to settle here? He gestured toward the ramparts beneath his feet and the gleaming towers beyond, his tone measured, his plea respectful. Dao Yu was no fool, he was after all well into his 60s. He had visited this place before, it was unmistakably the highway leading from Dongqing Homestead to the coast. Yet now towering skyscrapers rose where none had stood before, and the entire area was enclosed by high walls, clearly transformed into a fortified base. Zhang Chang and his men wore gleaming alloy battle armor, gripped broadswords at their sides, and carried rifles slung across their backs, a sight that radiated unassailable authority. In stark contrast, their own weapons were little more than crude handmade firearms, granted decades ago by the government under special dispensation as they belonged to an ethnic minority permitted to hunt in the mountains. Had it not been for those outdated permits, Baiwa village would likely have vanished entirely in the early days of the apocalypse. Now, with zombies roaming unchecked beyond their walls, the villagers dared not venture far. Faced with such a secure stronghold, they immediately wondered whether they might be allowed to settle within. How many people are with you? Lin Feng asked, stepping forward. The young man's earlier remarks had irritated Lin Feng deeply, mere empty rhetoric. Like Zhang Chang, he saw no inherent obligation toward ethnic minorities. In these desperate times, survival weighed heavier than identity. Yet Dao Yu, the village chieftain, spoke with grace and restraint, earning Lin Feng's reluctant respect. Originally we numbered over 8,000, Dao Yu replied without hesitation. But nearly half turned into zombies and many more perished fighting them in the aftermath. All told, we now number just over 4,000. What you see before you is every vehicle our village possesses, the main column follows closely behind. We've sent this advance party to scout if the rest of our people will arrive within 1 or 2 hours. As he spoke, Dao Yu watched Lin Feng's expression with quiet apprehension. He sensed no advantage in his group's position. Zhang Chang had already summoned reinforcements via radio, inner-city soldiers were now arriving steadily on site. Watching armored troops pour in, Dao Yu's voice faltered. I see. Residence isn't out of the question, but certain conditions apply. Lin Feng glanced toward the distant convoy. As my comrade stated earlier, this is private territory. Supplies won't be given freely. First, any who wish to reside here must contribute 700 able-bodied young men to be integrated into our garrison. Their rations and provisions will be fully managed by me, effectively they become my personnel severed from your command and jurisdiction. As for the remainder of your people, shelter may be provided, but all other supplies must be sourced independently. Whether scavenging elsewhere or hunting in Wanchong Mountain, every returning individual must surrender 20% of their haul to the base. In return I provide electricity and the most basic potable water. We may also recruit specialists from among your ranks. Those selected will receive full logistical support, while the rest remain responsible for their own sustenance. These terms constituted Lin Feng's entry protocol. Those formally affiliated with him received comprehensive provisioning, food, gear and essentials, all supplied by the base. For everyone else, housing and utilities represented extraordinary generosity. To dwell within the base meant self-reliance, and taxation on all acquired resources. Thus balance was preserved, neither side exploited the other. In truth, securing sanctuary behind towering walls guarded by vigilant patrols was a rare stroke of fortune for Dao Yu's people. You, truly permit us to enter. Dao Yu's gratitude was palpable. Lin Feng's terms were unassailable, even the demand for 700 youths, though stringent, was pragmatic. After all, those young adults consumed the greatest share of food. Serving as garrison guards offered them stable self-sustaining employment within Swan Bay base. In effect, the arrangement eased the village's burden. As for the rest, Dao Yu found Lin Feng's stipulations fair and reasonable. Survival wherever one went demanded resourcefulness. That Lin Feng offered shelter and utilities at all amounted to benevolence beyond expectation. Thereupon Dao Yu formally pledged Baiwa village's allegiance to Swan Bay base. Over the next hour or two, as the main contingent arrived, Zhang Chang and his team sprang into action. First came the selection of garrison recruits, 700 of the strongest among the 4,000, then their integration into the base's existing 300-strong guard force. The garrison thus swelled to 1,000. For the new recruits, Lin Feng administered only loyalty chips, no immediate transformation into level 1 mutants. At minimum they warranted a probationary period. Even with implanted loyalty chips, elevation would await full assimilation into the garrison's ethos and discipline. The remaining villagers were housed in 2 adjacent hotels. Though numbering nearly 4,000, their presence scarcely registered within the base. After all, 2 hotel buildings accommodated but a fraction of Swan Bay New District's total population. Notices appeared throughout both hotels. Skilled individuals, martial artists, engineers, technicians, or those possessing specialized expertise, were invited to contact base authorities directly. The recruitment notice bore fruit. University graduates and advanced degree professionals swiftly reached out to Zhang Chang's team. Dozens were soon relocated to the historic core of Swan Bay, granted rooms in the main hotel tower. Lin Feng held talent in the highest regard. Of the original cohort of over 1,000 specialists, many now trained alongside Zhao Hu in missile systems, others had already assumed responsibility for routine infrastructure maintenance. Altogether, Baiwa village's integration infused Swan Bay New District with renewed vitality. As for how its people procured supplies beyond the walls, Lin Feng left that entirely to them. Now a new thought took shape in his mind. The nearby Binhai University demanded attention. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating matters related to Binhai University, the intercom crackled to life. "Boss, the knife friend from Baiwazi wants to see you with a few people." The voice on the intercom belonged to a squad leader. "Let him come over," Lin Feng replied, seated on the sofa addressing the intercom. This time nearly 5,000 people from Baiwazi had been brought in, and among them the clan leader. The knife friend was arranged to stay in the main building of the Swan Bay Hotel. Of course, a few of his trusted aides were included as well. It could be said that Lin Feng's actions were somewhat of an exception. Not long after the villa's doorbell rang. Mu Hongmei, who had been watching a TV series in the living room, opened the door. The knife friend entered with 4 young men. "I've come to see you, Lord Lin," said the knife friend politely as he stepped into the living room and looked at Lin Feng. "No need for formality, please take a seat." As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Lin Feng was uncertain why the other party had come to see him. Nevertheless, he prepared a pot of tea for his guest. The knife friend took a seat on the sofa while the 4 young men he brought stood behind him. Lin Feng glanced at them but said nothing. "Lord Lin, thank you very much for taking us in this time," the knife friend expressed with gratitude. "If it weren't for your hospitality, we might have ended up by the seaside. By that time I can only imagine our people would have faced the attacks of sea monsters. Being able to stay in Swan Bay now is truly an honor for us." Pouring a cup of tea for Lin Feng, the knife friend smiled and said. Lin Feng nodded and raised his teacup. "It's just a small favor. If you have anything to discuss, feel free to mention it. I prefer directness." After taking a sip of tea, Lin Feng placed the cup on the coffee table in front of him. There's no way the knife friend would come to talk casually without any reason. "It's like this, Lord Lin, there are some capable individuals in our village and I would like them to follow you, Lord." Holding his teacup, the knife friend looked at Lin Feng as he spoke. "These individuals are the strong ones of the village and represent our hope for the future. I hope they can play their part under your leadership." Lin Feng interrupted the knife friend saying, "Are you saying there are mutants among you?" Nodding, the knife friend replied, "Yes, just as Lord Lin said. After the apocalypse arrived, some of our clansmen became significantly stronger. Each of them can easily take on 10 opponents." As he spoke, the 4 young men behind him displayed proud expressions. It seemed that they were indeed the mutants the knife friend referred to, possessing strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Feng smiled slightly but said nothing. "What's so impressive about being a mutant?" Mu Hongmei, who was watching the TV series, dismissively remarked. "Little girl, what do you know? I'm talking about those who have undergone mutations. If their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Just like these 4 I brought over, each of them can easily kill dozens of zombies." The knife friend frowned at Mu Hongmei's comment. In his view, how could a young girl understand the might of mutants? The young men behind him also wore expressions of indignation, seemingly infuriated by being underestimated. Dozens of zombies? Is that really impressive? Mu Hongmei stood up smiling as she said this. She then walked to the kitchen and retrieved a large cast iron spoon. With a gentle yet firm grip, she effortlessly transformed the spoon into a solid iron ball. Throwing the iron ball onto the ground in front of the knife friend, Mu Hongmei went back to sit on the floor and resumed watching TV. The sight left the knife friend dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? That was a cast iron spoon. It's not hard to deform it, but to turn it into a solid iron ball requires at least 1,000 pounds of force. Such a feat was beyond even the mutants behind him. Moreover, the Mu Hongmei before him was just a girl. Now the knife friend finally understood why Lin Feng merely smiled and said nothing earlier. The young mutants behind him would have preferred to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Earlier they had been so proud, but now it seemed they were inferior even to a girl. "Alright, clan leader Dao, I understand your intentions." Taking a sip of tea, Lin Feng said blandly. "To be honest, we are not lacking in mutants at all. In fact, in the near future Swan Bay will have even more mutants. If you want your subordinates to join our ranks, I welcome them. But to be honest, if you want me to give them special attention just for that reason, they will have to earn it themselves. If they are willing to work hard for the base and possess their own skills, I will naturally provide them with better treatment. Thus within my base only strength and contribution matter." Putting down his teacup, Lin Feng scanned the young men. "What the Lord said is true, I was too full of myself before." Though somewhat disappointed, the knife friend understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. Without contributions to the base, mere strength alone would not garner attention. Moreover, what they considered strength was nothing in the eyes of the others. Even a girl like Mu Hongmei could easily surpass them. Now the knife friend truly understood what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. "By the way, clan leader Dao, since you're here, I have a question." At this moment Lin Feng suddenly recalled something. "You mentioned that since you have mutants it shouldn't be difficult to fight against zombies. Baiwazi is your home and logically you should be guarding Luanfeng Mountain. After all, although there are some mutated beasts in the mountains, most animals are still viable for hunting. By abandoning your homes to seek survival outside, isn't that putting the cart before the horse?" Leaning back, Lin Feng inquired. This was what he most wanted to know. "What you said is right, theoretically we should still be able to hold our ground," the knife friend sighed. "Even though there are zombies and mutated beasts, we still have mutants. However, it's strange, many mutated beasts on the mountain seem to run down inexplicably. What's most peculiar is that those mutated beasts don't seem to want to attack us but are trying to escape from Luanfeng Mountain. The appearance of numerous mutated beasts forced us to leave our homes." As he spoke of this matter, the knife friend felt a sense of confusion. "You mean there seems to be something on the mountain that those mutated beasts fear which causes them to flee from Luanfeng Mountain?" Lin Feng discerned a clue from the knife friend's words. According to Lord Lin's words, it does seem to have some truth to it. After listening to Lin Feng, Dao Yu felt a stir in his heart. Initially the beginning of the apocalypse was quite stable if the mutated beasts on the mountain weren't causing much of a stir. Occasionally a few that ventured down the mountain were eliminated by the mutated beings within our village. However, just a few days ago there was a significant change in the situation on the mountain. Those mutated beasts hurried down the mountain in droves, attacking anyone they saw. Our casualties were substantial, which is why we decided to leave Luanfeng Mountain. Recalling the events of the past few days, Dao Yu said, "If what Lin Feng just mentioned is true, those mutated beasts did indeed seem like they were fleeing." At this point Dao Yu detailed the specific circumstances to Lin Feng. "What exactly is on your side of the mountain?" After Dao Yu finished describing, Lin Feng asked. Aside from a few days ago, Lin Feng hadn't visited Luanfeng Mountain in many years. After all, who would frequently visit a tourist spot in their own city? Lin Feng naturally wasn't very clear about the situation on the mountain. On our side of the mountain there is a temple, Dao Yu said after pondering. In fact, I haven't been up the mountain for quite some time either. But if nothing unexpected happened, that small temple should still be there. Inside the temple there is only an old man who tends to it. I don't know if he has turned into a zombie. Apart from that, the mountain is inhabited by wild animals, but it seems there are no ferocious beasts present. After all, Baiwa village is merely a settlement at the foot of the mountain and it rarely ascends to the peak. Alright, I understand now. After hearing Dao Yu's words, Lin Feng nodded. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while and Lin Feng promised that Dao Yu's mutated beings could join the original team of 10 guards. As for how things would develop in the future, that would depend on those individuals themselves. After bidding farewell to Dao Yu, Lin Feng returned to the villa. The issues reported by Dao Yu today made Lin Feng even more curious. A village of 5,000 people with guns and mutated beings. If such strength could be driven out of Luanfeng Mountain, it would mean that a large number of mutated beasts had surely rushed down from the mountain. The question of why those mutated beasts all came down is indeed a perplexing one. Early the next morning, Lin Feng set out in a base vehicle. Currently there are 10 guard teams, each consisting of over 100 people in the entire Swan Bay. If you add the small team from the East City base, there are actually 11 guard teams. These 10 teams comprise over 1,000 people led by 10 captains who were selected from both the original group and newly chosen members. These captains are all second-level mutated beings directly reporting to Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Though a 1,000-strong team may seem considerable, they are actually responsible for managing an area of nearly 10 kilometers. Thus, while it may seem like a large number, it is still woefully insufficient. Lin Feng knows that the development of the base is gradual. Even if everyone were made guards now, what good would that do? Whatever the scale, that's the way it is. It's a timeless principle. After leaving Swan Bay, Lin Feng drove the base vehicle towards Luanfeng Mountain. When a problem arises, one must investigate. That is his nature, though it remains to be seen whether this nature is good or bad. Along the way there were still a few zombies on the road. However, Lin Feng's target was not them, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove past. The zombies' footsteps could not keep up with the vehicle and were swiftly left behind. Luanfeng Mountain is only a few kilometers from Swan Bay, and soon Lin Feng reached the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at the site of Baiwa village, Lin Feng saw that it was already deserted. At the foot of the mountain there were also no zombies or mutated beasts. After all, when they moved they made quite a racket, attracting the surrounding mutated beasts and zombies. The end result, of course, was that they were killed by the people of Baiwa village. Hence Baiwa village was empty at this time. Getting out of the vehicle, Lin Feng took out a drone from his storage space. After connecting the controller, the drone slowly took off. Lin Feng would not be foolish enough to recklessly venture deep into the mountains, even though he is a third-level mutated being. In the apocalypse anything could happen, so it was necessary to be cautious. Once the drone ascended, the scene below was transmitted to Lin Feng's controller. Controlling the drone to fly deeper into the mountains, the screen displayed real-time scenes of the ground. Overall the mountain appeared quite calm. Through the controller, Lin Feng could see that there were occasionally some mutated insects and small mutated beasts on the mountain. However, most of them were mutated rabbits or wild chickens. But as the drone continued to ascend, Lin Feng seemed to notice a problem. The mutated beasts mostly lingered around halfway up the mountain, and the further up he went the fewer mutated beasts there were. By the time he approached the summit there wasn't a single mutated beast within a few hundred meters. Something strange must be happening, Lin Feng thought to himself. Having lived through 5 years in the apocalypse in his past life, Lin Feng had some understanding of mutated beasts. The hierarchy among mutated beasts is quite clear. Lower-level mutated beasts often fear those of higher levels. This is particularly evident, which is why many higher-level mutated beasts can control some lower-level mutated beasts as subordinates. In the empty space within these few hundred meters there wasn't a single mutated beast. Lin Feng increased the drone's flying height, elevating it a full 20 meters above the ground. At this height even the situations described in books could be seen more clearly. At this moment the controller displayed the distant temple. The temple was quite small, occupying no more than 200 square meters, resembling a farmer's dwelling. Lin Feng remembered that when he visited before it only housed a statue of Buddha. Now Lin Feng maneuvered the drone towards the small temple. According to Dao Yu's previous account there should be a temple keeper inside. As for whether this person had turned into a zombie after the apocalypse struck, that remains unknown. However, there are so many wild beasts and countless mutated beasts on the mountain. Even if that person hadn't turned into a zombie when the apocalypse first hit, it is likely that after so many days his fate would be grim. So is the reason those mutated beasts dare not ascend the mountain related to this temple? Everything would have to wait for the drone to check. The drone quickly arrived above the temple, and through the controller Lin Feng could already see the courtyard of the temple. But just then the display on the controller suddenly darkened. The drone had crashed. Seeing a shadow on the controller, Lin Feng fell silent. Could it have been shot down by a mutated beast or bird in the trees? Lin Feng pondered this thought. But in the next moment he dismissed it. After all, the drone was hovering above the middle of the temple where there were no trees. Moreover, the drone was equipped with multiple microphones, and Lin Feng had not heard any sounds from birds. So how did the drone malfunction? This became a mystery. However, Lin Feng could not abandon this clue. Fortunately, there were millions of drones in his storage space, losing one was inconsequential. At that moment Lin Feng took out another drone from the storage space. After ascending, the drone flew back towards the peak of Luanfeng Mountain. This time the drone flew at a much higher altitude, at least 50 meters above the horizon. At such a height it was unlikely to encounter any accidents except for flying birds. Soon the drone reached the top of the temple. From above it appeared that there was nothing in the open space in the middle of the temple. The temple was quiet, only the occasional sound of leaves blown down by the wind falling into the courtyard. Suddenly Lin Feng's eyes moved. In one corner of the temple courtyard there sat a person. That person was completely naked, and at that moment they were looking up at the drone above. Was it the old temple keeper? Looking at that person, Lin Feng thought to himself. Perhaps this was the only explanation at this moment. But in the next moment Lin Feng was shocked by the scene before him. He saw the old temple keeper squatting in place, and then his figure gradually began to grow. Gradually the old temple keeper transformed into a gigantic insect, a mantis. The old keeper had actually turned into a massive mantis. His originally withered yellow arms had turned into mantis limbs. The transformed elder, now a mutated mantis, raised his triangular head and stared at the drone above. It was a mutated symbiote. Seeing the elder's transformation, Lin Feng was speechless. In fact, besides zombies and mutated beasts, there was another form in the apocalypse, the mutated symbiote. This occurred at the beginning of the apocalypse, when mutated beasts unintentionally parasitized humans during their initial mutations, leading to a joint transformation with humanity. As a result, the human had effectively become a mutated beast. However, at times it could still present itself in human form. Such mutated beasts are often much stronger than ordinary ones, but due to their rarity, encounters with them are infrequent. Lin Feng had not expected to encounter such a mutated symbiote on Luanfeng Mountain. The mutated mantis suddenly jumped up, aiming directly at the drone above. It leaped over 20 meters, but due to the drone's altitude the mutated mantis could not reach that height. Finally the mystery was solved. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Feng understood how the previous drone had malfunctioned. However, that was not the main point. The focus was the mutated mantis itself. A mutated beast that could achieve symbiotic status would at least possess the strength of a level 4 mutated beast. In other words, the current mutated mantis was at least level 4. This realization made Lin Feng take it seriously. If it truly was a level 4 mutated beast, he could not recklessly ascend the mountain. After all, he was merely a level 3 mutant despite having a system and storage space. However, dealing with a level 4 mutated beast would still be quite challenging. If he mismanaged things, it could lead to unexpected consequences. Yet with a level 4 mutated beast right in front of him, how could Lin Feng simply give up? Should he use a missile to kill it? Lin Feng had considered this question. However, even if the level 4 mantis died from a missile, where would its magical crystal be blown to? Even a god would struggle to find it. If that were the case, wouldn't he lose his reason for killing it? So how could he ensure that he could obtain the spoils while eliminating this level 4 mutated beast? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Got it. Lin Feng was the kind of person who could think quickly in desperate situations. In the next moment he maneuvered the drone to stabilize it in the air. Then he took out 6 agricultural drones from the storage space. These drones could carry objects weighing up to 50 kilograms and were used for irrigating fields before the apocalypse. Subsequently, Lin Feng took out several barrels of pesticide and placed them next to the drones. This was a highly concentrated insecticide that needed to be diluted 1,000 times for normal use. However, at this moment Lin Feng didn't need to dilute it, he directly poured the concentrated insecticide into the spraying chamber of the agricultural drone. The agricultural drone was originally intended for spraying fields, making this operation quite simple. After filling all 6 agricultural drones with the concentrated insecticide, Lin Feng maneuvered one of them towards the mountain peak. Soon the drone reached above the temple. Through the controller, Lin Feng saw that the mutated mantis was still trying to attack the original drone above. Seeing a new drone approaching, it appeared even more agitated. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed the spraying button. In the next moment, the concentrated insecticide poured down like rain from above the temple. The insecticide splattered onto the mutated mantis, causing it to cry out in pain. Even as a level 4 mutated mantis, fundamentally it was still an insect. Despite being infected by the zombie virus, it still feared the insecticide. At the very least, its cells could not lie. As the insecticide continued to spray, the mutated mantis struggled incessantly. This was insecticide that could be diluted 1,000 times. Its lethality was incomparable to ordinary insecticides. Soon one of the agricultural drones had run out of insecticide. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began to operate the second drone. By the time the second agricultural drone flew above the temple, the mutated mantis had already hidden in a corner. Clearly it had been severely injured by the insecticide and now only wanted to evade the spraying. But Lin Feng would not give it a chance to rest. The second drone continued its work. The painful screech echoed once again as the mantis suddenly jumped up, trying to destroy the drone. Unfortunately, the drone was still too high for it to reach. Moreover, at that moment it was jumping much lower than before. One by one the drones flew over the temple in succession. As the last agricultural drone finished spraying its insecticide, the mutated mantis lay motionless on the ground. Dead. Lin Feng wondered as he observed the level 4 mutant below through the operator. It was not that he did not believe it, but rather that level 4 mutant beasts were very powerful. Even with high concentrations of pesticides, Lin Feng could not be certain whether he could kill the level 4 mutant mantis. At that moment he controlled the drone and lowered its altitude. The drone hovered above the mutant mantis, its camera aimed at its head. Lin Feng carefully observed the condition of the mutant mantis. After a while he discovered that this mantis was indeed dead. Since that was the case, Lin Feng retracted the drone. Subsequently he released a mechanical dog. Under Lin Feng's remote control, the mechanical dog hopped towards the mountain. After all, it was uncertain if there were any surprises on the mountain top. It was better for the mechanical dog to clean the battlefield. In a short while it arrived at the temple and came before the mutant mantis, poking it with its paw. Seeing no reaction, the mechanical dog transformed its paw into a blade and extracted the magic crystal from the mutant mantis brain. It then left the scene and ran down the mountain. After a while, Lin Feng held the magic crystal from the mutant mantis in his hand. It was a pale green crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, resembling jade. When the magic crystal was in hand, he suddenly felt that his spiritual energy seemed to be able to absorb the energy within the crystal. He hurriedly stored the magic crystal in his storage space. Ding! One magic crystal obtained increased by 10000 times. Ding! Killed one level 4 mutant beast, triggering system rewards. Ding! Reward 10 base vehicles, 1 assault fortress vehicle. At this moment Lin Feng received 3 system notifications in quick succession. After killing the level 4 mutant beast, he received system rewards again. This time it was a base vehicle and something called an assault fortress vehicle. However, Lin Feng was still in the wild and had no time to look closely. He directly stored all the rewards given by the system into his storage space. Meanwhile, all these items had increased by 10000 times. On his way back, Lin Feng set the base vehicle to automatic driving mode. At that moment he took out a level 4 magic crystal from his storage space. Just now, when he obtained the magic crystal, Lin Feng felt that his spiritual energy seemed to resonate with the energy of the crystal. After taking out the level 4 magic crystal, it was indeed as he expected. Lin Feng felt an instinctive desire to absorb the energy within the crystal, though it was not a conscious absorption. At that moment Lin Feng began to operate the cultivation formula of the 9 turns golden body technique, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate. Sure enough, as his spiritual energy began to circulate, he slowly absorbed the energy from the level 4 magic crystal. As the circulation continued, the amount of energy absorbed increased. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's spiritual energy became more and more substantial. What Lin Feng did not notice was that the color of the magic crystal in his hand was gradually becoming lighter. Not knowing how many cycles he had completed, Lin Feng felt his spiritual energy becoming more abundant. This sensation continued until a critical point was reached, after which his entire spiritual energy surged like a river. If his original spiritual energy was like a small stream, now it resembled a mighty river. At that moment Lin Feng stopped absorbing the spiritual energy. The level 4 magic crystal in his hand had finally turned transparent. Lin Feng felt that his strength had increased several times. Not only that, but his body also felt significantly lighter. This feeling was indescribable. It was a wonderful sensation. A level 4 mutant. Lin Feng clearly sensed that he had now become a level 4 mutant. This was the same feeling he experienced when he reached this level in his previous life. Taking out another magic crystal, Lin Feng discovered that he could no longer absorb more energy. This meant that the growth of his spiritual energy was limited. Once he became a level 4 mutant, he could not use the same method to further enhance himself with level 4 magic crystals. However, this was already sufficient. In just a couple of months since the apocalypse began, reaching the level of a level 4 mutant in such a short time was beyond his wildest dreams. After all, in his previous life it was only after 5 years of the apocalypse that he barely entered the ranks of level 5 mutants. Even so, among all of humanity, Lin Feng could be considered one of the few. It is important to note that during this time even the appearance of a level 2 mutant could cause a local uproar. One could say that barring any accidents within the entire Binhai city, it would be nearly impossible to find another level 4 mutant among the millions of survivors. This is the result of seeking fortune in danger. If Lin Feng had given up the action out of fear of the level 4 mutant mantis, he would not have become what he was now. Knowing there were tigers in the mountains yet still heading toward them, that is what the strong can do. Despite the danger, the benefits are considerable. This time Lin Feng could be said to have gained a lot. Besides his own enhancement, he also received system rewards. Upon returning to Swan Bay, Lin Feng directly went back to his villa. He called everyone, including Zhang Chong, Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuting. Even the chef Lu Zhongda was called over. At that moment Lin Feng took out a mid-level solidifying elixir. "Take it, one for each person," he said generously with a wave of his hand and a smile. Everyone unhesitatingly picked up the solidifying elixir from the coffee table and swallowed it. They knew that what Lin Feng provided was undoubtedly good. This was something they had experienced many times already. Sure enough, after Zhang Chong and the others finished the elixir, they immediately felt a tremendous change within their bodies. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chong remained in the villa. "What do you think of those people from Baiwa village?" Pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Chong, Lin Feng asked. "They get along very well with our people." Sitting down on the sofa, Zhang Chong recalled. "At first I was somewhat concerned. After all, they are an ethnic minority. Not that I harbor ethnic prejudice, but they've lived secluded in Lanfeng Mountain for generations. Though tourists occasionally visit, they remain fundamentally insular. Originally I thought they might feel out of place here. Yet reality proved me wrong. They integrate seamlessly with our people. Even during food distribution they voluntarily yield to others. I'd planned to tell you about this in a few days, but you've asked already." Recalling the daily lives of the Baiwa villagers, Zhang Chong spoke. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. This aligned perfectly with his intentions. "Distribute these among them, let everyone eat. And the warriors from the original base haven't yet consumed solidifying yuan pills, have they? Include them as well." From his storage space, Lin Feng retrieved several vials of primary enhancement serum and solidifying yuan pills, placing them neatly upon the coffee table before him. "These. Brother Feng, are you planning to elevate all of them to level 2 mutants?" Gazing at the vials on the table, Zhang Chong froze in astonishment. While the primary enhancement serum was notable, the solidifying yuan pill alone could advance a level 1 mutant to level 2. "Initially I only intended to raise them to level 1. Leaning back slightly, Lin Feng replied calmly. "But now that the Baiwa villagers have joined the Guard Corps, equity demands equal treatment. I am no miser, I judge not by origin but by present duty. Once sworn into the base's defense force, they are henceforth level 2 mutants. Should others join later, they too shall receive the same standard. As for the technicians in the old urban sector of the base, promote them to level 1 for now." As he spoke, Lin Feng produced another set of primary enhancement serums and placed them beside the others on the coffee table. Zhang Chong reflected silently on Lin Feng's earlier words. "Very well, our guards shall henceforth be level 2 mutants. Ha! With over 1,000 such warriors, who dares challenge us?" Gathering the serums and pills from the coffee table, Zhang Chong smiled. Having been a level 2 mutant himself, he knew precisely what that power entailed. Likewise, he fully grasped the magnitude of strength gained. Now the base would field over 1,000 warriors, matching his former caliber. Previously, Dongqing base had held sway over a 2,000-strong settlement with merely one level 2 mutant, Wang Shimin. Swan Bay's ascendancy, by contrast, was now truly unstoppable. After Zhang Chong departed, Lin Feng also left the villa. With his subordinates' matters resolved, it was time to attend to his own. Scanning his storage space, Lin Feng observed that the system's reward, 10 level 1 base vehicles, had multiplied into 100,000. Where once he'd hesitated over deploying 10,000, he now felt no trace of concern. 100,000 base vehicles, even classified conservatively as armored vehicles, would rival the combined armored fleets of every major military power in Huagua. Moreover, base vehicles were far more than ordinary armor armed with integrated weaponry. They dwarfed even tanks, whose main cannons stood no chance against a base vehicle's primary artillery. Next, Lin Feng summoned an assault fortress vehicle, the system's latest reward. Instantly a war machine materialized before him, 15 meters long, 7 meters tall and over 5 meters wide. The sight startled Lin Feng. The entire chassis gleamed with polished alloy radiating cold silvery brilliance. Its silhouette resembled a trapezoidal fortress, imposing, majestic, indomitable. Dozens of cannon barrels, compact yet densely arrayed, ringed its hull. Even at a glance its firepower promised overwhelming lethality. Lin Feng could scarcely contain his eagerness. He stepped inside. Internally the fortress adopted a three-tiered layout. The first level resembled a base vehicle's cabin, yet accommodated no fewer than 100 seats. The cockpit, encased in seamless alloy plating, exuded sophistication and grandeur. "Computer, initiate interior briefing," Lin Feng commanded upon entering. "Welcome aboard Assault Fortress Vehicle Unit 001. Commencing system overview." At Lin Feng's command, the onboard AI began detailing the vehicle's specifications. The fortress mounted 100 energy rifles, technically rifles in name only. Their destructive output qualified them as energy cannons. Each shot consumed 1 energy unit, a clear indicator of firepower vastly surpassing standard base vehicle armaments. Additionally, each fortress carried 10 secondary cannons. These secondaries matched the primary cannon of a level 1 base vehicle, each round expending 100 energy units. The most formidable weapon, however, was the fortress's apex-mounted main cannon. Its energy cost reached 10,000 units per shot, equivalent to consuming 10 level 1 demon crystals per discharge. 10 crystals per volley, a testament to staggering destructive potential. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed millions of level 1 demon crystals. Firing such a cannon like fireworks would cause him no pang of regret. The second tier mirrored the base vehicle's residential function, but offered markedly greater comfort due to expanded dimensions. The third tier housed the master suite and supply vaults. The suite's opulence rivaled legendary 7-star hotel penthouses, its lavish interior design breathtaking despite spatial constraints. In peacetime, stripped of armaments, a single such fortress would command hundreds of millions, perhaps even billions, on the open market, with demand far exceeding supply. Overall, the assault fortress's raw firepower, measured purely by cannon output, exceeded that of a base vehicle by more than tenfold. Yet even its baseline energy rifles delivered 10 times the punch of base vehicle equivalents, and multiplied across 100 emplacements. The disparity transcended mere arithmetic. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived at the old urban plaza. Seeing everyone radiant with renewed vitality, he knew the enhancements had taken root. The base now stood on the cusp of true self-sufficiency. Yet Lin Feng refused complacency. He still had vital objectives ahead. That morning, Lin Feng summoned all squad leaders to a conference room on the first floor of the hotel's main building. "Brother Feng, did you say we're heading to Binhai University?" Zhang Chang shot to his feet in astonishment after hearing Lin Feng's brief statement. Just moments earlier he had learned that Lin Feng intended to seize control of Binhai University. "Indeed. Our current base is now stable. To advance further, capturing Binhai University is imperative." Lin Feng felt it was time to share his strategic vision with Zhang Chang and the others. After all, Swan Bay could not remain a solitary domain. Until now, every achievement had been forged solely by his own hand. Yet as territory expanded, Lin Feng knew he could no longer shoulder every burden alone. Sometimes revealing one's strategic thinking to others is not a liability, but an advantage. At present, our most potent offensive assets are the base vehicle's missile systems and tanks. Tanks and armored vehicles aside, they require human operators. Missiles demand precise targeting. As you know, all global satellites have been destroyed. Even with missiles at our disposal, we must rely entirely on manual targeting. The consequence: large-scale missiles cannot be launched as smaller ones lack accuracy. We must transcend this limitation. Lin Feng swept his gaze across the assembled leaders before articulating his plan. Though he commanded base vehicles and legions of tanks and armored vehicles, long-range strikes still hinged upon missiles. "Brother Feng, do you mean to build a new satellite?" Though the notion sounded preposterous, Zhang Chang voiced it nonetheless. "You've guessed correctly." Lin Feng smiled, meeting Zhang Chang's bewildered stare. As everyone knows, Binhai University's defense engineering program ranks among China's finest. More crucially, it even possesses its own satellite launch facility. Once we secure the university, and claim its entirety, its aerospace infrastructure becomes ours. I refuse to believe no aerospace students or professors survived there. With them we can reassemble a dedicated team, and indeed construct a satellite. At the very least their expertise would yield invaluable insights. Even without satellites, alternative targeting methods remain feasible. This was Lin Feng's vision now laid bare before his commanders. Aerospace specialists already resided within the base, yet without equipment even the most skilled artisan remains powerless. Given proper instrumentation, those specialists would undoubtedly contribute meaningfully. The most critical point, however, remained unspoken. Even if no functional satellite existed at Binhai University, Lin Feng possessed a storage space capable of amplifying capacity 10,000-fold, rendering aerospace material shortages impossible. Beyond aerospace, Binhai University housed numerous faculties: automation, biotechnology, physics, chemistry, each holding immense practical value in this apocalyptic world. Empowered by his spatial storage, Lin Feng could replicate the entire university, not once but 10,000 times over. Yet Binhai University originally hosted nearly 20,000 students, and countless surrounding merchants. Capturing it demands meticulous planning. Zhang Chang offered no objection. Lin Feng's resolve was absolute. "I anticipated this long ago," Lin Feng replied, nodding thoughtfully. "Even assuming ordinary citizens turned into zombies and factoring in nearby vendors, we might face several tens of thousands of undead. We'll deploy base vehicles and tanks, not for conquest alone but as live-fire drills. This operation prioritizes training. Manpower need not be excessive. 300 level 2 mutants will suffice. As for personnel selection, you'll handle the assignments." This time Lin Feng had no intention of reclaiming Binhai University single-handedly. After all, it was a university, not a hotel. Such an undertaking demanded numbers. Alone Lin Feng would never finish in reasonable time. As a level 4 mutant, his confidence ran deep. In his prior life he'd never heard of anyone attaining level 4 status within a mere month of the apocalypse. Thus danger posed little concern. Moreover, his spatial storage remained an unparalleled advantage. Immediately Zhang Chang and the squad leaders began mobilizing, tasked primarily with selecting personnel. Ultimately 300 guards were chosen, and 10 Tier 1 base vehicles assigned. Though each vehicle accommodated up to 50 passengers, overcrowding was unnecessary. Besides, base vehicles mounted integrated weaponry. The more deployed, the greater the tactical edge. Additionally, 30 tanks were selected. Their drivers and gunners had undergone prior training. Though lacking professional military precision, they could operate the machines competently. Lin Feng's true aim, however, was to hone their skills. Lin Feng also deployed 20 armored vehicles, not only for ammunition and supply transport but chiefly for their unmatched mobility. They would serve to lure zombies and evacuate wounded personnel. Beyond ground forces, Lin Feng specially allocated 2 helicopters for this operation. Without air superiority, warfare often devolves into reactive desperation, even if attack helicopters carried limited ordnance and modest firepower. Their greatest asset lay in aerial vantage. Like drones, they could detect threats far in advance. Further echoing Lin Feng's prior tactics with missile units, helicopter rotors' thunderous roar could deliberately divert zombies and mutated beasts. Thus helicopters fulfilled multifaceted combat roles. The guards now assembled in the hotel plaza, faces alight with exhilaration, utterly devoid of tension. Each was a level 2 mutant, acutely aware of their own power. They had risen step by step, from ordinary civilians to level 1 mutants, then to their present strength. Their escalating abilities affirmed their growing dominance. Now they yearned to prove themselves, beyond doubt, beyond measure. For many, this reclamation campaign arrived not a moment too soon. Those left behind watched glumly as selected guards boarded the vehicles. Once preparations concluded, all guards ascended the base vehicles. Instantly the base gates swung open, and the convoy rolled forth from Swan Bay's inner city. A convoy of vehicles traversed through Swan Bay new area. During this time the convoy passed by the 2 hotels where the people from Baiwazi were staying. Upon hearing the rumbling of tanks, those inside the hotels poked their heads out of the windows. The sight of such a convoy passing by sparked cheers among the onlookers. They did not expect that there were tanks present in the Swan Bay base. Although the people from Baiwazi had just joined Swan Bay, they were now part of the base. The strength of the base represented their safety. Seeing such a large number of tanks and armored vehicles as well as 10 powerful-looking base vehicles excited the crowd. Exiting the main gate of Swan Bay new area, the convoy officially arrived in the wilderness. The loud engine sounds of the tanks and armored vehicles attracted many nearby zombies. Those zombies rushed towards the location of the convoy. However, no matter how slow the tanks were, they were not comparable to the zombies. Soon the zombies were engulfed in the exhaust of the convoy. Throughout the journey Lin Feng did not issue any attack orders. After all, he was not a road cleaner and had no need to engage in battle with the zombies on the road. Meanwhile Zhang Chang was amazed by the vehicle they were in. He and Lin Feng were seated in an attack fortress vehicle positioned at the center of the convoy. The attack fortress vehicle was chosen by Lin Feng as he wanted to observe its various functions during this journey. The sheer size of the vehicle clearly left Zhang Chang in shock. Inside the 15-meter-long vehicle there were only Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Touching the luxurious seat beneath him, Zhang Chang couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a lavish vehicle in this world. At that moment 2 helicopters followed the convoy above. Their wider field of vision allowed them to spot distant situations more quickly. Swanbei New area was only 3 to 4 kilometers away from Binhai University, and along the way the convoy had crushed countless zombies. As Binhai University came into view, Lin Feng's voice echoed through the intercom in all vehicles stop moving. At once the convoy halted. Around them the zombies took the opportunity to approach, but in the next moment they all fell under a wave of attacks from the Christian vehicle. Lin Feng disembarked and deployed a drone. The next moment the drone ascended and flew towards the distant Binhai University. Knowing oneself and one's enemy, one can win every battle. Previously everyone was unaware of the current situation at Binhai University, and sending helicopters over was not absolutely safe. Thus Lin Feng opted for the old method with the drone scouting ahead. As the drone moved forward, the scenes below came into Lin Feng's view. The entire Binhai University was teeming with zombies from the entrance to the inside. Various vehicles were haphazardly parked along the road, creating a chaotic scene. A general scan revealed that the main road, playground and various teaching buildings as well as the surroundings of the dormitories were all swarming with zombies. From above Lin Feng could not see any signs of living people. At this moment Lin Feng spotted a group of people near a building on the monitor. Their movements were slow as they avoided the distant zombies. Zooming in, Lin Feng saw that they were a mix of men and women, each armed with guns and long knives, moving cautiously. Suddenly one person lifted their head, and the next moment they began speaking to those around them. The group looked up at the drone. Clearly those people saw the drone. Unexpectedly they did not wave for help, instead they whispered to each other and hastened their departure. Lin Feng noticed that the building next to them was a cafeteria and those people had just exited from it. Were they students or locals? It was evident that they had come to the cafeteria looking for food. From above, the number of zombies around the cafeteria appeared to be minimal, likely due to frequent visits for clearing the area. This indicated that there were still quite a few living people within the university. Just from this point Lin Feng could sense something was amiss. But why weren't they calling for help? Lin Feng shrugged. Perhaps those people knew that no one would come to save them for free in the apocalypse. They might even think that Lin Feng's drone was also out searching for food. In this case they could be considered competitors. After observing the cafeteria, Lin Feng maneuvered the drone towards a dormitory. According to normal theory, survivors would be most numerous in dormitory buildings after the apocalypse. After all, dormitories consist of individual rooms, each with a door providing a semblance of defensive barriers. The drone arrived in front of a 7-story dormitory. It was evident that there were survivors inside the dormitory. Upon hearing the drone's rotors, some windows were opened. From the windows some people waved at the drone while others waved with mops tied to bed sheets. However, they all shared a consensus: no one dared to shout loudly. After all, there were many zombies below the dormitory. Those students were smart enough to know that they should not expose themselves in such a situation. Lin Feng maneuvered the drone closer to the dormitories with open windows. This was to signal that he had seen them. This would also provide some reassurance to the students. After a general look, even though some dormitories had not opened their windows, Lin Feng was still able to see shadows moving inside through the display screen. Approximately half of the dormitories had people inside, though the exact number was unknown. It had been over a month since the apocalypse began, and those who couldn't hold on had long since perished. The current survivors must have their own means of survival. Seeing that there were still quite a few survivors, Lin Feng felt relieved. Regardless of the students' majors, they would still have some usefulness. At the very least, their expertise was likely superior to that of the people from Baiwazi. Some skills might not be useful now, but they could be vital in the future. For instance, fields such as biological engineering, energy studies, or even foreign languages. Although these skills might not be immediately applicable once Lin Feng repaired Binhai University and established a scale, these students and teachers might find their opportunities to contribute. The drone circled Binhai University several times, giving Lin Feng a general understanding of the situation inside. Afterwards he retracted the drone. "Let's go." Back in the attack fortress vehicle, Lin Feng picked up the intercom and issued orders to everyone in the convoy. All vehicles started up and the grand convoy moved towards Binhai University. The convoy surged majestically towards the direction of Binhai University. All base vehicles activate automatic attack mode. As the convoy approached Binhai University, Lin Feng issued commands to all onboard computers. Numerous zombies lingered around the school entrance. As the convoy drew near, the energy cannons on the base vehicles opened fire. The surrounding zombies kept falling, and any zombie within a 50-meter radius of the convoy was instantly shot dead. The number of zombies at the entrance of Binhai University was still considerable, given that there were various shops across the street outside. Fortunately, there were many energy guns on the base vehicles, each with great power. At the moment of firing, an open space formed ahead. The assault fortress vehicle that Lin Feng was in did not fire. Each shot from it required 10 energy points. It wasn't that Lin Feng was reluctant to fire, rather it was unnecessary at this moment. The firepower from those base vehicles was already sufficient. Thus Lin Feng's convoy drove through the gates of Binhai University. Look, what is that? At that moment, in a corner of the campus, several exploration teams spotted Lin Feng's convoy. Is it the official army that has arrived? Someone exclaimed in delight upon seeing the tank entering the campus from a distance. If the army could come, why didn't they come earlier? And look, those tanks aren't firing, it's those buses that are. Someone lifted a pair of binoculars to look at the school gate. So what should we do now? Should we go ask for help or what? Don't rush, we still don't know if they are good people or bad people. If they are here to seize supplies, then going to them would mean death. Right, let's first see what they intend to do. You hurry back and report to the boss to see what he says. The exploration team in the distance watched Lin Feng's convoy, whispering among themselves. The convoy entered the university, and the speed of the attack did not cease. Advance towards the teaching building. Lin Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and issued the command. No need to worry about other places for now, all vehicles follow me. Lin Feng came this time for the equipment within Binhai University. As for rescuing people, that is a matter for later. After all, the survivors have managed to survive in the apocalypse for so long, which must be for a reason. Therefore there was no rush. Only by obtaining the items could Lin Feng feel at ease. At that moment the convoy drove towards the distant teaching building. As they continued to eliminate the zombies on the road, the convoy quickly arrived in front of a teaching building. Everyone disembark and enter the teaching building. Upon seeing the last zombie in the vicinity being killed by the base vehicle, Lin Feng issued another command. Your task this time is to eliminate the zombies inside the teaching building. You do not need to gather supplies, just kill the zombies. You need to thoroughly search each floor for any traces of zombies, leaving none behind. If you encounter any survivors, just bring them to the open space in front of the teaching building. If there are any resistant survivors, kill them without mercy. After saying this, Lin Feng set down the walkie-talkie. The reason for bringing these people along was to complete the task of clearing the zombies indoors. After all, the base vehicles could only kill the zombies outside and could not enter the building. Moreover, Lin Feng could not single-handedly clear the zombies inside, so he brought so many people with him. He was quite reassured about his subordinates at this moment. After all, they were all level 2 mutated beings. With that strength they could easily kill level 1 zombies and mutated beasts. As for those higher levels, a few of them cooperating could also eliminate level 2 zombies. Overall, his subordinates were not in any significant danger. Upon receiving Lin Feng's orders, the subordinates rushed out of the base vehicles. This time Lin Feng equipped them with modified energy rifles. The power of these firearms far exceeded that of ordinary firearms. In addition, they were also equipped with alloy battle armor and combat knives, making close combat a non-issue. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, each person was also equipped with 4 high-explosive grenades. It could be said that these were the standard gear for the current defense of Tian Bay. With such equipment they could overpower any armed force. Furthermore, these guards themselves were also level 2 mutated beings. As the guards entered the teaching building, Lin Feng slowly made his way into the first floor of the teaching building. At this point the first floor had almost been cleared. The strength of level 2 mutated beings should not be underestimated. Looking at the scattered zombie corpses on the ground, it was evident they had been killed recently. Most of the first floor consisted of classrooms. When the apocalypse occurred, it happened just as students were starting their classes. At that time the apocalypse rain had just begun, so many students rushing to the teaching building to attend class were caught in the rain. Thus there were still many zombies within the teaching building. Because of this, there were actually fewer people in the dormitories. This was also why when Lin Feng used a drone to scout the dormitories, so many people were seen opening windows seeking help. This was a computer science teaching building and there were not many valuable items within the classrooms. However, standard computers and projectors were essential. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Lin Feng collected all those devices into his storage space. What intrigued him were the switches inside the building. Yang's equipment could set up a local area network, which was also useful for the base. Although the hotel already had switches and equipment for local area network architecture, compared to these computer science devices they were still quite outdated. With these devices Lin Feng could find professionals to rebuild the local area network within the base. That way, even without external internet access, the people in the base would still be able to use the internet. Apart from its entertainment value, it also served the function of connecting with one another. Just imagine a local area network with 250000 people is indeed quite substantial. Lin Feng searched through room after room, collecting any equipment he could find regardless of whether it would be useful or not, and putting them into his storage space. During this time he discovered that there were still survivors inside the teaching building. Lin Feng saw that some guards had rescued a few students. Those students were disheveled, clearly having been trapped in the teaching building for a long time. However, Lin Feng could not discern how they had been self-sufficient with food. But at this moment, having been rescued, the expressions in their eyes still conveyed a sense of gratitude. Many of the rescued students even burst into tears out of excitement. Lin Feng paid them no heed and continued towards the higher floors. There perhaps lay the things he truly needed. Although there were no large-scale equipment in the computer teaching building, there were still things that Lin Feng needed. Among these, the most important were some software. All of these software were on the computers in the laboratory. Lin Feng did not examine them closely. Upon entering the laboratory, he directly stored all those computer devices into his storage space. Of course, after 1,000-fold amplification, Lin Feng returned the original computers and equipment. Boss, a large number of survivors have been found in the basement. Just as Lin Feng finished clearing the computers in the laboratory, the intercom crackled to life. There's a basement. Receiving the news, Lin Feng went out and headed downstairs. Soon he arrived at the basement of the teaching building. The first thing that caught his eye was a thick iron door behind which lay a vast space. The room was surrounded by shelves filled with various food items. In one corner of the room there were many water barrels. At this moment about 100 young students sat on the ground waiting for his arrival. There was actually such a storage room here. Lin Feng thought to himself. No wonder those students hadn't starved to death for an entire month. How did you know about such a storage room? Lin Feng asked as he approached a boy. This room certainly did not resemble a small supermarket, it looked more like a pre-prepared shelter. This is a shelter prepared by the school. Seeing Lin Feng holding an alloy combat knife, the boy felt a bit intimidated and replied in a low voice, such shelters are available in every teaching building. Not only in the teaching buildings, but every dormitory also has one. The password for the shelter's lock must be memorized at the beginning of the school year. The school has stated that the shelter can only be opened with the password in times of danger. Perhaps fearing he wouldn't be clear in just a few sentences, the boy tried to explain in detail. A pre-prepared shelter. Upon hearing the boy's words, Lin Feng frowned. According to common sense, ordinary schools would not have such facilities. Could it be that the principal of this school anticipated such a disaster and established shelters throughout the campus? At that moment this thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. If that were the case, it would be quite interesting. Was it possible that the principal of this qualified school was also a reincarnator? Or had they been reborn long ago? Perhaps that was why so many shelters were established for the students' use. Or maybe this school had previously discovered some threat to humanity. After all, this was a technology-oriented comprehensive university. Although it couldn't compare to NASA in the beautiful country, it still had advantages in many fields. Regardless, this was a mystery for Lin Feng. It seemed that to unravel this mystery he would need to find the principal first. At that moment Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to gather all the students in the open space at the entrance. Then he instructed them to replicate all the supplies from the shelter. Next he commanded several guards to stay behind while he led everyone towards another teaching building. Binhai University could be described as a comprehensive university with majors spanning all industries. Thus Lin Feng took his subordinates and began clearing each teaching building one by one. After clearing a building, Lin Feng would replicate the supplies within. For instance, the equipment, materials and instruments from the School of Biology, as well as various precision instruments from the School of Physics and Chemistry. In short, anything he could see was stored in his storage space for amplification. While clearing the teaching buildings they also encountered some level 1 zombies. However, these zombies were no match for Lin Feng and his team. Even an ordinary guard utilizing the strength of a level 2 mutant could easily kill those level 1 zombies. In every teaching building's shelter a large number of students were gathered. Fortunately, the school's prior preparations allowed these students to survive unscathed. At worst, they were just a bit frightened. Lin Feng easily rescued over 1,000 students. Among them, the most important were from the School of Aerospace. This place carried half of Lin Feng's expectations for this venture. Fortunately, as fate would have it, Lin Feng found a complete rocket launch site within the School of Aerospace. Although it couldn't compare to the large commercial launch sites outside, it was fundamentally a space designated by the school for launching experimental satellites. All the equipment was preserved, which relieved Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he placed all the equipment into his storage space and then released a set. Now Lin Feng had acquired a lot of supplies, and the only cost was a few bullets from his subordinates. Relatively speaking, this deal was incredibly profitable. Before arriving at Binhai University, Lin Feng had no idea it was so vast. Comparable to his Swan Bay New District, the area here was nearly 10 square kilometers. Moreover, it wasn't just about teaching buildings, dormitories and playgrounds. The school also had its own experimental planting area. There were various plants and grains developed by the faculty and students of the School of Biology planted there. These fields could themselves serve as resources to supply the university. Furthermore, if Lin Feng didn't want those fields, he could easily convert them into a large parking lot. In that case, it could store a considerable number of base vehicles, tanks and armored vehicles. This way Lin Feng wouldn't have to wait until he needed them to retrieve them from his storage space. After clearing the teaching buildings, he moved on to the dormitory. Compared to the teaching buildings, clearing the dormitories was relatively straightforward. After all, they were merely places where students lived, consisting of individual dorm rooms. There were really only two scenarios: either there were zombies in the dormitories or there were survivors. This made the task even simpler. The guards only needed to check each dormitory one by one. In addition to the students' dormitories, Lin Feng's subordinates also cleared out the teachers' dormitory. Inside there were quite a few surviving faculty members. These individuals held greater value for Lin Feng; at the very least their skills might be more advanced. Whenever these people were rescued, it was as if they had been reborn. Lin Feng had seen such scenes too many times and was already accustomed to them. In contrast, those guards were experiencing the rescue process for the first time, each with a proud expression on their faces. While his subordinates were rescuing people, Lin Feng noticed something. That is, someone in the distance was watching him. Feeling this, Lin Feng's brow involuntarily lifted. At that moment, a group of people approached from the distance, over 100 in number. They wore plain clothing and carried weapons such as machetes and fire axes. Several among them brandished crude firearms, locally forged shotguns from Dongfeng town. With all nearby zombies already eradicated, they arrived before Lin Feng and his group in an instant. At present, Lin Feng had stationed guards across various campuses to secure and clear the premises, thus only a dozen guards stood beside him. They're from the faculty residential district. A student murmured softly beside Lin Feng. Who are these people? Lin Feng turned and asked. Over 100 strong, they advanced directly, clearly with purpose. They're tenants living in the university's faculty residential zone, the student replied. Most are migrant workers; cheap rents drew many laborers here. After the apocalypse struck, they banded together spontaneously. For weeks they've schemed to seize our shelter. We've clashed with them repeatedly, many lives lost. Yet our numbers remain substantial, so they've been unable to overpower us, for now. Recalling their repeated harassment, the student's face twisted with disgust. Lin Feng nodded. So they were merely local tenants. By then the group had closed in before Lin Feng. Never imagined you'd possess such skill, slaying so many zombies. A young man at their forefront glanced dismissively at Lin Feng and his guards. Now that the zombie threat is gone, let's discuss resource distribution. After all, half belongs to those who meet face to face. We're all neighbors of Binhai University, and since this area is now secure, you can't monopolize its rewards. We outnumber you vastly, and you'll need our protection going forward. Therefore we claim 80% of all campus resources. Of course, we'll guarantee your safety. The youth spoke on unbroken. Lin Feng gazed at him, as if staring at a fool. Only someone utterly unhinged could utter such nonsense. Lin Feng remained silent, but Zhang Chong beside him would not. Are you insane? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Chong swept his gaze across the crowd, voice dripping with contempt. Resource distribution. Why should we share with you? 80-20 split. Did sewage flood your brain? Open your eyes, every zombie here fell to our hands. If you possessed any competence, you'd have cleared this place long ago. Now you dare demand shares. Did a mule kick your skull? Leave, while our patience still holds. Otherwise those zombies will be your fate. Zhang Chong was seething. How could such people exist in this world? Had they possessed true strength they'd have seized Binhai University themselves. Yet Lin Feng's group had cleansed it, and instead of gratitude they demanded tribute. In Zhang Chong's eyes no wonder they lived in cramped rentals and took odd jobs, utterly devoid of reason. What did you say? Look at the situation now. The youth snapped, fury blazing. Yes, you eliminated the zombies, but we number over 500. Do you truly believe your handful can control Binhai University? Hand over the storeroom supplies, and we'll protect you. Refuse and today ends badly for you. He spoke boldly, glancing at Lin Feng and his dozen guards. He saw only those dozen figures, not the tanks or mobile command vehicles parked out of sight on the sports field. Perhaps he assumed Lin Feng commanded no more than that. Lin Feng offered a faint chilling smile, and raised his right hand. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Instantly every armed man in the opposing ranks collapsed, struck down before even crying out. The energy rifle's devastating force left no time for sound. The youth recoiled inwardly as corpses piled behind him. In mere seconds, before anyone could react, Lin Feng's forces had neutralized every firearm wielder. He'd never imagined Lin Feng would strike, and certainly not with such terrifying speed. What manner of power was this? These were ordinary men, no mutants, not even seasoned survivors. Even confronting common zombies taxed them. Facing Lin Feng's group was like toddlers confronting elite special forces, two realms apart. Bang! 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 More shots rang out. Several in the crowd lunged for fallen weapons, only to drop slain by Lin Feng's guards. Silence fell. Trembling, paralyzed, they stared in horror. Elder brother, I was wrong. Only then did the youth grasp, he'd kicked solid steel. We renounce all claims to the supplies, every last one. Don't kill us, we'll leave immediately. Keep the guns, take them all. Terrified beyond measure he begged desperately. Leave. You underestimate the gravity of your arrival. Lin Feng's voice was calm, icy. You came demanding resources, now defeated you think departure is yours to choose. If I release you must I wait for your vengeance tomorrow? Would you do the same? He ran a gloved hand along the alloy battle blade at his waist, voice sharpening. Elder brother, I truly erred. We're no match for you, we'd never dare seek revenge. Please, spare us. Tears streamed down his face as he stared at the corpses around him, terror stripping him bare. Before death all tremble. Sparing you? Impossible. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Yet I offer one path to survival. The experimental farmland requires reconstruction, you'll serve as laborers. Fail and you vanish, permanently. His gaze swept over the youth and the 100 trembling souls behind him, calm, absolute, final. Inside the grand auditorium of Binhai University 6,000 to 7,000 students sat shoulder to shoulder. Faculty members and professors occupied the front row seats. On the stage stood Lin Feng and Zhang Chong accompanied by several guards. Brother Feng, you may begin speaking, Zhang Chong said, placing the microphone before Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Greetings esteemed faculty and fellow students. As his voice resonated the previously murmuring audience fell into immediate silence. First I declare Binhai University has been fully liberated. We now hold complete control over the entire campus. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. 1 month had passed. The apocalypse had lasted precisely 1 month. During this time everyone had lived in relentless turmoil, each day claiming countless students to the jaws of zombies. Severe shortages of supplies had extinguished hope itself, until today when Lin Feng and his team arrived liberating the university outright. Here the zombie threat had vanished and no longer did anyone dare step outside for fear of death. How could such a transformation fail to stir profound emotion? First let me address logistical arrangements. Raising both hands to quiet the crowd, Lin Feng continued. You may remain in your original dormitories. For the first few days your primary task will be clearing away zombie corpses. I will install generators in every dormitory building to restore electricity, and reactivate the campus intranet. This plan had long been settled in Lin Feng's mind. Using energy conversion devices he could retrofit conventional generators to run on magic crystals, each crystal yielding 10,000 kilowatt-hours of power. This method was vastly more efficient than fuel-based generation. Upon hearing that electricity and the intranet would be restored, the crowd erupted once more in jubilation. After all they had endured 1 month of pitch-black nights, nights haunted by zombies and devoid of light, an existence bordering on sheer terror. As for the network, even without external internet access, having a functional internet in this apocalyptic world was already a rare luxury, offering at least some measure of recreation. Regarding food and water, I can provide for your basic needs, for now. But this guarantee extends only to preventing starvation. Superior provisions will depend entirely on your own future efforts. Lin Feng had entered the shelter chamber over 30 times, each visit amplifying its stored provisions 10,000-fold. Supplying these students with fundamental sustenance was in truth little more than paying them modest interest. To these students, who had survived over a month of apocalypse, merely having food was already a miracle. At this moment no one yearned for delicacies. Moreover, Lin Feng had made it clear greater effort would yield better rations. This promise kindled motivation, though none yet knew precisely what tasks awaited them. Once daily life stabilizes, you must resume your normal academic trajectory. Leverage your professional expertise to fulfill the assignments I issue. Your original classrooms and laboratories remain at your disposal, but all work must strictly adhere to the designated tasks. Should you faithfully complete your responsibilities, I pledge that your future shall be one of prosperity and peace. At this, Lin Feng swept his gaze across the audience. This was in essence his paramount objective in reclaiming Binhai University: not food or supplies, mere trifles, but scientific and technological capacity. I object. At that moment a man rose abruptly, speaking loudly, a gray-haired elder of 50-some years, unmistakably a professor. His expression was strained. Our research findings are proprietary patents. Much of our technology remains classified. In the past, government grants funded our experiments across diverse technical fields, achievements born of tireless collaboration between faculty and students forged from blood, sweat and intellect. Now you demand those technologies. On what grounds? What claim do you possess? His voice boomed thick with indignation. A senior professor. Lin Feng frowned faintly upon hearing the elder's words. I suspect you have yet to grasp reality. He cast a calm, appraising glance at the man. Had several thousand students not been watching intently, Lin Feng would not have deigned to utter another word to the professor. This is the apocalypse, the world as you knew it has ended. You lived in unrelenting peril, until I rescued you. Without us you wouldn't merely forfeit research, you wouldn't even survive the next second, not knowing whether a zombie's bite would end you. Look clearly at your present reality. You eat, you sleep, you live unmolested by zombies, all under my protection. Your so-called expertise and capabilities. Merely the currency you trade for sustenance. Should you lack even that currency, you may join today's laborers in the experimental fields, performing grueling physical toil. Do not mistake my generosity for obligation. In this world no one owes you anything. And your cherished research. Perhaps only I retain the patience, or the vision, to examine it. Others might not exchange it for even a single loaf of bread. Those unwilling to contribute may depart freely. My domain shelters no idlers. If you offer no utility, why should I sustain you at my expense? As Lin Feng spoke, the hushed murmurs inspired by the professor ceased entirely. His words echoed in their minds. Without skill or knowledge they would be reduced to field laborers, just like those who toiled under the sun that very day. Indeed, many of those laborers possessed far greater physical strength, leaving even manual work beyond their advantage. Their sole distinction lay in the knowledge housed within their minds. Some had acquired little technical expertise at all, only sharper learning aptitude and superior methods for acquiring knowledge. Yet even that modest edge entitled them to treatment far removed from that of common laborers. As Lin Feng had stated plainly, the entire university was now his domain. Those disinclined to contribute were free to leave. But who among them dared? In that instant many students who had hoped to drift through the chaos began for the first time to reassess themselves with sober clarity. After a brief meeting, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of Binhai University. In the next moment he took out the walls from his storage space and spent an hour erecting them around the university. Walls are not only meant to defend against zombies and mutated beasts. Many times they can also prevent outsiders from prying. At the very least those passerby outsiders would recognize that this place is occupied upon seeing such tall walls. Similar to the new district in Swan Bay, Lin Feng also placed more than 20 base vehicles on the city walls. As for the tanks and armored vehicles, they were left at the school. After all, the area here is sufficiently large, and with so much equipment, storing them at Binhai University in advance is a precaution for future needs. After completing the defense system, Lin Feng went to the location of the experimental field at the school. At this moment those tenants from the family area who previously sought to take advantage were laboriously tilling the land. The reason for their diligence was that over 20 armed guards were watching them. Naturally, these individuals had to work hard to survive. At the same time, there were workers operating excavators nearby. Their primary task was to harvest the crops that were originally in the experimental field. The harvested crops were collected to one side, and so far there weren't many. Once accumulated to a certain extent, Lin Feng would store them in the storage space. In this piece of farmland, Lin Feng planned to build a large space with a concrete floor. Here a substantial number of tanks, vehicles and helicopters could be parked. If he could acquire an aircraft in the future, a runway could be set up. As for the materials for the ground, there was no need for concern. Lin Feng only needed to take a piece of the road surface from outside into the storage space and then release it. For these people, Lin Feng arranged for Zhang Chang to provide the most basic porridge and pickles. If they performed well and worked hard, they might receive a slight upgrade in their meals. Lin Feng had plenty of food, it was just a matter of how and what to provide. Those unwilling to labor would not be able to obtain food from him. While Lin Feng was doing these things, the entire Binhai University was also bustling with activity. The surviving students were reassigned dormitories. They were organized into different dormitory buildings according to their respective majors. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang was also busy setting up the generator to provide power for the entire dormitory and teaching buildings. Lin Feng, who was examining the experimental field, heard Zhang Chang's voice over the intercom. "Where are you, Feng Ge? I need to find you about something." Zhang Chang spoke through the intercom. The two agreed to meet at the computer teaching building. "Feng Ge, some of the professors are not behaving." Upon meeting Lin Feng, Zhang Chang sighed. "As per your arrangement, I've reassigned the professors and teachers to their respective places. However, some of the old professors are quite dissatisfied with our arrangements. Several of them wish to reside in suites as they did before, and they also demand the highest dining standards. Moreover, some professors are rallying their original students to threaten us. Currently over 100 students are supporting those old professors, so I came to ask for your opinion, Feng Ge." Zhang Chang recounted the situation to Lin Feng. Some professors previously enjoyed high treatment and now, according to Lin Feng's arrangements, feel wronged. Thus they incited students to confront Zhang Chang and his team seeking better conditions. Even though Lin Feng had used loyalty chips on them, it only ensured they wouldn't betray him, but whether they would willingly share their expertise remained uncertain. It's simple. If they don't want to stay, let them live outside. As for food, the same applies. If they don't want to eat, let them starve. Hearing this, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. It seems some people still fail to grasp reality, remaining so pedantic, Lin Feng thought to himself. However, Lin Feng knew that before long these individuals would yield. After all, watching others live in comfortable rooms and eat well, how long could those professors hold out? That day was spent by Lin Feng at Binhai University. The next morning all the students returned to their normal classes. The teachers and professors, except for a few stubborn ones, began teaching and conducting experiments as usual. After all, they understood that in this apocalyptic world only by proving their abilities could they earn their due rewards. The students felt the same. After experiencing the apocalypse, they realized how insignificant ordinary people truly were. They lacked physical strength, and even dealing with ordinary zombies was difficult. As for technical skills, they were still in the learning phase. If they didn't study now, they would quickly be eliminated. At the Aerospace College of Binhai University, Lin Feng watched as a group of teachers and students wrote various codes. This was the satellite launch site, and they began to resume their original work. According to Lin Feng's instructions, they needed to launch a small satellite capable of positioning. This positioning system didn't need a wide range, it just had to cover the entire Jiangnan province. A larger range could be addressed later. China has its own satellite positioning system, and naturally there are relevant materials and software within the Aerospace College. Although restoring a complete positioning system is challenging, adapting it for regional positioning isn't too difficult. According to an old professor, it would only take half a month to design and manufacture the satellite, provided they had sufficient materials and components. As for those materials, they are not a problem at all. Originally scarce materials have become plentiful after Lin Feng's storage space was amplified 1,000 times, sufficient to launch thousands of satellites. Now what is lacking is the programming setup. Lin Feng's primary task is to ensure these people get the satellite ready. Only by establishing the positioning system can he truly relax. After all, nowadays, whether it is mutants, weapons, or even supplies, Lin Feng has everything he needs. It can be said that he already has the software aspect covered. The only thing missing is the hardware. With a positioning system, many previously unattainable objectives can be realized. It is not merely about missile positioning. At the very least, Lin Feng can establish a small telephone signal network. Meanwhile, other colleges and their faculty continue with their experiments. Especially in the field of biology, Lin Feng entrusted them with several first-level magic crystals, asking the teachers and students to analyze their components. This technology has already been achieved in the previous life, and in this life Lin Feng aims to be the first to apply magic crystals in various aspects of life. After explaining everything, Lin Feng left Binhai University. Leaving Binhai University, Lin Feng drove a base vehicle towards the city center. After a month of the apocalypse, the number of zombies on the highway was noticeably fewer. It was the same in his previous life. After a period of time in the apocalypse, ordinary zombies were continuously killed by survivors, and the number of zombies was relatively low in places frequently visited by people. However, as time passed, higher-level zombies gradually began to emerge. The most basic was the level 1 zombie. A month after the apocalypse arrived, the ratio of level 1 zombies to ordinary zombies rose from the original 500 to 1, gradually increasing to 300 to 1, and even 200 to 1. In the past, one could hardly find a level 1 zombie among a large group of zombies. But now it was likely that there would be one level 1 zombie among dozens or even hundreds of zombies. At this time, mutated beasts began to appear in the wild. These mutated beasts were much stronger than zombies, and even ordinary non-ranked mutated beasts were not something an ordinary person could handle. Unlike zombies, the flesh of mutated beasts could be eaten. Although their meat was much firmer than fresh meat, it could still be considered a source of food. Once it was discovered that mutated beasts were edible, many people began looking for ways to catch them. However, mutated beasts were not so easily dealt with. Even a few people surrounding one would not necessarily be able to easily kill a mutated beast. Fortunately, after being scratched or bitten by a mutated beast, people would not be infected and turn into zombies. However, it was also quite easy to get injured while hunting mutated beasts. The emergence of mutated beasts brought hope to people suffering from food shortages. As time passed, most of the fresh vegetables and meats had spoiled. Moreover, not every place had generators, which led to many cold storage facilities in the city losing power. Now the only edible items were prepackaged foods with preservatives. Instant noodles, self-heating meals, canned goods, and various snacks had become the mainstream food. However, there were probably several million survivors left in Binhai City, and one could imagine the enormous amount of food consumed in a day. As a result, the meat of mutated beasts had become the primary source of food, while other food items had become luxuries. Lin Feng saw two small teams searching for mutated beasts along the way. Unfortunately, there were not as many mutated beasts now as there had been a while ago. Most of the teams that went out still had to fight against zombies. When those team members saw Lin Feng's base vehicle, they all showed expressions of envy and greed. To own such a vehicle in the apocalypse was something to be coveted. However, despite their envy, no one dared to stop Lin Feng's base vehicle. After all, the base vehicle was over 10 meters long, even larger than a bus. Who knew how many people were inside the vehicle and what kind of weapons they had? Those small teams were merely a few people, at most a dozen. Even though they had guns in their hands, they still did not dare to provoke this unknown vehicle. This was also good. If those teams wanted to rob, Lin Feng would have no qualms about sending them to their demise. In this apocalypse there would be no mercy. Anyone who dared to pry into his affairs would find no opportunity from Lin Feng. No one dared to provoke him now, and Lin Feng was glad to have it easy. However, along the way Lin Feng also encountered several small groups of zombies. To avoid trouble, he directly commanded the vehicle's computer to activate the automatic attack mode. When the distant wild exploration teams discovered the powerful firepower on Lin Feng's base vehicle, they couldn't help but break into a sweat. Fortunately, they had not provoked this big guy earlier, otherwise it would not have been the zombies lying on the ground but them. Thus Lin Feng arrived at the walls of Renjia Martial Arts School. At this moment there were no zombies present outside the walls. It seems that the vitality of youth is indeed abundant. Lin Feng thought to himself, looking at the pile of zombie corpses not far away. Lin Feng must have taken the students outside the walls to kill zombies frequently, otherwise the area wouldn't be so clean. Moreover, after eliminating the zombies they would also clean up the scene. All of this was likely because they were too bored. After all, the walls of the martial arts school were over 6 meters high. Even without killing those zombies they would not be able to get in. The students guarding the walls had long noticed Lin Feng. When the vehicle approached, someone opened the gates of the martial arts school. Lin Feng had previously left a walkie-talkie here, and Lin Feng must have received a notification from the student. By the time Lin Feng entered the martial arts school, he was already waiting there. "Have someone come to the vehicle to move the food," Lin Feng said to Lin Feng, who was in front of him. It had been nearly 10 days since they last met, and the food he left behind had almost been consumed. "Boss, we already have plenty of food now," Lin Feng replied with a smile upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He then briefly recounted the events of the past few days. After Lin Feng left, Lin took some students and conquered several nearby small supermarkets. It could be said that the food in the martial arts school could last them several months. Lin Feng did not oppose this. It was normal for these students to train a bit. Moreover, Lin Feng had some expectations for Lin and his students. After all, this was the first force he had brought out and the team he trusted the most. After Lin finished speaking, Lin Feng took out more than 100 intermediate solidification pills from his storage space. These solidification pills were something Lin Feng would not easily give to outsiders. Lin distributed these solidification pills to the students. Everyone swallowed the pills without hesitation, and within seconds their bodies began to change. They all felt their strength gradually increasing. That powerful strength was something they had never felt before. At the same time, everyone noticed that their bodies had become much lighter. Now if they were to run 100 meters, they might not even need a few seconds. Additionally, everyone's sensory abilities had also significantly improved. Even inside the classroom they could hear the sound of leaves rustling outside. Soon everyone had become level 3 mutated beings. Over 100 level 3 mutated beings. Once these students felt such a significant change in themselves, they all knew they had upgraded to an unprecedented level. In the next moment, tears streamed down their faces. Such strength was precisely what martial artists sought after. Now everyone has risen to the level of third-tier mutants, and the students present are filled with excitement. Having been upgraded since the onset of the apocalypse, they understand the importance of strength all too well. Especially for mutants like them who were once ordinary people. The distinction between ordinary people and mutants is well understood by these martial school students. Now, having reached the level of third-tier mutants, they are like gods compared to ordinary people. Now, not to mention ordinary zombies, even first and second-tier zombies would likely be no match for them. Alright, don't get too emotional. Let's see how you perform in the future, Lin Feng said with a smile as he observed the excited crowd. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, there will always be a place for you in this apocalypse. You are only third-tier mutants for now, but in the future you will become even stronger. Remember, as long as you have the spirit to never concede defeat, you will definitely dominate a territory in the future. At this moment, Lin Feng's words were sincere. In their past lives, which powerful mutant was not the leader of a strong faction? Lin Feng's words filled these students with fighting spirit. Originally they were just a group of left-behind children, but now through the developments of the past month they gradually understand their difference from ordinary people. All of this is thanks to Lin Feng. Now these students are filled with excitement, and they would probably dare to face a horde of zombies if Lin Feng commanded it. Boss, I have something to tell you. Lin approached Lin Feng after everyone had leveled up. He was the only adult in the martial school. His experiences far surpassed those of the students. He also noticed Lin Feng's contributions. Because of this, he understood gratitude even more. After all, even if this world is not an apocalypse, there are still the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Such generosity as Lin Feng's is impossible from anyone else. Now Lin truly sees Lin Feng as his boss. Following a master in the apocalypse is something everyone would envy. Go ahead, Lin Feng said after sitting down next to Lin by the window. After not being here for more than 10 days, he wanted to know the current situation. After all, this place is close to the city center of Binhai City, which is strategically important. Boss, just a few days ago a group of people came to the school. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Lin continued, there were more than 10 of them, and they should be here looking for supplies. I saw them killing zombies from the top of the wall. Several of them are probably first-tier mutants. When they saw our towering city wall, they wanted to come over to take a look. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. It is no longer a rare occurrence for first-tier mutants to appear outside. The walls surrounding Renjia Martial School are quite conspicuous. If Lin Feng were in their shoes, he might have come over to take a look as well. However, Lin Feng did not interrupt Lin, instead gesturing for him to continue. When those people came over and saw us, they wanted us to join them. They claimed to be from the subway station and said they wanted to cooperate with us if we agreed. According to them, they would provide food in exchange for staying here. But since you were not around, I did not agree to them. However, those people did not make things difficult for us and left directly. But before leaving, they told me to reconsider. Thus Lin recounted the events. The subway station. After hearing Lin's account, Lin Feng's heart stirred. It seems that the other party does not appear to be intent on forcibly seizing anything. At least on the surface it seems that way. Otherwise, with the other party believing they have first-tier mutants, they could very well launch a strong attack on the martial school. After all, the sanctuary formed by the tall walls of Renjia Martial School seems absolutely safe to ordinary people. However, regarding their conditions for entry, it is uncertain whether they would turn hostile and kill to seize territory once inside. However, what excites Lin Feng is not those people. No matter how strong they are merely first-tier mutants. Even without Lin Feng's intervention, the students within the martial school could handle them. At this moment, Lin Feng's thoughts are on the subway. Due to the government halting electricity during the apocalypse, public transportation no longer exists. In his past life, the subway only resumed operation 3 years into the apocalypse. Moreover, it was monopolized by the largest faction in Binhai City, the Qingfeng Group. At that time, people could ride the subway, but they had to pay a price in first-tier magic crystals. Nevertheless, many chose to take the subway to avoid danger on the surface. Although most of those who could travel were mutants, as only they could kill mutated zombies or beasts to obtain magic crystals. This is why the subway became a means of travel for many mutants. Overall, it was quite profitable. Now that the apocalypse has only lasted a little over a month, the subway station should not yet be occupied by the Qingfeng Group. So with this in mind, should Lin Feng take some action? After thinking this through, Lin Feng immediately made a decision. He then temporarily left Renjia Martial School. This time Lin Feng did not take his base vehicle but walked towards the main road in the city center. There is a subway station, which was one of the busiest subway stations in Binhai City before the apocalypse. Along the way, whether on the streets or in the shopping malls, zombies rushed towards Lin Feng upon seeing a living person. However, Lin Feng is now a 4th-tier mutant, and how could those zombies get close? Killing those ordinary zombies is as simple as slicing vegetables. Soon Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the subway station. At this moment, he noticed there were no zombies at the entrance, and several severed limbs of both zombies and humans were piled up in a nearby open area. There are people inside the subway station. This is undeniable. At this time, the elevator leading down to the subway station had long ceased operation, so Lin Feng could only walk down the stairs beside it. Down below is the ticket office of the subway. Just as Lin Feng reached the underground level from the stairs, he saw 2 men guarding not far from the entrance. "Who are you?" The 2 middle-aged men armed with machetes shouted at Lin Feng when they saw he was not a zombie. "Me. I'm here looking for food." Lin Feng spoke, a subtle shift stirring within his mind. This was his first time entering a subway station in this life, and he knew nothing of its current state. "Looking for food? Even we're still scrambling to find something to eat," remarked one middle-aged man, eyeing Lin Feng up and down. As he spoke, the 2 men took several steps forward, clearly intending to drive him away. Lin Feng glanced at them briefly. "Ordinary men, nothing more. Are you station staff? May I join your group?" Lin Feng asked after a moment's pause. Though he could easily eliminate the 2 before him and enter unimpeded, he was no bloodthirsty killer. Learning more about this place through these people would serve him well, for now. "Join us. You make it sound so simple," scoffed the middle-aged man upon hearing Lin Feng's request. "We already have many mouths to feed here. Every day demands substantial provisions. Adding one more means feeding another, and why should we give you food for free?" At the mention of food, the man swallowed hard, evidence enough that rations were scarce. "I can kill zombies." Lin Feng smiled faintly and casually swung the alloy battle blade in his hand. Though merely a few effortless motions, they carried the confident precision of a seasoned fighter. "That blade is impressive. I'll go consult our captain, but don't get your hopes up. This isn't some open-door shelter where anyone can just walk in." Seeing Lin Feng's composure and skill, the man paused thoughtfully before speaking. Then he turned and hurried toward an office. So the subway station has already coalesced into a structured community, with clear hierarchies and command layers. Lin Feng mused silently as he watched the man recede into the distance. The middle-aged man departed, leaving the other man standing guard, eyes fixed on Lin Feng. "Brother, have you cleared all the zombies around here?" Lin Feng pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. The man's eyes lit up instantly, clearly he hadn't smoked in a long time. "Zombies? We've purged every last one in the surrounding area." Only after Lin Feng lit the cigarette did the man begin to speak freely. "Our station houses several mutants. Clearing zombies is hardly a challenge for us. If you truly wish to join us, it's not impossible, provided you're willing to work hard and face danger without hesitation. But final approval rests with our leader Wu Di." Perhaps the cigarette had loosened his tongue. This man shared far more than he otherwise might have. At that moment the man who'd left earlier returned, accompanied by another. Lin Feng observed him closely, tall and lean, early 30s, moving with brisk, purposeful energy. A level 1 mutant. Lin Feng discerned his strength effortlessly. This man was undoubtedly Captain Wu Di, the very name spoken earlier. "So, you're the one seeking to join us?" Wu Di approached Lin Feng and appraised him thoroughly. His gaze lingered a second longer on the alloy battle blade in Lin Feng's hand. Fine blade you've got there, no wonder you've survived this long. Killed quite a few zombies I imagine. Wu Di couldn't sense Lin Feng's true strength and assumed him an ordinary survivor. Captain Wu flatters me. I've simply been blessed with a sliver of luck, enough to stay alive this far. Since Wu Di posed no immediate threat, Lin Feng replied lightly. Wu Di nodded. You bear the marks of combat with zombies, I can see that. Very well, your request to join us is accepted. You'll be assigned to my squad, starting with guard duty at the ticket hall. We provide 2 meals daily, though fare is plain, don't expect luxuries. Wu Di's prompt acceptance stirred a flicker of goodwill in Lin Feng's heart. In this apocalyptic world, every extra mouth meant fiercer competition for dwindling resources. To welcome a newcomer, not out of greed for his blade or cigarettes, spoke volumes. At the very least, Wu Di was no avaricious opportunist. Captain Wu, what's the situation here at the station now? Now officially part of the group, Lin Feng offered Wu Di another cigarette and asked. Where do I even begin? Wu Di accepted the cigarette and retrieved a lighter from his pocket. The apocalypse struck during rush hour. Inside the station, nearly everyone turned into zombies. As you know, subway stations are cramped by design. The scene was horrific. Countless passengers were bitten, only a handful escaped. Fortunately, most of us were station employees, we knew the layout. Station Master Ma Yetao led us into the security room, that's how we survived. And fortune favored us again, the shift change had just begun, so most staff members lived. Even better, many of us subsequently mutated. It took half a month to fully purge the station of zombies. Recalling that carnage, Wu Di drew deeply on his cigarette. Lin Feng nodded quietly. Wu Di's account matched his own grim expectations of how the apocalypse unfolded. Yet Wu Di had shared so much, especially given his status as a mutant. That alone signaled integrity. He showed no trace of the condescension many mutants displayed toward ordinary survivors. Perhaps his pre-apocalypse role as a ground service attendant shaped that humility Lin Feng reflected. Before the collapse, he'd never looked down on anyone. Nor did he afterward, so long as they weren't insatiably greedy. Lin Feng remained open to human connection. After all, humanity is inherently social, even a level 4 mutant cannot thrive in absolute isolation. Had he sought only solitary survival, he'd never have built the vast Swan Bay base. So, is the subway permanently shut down? That was the question he truly needed answered. Shut down? Should we reopen service instead? Young man, you truly amuse me. Trains remain, but one was docked here during boarding when the apocalypse struck. Now we number barely 25 each day, consumed by the search for food. Nearby convenience stores have long since been looted, nothing remains. To Wu Di and his team, food supply was, and always would be, the paramount concern. Captain, urgent news. Our men downstairs report mutated zombies advancing toward the station. A young man burst from the station entrance, shouting frantically upon spotting Wu Di. Upon hearing those words, Wu Di immediately dashed inward. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then followed closely behind. Judging from the others' demeanor, they had clearly encountered a high-tier zombie. Otherwise no one would have specifically summoned Wu Di, the mutant. Along the way, Lin Feng observed people converging from all directions. Upon reaching the waiting hall, Lin Feng found over 20 individuals already assembled there, armed with cleavers and fire axes but no firearms. What's happening? A middle-aged man spoke up. Lin Feng glanced at him. He wore the standard uniform of a subway station employee. He also wore epaulets, though their rank insignia was indistinct, yet the abundance of stars suggested he was indeed Station Master Ma Guanru, as Wu Di had mentioned. Station Master, a horde of zombies is advancing toward us through the tunnel. A young man replied to Ma Guanru's query. Judging by their size, at least one among them is a high-tier zombie. Our sentries were overwhelmed, so we rushed back immediately. The young man wiped sweat from his brow and panted heavily. Prepare for battle. Ma Guanru frowned upon hearing the report. Lin Feng noticed a subway train parked inside the station, and at the far end the door leading into the tunnel had been violently breached. Clearly the zombies described earlier had emerged from the subway tunnel, perhaps migrating from another station. At once everyone held their breath and tightened their grips on their weapons. Gradually distant rustling footsteps grew audible. Soon silhouettes appeared. Several zombies slipped through the breach in the tunnel wall and entered the platform. Upon spotting living humans, they instantly surged with frenzied excitement. But in the next instant, figures hidden on either side of the breach lunged forward. Blades flashed. Within moments several zombies lay headless. Mutants. Lin Feng instantly discerned their nature from their movements. Scanning the crowd of over 20, he counted 6 level 1 mutants. Such a concentration was extraordinary. Normally, even in large fortified settlements, only one level 1 mutant might emerge among hundreds. Take Dongqing Base for instance, a single level 2 mutant could command a settlement of 20,000, evidence enough of how rare mutants truly were. Mutants possessed a clear advantage against ordinary zombies. With swift decisive strokes they slaughtered the first wave within mere heartbeats. Suddenly a gaunt figure staggered into view. Yes, it staggered unervingly, unsteady yet deliberate. The level 1 mutant stationed near the breach barely registered a blur, a black streak, before the emaciated zombie stood before them. Schwa. Though child's eyes, the creature moved with terrifying speed. Its clawed hands hooked like scythes, ripping open a mutant's chest in a single strike. Blood streamed down the mutant's torso. Fortunately, mutants were immune to the zombie virus. Wounds inflicted no risk of reanimation. Yet the blow was grievous. Deep ragged gashes tore across his chest. Level 2 mutant zombie, someone cried out. Its velocity was unmatched, striking a mutant down in an instant. Clearly this gaunt horror was a level 2 mutant zombie. At that revelation every mutant's face paled. None had anticipated such a formidable foe. But urgency brooked no hesitation. They raised their weapons and charged the slender abomination. Fall back. Ma Guanru roared, then plunged into the fray, cleaver raised. Clang. His blade struck, but the level 2 zombie instinctively raised its arm to block. A sharp brittle crack echoed, the creature's forearm split open, but Ma Guanru himself staggered backward 2 steps, stunned by the recoil. Level 2 mutant. Lin Feng instantly assessed Ma Guanru's true strength. He hadn't expected a level 2 mutant to dwell within a mere subway station. Yet their adversary was a level 2 mutant zombie, and under normal circumstances human mutants rarely matched mutant zombies or mutant beasts of equal rank. Humans fatigue zombies and mutant beasts do not. Thus slaying high-tier threats almost always demanded coordinated effort. Excluding the wounded mutant, 6 combatants now engaged the creature Ma Guanru and 5 level 1 mutants. Numbers however offered no advantage. Within a heartbeat another level 1 mutant was slashed across the torso, collapsing instantly incapacitated. If this continued, each mutant would fall one by one, risking total annihilation. With no alternative, Lin Feng drew his blade and stepped forward. What are you doing here? Get back, now! Ma Guanru barked mid-combat, catching sight of Lin Feng approaching. That's a level 2 mutant zombie, you're no match for it. You'll only hinder us, disrupting our rhythm. Return at once. Scout for ordinary zombies, if any remain eliminate them swiftly. Wu Di, flung aside by a glancing claw strike, gasped and shouted toward Lin Feng. In his eyes this young man knew nothing of a level 2 mutant zombie's lethality. Young man, return quickly. You stand no chance against it. A subway employee in uniform called out urgently from the side. Indeed, it's a high-tier zombie. Look how hard even they struggle, your presence would be suicide. Step back immediately. You'd only burden them, become dead weight in their fight, another voice added. Surrounding civilians pleaded with growing anxiety, some faces etched with genuine concern. They're not bad people, actually worried for others. Lin Feng mused silently. In this apocalyptic world most hearts had long grown cold, another's death meant nothing. Many would merely watch indifferent. Yet these people displayed sincere care, an unexpected rare warmth that defied his expectations. Ignoring their pleas, Lin Feng closed the distance in a single fluid stride, reaching Ma Guanru's side. Then, a flash of silver light. Instantly silence fell over the entire platform. In the next moment the scene fell silent. Thud. The small zombie's head rolled down and landed at Lin Feng's feet. With a metallic blade Lin Feng prodded and collected a second-level magic crystal, casually placing it into his storage space. Why are you all looking at me like that? After collecting the magic crystal, Lin Feng noticed everyone staring at him with wide eyes. How could this be? That was a second-level mutated zombie. Looking at the head that rolled on the ground, Ma Guanru murmured softly. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, it was just the reality of the situation. A second-level zombie which they were all helpless against was thus killed. Brother, are you a mutant? Why didn't you say so earlier? At this moment Wu Di came to his senses, looking at Lin Feng with disbelief. Initially he thought Lin Feng was just an ordinary person with a slightly better weapon. Now recalling that he just told Lin Feng to hide, Wu Di felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, just a second-level zombie, hee hee. Hearing Wu Di's words, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although his expression was calm, it left everyone present in shock. That was a second-level zombie, and this kid killed it with one strike. Indeed, a zombie that even Captain Ma and so many others couldn't handle was killed so easily. Just how powerful is that kid to be even stronger than Captain Ma? Shoo. Keep your voice down, don't let Captain Ma hear you. At this moment the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Although their voices were low, everyone heard them. Ma Guanyu, however, did not get angry, instead he sighed in relief. Captain, this is Lin Feng from our team. Oh no, I should say Mr. Lin. Wu Di stepped forward and spoke to Ma Guanyu. At this moment he no longer dared to directly address Lin Feng by name. After all, based on what Lin Feng had just demonstrated, he was at least a second-level mutant and even more powerful than Captain Ma. Great, with our little brother joining us we are much safer now, Ma Guanyu said loudly after hearing Wu Di's words. Facing such a formidable expert, Ma Guanyu felt a bit nervous. However, he had to say something. After all, one could say Lin Feng had saved everyone this time. Considering how things were just now, if those first-level mutants had been eliminated by the zombies one by one in the end, Ma Guanyu would not have been able to face the zombies. From a certain perspective he had to thank Lin Feng. To speak frankly, the reason I came here is also for a purpose. Now Lin Feng felt it was no longer necessary to hide anything. I have my own team. The reason I came here was to take advantage of the subway system. Even though this is the apocalypse, I believe we should continue operating the subway. I'm not saying to fully open the subway, but rather to open specific stations. After all, there are many people in the apocalypse who need transportation. Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. The reason he waited until now to speak was part of his strategy. If he had inquired about the subway from the beginning, the others would likely have been on guard. Now that Lin Feng had saved everyone, at least they should feel grateful. At this time discussing the subway became much easier. Just as he had said earlier, Lin Feng did not need to open the subway fully, but rather wanted to open a few stations first. For instance, Swan Bay is itself a subway station, as well as Binhai University, Dongfang Town and the East City base, which all have subway stations. If Lin Feng opens these stations, then people from Dongfang Town could take the subway to the city center. This way their self-made weapons could penetrate deeper into the city. And Lin Feng would only need to collect the magic crystals from those people. After all, if Lin Feng wanted magic crystals, he would need to kill mutated zombies. Sitting at home and obtaining magic crystals for free would be even better. Despite currently having several million magic crystals, who would ever think they have enough of them? In the future, based on Lin Feng's current equipment and resources, everything would require energy. At that time a large quantity of magic crystals would be essential. Therefore he could entirely rely on the subway to boost his magic crystal income. It's not just about magic crystals. The subway could also revitalize several stations, potentially eliminating other businesses. The subway hasn't suffered much damage. However, it requires a substantial amount of power. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ma Guanyu did not feel any aversion but spoke truthfully. Previously the subway was powered by the government. Although many people used it, it was actually losing money. The subway's power consumption is about 4,000 kilowatts per hour. Such power cannot be provided even by large generators. So to open the subway we need to first connect to the municipal power supply. But it's not that easy. As a person involved with the subway system, Ma Guanyu spoke directly to the point. This consumption. Upon hearing Ma Guanyu's words, Lin Feng understood. In that case, operating the subway for an hour would consume 4,000 energy points. In terms of magic crystals, that would equate to 4 magic crystals. If only the city center Binhai University, East City base, Swan Bay and Dongfang Town were opened, a round trip could be made in 15 minutes. Thus on average each trip would only require the consumption of 1 magic crystal. If charging each passenger 1 magic crystal, having just 1 person on the subway would break even. This is simply a huge profit. One must know that currently first-level zombies and mutated beasts are becoming increasingly common. It's no longer difficult for mutants to kill them, and many people have already accumulated some first-level magic crystals. Consequently, there are still quite a few people with purchasing power. In the near future, beyond food, magic crystals will become the primary currency. Power isn't a problem. Are there any other issues? Lin Feng could convert magic crystals into electrical energy using an energy conversion device. This wasn't an issue for him. If we can solve the power problem, then the remaining issues are the driver and maintenance personnel. Although unaware of why Lin Feng said power wasn't a problem, Ma Guanyu still answered truthfully. The driver of this subway has already died. If we want a driver, we need to go to the terminus in Jiangbei to see if there are any drivers who were about to change shifts on the day of the apocalypse. As for maintenance personnel, each station has them. We currently have 2 maintenance personnel here. As long as the driver and power are in place, reopening the subway shouldn't be too difficult. While speaking, Ma Guanyu pointed at two logistics personnel beside him. Jiangbai's terminus. Hearing Ma Guanyu's words, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Upon hearing Jiangbei, Lin Feng paused momentarily. There in his previous life stood the headquarters of the two most powerful conglomerates, the Tianlong Group and the Qingfeng Group. These two titans had dominated Binhai City in his past life. Curious about how Jiangbei had evolved in this new era, Lin Feng felt a quiet intrigue. Without delay he departed the subway station. Ma Guanru and the others well understood that a cultivator of Lin Feng's caliber would never remain confined within their modest circle. Emerging from the station, Lin Feng located his base vehicle, retracted it into his spatial storage, and then retrieved a discreet chauffeur-driven sedan. This choice preserved subtlety, no ostentatious display. Steering directly onto the second ring road through downtown, he found the asphalt strewn with scattered abandoned vehicles. The apocalypse had struck at rush hour, and most commuters had chosen this very artery for travel, leaving Lin Feng to weave cautiously through the wreckage littering the road ahead. Fortunately, the broad expanse of the ring road offered ample maneuvering space. The zombies and derelict cars posed little impediment. From downtown to Jiangbei spanned over 10 kilometers. In moments he reached the cross-river bridge. As he drove across, Lin Feng glanced downward, and froze. On the riverside islet beneath the bridge, a lone figure sat fishing at the water's edge. Fishing, here now? The notion struck him as deeply perplexing. After all, every river and sea teemed with mutated aquatic creatures as ferocious and unpredictable as any land-based mutant beast. These transformed fish were formidable predators, merely approaching the shoreline invited lethal assault from the depths. Yet someone dared fish, unflinchingly. Lin Feng pulled over at an open stretch of the bridge, parked, and stepped to its edge to observe the islet below. The islet, Jiangxin Island, was a small landmass anchored midriver linked to shore by a floating footbridge. There an elderly man, weathered but composed, cast his line into the current. Lin Feng surveyed the islet. It was compact, seemingly inhabited only by that solitary elder. Suddenly the man tensed, his rod bent sharply, signaling a bite. In the next instant he yanked the rod upward, not as one might reel in a common fish, but with sudden explosive force. A colossal geyser erupted from the river's surface, and a monstrous meter-long creature launched itself skyward, a mutated fish, sleek and serpentine, its body fully a meter in length. Its skull alone spanned half a meter, jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth visible even from the bridge. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the abyssal horrors documented in deep-sea documentaries. Having breached the surface, the beast whipped its tail once, propelling itself like a living projectile straight toward the elder. Simultaneously it unhinged its maw, its already terrifying jaws stretching wider still as if poised to swallow the man whole. A level 2 mutated aquatic. From that single fluid motion Lin Feng instantly gauged its strength, and understood why humanity had yet to master the waters in this post-apocalyptic age. If a mere river dweller could rival a level 2 mutant beast, what unspeakable terrors might dwell in the fathomless ocean. What astonished Lin Feng most was the elder's utter calm, no tremor, no retreat. Instead he swung his fishing rod in a crisp arc, striking the creature midair. A sharp crack echoed across the water. The impact sent the beast hurtling sideways, slamming it hard onto the riverbank. Unhurried, the elder strode forward, drew a long blade from beside him, and, just as the stunned fish landed, brought the blade down in one clean, decisive stroke. The creature's massive head parted cleanly from its body. Extracting its core crystal, the elder set it aside, then hoisted the carcass into a nearby insulated cooler. Thus fell a level 2 mutated aquatic, dispatched with such effortless mastery that Lin Feng surmised the elder must be at least a level 3 mutant cultivator, perhaps even stronger. An unassuming elder, yet one whose control over the rod betrayed extraordinary cultivation. No lesser cultivator could have wielded it so precisely, so powerfully. At that moment the elder lifted his gaze, spotted Lin Feng on the bridge, and waved warmly. "Young man, come down and rest a while." His voice carried clearly across the water. Inviting him. Lin Feng hesitated briefly, then returned to his sedan. He steered toward the bridge's edge, followed a narrow path down to the shore, and, thanks to the floating footbridge, drove directly onto the islet. Parking beside the elder, Lin Feng stepped out. "Where are you from, young man?" The elder picked up a flame torch and ignited a carefully arranged pile of firewood. "I'm from Jiangnan. I saw you fishing from the bridge, looked fascinating, so I stopped to watch." His words held no artifice, only truth. As the fire blazed, the elder fetched 2 wooden skewers and impaled the freshly slaughtered fish. "You're a mutant too, aren't you? Come, sit down." He suspended the skewered fish over the flames on a rustic iron rack and smiled. "It's been ages since anyone visited. Today's your lucky day. I'll treat you to fresh grilled fish. With that he handed Lin Feng a folding chair. That the elder recognized him as a mutant required no explanation. Any ordinary person witnessing his technique against the aquatic beast would have recoiled in awe. Then I won't decline your kindness. Accepting the invitation, Lin Feng seated himself, his greatest curiosity burning how had this elder attained such mastery so soon after the cataclysm. The world had fallen barely a month ago. To reach level 3, or even match Lin Feng's own level 4 cultivation, in so short a time was nothing short of miraculous. As for hidden motives, Lin Feng felt no fear. Having lived 2 lifetimes he'd witnessed every permutation of human ambition and survival. In his past life he'd faced foes far surpassing his present strength. To flinch before every superior cultivator would be to surrender existence itself. He knew precisely how to respond to masters of such stature. Uncle, please wait a moment, Lin Feng said, rising. He walked to the sedan, opened the trunk under the guise of retrieving something, and quietly withdrew 2 bottles of Huangai Fengjiu from his spatial storage. Returning, he presented the bottles. Huangai. Excellent choice. The elder's eyes gleamed with genuine delight. An old man like me loves wine above all. Well done, young man. The elder flipped the roasting fish while glancing repeatedly at the bottle in Lin Feng's hand. Uncle, don't you ever go ashore to gather supplies? Lin Feng scanned the surroundings. Not far away stood a courtyard enclosed by branches housing 2 wooden huts. This he surmised must be the elder's dwelling. Logically, one of such strength should not lack resources in this apocalyptic world. Age makes one reluctant to move. The elder sighed. I've certainly ventured to the shore before, but every small supermarket there has long been ransacked. As for distant places, well, it's simply too inconvenient. This place is relatively safe, people come here nearly every day. I dislike conflict, so I've turned them all away. Yet if I were gone too long and others seized it, I'd find it unbearable to evict them. So it's rather troublesome, truly. He carved several shallow cuts into the fish with his knife. Lin Feng silently noted a kind-hearted elder indeed. Still, the elder had a point. Surrounded on all sides by the river, such a location was bound to attract covetous eyes. Then do you survive solely by fishing, uncle? Handing over a bottle of wine, Lin Feng asked casually. From what I understand, the fish in this river are no easy prey. They attack aquatic life relentlessly, and even lingering near the bank isn't safe. Uncorking his own bottle, Lin Feng inhaled the rich aroma. I grew up on Jiangxin Island. I know these fish intimately, even after their mutations. Taking a sip, the elder wore an expression of deep contentment. And truth be told, after the world changed, my decades-long angling expertise evolved into a unique cultivation art. You saw it earlier, that technique I used for fishing. It's one move from my lightning 5-strike whip. Don't laugh, I've refined it over many years. Pride gleamed in his eyes as he spoke of his self-crafted technique. Lightning 5-strike whip. Lin Feng suppressed a wry smile at the name. Lin Feng asked idly, Uncle, do you have any family left? Family? I have a son, he worked in Jiangnan City. Now I'm just an old man living alone. Seeing the fish nearly roasted, the elder sliced off a generous portion for Lin Feng, then drained another large gulp of wine. Clearly his fondness for alcohol ran deep. In that case, uncle, would you consider joining me? At that moment Lin Feng felt a sudden urge to recruit him. He desperately needed capable hands. Though Zhang Chang and the others possessed adequate strength, Lin Feng's ranks remained painfully thin. Moreover, beyond level 3 mutation, further advancement relied entirely on individual effort. Lin Feng's strongest available pill, the mid-tier foundation stabilizing pill, offered little benefit to those past level 3. This world has descended into apocalypse, and forgive my bluntness, as time passes powerful cultivators will inevitably discover this place. Most factions operate as coordinated teams. No matter how formidable an individual may be, sheer numbers will overwhelm him. Sooner or later this island will fall to occupation. Join me instead. I lead my own team, I'll ensure your wine never runs dry, and if opportunity arises I'll take you to Jiangnan City to search for your son. Lin Feng offered no grand promises. Though the elder was undeniably formidable, he believed all such connections were matters of fate. Wine, always available. The elder's eyes lit up. As for finding his son, well, he knew better. In this shattered world, locating one person amid an unfamiliar metropolis was near impossible. What captivated him most was the wine, the most tangible immediate reward within reach. After a thoughtful pause, Lin Feng and the elder reached mutual understanding. The elder's name was Dong Weigua, and he was in fact a level 4 mutant. His extraordinary strength stemmed directly from his self-cultivated lightning 5-strike whip. That art in turn had blossomed from 6 decades of angling discipline. Dong Weiguo then retreated to his wooden hut to gather daily essentials. Lin Feng hadn't expected that merely watching an elder fish would yield a level 4 mutant, truly a rare stroke of fortune. After all, in his previous life 5 years into the apocalypse he himself had only reached level 5. And now, merely 1 month into the cataclysm, such power promised future dominance over entire territories. Yet Lin Feng had departed Binhai City early in the outbreak, leaving him ignorant of subsequent developments. Though Lin Feng concealed his own strength, Dong Weiguo, having lived so long, was no fool. That Lin Feng showed no surprise upon hearing his rank alone revealed much his own power could scarcely be inferior. Thus departing Jiangxin Island held no real drawback, for him it was perhaps even an advantage. Soon Lai Feng drove the van carrying Dong Weiguo toward Jiangbei. Jiangbei was broadly divided into 3 districts: the affluent zone, the university town, and the industrial zone, linked by subway lines whose terminus lay deep within the remote industrial zone. There too awaited the shift-changing subway operators. The zone housed numerous large factories and corporations, and its workforce numbered in the millions. This figure was no exaggeration. Even a single major plant employed several thousand, or tens of thousands, of workers. Contract manufacturing facilities, for instance, often employed tens of thousands. Concentrated in the industrial zone, such enterprises easily accounted for 1 million souls. In his prior life the Qingfeng Group, one of Jiangbei's largest powers, had also been headquartered there. Originally a contract manufacturer, Qingfeng claimed 50 to 60,000 employees. With affiliates and neighboring plants contributing additional manpower, its rise into a major faction was inevitable. Jiangbei's roads remained broad and open, yet scattered zombies still lingered along them. Many corpses bore fresh wounds suggesting recent kills. Clearly frequent human traffic kept the main thoroughfares largely cleared. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. Highways rarely teemed with the undead. Survivors venturing for supplies inevitably traveled these routes, killing a few here a few there, until few remained. Conversely, narrow alleys, residential complexes and interior corridors harbored denser, deadlier hordes, making exploration of unknown areas perilous indeed. Thus Lin Feng guided the vehicle steadily toward the industrial zone, where a comparatively luxurious hotel stood. In the next instant he steered the chauffeur-driven van straight toward the hotel.